Appellard munung gracefully in the pitch-black sky, casting gasir in a glau over tranquil forest. Asmalmouse in search of sustenance, cautious slimer jed from its freshly excavated burrow. It stood alert upon the ground, scanning its surroundings for delectable emersals or the lurking presence of predators. Before long, the muscata he fo fain enticing aroma wafting from the base of fagran tree. After a moment of careful observation, it swift lid towards the tree, seizing the wriggling piece of pale green flesh. Relishing jit acifatory atria sword find, neglecting jit's usual habit of seeking a safer spot at. Suddenly, with arp whoosh, and alls whooped down from the heights, landed gracefully in a branch above while clutching a bloodied its beak. Unlike others, this mouse suicence nared with several strands of pale green thread. Thiel tilted its head and, in on a swift motion, swallowed a twole. Today is March 17, 2030, and Minami's Liming Chong. Encountered an utterly bewildering situation today. Myant's family, having received several million from a housing demolition compensation, subsequently sold the land located at Thimi my grandfather Andra located city H. Coincidentally, their residence situated right next to my our neighborhood. Duetemy work, which does not provide meal sur accommodation and deduct significant amounts for my salary. Ico seat alive in Arthur inconvenient Terriot the boundary of the suburb Santhi city. I simply cannot fathom how our path shaveen twine dance Marie. Speaking of them, I must mention Arthur sortie d'affaire. The inceta sevid ma father root ta 400,000 yuan, followed by a sham divorce from her husband. After which evanished, ultimate liar paying gon li mere 100,000. Consequently, Arfamo li severe ed ties with them. Returning to the present, I found myself a tastel, purchasing breakfast, preparing toast away for work. Boss, Ilhavigian bingwozi, and a dasasage, I called out. Surithing handsome, that'll been an ewan. Remember to come back and support me bussiness next time, Thebos replied with enthusiasm. Alright, I vest canedit, I said, handing Gover the payment and taking Mijbikuazi, rushing towards the nearest station with me briefcase in hand. On me way, a thentrancy of testation, is spotted a shovel child off 2 or 3 years, clad in filthy clothes, hoarsely begging for alms. Get away from, ye haven't a money, just scram, Amon exclaimed, vigorously brushing off thedust from his pants a sherried the distance at himself for Nidigar kyled. Ido akabai tob mijian bikuazion thin plessed thimajortio fightin tothi chilled stinbol, continuing gami with the subway. Thichil diager lie stuff at the footin to their mouth. Not far off, 2 individuals, one is stout and the other slender, were conversing, their voices slated with disdain. Thakid komesharivari, never gives many, just gets food. What a piece of work, the stout onera marked to the slendrone. Just ignore Heimat Savjus Bothamiel, Theslendron Aeroplete. Standing in the platform, I realized that the chilled ways a profession albagerender. As for we I didn't report it, it was because he had no dahera thepperson in Carjuas. Reportin jit wood like liar sultan the policemer lees ending the chilled to all fair institution or finding Simiana to dop them, only for an other child to take the place. What if those sewer rethai actual parents? Thought could lead to complications form. Besides, I was barely managing to sustain Mijal Fon had no desert in the others affairs. Thesabway arrived, and amidst the crowd, it was inceremonious like Pashidan side. Once aboard, he found there were no available seats, so instinctively grasped the central handrail. Recently, there have been multiple incidents so while the animal attacks in our city. Were citizens store framed from visiting deserted or sparse lipopulata woody areas for leisure to prevent and uncontrollable events the subway in. Hey, have you heard? The Bear Country Unilateral declared war on 20 nations in Western Europe, Sumion was discussing. Where did you hear such rumors? Was it said that Bear Country was preparing to a nuclear weapon against the country for humanitarian reasons? Another retorted. Your information is inaccurate. Mini is theory aldeal. A medica friend doth mean mention thitin when infectious disease ice beginning to preed, and well need to prepare methamphetamine. The surrounding crowd buzzed with chatter about the current situation, speculating about how then when infectious disease might ignite another global viral conflict. Better to liveth in why bother worrying gabu such matters, and muttered to meself, contemplating what a hofferlunk. Sigh, Lavinge is exhausting, it hot, just as the train arrived at my station. I released the now warm handrail Madam Way ta thefis. At 8:50 a.m., beep, clock unsuccessful. Under Thebes gaze, which si medto dim and durari valbizavin. I settled in Telmini Lyringid workstation. I picked up the materials he had organized the previous day and began revising for contract hand presentation slide based on the suggestions from more competitors. Liming Chong, the boss wants you to revise the plan you drafted last time still not entirely satisfied. Amaleka League informed Mishu Prochedmadesk. Alright, what additional requirements she have at this time? I inquired. I'm not sure, he said, to come up with our own solutions. My colleague replied before leaving. Ugh, looks like he'll have to work overtime again. I sighed. He had initially planned to grab lunch at the fast food restaurant next door, but he'll stay significant amount of the meeting with the boss. Forget it, till just buy a sandwich at the convenience store to fill my stomach, I decided. Soon, he had purchased my sandwich and was waiting in line to pay. As I stood there, a massive screen in the convenience store was broadcasting the latest news to attract customers. According to research released by the chief physician of the infectious diseases department at Satai People's Hospital, we have learned that a special strain of infectious bacteria is spreading in the central region of 4 country, the news report blared. More off this news, I suppose I'll need to buy some masks to prepare it hot, putting go my headphones to now the alarming updates. Hello, that'll be genuine, thank you, Thekashir said. It glanced a day theme news skills and which in my hand, barely thesizio falfapalm. And finally understood he had seen many colleagues purchasing convenience foods. Just as I stepped out of the convenience store, a group of people sudden collided into home. Whoa, what on earth? I exclaimed, stumbling to the side, while he groups rashed through glass and barrel at the store. Chapter 2. The unknown substance. In the fleeting moment when the glass door shattered, several shards of glass embedded themselves into my arm, the sharp pain jolting me back to reality. I hastily retrieved my phone and dialed 110. My gaze drawn inside the store, it defied description. The grotesque humanoid figure, after smashing through the glass door, lunged directly at the unsuspecting customers at the checkout. The crowd was momentarily stunned. It was only when the creature pounced upon an elderly lady that piercing screams erupted. Blood splattering in all directions. Just a glimpse of the scene caused my stomach to convulse, as if threatening to expel the meager breakfast I had consumed that morning. After urgently relaying the nightmarish scene to the police, I fled from the gruesome spectacle. Upon returning to the office, it wasn't long before the police called, requesting my presence for verification near the incident site. After informing my boss of their summons, I hurriedly gathered my belongings and made my way to the convenience store where the police vehicles were stationed. As I arrived, I counted no fewer than 5 police cars parked outside. Along with an ambulance tending to the injured, a police officer approached me, assessing my condition before inquiring, "You are the first witness of this incident. How did you sustain those injuries?" I recounted every detail of my encounter, explaining how I had been cut by the glass. Suddenly, I felt a forceful shove from behind, hands gripping me as silver bracelets were fastened around my wrists, and I was escorted toward the police car. Though the restraint was painful, I dared not resist. Surely they would not harm me, for I had done nothing wrong. Later, I learned the reason for my apprehension. The humanoid creature bore a peculiar substance that infected its victims at the moment they sustained injuries. I was detained in the police station for an entire day, only being released after medical personnel confirmed my condition. During my time there, I observed dozens of others, like myself, under close watch by the time I was released. My company had already transitioned to remote work following the alerts sent via mobile. On my journey home, I witnessed crowds frantically raiding supermarkets and convenience stores for supplies. Due to my forced detention, the police had prepared, delivering 2 boxes of instant noodles and some rice, flour, and potatoes to my home as a reward for my timely report, so they claimed. After a day of rest, hoping to soothe the trauma of witnessing such violence, an unexpected event occurred the following day. While idly scrolling through my phone at home, I noticed a message from the administrator of my housing group, Aunt Wong. Due to the high infectivity of a certain bacterium, the city will be under lockdown on March 20. Residents are advised to refrain from going out, and community managers are too. March 20th. Today was indeed the 20th. Why was this announcement made at the last moment? I calculated the remaining provisions in my home. The police had delivered 2 boxes of instant noodles, 2 bags of unknown weights of rice and flour, and a sack of potatoes. Additionally, I had some snacks, 3 more packs of instant noodles, lamb slices for hot pot, a 4-pound package of beef meatballs, 2 bundles of lettuce, 3 bottles of chili sauce, and half a bucket of rice. These provisions should sustain me for a while. But I wondered how long this infection crisis would last. Last time, I had been unprepared. Surely the government would contain it swiftly this time. Li Mingchong was not alone in this line of thought. Nearly 90% of the population of Longhua did not equate the situation to an apocalyptic event. Most of those frantically raiding supermarkets were motivated by a desire to avoid loss. Knowing that prices would only rise as time passed, I sat on the sofa in a daze, suddenly recalling the child I had seen begging at the subway station. Surely he would be safe? Perhaps those wicked individuals would perish in this incident, and the police would rescue the children. Such was my hope, in the city's night. The streets reeked of disinfectant, and a green, moss-like substance fell from the sky onto the pavement. Like a camel encountering water in the desert, this moss expanded within the puddles of disinfectant, sprouting 4 appendages resembling human limbs that delved into the underground drainage. Soon, heavy rain began to pour. On the walls of the buildings, in the streets, and in the obscure alleys, ordinary people were bathing in the downpour. The moment they were drenched, green spots on their bodies began to enlarge, consuming every surface they touched. Pairs of glowing red eyes emerged from the green mass, heralding the birth of new monstrosities. I had a habit of listening to music with headphones while sleeping, and given the recent announcements regarding intermittent water shortages, I had prepared several large buckets of water. This morning, I first visited the restroom, but when I pressed the flush button, only a trickle emerged before the water ceased entirely. I moved to the sink, hoping for hot water to wash my face, but all that came forth was a foul-smelling mass resembling mold. What was this? I wondered if a leak had caused it to fall from the pipes above. Using toilet paper, I disposed of the grotesque substance in the toilet. I dampened a washcloth with the water I had stored yesterday to wipe my face, skipping brushing my teeth as I ventured into the living room to discern what was happening outside. As I entered the living room, I nearly gasped in shock. Outside the window, the cityscape, once marred by light pollution, had transformed into a vast expanse of green. I dashed to the glass balcony doors, where piles of ambiguous green matter had accumulated. Gulping, I crouched down to examine the nature of these substances. Suddenly, a bloodied and mangled rat, covered in green, plummeted from above, splattering onto the tiles and disintegrating on impact. In an instant, the green mass surrounding it surged forth like a ravenous piranha swarm, engulfing the rat entirely until it vanished from sight. Was I still dreaming? Li Mingchong pinched my thigh hard. Ouch, this was no dream. I stared at the balcony in disbelief, then recalled something and hurried to the kitchen where I had stored my food. Chapter 3. Survival and Hope. Fortunately, the food in the refrigerator emitted no foul odor, though the cooling system had ceased to function. Upon opening the fridge, the cold air escaped as if it were free. I quickly retrieved the leftover dishes from yesterday, while the lower compartment still held the half-dry jerky my parents had sent during the holidays, along with some uncooked pork leg and belly. After addressing the refrigerator's issues, I moved the potatoes and rice given by the police into the living room, emptying a large cabinet that had been used for storage to create a small hole for the potatoes. I then struggled to carry all the instant noodles and rice into the bedroom. Having completed these tasks, I pulled a chair to the window in the bedroom. The glass was covered in trails left by the green, unidentified life forms. I studied the tendrils extending from the surface. Even a segment less than 3 centimeters long bore no fewer than 10 suction cup-like appendages. Lost in thought, I returned to bed, where my phone, charged the previous day, still showed a full battery. Lying down, I turned it on. Astonished to find that I still had internet access, I opened my frequently used short video app. The connection was weak, even in this era of widespread 5G coverage. I was left with only 2 bars. At the top of the screen was a video from the National Security Agency. I clicked on it. There was no narration, only footage from a camera's perspective. Through the night vision, enormous vines surged from the drainage system, shooting upward into the heart of a building. Simultaneously, unknown solid substances rained down from the sky. Each time one of these objects landed, it expanded, as if infected, beginning to consume the nutrients of this world. The final object to fall landed atop the camera, followed by static snowflakes on the screen, culminating in a sharp crack that ended the video. I attempted to call my parents and friends, but after a few rings, I received a standard message indicating poor signal. I placed my phone back on the bedside table, wrapping myself in the blanket. Uncertain of my emotions, sadness, relief, or despair, I could not comprehend my feelings. As the suffocating sensation within the blanket overtook me, I suddenly pulled my head out, gasping for air. Whether it was psychological or not, the air seemed significantly fresher and my back was slightly damp as I stared blankly at the ceiling. After a moment of contemplation, I climbed out of bed and rummaged through the living room, eventually locating a thick diary I had purchased for 9.9 yuan during my university days. I blew off the thick layer of dust covering it, retrieved a pen, and inscribed several large characters at the beginning of the diary. As I gazed at the words inscribed in the diary, an unsettling feeling washed over me. Though I could not articulate precisely WHYM, my attention drifted to the vibrant green unknown substance dancing on the balcony, and then to the pantry where potatoes and other provisions lay in wait. With a decisive motion, I tore out the page, and in a compulsive frenzy, meticulously trimmed the remnants with scissors, inscribing at the top the phrase survival and hope. This title resonated profoundly with me, unmarred by any external distractions as I delved into contemplation. Given the inevitability of the impending catastrophe, I resolved to embrace it. I would emulate the characters of literature, albeit not as the protagonist, but as an ordinary office worker striving to endure. On March 21 SD, I awoke to a world utterly transformed. The landscape before me was shrouded in a mysterious green substance, and no one was there to elucidate its nature. In a reckless moment, I scooped a small sample from the balcony into the living room, having seen it surge forth from the sewers in a video. I placed it on aluminum foil and cautiously dried it with a lighter. To my astonishment, it was not a collection of diverse organisms. Rather, they appeared diminutive, capable of substantial separation even when I extracted a minuscule fragment. Drawing upon my prior knowledge and keen observations, I officially designated it as virus slime mold, also known as extreme staining slime mold. In the hours following my awakening, an eerie silence enveloped the outside world. Devoid of even the faintest sirens, I could not help but ponder whether I was among the last vestiges of life in this area. Fortunately, the supplies at home would sustain me for an extended period. However, the cessation of water and electricity rendered the scarcity of water a pressing concern for my survival. Upon completing my thoughts, I exhaled deeply, closed the diary, and hung the pen upon its cover. The only remaining water was half a barrel in the water dispenser, alongside a dozen cans of cola and 2 bottles of grape-flavored cocktails in the refrigerator. Surely, the convenience store downstairs must have water. Being on the 10th floor, I should be safe if I exercise caution. With my mind made up, I donned a pair of long-neglected rain boots, layered several articles of clothing upon my frame, and equipped myself with a sunshade mask and a baseball helmet I had previously purchased for client meetings, ensuring maximum protection for my exposed skin. After securing my defenses, I noticed the kitchen knife. While it seemed of little immediate use, I adhered to the principle of safety first, sheathing it and tucking it securely under my arm. Fully armed, I crouched by the security door, straining to listen for any sounds around me. After a prolonged silence, I peered through the peephole, scanning for any signs of the slime mold at the stairwell. Swallowing hard, I grasped the doorknob, inhaled deeply, and with a decisive click, the lock yielded to my touch. Cautiously, I extended my head outside, surveying the staircase before me. To my relief, there was no sign of the green mold. Encouraged, I stepped out, carefully descending the stairs to procure some water. The stairwell bore few footprints, and for precaution, I gripped the kitchen knife firmly in hand. The building's layout comprised 2 adjacent units per floor. After descending 1 level, I pressed my ear against the doors of both units, listening intently for any sounds. After a considerable wait, silence prevailed. I meticulously searched the carpet and threshold, eventually uncovering a key concealed within a nearly gray pair of white shoes. As I had suspected, someone had prepared a spare key outside, albeit a rather unpleasant discovery. With one hand covering my mouth and nose, I inserted the key into the right-hand door. With utmost caution, I turned the knob, and a wave of fragrance, reminiscent of mint, wafted from within. The room's decor mirrored that of my own home. My nostrils flared as I recognized that scent from somewhere. I scanned the surroundings, taking care to tread lightly. Soon enough, I located the kitchen. Assured of its safety, I locked the glass door behind me and rummaged through the cupboards for any remaining food. Upon thorough inspection, I found only half a barrel of rice, A bundle of chives and a small plate of single-clove garlic. I gathered the soy sauce, a bag of open salt, and half a bottle of sesame oil into a plastic bag. Suddenly, a series of intermittent, raspy sounds echoed from outside the kitchen, sending a chill down my spine. Unsure of the source, I placed the bag atop the kitchen counter, wielding the knife as I approached the door, with a loud crash. A grotesque mass collided with the kitchen door, splattering green liquid across the once pristine glass, which shattered with a sickening crack. Before I could comprehend the nature of the creature, the glass door shattered entirely, and a grotesque, slime-covered monstrosity barreled into the cabinets. In a panic, I hurled the knife at its head, and it struck true, sending a pale green fluid spraying from the creature's cranium, nearly splattering across my mask. Having never taken a life before, the horrifying reality of the moment rendered me momentarily paralyzed. After what felt like an eternity, I realized that this creature bore an uncanny resemblance to the one I had witnessed in front of the convenience store. Save for its green coating, its decaying form exuded no foul odor, only the fresh scent of plants. Just as I thought I had secured my safety, the green slime on the creature's forehead began to writhe, extending tendril-like appendages. Without a moment's hesitation, I seized every sharp object within reach and unleashed a flurry of blows upon the creature. In a final desperate act, it lunged, gripping my pant leg, yet after a final strike with the microwave, it disintegrated into a pool of green mush. Breathless, I hesitated to inspect the damage to my pants, snatching the plastic bag and the now contaminated knife before bursting through the door. Emerging from the kitchen, I spotted an unopened bottle of purified water on the coffee table. Grabbing it, I dashed toward the exit, only to collide with the front door, producing a resounding thud. At that very moment, the sound reverberated throughout the building, mingling with the anguished roars of the creature, echoing like a chorus of wailing spirits in a frantic rush. I clutched my belongings, fumbled for my house key, and unlocked my door, slamming it shut behind me. After securing the lock, I discarded my haul in haste, shedding my pants to examine the area where the creature had grasped me. In the sunlight, I noticed a faint white mark on my ankle. No blood, just a trace of green slime. A sigh of relief escaped my lips. I had survived this encounter. It seemed that wearing multiple layers of pants could indeed be a lifesaver in times of peril. As hunger gnawed at my insides, I realized with dismay that I had not consumed anything since waking that morning. With the absence of electricity, instant noodles and leftover hot pot balls were unfeasible options. The thought of dismantling wooden furniture for firewood was not one I entertained lightly. Just as I pondered my next meal, the haunting howls of the creatures echoed from above and below, penetrating the building's decent soundproofing. With no other recourse, I turned my gaze toward the balcony. To my astonishment, the once vibrant slime mold had transformed, taking on the appearance of ordinary plants, with tendrils resembling leaves unfurling from the clothesline. I hastily donned rubber gloves and wrapped my feet in plastic bags. Fashioning a paper bundle secured with a metal clip, I doused it in floral water, preparing to ignite it in case of danger. Approaching the glass door with caution, I lit a cigarette, holding it ready to set the paper ablaze if necessary. As I slowly opened the glass door, the slime mold did not advance toward me as it had with the unfortunate mouse. Tentatively, I placed one foot upon the green, textured surface. Surprised by its firm yet grassy feel, I found that nothing much was happening, and mustering my courage once more, I pulled down a polymer resembling a leaf from the shelf and also collected some slime mold from the ground. After securely closing the glass door, I immediately placed the residual slime mold from my hands and body onto a piece of aluminum foil, continuing to dry it with a lighter. However, this time, unlike in the morning, it no longer appeared loose. It seemed to have transformed into a specific structure, akin to the organs of genuine plants. Turning my gaze towards the expanse of slime mold on the balcony and the shelf, I couldn't help but wonder if they were in the process of becoming plants, engaging in photosynthesis. Chapter 5. The Mystery of Evolution. I discarded the dried slime mold from the balcony, then proceeded to shred the pants I had just removed with a fruit knife, placing the fragments into a plastic bag. Subsequently, I gathered all the leftover snacks and, accompanied by the pure water I had obtained earlier, consumed them all. The combination of biscuits and water provided quite a satisfying fullness. Glancing at the clock on the wall, I noted the time. 11. 15.it was roughly equivalent to having both breakfast and lunch at once. To be honest, I still felt somewhat bewildered by the current situation. After setting an alarm for 2 o'clock in the afternoon on my phone, I succumbed to fatigue and lay down to sleep. When Li Mingqiang awoke again, he felt an unusual heat, and the sunlight streaming into his bedroom had already begun to shift towards dusk. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he picked up the phone from the bedside table, only to discover that the alarm had been ringing for quite some time. It was now 5 o'clock in the afternoon. He tapped his head to clear his mind and suddenly remembered the need to verify the truth about whether this peculiar slime mold could truly transform into other flora or fauna. With that thought in mind, Li Mingqiang promptly jumped off the bed. Grabbing the remaining half bottle of floral water, he crumpled some tissues into balls and wrapped them in a large sheet of A4 paper. Creating something resembling a torch, after opening a bag of instant noodles that had been crushed, he stored everything aside from the salt packet in the bedroom cabinet, then sprinkled half of the salt into the bag. With a few firm squeezes to further crush the noodle cake, Li Mingqiang began to eat the noodles in small bites while crouching on the balcony, observing the now solidified state of the slime mold. Waiting in front of the glass door until the sun had completely set, he used an energy-efficient flashlight to illuminate the nearby water bottle, acting as a diffuser to broaden his field of vision. Finally, as the crescent moon rose, the feeble moonlight shone upon the slime mold before him. In that instant, the slime mold, which had solidified in the morning, began to quiver. The drowsy Li Mingqiang was immediately jolted awake upon noticing this phenomenon. Widening his eyes, he attentively observed the gently trembling slime mold. As the moonlight bathed the patch of slime mold on the balcony for an extended period, it began to extend pale green tendrils reminiscent of plant appendages. Each tendril emitted a faint green glow. Li Mingqiang swallowed hard, crawled a few steps closer, and leaned his head against the glass door to discern the situation. Just as he steadied himself for a closer inspection, the tendrils seemed to instinctively orient themselves, all directing their luminescent tips towards his eyes. Before he could react, the pale green tips morphed into suction-like appendages, the tendrils closest to the door pressed directly against the glass. With a slight liquid seeping from them, Li Mingqiang was startled by these bizarre slime molds. The building both inside and out erupted with the howling cries of the creatures he had previously heard. Sprinkling some floral water on his upper lip, he barely managed to regain his composure, then recklessly doused the area around the glass door with floral water before igniting it with a lighter. Causing all the tendrils pressed against the door to retreat in haste, he quickly made his way to the bedroom, not daring to contemplate how repulsive the slime molds clinging to the windows might be. Pouring the remaining floral water into a paper tube, he pushed down the vine-like slime mold and peered out the window to observe the situation below. Li Mingqiang's vision was not particularly sharp, especially under the moonlight, which served as the sole source of illumination. However, amidst the continuous howling, he successfully spotted no fewer than 10 creatures howling in front of the small shop across the street. Moreover, due to the absence of lighting at night, the creatures emitted a faint green glow from their eyes or some other part of their bodies. Li Mingqiang wished to gather more information when suddenly, a fully green creature plummeted headfirst against the glass before him. Thud! Li Mingqiang lost his balance, startled by the sudden impact, and fell to the ground. Without time to register the pain in his backside, he scrambled back up to check for any damage to the window. The glass was smeared with a pale green liquid, and the scattered remains of what appeared to be bat bodies, presumably controlled by the slime mold, were barely discernible. Fortunately, the quality of the glass from Longwa provided some reassurance. Aside from the obscured view and the unsettling seepage, there were no fractures. Li Mingqiang sighed in relief. The information he had gathered that night was sufficient. After ensuring that there was no risk of slime mold invasion on the balcony, he dragged his weary body back to bed, his eyes fixated on the ceiling. He had eaten too little that day, leaving him lacking in energy, and with no gas available, he had no source of fire other than the few lighters borrowed from neighbors. Firewood was also scarce, and water was insufficient. It appeared that addressing the water supply issue downstairs was imperative. Contemplating the pressing matters at hand, Li Mingqiang gradually closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. The next morning, without the familiar sound of an alarm clock to rouse him, Li Mingqiang realized that he had turned off his phone yesterday to conserve battery, intending to switch it on and off every 7 days to gather information about the outside world. Now, he needed to conserve power as much as possible. In the morning, He routinely checked whether the slime mold on the balcony had returned to its plant-like state, and, unsurprisingly, it had once again transformed into vegetation. Li Mingchong yanked a large portion of the soil away and, discarding it like a blanket, tossed it down from the balcony, leaving only a small patch for observing the basic physiological behavior of the slime mold. Now, nearly 2 days into the onset of the apocalypse, Li Mingchong felt no particular sense of discomfort. Aside from the annoyance of not being able to bathe, everything seemed well. This morning, he dressed in 3 layers of clothing and pants. Additionally, Li Mingchong had grown wiser, placing 2 notebooks in the front of his shirt and pants for protection, and wrapping cloth strips around his wrists and ankles, areas prone to injury and exhaustion. He took the previously dried kitchen knife with him, determined to first ascertain whether any creatures controlled by the slime mold lurked between the floors. Chapter 6. Confrontation. As he opened the door normally, Li Mingchong did not rush downstairs. Instead, he tossed the nearly empty bottle of pure water from yesterday down the stairwell. A dull thud echoed from the bottom of the stairs, a substantial sound, as he had intentionally left some water to increase its weight. Simultaneously, the entire building erupted in howls and the sounds of doors being slammed. After waiting a moment to ensure the cries from above had diminished, he began to descend the stairs slowly, checking each apartment for signs of monsters and temporary safety. The journey felt unusually secure, so much so that it struck Li Mingchong as somewhat abnormal. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he noted that out of the 14 rooms, 11 were filled with the howling cries of monsters, though he could not estimate their numbers. On the 3rd floor, 2 rooms were devoid of such sounds. However, unlike the upper floors, the doorknob of the locked door was coated with a thick layer of slime mold. Li Mingchong attempted to cover the doorknob with a plastic bag he intended to use for collecting supplies, twisting the knob a few times without success in opening the door. Yet, during this process, he distinctly sensed that many impurities seemed to be lodged within the lock. Just as he was preparing to turn the doorknob, a fragrant scent wafted into his nostrils, prompting him to raise the kitchen knife defensively. This aroma felt decidedly suspicious. After some contemplation, Li Mingchong decided to abandon his exploration of the 3rd floor and instead removed his shoes and socks, using the metal railing on the stairs to maneuver quietly down to the 1st floor. Given the high dependency of these slime molds on water, the bottle tossed from the 10th floor would undoubtedly shatter, spilling its contents. Yet, as he reached the 1st floor, no monsters or slime molds appeared before him, confirming that his gamble had paid off. Upon arriving at the 1st floor, he spotted a creature fully covered in green slime, stretching its arms under the sunlight, with some parts already differentiating into green leaves. Instinctively, Li Mingchong quickly donned his shoes and socks, then dashed into the unoccupied building management office. He did not ponder why the management office was unlocked or left ajar. He haphazardly barricaded the entrance with a cabinet, then crouched down, clutching a kitchen knife, perpetually swallowing saliva, ever ready for a desperate fight. However, Li Mingchong perhaps overestimated his own courage. His upper and lower teeth trembled uncontrollably, and saliva gushed forth like a flood, necessitating constant swallowing. As the minutes ticked by, strangely, the horde of monsters did not rush into the building and tear him apart as he had imagined. Perhaps unable to withstand the mental torment, he eventually leaned his head out of the window to peer at the mound of creatures outside. They stood there, basking in the sun, much like sunbathers. Li Mingchong, not wishing to court death, recalled that he had enough food at home to sustain himself for quite some time, his thoughts drifting to the pile of slime molds on the balcony. Perhaps, he mused, stroking his chin as he glanced at the nearly full water jug atop the water dispenser in the management office. Li Mingchong first scoured the room, gathering all the remaining keys into a plastic bag. He then strained to lift the water jug, pouring some into a plastic box meant for documents, and after determining he could carry it after pouring out about half, he gently moved the cabinet aside. Holding his breath at the door, he found no commanding presence to spur him on, merely a moment of self-encouragement. Without any forewarning, he surged forward, laden with his belongings and the water jug, sprinting up the stairs as if possessed. Although he had already poured out a considerable amount of water, his long years of sedentary work had left him rather weak. Fortunately, no monsters confronted him as he passed the 2 doors on the 3rd floor, both of which were infected. The upper floor, having been designated as a safe zone, also yielded no surprises. After safely returning home with the building keys and half a jug of water, he took a hearty swig before venturing downstairs again. To the room where he had previously dispatched a monster, Li Mingchang's visit was twofold: to continue his search for food and to ascertain whether the previously slain slime mold monster harbored any chance of survival. Upon entering the ninth floor room, he discovered that the dead creature had decomposed into a mere hide, its nutrients entirely absorbed by the slime molds, which had since morphed into a vine-like organism. They exhibited no signs of aggression towards Li Mingchang, merely swaying aimlessly. He contemplated setting it ablaze, but ultimately restrained himself, instead cutting off a small piece of its body to bring back for further study. Next, he dismantled anything wooden in the room into splinters to serve as fuel for the coming days, as both he and the room's owner were not prone to stockpiling provisions. However, he did uncover a sealed bottle of chili sauce, perfect for spicing up meals, as well as 6 bottles of soda. The food in the fridge had already begun to rot, so he disregarded it. After discovering half a bag of rice, the kind sold in supermarkets, he made several trips to haul enough firewood back home to last several days. Fearing potential accidents on the marble floor while cooking, Li Mingchang placed a large wooden board as a protective base on the floor. He set up a stove using a base meant for hot pot, stripping away the shell that housed solid fuel, repurposing it solely for fire. He then arranged the splinters as kindling, gradually building the fire until it grew substantial. After which he added larger logs. Li Mingchang retrieved a large iron bowl from the kitchen, filling it with mineral water and placing it at the center of the fire pit, feeling the scorching steam wafting towards his face. He couldn't help but smile joyfully at the warmth. He added 2 packets of instant noodles and a portion of the earlier gathered vegetables and meatballs, along with some sliced potatoes. As he prepared this large pot of food, he chuckled to himself. It seems the instant noodles have become the side dish. Haha. Chapter 7. Preparation. That afternoon, Li Mingchang indulged heartily in his meal, his stomach distended, and a small portion of food remained in the iron pot, which he had intended to save for dinner. Glancing inadvertently at the small piece of the solidified slime mold he had cut off from downstairs, he took an empty mineral water bottle, cutting it in half, and placed the small piece of slime at the bottom. He poured in some broth from the pot and a few fragments of meatballs, since the glass in his bedroom had been shattered by the slime mold bats. He set the bottle beside the balcony door in the living room, having observed that the solidified structure seemed to grow under sunlight. The previous day's exposure to moonlight likely revived the solidified slime molds, and Li Mingchang was eager to experiment with their growth patterns. After taking a large gulp of water, Li Mingchang resumed his task of hauling firewood from the downstairs rooms, simultaneously testing the locks of the 10 or so doors with the keys he had collected. With only one room confirmed to harbor monsters, a considerable distance from his current floor, and no means to exit the building temporarily, he was reluctant to engage in a life-or-death gamble with the creatures. While retrieving firewood, he also began dismantling the iron fixtures and security bars in the room. Uncertain of how many individuals had been transformed into monsters next door, Li Mingchang resolved to fashion a rudimentary trap using scrap metal and iron bars, intending to use it to eliminate any monsters that fell victim to it. After dismantling a wooden chair and transporting it back home, only a large wooden wardrobe remained downstairs. However, the wardrobe was coated in a thick layer of impact-resistant gel, leaving Li Mingchang uncertain whether it would emit toxic fumes if burned, so he left it behind. After striking down a leg of the hollow iron table used for dining, he bore the collected materials back to his abode with considerable effort. Lacking suitable tools, he utilized the tiles laid on the kitchen floor. With gaps between the tiles, he wedged a sharpened piece of wood into the crevice, using an old suitcase as a base. Applying his weight to pop out a tile, he then forcefully smashed the larger tile onto the ground, breaking it into the necessary fragments, and used the kitchen knife to clean the edges, binding them to the flattened table leg, thereby temporarily creating a makeshift spear. Li Mingchang was unwilling to engage in close combat with monsters, as a mere stick would lack sufficient lethality, so he opted for this compromise. The afternoon slipped away as he completed his preparations. Since the bowl was intended as nourishment for the slime molds, he recalled a video he had seen online that bore striking similarities to his current predicament. He added some flammable scraps and small twigs to the fire pit, allowing the flames to grow before tossing in 3 small potatoes, waiting for them to cook. Of course, he could not waste the time. He retrieved his journal, uncapped his pen, and began to write. March 22. Weather. Clear today marks the true beginning of my second day in this apocalyptic world. I have made some progress in studying the life habits of these slime molds. They appear capable of significant transformations among plants, animals, and microorganisms. I have noticed a correlation between the changes in plants and animals and the presence of sunlight, though specifics remain unclear in the past 2 days. I have encountered what seem to be humans controlled or parasitized by slime molds. Their cognitive abilities are currently unknown, and without preparation, I find it difficult to engage them. They possess a remarkable self-healing capacity. Unless their heads and spinal control centers are destroyed, regeneration remains a possibility. Furthermore, the green components on them resemble the chlorophyll of plants during the day, exhibiting minimal hostility towards creatures in darkness. Their vocal cords remain intact, suggesting the potential for reconstructing language. Their movements seem to follow a primal instinct, akin to the zombies depicted in films, warranting such a designation. Keep going, Li Mingchong, you can do this. After inscribing some words of encouragement, Li Mingchong closed his journal. As twilight descended, he placed the bottle containing the slime mold, which had been sunbathing on the balcony, near the fire pit, curious to observe any changes after a day in the sun. Why do those solidified leaves appear somewhat yellowed? Is it possible that the offspring separated from the parent body cannot continue to grow after being harvested? Li Mingchong pondered aloud, stroking his chin. Li Mingchong added a bit of water to the bottle, taking precautions against the possibility of the slime mold suddenly erupting into a zombie-like state during the night. He deliberately removed a freezer from the refrigerator to cover the bottle, then filled the gap with the ashes left from his earlier fire. Once these tasks were completed, the flames had diminished significantly. Li Mingchong used a kitchen knife to extract the blackened skin of the potatoes he had roasted. In the past, he would have washed the skin with water first before heating them, but now resources were too scarce for such indulgences. After picking up a small potato with chopsticks, he bit into it, blowing on it to cool it down before holding one half in his hand. Despite having consumed a large amount during lunch, the sight of the golden potato made his stomach grumble once more. As the scalding potato slid down his throat, warmth enveloped his entire being. He exhaled a warm breath and sprinkled a pinch of salt on it before swallowing the remaining portion whole. "Ouch, that's hot," he muttered. "But this potato is simply delicious no matter how it's prepared." He couldn't help but wonder about the fate of the police officers who had provided him with supplies. Sighing, Li Mingchong recalled those officers who had escorted him back. Feeling a pang of regret and sorrow, "I wonder if that little beggar is still alive. If I had known how this world would turn out, perhaps I should have sought trouble to save those poor souls." Lost in thought, Li Mingchong climbed onto his bed to rest and conserve energy, as electricity was scarce, and he needed to save firewood. Chapter 8. The night before, however, this night was anything but peaceful. He had no idea what time it was. The darkness enveloped both inside and outside his dwelling, accompanied by the occasional distant wails of zombies echoing from outside. Surprisingly, Li Mingchong still felt a sense of drowsiness. Just as he was about to get up to relieve himself before drifting back to sleep, a piercing scream reached his ears. That sound could only have come from somewhere nearby, given that it could be heard from the 10th floor. With urgency, Li Mingchong turned on his flashlight, standing on the sofa to peer out through the window. Unfortunately, he saw no signs of disturbance. The usual slime zombies that roamed below had nearly vanished, and only a faint human silhouette could be seen on the road. The distance was too great, and the night obscured his view, leaving him unable to discern what that figure truly was. The scream he had heard was undoubtedly human, and with nightfall, the moonlight could reactivate the slime mold. It was likely that humans would struggle to survive amidst the horde of zombies unless they were armed. Li Mingchong could only envision survival through the support of human firearms. He had experimented with dehydrating the solidified slime and found that rehydrating it did not restore it to its previous state. If they managed to escape here, it would be wise to inquire if they encountered any uninfected groups over the past few days. That way, I could gauge the infection rate in this area. He contemplated. After lingering by the window for a while, he realized there were no further useful insights to be gleaned. He hopped down from the sofa, made a quick trip to the restroom, and then returned to beds. Li Mingchong fell asleep. A figure appeared in the management office below his building, greedily drinking the water he had previously discarded. This individual was also one of the survivors of the recent catastrophe. The humanoid form sprawled on the pavement outside was none other than his wife, who had escaped the inn with him and their son. They had successfully fled from that rented room, but they lost track of time while running through the streets, leaving them without a place to rest as night fell. as long as they did not reveal their presence to the monsters. They would remain safe. However, under the moonlight, anything within a 20-meter radius would draw the attention of the frenzied creatures. As the man and his group neared Li Mingchang's location, they were spotted by the monsters near the entrance. In a desperate act of self-preservation, the man kicked a woman who was attempting to escape with him, then clutched his son and continued to flee. Yet, the more they ran, the more they attracted the monster's attention. Upon encountering another group of creatures around a corner, the man, in a moment of panic, threw his weeping son aside. In his haste, he stumbled into an alley choked with hanging green vines. After weaving through the vines and making several turns, he found himself back in front of the building, where he beheld the lifeless body of his wife, already being devoured by the monsters. In a frantic escape, he crawled into the management office, which had been left ajar. After quenching his thirst, the man finally noticed the small wounds on his thigh, oozing slight blood. He squeezed the area, discovering only a trickle of blood, and thought little of it. Deciding to rest before venturing upstairs to search for a safe spot, just a couple of hours after drinking, he rose to prepare for departure. Suddenly, a wave of nausea surged from his stomach to his head. As if something were about to erupt from his throat and eyes, he began to cough violently, and with a loud thud, a chunk of flesh, glistening with green liquid under the moonlight, was expelled from his throat. Trembling, the man called Li Mingchang had no intention of committing any nefarious deeds with the flesh before him. After the recent events, hunger gnawed at him fiercely, and his primary objective was to resolve his need for sustenance. Although the refrigerator had retained its frosty integrity for 48 hours due to a protective measure against power outages, it had been compromised when Li Mingchang, in his exploration of the solidified state of plant slime molds, inadvertently opened it, resulting in a loss of cold air. The meats, beef, lamb, and pork gifted during the new year by his parents and relatives were beginning to show signs of spoilage. Moreover, given the unpredictable presence of zombies outside, Li Mingchang was hesitant to venture outdoors for further exploration. Thus, he resolved to utilize the wood he had previously gathered to smoke the meat, preserving it for a longer duration. Though his hands trembled slightly, he continually reassured himself that today would be spent indoors preparing food, which helped stabilize his emotions. Lacking stones, and having only encountered a stove-style method of smoking meats in the countryside, Li Mingchang turned his gaze to the wires of household appliances wrapped in plastic casings. With no electricity available and little hope for these appliances, he decided to dismantle the television and similar devices, which contained a wealth of wires. Lacking pliers to conveniently cut the wires, he resorted to using a kitchen knife, wiping away the green liquid that adhered to its blade with a cloth, which he then tossed into the fire. Typically, wires are composed of copper strands twisted into a bundle. He extracted the removable wires, using the knife to sever a length of 2 to 3 meters from the connector. Initially, Li Mingchang intended to remove all the wires at once, but modern technology had concealed many of them behind walls, and attempting to extract them might compromise the structural integrity. Thus, he adopted a method of minimal, repeated cuts within a limited area. The severed wires were collected in a pile, as he only needed the copper to string up the frozen meat and create a suspended smoking rack. Lacking stone materials, he ingeniously utilized the partition doors of his wardrobe for support, wrapping the copper wire around them 3 times, while placing the disassembled kitchen sink beside the door for additional support, and using various tiles to stabilize the opposite side. Large pieces of wood were used on either side, with the sofa repositioned as a weight to prevent the hanging meat from falling due to excessive load. The construction process was not particularly complex, yet human endurance is limited, and the noise from moving items could attract any lingering zombies. This endeavor persisted for nearly a day, during which he consumed some potato dumplings and lamb rolls from a hot pot and took a brief nap of about an hour and a half before resuming labor-intensive tasks. By the end of the day, Li Mingchang, armed with a slightly dulled kitchen knife, gently cut off a finger from a greenish hand preserved in a freezer. Even after a day, the hand retained some vitality. With the severed digit oozing a trickle of greenish blood, he warmed the remaining broth, contemplating whether he could cultivate a slime mold similar to the plant-based variety he had previously studied, using the same methods of solidification. Meanwhile, he intended to test if the antibacterial agents in the leftover toothpaste water would affect a small portion of the slime mold in the other jar. After completing his tasks for the day, dusk began to fall. He recorded the day's events in his diary before preparing for sleep. March 23, weather. overcast. Today, an unexpected zombie appeared in the stairwell of the building, partially obstructing my door. Fortunately, it caused minimal damage to my abode and posed no significant threat to me personally. However, it necessitated a halt to the subsequent traps and cleanup efforts within the building. Compared to the cleanup operation, I spent the day constructing a smoking rack for my stored meat. I anticipate that with one more day's work, I will complete the foundational setup for smoking. After a night of silence, Li Mingchong rose early to stretch his limbs. Following the previous day's strenuous labor, he felt a slight soreness in his arms and lower back. He resolved to exercise more. Indeed, he lamented, if only I could start over. I would ensure to maintain a regimen and achieve a physique adorned with six-pack abs. With this thought, he commenced another day of labor, building upon the groundwork laid yesterday and with no electronic devices at his disposal. He dedicated the morning to successfully securing the smoking rack. Once the fire was maintained at a moderate size, he continuously added firewood, allowing the smoke to dry out the meat. Naturally, he could not waste the heat generated during this process. So he tore down a substantial section of the vine-like slime mold that had overrun the walls, placing it over the flames to roast. Upon dehydration, the plant-based slime mold could serve as a secondary fuel source. Establishing a rudimentary cycle of energy. Chapter 10. Escalating dangers, however, this method bore a significant risk. Should the solidified slime molds suddenly mutate or their survival instincts surge as they did before the disaster, the situation could turn dire. Thus, while smoking the meat, Li Mingchong seized the opportunity to increase his weight load and enhance his physical endurance. With no neighbors below to complain about the noise, he unleashed his fervor, engaging in sit-ups, running laps, and push-ups, practicing any exercise he could recall until his stomach protested in clear dissent. Drenched in sweat, Li Mingchong paused his efforts, removing his sodden shirt and squeezing the moisture from it as a makeshift nutrient solution. He discarded the shirt over the balcony, as he could not afford to waste water on laundry, especially since the half-barrel he had procured from the management office was nearly empty. After quenching his thirst with a few gulps of water, he assessed his situation. With only half a barrel of water remaining, he could stretch it for 7 or 8 days. But the increased physical exertion required more hydration. Unless it rained soon, he would need to confront the zombie outside to secure additional water. While he still had some water to spare, he gathered the metal scraps from the disassembled appliances. Naturally, he could not forge iron weapons using the flames meant for boiling water. Instead, he devised a compromise, breaking apart the plastic stools used during the New Year gatherings. He placed the large plastic shards on tiles and heated them slowly, ensuring they softened without producing black smoke. Once pliable, he meticulously arranged the metal scraps atop the plastic, waiting for them to meld together before covering them with a thick cloth. After allowing it to solidify, he flipped the assembly over and reheated it, covering it again with a thick cloth until it cooled, resulting in protective gear for his torso. For limb protection, he initially intended to use tape or glue to fashion cylindrical guards from some books. However, he found himself lacking both materials, as well as candles that could slightly solidify substances. Instead, he inserted the wooden panels into his clothing, using slippers as makeshift buffers that could shield him from danger when necessary. Uncertain whether the zombie still lingered in the stairwell, he planned to throw objects from the balcony to draw it out. He had forgotten to close the door to the room below after retrieving supplies. Mistakenly believing all the zombies were contained within now, he aimed to exploit this oversight to lure the threat. The necessary items for this task were readily available. He gathered the broken remnants of the appliances and shattered the screen glass. Wrapping them in a bedsheet, one end was tied to the balcony railing, while the other hung precariously from the lower balcony. He then began to shake this makeshift lure vigorously, occasionally tossing small fragments toward the railing. Under normal circumstances, this intermittent clamor might have gone unnoticed. However, in the current context, it would undoubtedly attract the solitary zombie roaming the building. Before long, the sounds of crashing and scraping echoed ominously. Upon hearing the commotion, Li Mingchong immediately ceased his actions, rushing to his room to retrieve the spear he had crafted earlier and grab the now empty water barrel. He clutched the shoe rack and cluttered shelves in the stairwell, occasionally kicking the barrel to produce noise. The air was soon filled with the echoing roars of the zombie, which appeared before him in mere moments. This creature exhibited a stark contrast to the slime mold-infested zombie he had encountered at the door. While it too bore patches of solidified slime mold, its hue leaned more towards yellow, and its body was significantly more decayed. Its mouth, reminiscent of the grotesque figure from horror films, was merely a tangle of decaying flesh. Its speed was astonishing, and its movements were predominantly characterized by leaps and bounds. The moment it laid eyes on Li Mingqiang, it executed a grand leap, dancing with wild abandon towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Mingqiang, having secured a position of advantage, delivered a powerful blow with his barrel directly onto the zombie, immediately releasing his grip. He then grasped his long spear and hurled it towards the creature's head. His hands quickly seized the nearby structures, forcefully striking the nearly incapacitated zombie. Knowing full well the remarkable vitality of these fungal creatures, he dashed forward, gripping the spear's end, twisting it with fervor. After extracting it, he thrust it toward the creature's limbs while using his own weight to pin down the convulsing zombie beneath the barrel. After an indeterminate number of thrusts, utterly exhausted and parched, Li Mingqiang finally descended from the heap of debris. His clothes were drenched in a viscous green fluid, and the zombie beneath him lay motionless, though faintly quivering greenish tendons were still visible. Suddenly, a wave of palpitations surged through Li Mingqiang's body. Instinctively, he turned and dashed towards the door, ready to shut it in that fleeting moment of retreat. A formidable zombie, its body grotesquely adorned with green foliage, leapt vertically from the central opening into the stairwell of the 10th floor. It was immediately apparent that this creature was unlike the one Li Mingqiang had dispatched. It bore no signs of putrefaction. With a swift motion, it swatted away the remnants of the slain zombie and, akin to a chick pecking at its meal, lifted the nearly pulverized corpse and devoured it. The sound of crunching bones echoing loudly it seemed as though the creature was deliberately putting on a show for Li Mingqiang, as it refrained from advancing to attack him, instead chewing on the carcass in silence. Yet, Li Mingqiang found himself overwhelmed by the grotesque scene, hastily securing the anti-theft door and barricading it with a sofa. After a prolonged period, his heartbeat gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy. Before he could fully compose himself, a tremendous force slammed against the door, nearly toppling him from the sofa. Reacting instinctively, Li Mingqiang utilized the swiftest speed of his life, incessantly hurling various heavy objects onto the sofa, but the recoil from the impacts sent many items crashing to the ground. Chapter 11. Mutual devouring. With great effort, Li Mingqiang pushed another sofa towards the door. Unable to lift it, he resorted to a strategy of collision to fortify his barricade. After several more violent impacts against the door, the force subsided, yet Li Mingqiang remained vigilant, unwilling to relax for even a moment. Suddenly, another tremendous crash resounded, alarmingly close, akin to the sound of a neighboring door being forcibly breached, accompanied by the distant howls of zombies, which subsided within mere minutes. Considering the robust zombie he had witnessed consuming the fallen creature, Li Mingqiang surmised the nature of the threat lurking beyond the door. It seemed this formidable being had emerged from one of the two rooms on the 3rd floor, perhaps a genuinely mutated zombie. He recalled the previous encounter with a door lock on that floor that had appeared on the verge of opening, and this zombie clearly exhibited signs of intelligence. Li Mingqiang understood that the locks within the building were mostly uniform, and this mutated zombie displayed a predatory instinct towards its fellow undead, which naturally included him, an unambiguous target. Thus, adhering to the natural principle of predation, prioritizing the weak and vulnerable, he deduced that he faced minimal immediate danger. The pressing concern was whether the mutations induced by the fungal control were a consistent phenomenon or merely an anomaly. His home held ample food supplies, yet the scarcity of water posed a significant challenge. Relocating would result in substantial resource loss, and the potential for external zombies to launch an offensive against him remained uncertain, as did the destination of his potential escape. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Mingqiang clutched his head in a frenzy, desperately contemplating countermeasures. A spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, prompting him to commence writing on the back of his notebook. Drawing from the videos and the day he awakened to a world overrun by fungi, he concluded, the initial occurrence coincided with his slumber, and the specifics of how survivors were selected remained unknown. However, he noted that during the evening hours, most individuals had not ventured outside, while those recently infected by the fungi exhibited no intelligence, acting purely on instinct and fungal compulsion. Consequently, aside from the mutated zombies, habitable areas could be categorized as small supermarkets, convenience stores, train and subway stations, and museums, places typically less populated outside of tourist seasons. Such small supermarkets, particularly during late hours, were often deserted or closed at regular intervals. Thus, his immediate priority was to survive the day. Li Mingchang determined that he must continue the process of smoking meat, as should he need to flee, he would be unable to transport the wooden supplies. Keeping the fire burning might even serve as a defensive weapon. Throughout that day, he silently calculated the howls of zombies he could hear. Knowing the building's limited capacity, by deducing how many rooms the mutated zombie had breached, he attempted to estimate when it might be his turn. With the door barricaded, he faced unlocked rooms upon descending to the balcony. The danger level significantly heightened. In such dire circumstances, the previously tranquil existence he had maintained shattered, plunging Li Mingchang back into the turmoil and indecision that plagued the working class. He yearned to take decisive action to escape his predicament. Yet while his mind raced with thoughts, his body remained immobilized, akin to the restless anxiety experienced before significant examinations in high school, where the urge to use the restroom or the racing heart left him in a state of confusion. Throughout the day, Li Mingchang marked 4 tally marks, representing the number of zombie howls he had heard. In the interim, he managed to roast 4 small potatoes for sustenance, neglecting to add any nutrients to the fungal cultures he had intended to experiment with. Amidst the cacophony of a distant zombie's wail, Li Mingchang was startled awake once more, tossing a few larger pieces of wood into the fire. He glanced outside to find that the small patch of fungi illuminated by the moonlight on the balcony had rejuvenated, extending numerous tendrils that glimmered, attracting small insects like a Venus flytrap ensnaring its prey. Lost in this mesmerizing sight, he was suddenly jolted by a tremendous force crashing through the door behind him. With a resounding creak, the door splintered under the pressure, and a massive green arm, brimming with explosive strength, thrust into the room. Li Mingchang was violently propelled against the smoke rack he had constructed, his body crashing onto the floor, pain radiating through his limbs. Another sound, akin to the snapping of branches, echoed as the door's edge was violently broken, revealing a hunched figure, its mouth dripping with a faint green liquid. Slowly advancing into the room, Li Mingchang felt his limbs betray him. The only option left was to grab a flaming piece of wood from the fire and hurl it at the zombie. It did not flinch as several flaming logs struck its head and chest, leaving behind mere ash, the mutated zombie dismissively brushing off the remnants as it stepped over the shattered door. Then, before Li Mingchang's horrified gaze, it leapt toward him, delivering a powerful punch to his chest, sending him crashing against the opposite wall, stars dancing before his eyes as he lost consciousness. Just as the mutated zombie prepared to consume Li Mingchang, it seemed to catch a whiff of something more enticing, turning its attention to the preserved hand and the small specimen of solidified fungal culture he had been cultivating. The zombie grasped the hand, chewing on it voraciously, then, resembling a pondering gorilla, it scratched its head covered in fungal foliage and gently lifted the severed water bottle, after glancing at the unconscious Li Mingchang sprawled on the floor. It made no further move and exited the building. Time passed, and a warm beam of sunlight filtered through the balcony, illuminating Li Mingchang's face. Amidst weak coughs, he gradually opened his eyes. The sharp pain in his chest confirmed he was still alive. With all his strength, he propped himself up and began to remove the layers of clothing he wore for protection. The substantial plastic and metal plates he had donned for defense were now shattered into countless fragments. Fortunately, the fabric wrappings had prevented any of the sharp remnants from lacerating his skin. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found no trace of the mutated zombie. The door had been entirely obliterated. The smoke rack he had painstakingly constructed over 2 days was now rendered largely useless, though the smoked meat he had prepared remained intact. Uncertain whether the zombie would return, Li Mingchang resolved to forego rest and assess his supplies before vacating the premises. Chapter 12. New Dangers. Li Mingchang first retrieved a blue travel bag that had been collecting dust in his wardrobe, originally intended for a trip that never materialized. He placed the 2 pork legs, now transformed into jerky, at the bottom. While potatoes were convenient for consumption, carrying too many would be cumbersome. He only took a few small potatoes meant for planting, placing them in a pocket. He filled a plastic bag with approximately 7 to 8 pounds of rice, layering it atop the jerky, and added a packet of salt on top. With snacks long consumed, the remaining space was reserved for water bottles and a flashlight, leaving only a small portion of room available. Li Mingchang pondered for a brief moment before deciding against placing his clothes down first. After all, he typically did not rest outside under ordinary circumstances. Thus, he merely took a fruit knife and tucked it inside. Next, he filled a plastic trash bag, meant for collecting garbage, with all the remaining instant noodle cakes and various seasoning packets. Finally, he gathered his previously powered-off phone and diary, and after giving his face a reassuring pat beside the door to bolster his confidence, he stepped slowly outside. Before him lay the shattered remnants of the door across the hall, with a small pool of dried green liquid at the entrance. No need for speculation about what had transpired. Descending the stairs, he was met with a landscape of splintered doors and visible green bloodstains, either at the doorways or within. If that mutated zombie had vacated the premises, there was ample material here to ensure survival for quite some time. However, recalling the scene where he had been knocked unconscious by a single punch, Li Mingchong ultimately decided it prudent to temporarily vacate the building. As he approached the main entrance, he noted that the horde of zombies that ought to have been milling about the vicinity had vanished. Glancing up at the sky, he observed the sun ascending toward its zenith. Based on his observations from previous days, the zombies controlled by the slime mold should have begun basking in the sun outside at this hour. It seemed that either the mutated zombie had dispatched the horde outside the building, or it had intentionally distanced itself from them. Regardless, both scenarios bore little difference for Li Mingchong. From his own findings, he knew that the attacking intent of the slime mold zombies in an absorbing state differed significantly from that within the building. Of course, leaving the area entirely was not an option. Hence, Li Mingchong made his way to the convenience store he had longed to visit. To his surprise, the store was entirely overrun by green slime mold, and unlike other molds he had encountered, he could see the large, solidified root pulsing rhythmically like a heart, even in broad daylight. He picked up a sizable stone from the roadside and hurled it at the root before sprinting away. A tremendous rumble erupted behind him. Upon looking back, he saw several massive vines detach from the plant, launching indiscriminate strikes across the surrounding area. The once solid concrete pavement shattered under the violent lashes. Had he not fled immediately after throwing the stone, he would surely have suffered a similar fate. Clearly, the experiments he had conducted had yielded far too little information, but it was evident that even this plant-like slime mold possessed formidable aggression. He pondered whether it might also be infectious as he quickened his pace to escape the area. Along the way, he meticulously circumvented alleys teeming with slime mold vines and streets where zombies were conspicuously visible. He noticed a particularly high concentration of zombies loitering around snack streets and some slightly more renowned thoroughfares. When he reached hardware stores and shops selling various tools, most were secured with roller shutters or completely locked. Although he could venture to a large supermarket, his apartment building was situated in a suburban area, making such a trek on foot rather daunting. Eventually, around 4 in the afternoon, he arrived at the subway station he frequented for work. The subway typically ceased operations around 11:30, so aside from a few people who might have dozed off in the waiting area, only security personnel and staff remained in the absence of electricity. The subway station was shrouded in darkness. After considerable deliberation, Li Mingchong resolved to explore the vicinity before searching the subway for his desired items. Soon, he stumbled upon a large internet cafe on the second floor that operated 24 hours a day. Its front door wide open, he withdrew the fruit knife from his bag and grasped his flashlight in his left hand, ready for any eventuality. Pushing open the cafe's door proved somewhat challenging. Once inside, he was greeted by a scene of utter disarray, reminiscent of a marketplace after a rural fair. Most of the computers lay toppled on the floor, yet curiously, there was no trace of blood, no signs of injury or slime mold invasion. Feeling a sense of unease, Li Mingchong resolved to locate a suitable spot to rest. He approached the counter, where he found the beverages in disarray, but numerous unopened instant noodle cups remained intact. After a cursory count, he estimated about 13 complete noodle cakes. The bags were sufficiently sized for transport, and while rummaging through a lower cabinet, he discovered a box containing spicy snacks. As he rummaged, he suddenly heard a faint clattering sound. Instantly, he set the snack box down gently, gripping the fruit knife in reverse as he crouched on the floor, straining to discern the source of the noise. The soft creaking continued to agitate his nerves, and as it drew nearer, the sounds grew increasingly distinct. Just as the vibrations of footsteps approached the counter, the noise abruptly ceased. After a moment's contemplation, he rolled his body, positioning himself with his head down and legs up, maintaining a ready stance with the knife. At that very instant, a large, yellowed face lunged into the counter, two claws poised to strike. Chapter 13. Counterattack. The creature's claws pierced through the sole of his shoe, revealing a massive head filled with decayed teeth. This time, the familiar scent of fragrant plant matter was replaced by the foul odor of rotting flesh. In that moment, as the zombie lunged, Li Mingchong swiftly plunged the fruit knife into its neck. A torrent of putrid green liquid erupted forth, assaulting his senses with its stench. Undeterred by the overpowering odor, he pressed on, forcibly slicing through half of the zombie's neck. Although the creature lacked the capacity for pain, the force of his strike diminished noticeably as the blade severed the connection between its head and body. Seizing the opportunity, Li Mingchong swiftly dragged his foot along the clawed side before delivering two powerful kicks to its chest. To his surprise, the creature felt surprisingly light, weighing no more than 30 pounds at most. As he sent the zombie sprawling against the liquor cabinet, he grabbed whatever was within reach and flung it at the creature, splattering the area with more of the vile green liquid that stained his clothing. Finally, he overturned the cabinet onto the zombie, obscuring any further movement beneath the mass of debris. Once the creature lay reduced to a puddle of muck, Li Mingchong gradually relaxed his grip, which had been poised for another strike. However, instead of relief, a sense of dread washed over him. In the heat of battle, a portion of the explosive liquid had splattered into his left eye, and now it burned with an intense heat. In an effort to alleviate the pain, he disregarded the scarcity of water and poured a bottle over his left eye, the liquid cascading down his eyeball. While it somewhat eased the searing sensation, his vision began to blur, compounded by the dim lighting of the CAF. Amidst his raspy cries of frustration, a green sprout of slime mold began to emerge from his left eyeball, visible in his right eye as it continued to grow. In that moment, dizziness engulfed him, and he felt the organism drawing nourishment from him, using his body as its foundation. Grasping the green sprout protruding from his eyeball, he was unprepared for the agonizing pain that surged through his head with even the slightest touch. Clenching the iron railing beside him, he gripped it with such ferocity that it bent solidly in his grasp, diverting some of the agony to his fingers. After what felt like an eternity, the torment finally subsided, leaving his hands stained with faint blood and his back soaked in sweat. Realizing he could not afford to dwell on the implications of the mold, he began to ravenously consume the noodle cakes while searching for any edible sustenance. Despite the influx of food and water into his system, he still felt no sense of fullness. Eventually, he located a storage area containing a wealth of food, including 4 large boxes of instant noodles and 2 crates of bottled water. All untouched and awaiting replenishment, Li Mingchong did not bother to light a fire to cook noodles, as the gnawing sensation of hunger left him no patience to wait. Buckets of instant noodles were hastily opened, along with their accompanying seasoning packets and noodle blocks, all consumed with a crunch. Likewise, the mineral water disappeared without him keeping track of how many servings he had ingested. The youthful slime mold, which had taken root on his left eyeball, transformed from its original green hue to a yellow one, bypassing the stages of sprouting and blooming, ultimately bearing a green fruit at its apex. Cautiously guarding his eye, Li Mingchong made his way to the restroom of the internet CAF, where, in the large mirror, he beheld a bizarre sight. A peculiar plant with a green fruit growing atop his left eyeball, while his once plump left eye had withered, leaving only a layer of eyelid behind. So fragile it felt as though it could be pierced with the slightest touch, revealing all that lay within. Gazing at his terrifying reflection, Li Mingchong began to doubt his survival. Considering the nature of those who had infected the world in their struggle for existence, he feared he would soon join their ranks. With this troubling thought, he carefully cradled the fruit and sought out a secluded room to access the internet. Sitting on a chair, he tended to the fruit while jotting down his thoughts in a diary. March 25. Weather, clear. Today's weather is quite pleasant, and I have found a CAF where I can rest adequately. Unfortunately, my eyes have been infected by the blood of these slime mold zombies. I do not know if I will become the next host for this slime tonight. I can only document my current condition in case there are other survivors. Given the unique structure of my eyes, I cannot rule out that similar injuries to my mouth, nasal cavity, or elsewhere that come into contact with the blood may yield the same effect. After infection, the remaining slime mold entities in my blood will commence their parasitic activities. My current state bears some resemblance to that of solidified plant-like slime molds, as their nutrients are similarly siphoned from the host. Additionally, the host's nervous system is at risk of being commandeered. Any human contact with the slime mold will trigger an intense pain response. After surviving this perilous phase, an unknown fruit will form, while the parasitic aspect will nearly vanish, leaving behind a hollow shell. I am uncertain what tomorrow holds for me. Chapter 15. Commencement of work. Upon the completion of the arrangements concerning illumination, the next step was to craft an eye mask. However, the entirety of the left eyeball had seemingly atrophied into a mere shell. Devoid of any visible wounds, Li Mingchong opted to utilize the elastic cord from a medical mask as the string for his eye mask, binding 2 such cords to small holes he had melted into a piece of leather. While the interior was filled with cotton, taken from the middle layer of the mask, bonded together with melted plastic. The process was fraught with inconvenience, compelling him to continuously downplay and overlook certain dangers. Fortunately, the left eye had completely vanished. Had it retained even a fragment, the utility of such an apparatus would have been less advantageous than foregoing it entirely. Within the internet CAF, he ultimately discovered a diminutive fruit knife. Scarcely the length of his palm, which paled in comparison to the one he had brought from home. Scattered across the floor were fragments of a shattered glass beer bottle, which sparked some clever ideas. He selected 3 seemingly intact bottles, striking them lightly to produce a pleasingly crisp sound before stowing them in his travel bag. Following a hearty meal at the CAF, he filled a plastic bag with flatbreads and took a bottle of water to sip on during his journey. Upon exiting the CAF, he was met with dreary weather. The sky was shrouded in thick clouds, as if poised to unleash rain at any moment. Li Mingchong stood upon the stairs, gazing through the glass window outside. The once motionless slime mold zombies, which should have been absorbing sunlight in their stationary state, began to wander aimlessly. Logically, he ought to retreat and remain in the CAF for another day, yet he felt no trace of fear. Particularly intensified as he observed the world with his one remaining EYE.as he descended the stairs, a sudden thought struck him. Although the slain zombie's stomach contained human bones, one would expect a larger internet CAF to harbor more night owls. After accounting for those consumed or infected, where had the remaining patrons vanished to? Li Mingchong shrugged, pondering why an ordinary human like himself should concern himself with such matters. With an inexplicable surge of confidence, he gripped the fruit knife and set forth towards the subway station. Beneath the somber weather, in an era increasingly plagued by global warming, urban life seemed reduced to a mere dichotomy of summer and winter. However, since the outbreak of the slime mold, Li Mingchong had noted a palpable drop in temperature. As he absorbed the environmental changes, a sudden chirping sound caught his attention. A pigeon, covered in green mold, dove towards him with the ferocity of a hawk. His heart raced. A wave of suppressed anxiety coursed through his body, causing his knees to buckle slightly as he instinctively lowered himself. The slime mold pigeon narrowly grazed his hair, its passing creating a gust that tousled his locks. Having narrowly evaded the avian assault, Li Mingchong took off running. The nearby concrete paths offered no stones for him to throw, and after failing to strike him, the pigeon twisted its head like an owl and let out a piercing cry, shattering the eerie silence with a cacophony of wind. Li Mingchong swung his travel bag from his back to the front, stepping backward while scanning his surroundings for any signs of danger. Soon, a pigeon nearly identical to the first perched on a nearby utility pole, cocking its head at him. One by one, more pigeons began to gather on the wires, observing him like prey. The cacophony escalated, grating against his ears, when another loud cry erupted, prompting the assembled slime mold pigeons to take flight towards him. The dense mass of pigeons descended upon him like a blanket of grass. With little time to think, Li Mingchong charged directly into the flock, lifting his travel bag to shield against the onslaught of beaks. The reason he did not flee in the opposite direction was that his heart remained calm while confronting the pigeons, yet began to race as he considered retreating. He felt as though he might suffer a heart attack. Fortunately, while the pigeons appeared to possess some level of intelligence, they seemed better suited to capturing those in a panic. As Li Mingchong surged forward, barring his way with the travel bag, most of the pigeons flapped their wings in fright and scattered, save for a few that collided with his bag. However, after the lead pigeon called out a few more times, the flock quickly regained its composure and transformed into a sharpened spear aimed at his back. Just as he evaded that initial wave of attacks and advanced about 100 steps, a horde of slime mold zombies emerged unexpectedly before him. The sudden appearance of these zombies, likely invigorated by the dimming sunlight, filled the air with their raspy howls, with limbs flailing like beasts. They lunged towards Li Mingchong, foul liquid dripping from their mouths. Amidst these two predators, Li Mingchong remarkably felt no trace of anxiety. He executed a half-circle motion with his legs, bracing himself against the concrete floor, and charged toward the pigeon flock with his bag raised high. The pigeon's dive was fortuitously intercepted by the advancing slime mold zombies. The force of the collision shattered the birds, and the ensuing stench momentarily stunned the zombie that had struck the pigeon. Seizing the opportunity, it stuffed the mangled green and red remnants of the pigeon into its mouth, while the surrounding zombies, drawn by the scent, abandoned their pursuit of Li Mingchong for this more readily accessible feast. After several pigeons had been dispatched, the remaining flock, perhaps unified by the slime mold's influence, turned their focus toward the zombies, abandoning their earlier target. Li Mingchong, however, had no desire to linger and observe the chaos. He fled the scene, resolutely advancing toward the subway station. After several minutes of breathless running, he arrived at the escalator entrance of the subway station. Inside, the darkness was palpable, and Li Mingchong did not need to venture far, as his objective lay within the station: a fire axe and the small convenience store. Igniting a torch, he was momentarily disoriented by its light, which cast an unfamiliar glow in his right eye. The acrid scent of the torch mingled with the air, and he noticed the flickering light seemed to emit a peculiar herbal aroma in the darkness. Suddenly, a familiar scent wafted into his nostrils. And having engaged with the slime mold for several days, Li Mingchong instantly recognized the presence of something sinister nearby. He waved the torch around, illuminating his surroundings, yet aside from some solidified plant-like slime molds, he noticed no other moving creatures. Moving cautiously, he directed the torch towards a wall bearing only minimal slime growth, keeping his travel bag at the ready, his back pressed firmly against the wall. Having commuted via subway for years, Li Mingchong retained a vague memory of where the firebox was located. As he navigated the space, he illuminated the sparse yellowing slime on the ground. Yet the enticing aroma only intensified. He pinched his nose, as the subway station, devoid of electricity, suffered from poor ventilation, making it easier to locate a specific scent. Yet now, all he could detect was the fragrant aroma that pervaded the air, as though it enveloped him from all directions. Just as he was about to reach the inner depths of the subway station, a droplet of liquid unexpectedly fell upon his shoulder, infusing him with the same fragrant scent. Recognizing that he had yet to inspect the ceiling above, he raised the torch gradually, continuing his careful advance. As he elevated the torch, more and more of the viscous liquid dripped down, and he soon witnessed a thick, pale green mass plummeting before him, reminiscent of phlegm. Overcome with nausea, he swiftly withdrew another torch from his travel bag, igniting it before hurling the previous one towards the ceiling. The previously indistinct ceiling was illuminated by the torchlight, revealing an entire expanse of grass. The moment the flame made contact, the brittle, yellowed grass ignited instantly. A piercing shriek filled the air as the entire ceiling erupted into chaos. The vines hanging above ceased their pretense and, like serpents, lunged towards Li Mingchong. Fortunately, he had yet to move, and the falling torch struck the advancing vines, scattering the fabric wrapped around it and sending sparks flying in all directions. The vines writhed and twisted, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames, yet their apparent lack of intelligence rendered them ineffective. They merely shrieked in agony, occasionally emitting sounds akin to a baby's cries. Li Mingchong paid no heed to their plight. At the moment the torch burst apart, he caught sight of the fire axe's location and dashed toward the box, torch in hand. Just as he was about to reach the glass of the firebox, a simultaneous pain shot through his heart and mind, causing him to collapse to the ground. In that instant, a vine, as thick as an adult's forearm, whooshed past his head and crashed into the firebox, shattering the glass enclosure. After this moment, the pangs of pain instantly subsided. Li Mingchong, disregarding the potential for glass shards to cut his hand, grasped the fire axe and struck it against the thick vine that had penetrated the water outlet. With a single swing, he only managed to sever it by half an inch. However, upon glimpsing the inner structure of the vine under the flickering flames, resembling muscle fibers, Li Mingchong, who had initially been indifferent, promptly tore the fabric of his torch towards the exit. The searing pain scorched his hand, and as he ripped the cloth away, the flames immediately surged forth. Like a fiery banner, Li Mingqiang raised the flaming cloth, swinging it as he sprinted toward the exit. Upon reaching the elevator entrance, he hurled it forcefully onto the vine that was pursuing him, eliciting a cacophony of shrieks and wails from the darkened subway station. After acquiring the fire axe, Li Mingqiang had abandoned the fruit knife. As he emerged, the sky remained overcast, yet the light was significantly brighter than within the subway station. He paused at the station's entrance to gnaw on a piece of flatbread and sip from a half-empty bottle of water, resting for a moment before advancing toward the front of the station. Near the intersection, a horde of zombies was feasting on the corpses of numerous pigeons scattered across the ground, while colossal vine-like fungi occasionally extended their tendrils from the adjacent buildings to snatch a pigeon or two, dragging them toward an unseen location on the upper floors. Wisely, Li Mingqiang chose not to join the fray, as he sensed his body growing increasingly fatigued after the recent exertions. His previously unshakable confidence began to wane, and the rapid pounding of his heart urged him to flee the scene. While Li Mingqiang concealed himself behind the station sign, acutely aware of the changes within his body, he noticed more zombies converging from the eastern intersection. Drawn by the scent of blood, a glance around revealed an advertisement board by a narrow alleyway to the west. Imin Minju, single rooms available, with basement and complimentary breakfast and dinner, prices starting at 15 yuan. Li Mingqiang weighed the flatbread and travel bag in his hands, contemplating the value of a single room. A single room seemed quite reasonable, especially considering the evening's events. As long as the zombies lacked the intelligence of the mutated ones, they likely would not be able to open doors autonomously. Moreover, the basement and alleyway offered scarce illumination, and with the fire axe in hand, he felt confident that he could secure a safe room for the night. Having concluded his deliberation, Li Mingqiang began to spray the last torch with igniting fluid. After ensuring the aroma was potent enough, he jogged toward the lodging location, fire axe in one hand and torch in the other. Along the way, aside from the occasional tendril from the vine walls attempting to strike him, he encountered no leisurely wandering zombies or other fungal creatures. It appeared that the zombies had devised some method to eliminate a significant portion of the pigeons, as not a single one had been sighted in the several hundred meters he traversed. As he continued, he confirmed that the alleyway walls were free of fungal tendrils and proceeded toward the lodging building. Before the entrance stood a large iron lock securing the door, alongside the contact number for the innkeeper. Li Mingqiang hefted the fire axe and brought it down forcefully. The somewhat rusted padlock shattered, splitting the chain in two. However, the resounding crash echoed throughout the alley. After waiting a minute with no zombie growls in response, Li Mingqiang, clutching his aching wrist from the impact, leaned against the heavy door, cursing himself for acting impulsively. Damn it, why did I go straight in? Has my intelligence diminished significantly? Is this the effect of that missing eye? Chapter 17. The apocalypse. Li Mingqiang recalled that he was still outside and hastily slipped into the small building. Inside, the dimness was exacerbated by its position between two larger structures, rendering it nearly pitch black even under sunlight. Li Mingqiang ignited the last torch. Compared to the previous two, it lacked vigor, but the confined space allowed the flame to illuminate the surroundings adequately. Upon entry, he found a room resembling a pharmacy counter. He twisted the doorknob gently, but the door was securely locked. From the entrance, he could hear what sounded like a beast snoring deeply. The door, made of pure steel, left him uncertain about its thickness, so he endeavored to tread lightly toward the adjacent room. As he turned the corner, he faced 8 corresponding rooms, each with old-fashioned iron doors similar to the entrance. Locked without a key, bending low, Li Mingqiang listened at each door for the presence of zombies or other entities. Out of the 8 rooms, 6 emitted faint snores, while 2 produced a rhythmic sound akin to a heartbeat. Unable to discern what the heartbeat signified, he decided to proceed with caution as no immediate danger was apparent. At the end of the corridor, he discovered 2 restrooms and a staircase leading up and down. Li Mingqiang lingered at the restroom doors, reasoning that in such a budget-friendly inn, the toilets would likely consist of squat toilets and probably carry an unpleasant odor. However, both restrooms were devoid of any foul smell. Even the men's restroom. Could it be that the waste and water had created a favorable environment for the fungi? And considering only half a month had passed, would these fungi possess an intensified desire to attack due to the ample nutrients? Li Mingqiang pondered, waving the torch before the restroom doors. Oh dear, this won't do. My head is starting to ache. After only a brief contemplation, a mild throbbing began in his head, affirming his suspicion that the anomaly from his left eye had significantly impaired his intelligence. After thumping his head lightly with his fist, he abandoned the exploration of the restrooms. Opting to descend rather than ascend, Li Mingchong reasoned that if individuals with limited means were to rent long-term, they would likely prefer the basement for its lower cost. Moreover, it was unlikely that a long-term tenant would lack food reserves, so he resolved to investigate the basement first. The sound of his footsteps echoed on the stairs, and despite his cautious approach, the staircase creaked incessantly. Upon reaching the first underground level, the staircase continued to wind downward. This level was far more cramped than above, with 12 rooms neatly aligned along a narrow corridor, each adorned with the same heavy iron doors. Unlike those above, these doors featured large locks resembling those on bicycles. As he proceeded, Li Mingchong noted that 3 rooms bore large locks on their doors, located at the far end near the restrooms and one in the middle. Concerned about the potential for other entities lurking within the restroom, he focused on the middle room. He listened intently at the unlocked rooms, sensing the presence of fungal zombies in every instance. If he were to resort to forceful destruction with the fire axe in this narrow corridor, the noise would undoubtedly be too conspicuous. Glancing at the torch to assess its remaining burn time, he felt it was still adequate, especially since the previous 2 had not burned out. Rather than waste fuel waiting, he decided to explore the lower area while the light persisted. As he approached the staircase, he noticed an iron grate above the lower level, which was not locked. With a bit of effort, he lifted it. Why there was an iron grate in the lower level of an inn was beyond him. But after testing the sturdiness of the stairs with his foot, he continued to search for useful items below. The second underground level was utterly shrouded in darkness, accompanied by an unpleasant, damp odor that was somewhat disorienting. This level contained only 4 rooms, albeit spaced far apart, each appearing quite spacious. 3 of these rooms were secured with large locks. Upon descending to the second underground level, he noted a substantial, thick cotton mattress on the ground, covered in a layer of dark dust that caught the firelight. Li Mingchong listened at each of the 4-room doors, but curiously, he detected no sounds this time. Pushing against the door of the unlocked room, it creaked open a few centimeters, revealing a robust iron chain blocking the entrance. Li Mingchong illuminated the area with his torch, finding nothing amiss. As he stroked his chin thoughtfully, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the dark, dirty cotton. An idea swiftly formed in his mind. He grasped the large cotton piece and, with a forceful push beneath the iron grate upstairs, it fit perfectly, as though it had been designed to block the door. Continuing down the stairs, I aimed for the imposing lock on the door of a room at the staircase's entrance. With a forceful swing of the fire axe, a resounding crash echoed as the lock shattered. Though the axe itself bore a small dent from the impact, upon removing the lock, my eyes were met with the grotesque sight of 2 tiny, decomposing bodies of children, exuding a foul stench. This ghastly scene churned my stomach more than any bloodshed could. Caught off guard, I retched violently, a mixture of bile and remnants of my last meal spilling onto the ground. The acrid odor assaulted my senses, drawing tears from my eyes, and I had no desire to look any closer. Hastily, I slammed the door shut and crouched on the floor, gagging. They hadn't mutated, nor did they bear that horrid scent. It was just ugh. Chapter 18. The little beggar. After several more heaves that emptied my stomach, I steadied myself against the wall and shakily rose to my feet, shaking my head in an attempt to dispel the nauseating aroma. The light from the torch was dwindling, and a sound akin to something metallic being kicked over emanated from the adjacent unlocked room. Given the previous room's horrors, I cautiously approached the other side of the large iron door, sniffing the air for that putrid scent. Unfortunately, I detected it once more, and combined with the noise I had just heard, I surmised it might be a rat or some similar creature. The torch's glow continued to fade, and I lightly thumped my chest to fortify my resolve, then raised the fire axe again, striking at the iron chain. Sparks flew as the metal clashed, but perhaps due to my earlier bout of vomiting, my strength had diminished considerably, and I failed to sever the chain. After several more strikes, a snapping sound indicated that the stubborn chain had finally succumbed. As I pushed the heavy door, it creaked ominously, and the torch illuminated the interior, revealing the corpse of an adult male sprawled on the ground, occasionally releasing a foul odor. As I prepared to disregard the body, I suddenly recognized the deceased. He was one of the men I often saw surveilling the little beggars at the subway station. Upon this realization, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. After all, it was somewhat comforting to see such a creature, which I had never dared confront in civilized times, now lifeless before me. With this knowledge, I intended to rise and explore the room for anything of value when a dark mass collided with my face. Before I could react, I felt a sharp pain as something thin and wiry latched tightly around my neck. Inhibiting my breath, I instinctively flailed about, attempting to dislodge whatever it was, even dropping the torch in the process. My hands grasped blindly, pulling desperately at the object that felt like a skeletal limb, yet it seemed determined to not release its grip until I was dead. The entirety of my head was enveloped, preventing me from discerning any scent. Just as I relinquished the torch, it fell upon the corpse of the man, igniting it with a sizzle. The wooden furnishings in the room quickly caught fire, and as the heat intensified, I realized I had to escape. Disregarding the entity clinging to my head, I pressed against the wall and crawled along the ground, emerging from behind the iron door. With a sudden, forceful motion, I slammed my head against the wall, and the grip on my neck finally loosened. Though something still clung to its, I regained the light. I discovered that the figure slumped to the ground was none other than the little beggar I had previously fed. Stunned into silence, the urgency of the fire igniting in the room snapped me back to reality. I placed the beggar on the ground, snatched up the fallen fire axe, and forcefully shut the door. As flames engulfed the underground level, the rapid consumption of oxygen became alarming. Grabbing my supplies, I hoisted the little beggar and rushed to the iron window. I tore out the cotton and, using one hand to brace the window, I tossed the small child up before laboriously climbing after him. The first underground level had a noticeable ventilation window, but as I peered out, I realized the sunlight was rapidly fading. With no other options, I banged on the door lock, disregarding the noise it might provoke. The instant I struck, a cacophony of roars and howls erupted from a nearby room filled with zombies, accompanied by the sound of pounding on doors. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I gripped my axe with both hands and struck downwards. After several collisions that sparked, the lock finally broke, and I discarded the useless piece, swiftly dragging the little beggar and my provisions into the room. After fumbling around near the lock, I located a retractable latch and secured the door, then moved an unknown object to barricade it. Amidst a tremendous crash from outside, I completed my makeshift barricade. Exhaling deeply, I gasped for air, feeling the painful marks around my neck. Approaching the dimly lit vent, I examined the condition of the fire axe, which had suffered multiple chips on its once sharp edge. Though the blade remained straight, these notches would require a sharpening stone. I resolved to find one at the hardware store after some time. While feeling slightly regretful about the axe's condition, I quietly voiced my thoughts. After chopping a small wooden cabinet next to the vent into pieces, I tore a large handful of cotton from the blanket on the bed to use as kindling, arranging it into a small star-shaped pile to provide at least a modicum of light. With the fire prepared, I now turned my attention to the little beggar. However, as I was not a physician and had genuinely struck him during our scuffle, the prospect of his survival seemed bleak. I laid him on the bed beside the fire and retrieved a metal bowl from my pack to prepare dinner. Just as I was about to boil instant noodles, I caught sight of the beggar's frail form and decided against it. Opting instead for the rice and jerky at the bottom of my bag, I poured an entire bottle of mineral water into the bowl, added roughly 2 handfuls of rice, and tore off some pieces of jerky to stew. Naturally, this was meant for the little one. I took the fire axe, laid a piece of flatbread atop it, and sprinkled some seasoning. Just as I was about to set it aside, I remembered the rice porridge lacked salt and might taste terrible. So I added a bit of the instant noodle seasoning for flavor. Chapter 19. As long as he is alive, the bubbling sounds of the meat porridge filled the air as I carefully lifted the iron pot from the fire. Looking around, I realized there were no spoons or small bowls. The iron bowl was absurdly hot. Once it cooled, it would be nearly impossible to manage. Glancing at the vent, I noticed dusk was approaching, the golden red hues of twilight beginning to cast their glow. Well, I might as well feed him directly. I retrieved the jerky from the fire, sliced a piece the size of half my palm, and used the axe as a makeshift grill to dry the meat. Then, using the jerky as a spoon, I scooped a small amount of the scalding meat porridge, blew gently on it, and offered it to the little beggar's parched lips. The porridge slid down his throat effortlessly, and I felt as though I had fed him yet also merely watched it disappear. Leaning in, I pressed my ear against his chest. I could still hear the faint rhythm of his heartbeat. I was at a loss on how to save him. After all, it was the little beggar who had attacked me first. If he survive, I truly would be powerless to help him. Ultimately, with only the firelight to guide me, I spent the night feeding him the remaining half-bowl of meat porridge, half awake and half asleep beside the little beggar's bed. When a beam of light suddenly illuminated my eyes, I jolted awake and fell to the floor. Rubbing my head, I groggily stood up, discovering the little beggar still lying under his thin blanket. Leaning closer, I listened to his chest. His heartbeat sounded stronger. It seemed that after the porridge I had fed him yesterday, his body had begun to recover to some extent. I gently pressed my hand against his darkened face, checking for any signs of fever. Satisfied there was no immediate danger, I turned to clean up the remnants of the porridge and the fire, only to find the iron bowl was completely empty. I grasped the bowl, bewildered. I had not consumed any porridge yesterday. So how could it possibly be empty? Li Mingcheng first set down the iron bowl before lifting the fire axe and standing before the peephole of the iron door. Outside, two zombies, each with half of their bodies gruesomely mangled, paced back and forth, occasionally glancing at each other. It seemed that the loud noise from yesterday was caused by these two zombies breaking through the iron door and escaping from the room. It was evident that a long-term strategy must be devised. After all, this was the basement. Devoid of sunlight, their energy would diminish more slowly, rendering them weaker. After observing the situation at the door, Li Mingcheng swung the fire axe and carefully chopped open the base of another bed to use as fuel. The little beggar remained motionless on the bed. Li Mingcheng reasoned that the bowl of porridge couldn't have simply vanished into thin air. Either the child was deceiving him, or there were mice or cockroaches involved. He then picked up the empty iron bowl, ensuring no water was wasted, and wiped it clean with a blanket from the other bed. Did I mention that it was a double bed with a bedside table? Similar to those rented outside, but smaller and lacking a bathroom, before proceeding to cook another large bowl of meat porridge following the previous steps. While cooking, he occasionally glanced at the little beggar on the bed. It was then that he noticed, despite the child's filth, there were several noticeable whip scars on his forearms, and astonishingly, his left hand was missing a pinky finger. Although Li Mingcheng often provided food, he had never truly scrutinized the child before. The child's hair was a tangled mess, resembling a bird's nest, and his long fingernails were filled with dirt. Li Mingcheng had to admit that this was the first time in his life he had stared at someone so intently for so long. Typically, he felt awkward after just a brief glance at others, and even when others were sleeping, he felt uncomfortable, as if he were a voyeur. As this thought crossed his mind, that familiar feeling of embarrassment returned. Just then, the meat porridge began to bubble. Since there was nothing fragile in his bag, he took out a few small potatoes and decided to use his travel bag as a cushion. Sitting on the edge of the bed while continuing to feed the little beggar and retrieving his diary by the light. March 27. Weather. Clear. In the past couple of days, I obtained a useful tool at the subway station, a fire axe. However, due to the presence of a gigantic slime vine monster in the subway station, I had to abandon 2 torches in order to preserve my life and escape. Furthermore, the pursuit by the slime pigeons has only reinforced my belief that the zombies controlled by the slime do not necessarily target humans as their primary prey. In fact, similar to creatures in the natural world, they appear to target the weak, the numerous, and those easy to catch. During my week in the slime-infested world, I encountered the only other survivor still alive. Though the experience was far from pleasant, moreover, after my left I was absorbed by the slime, I discovered I seemed to have developed a precognitive ability regarding danger. However, the aftereffects of this ability could be quite severe for the human body. I have no doubt that these aftereffects may be related to the heart and brain. For now, I must continue to care for that little one and, once our food and water supplies run low in a few days, address the 2 zombies lingering at the door. Please wish me luck. Li Mingcheng fed the rice porridge while writing. The entry became rather chaotic, much like a chicken pecking at the ground. As his former teacher would say, however, just as he finished writing and prepared to put away the notebook, he accidentally left one hand extended. When he offered a piece of meat into the little one's mouth, he saw a tiny pink tongue stretch out in response. A slight smile crossed his face, and he decided not to put the notebook away just yet. He dipped the piece of meat into the porridge and held it near the child's mouth, waiting for the perfect moment when the little tongue emerged to lick it, and then pinched the tiny tongue. Well, you are quite cunning, Little one, I suppose I shouldn't have bothered with you. As long as you stay alive, that's all that matters, Li Mingchong remarked. Yet even when caught, the little one remained silent, eyes shut tight. Feigning death, Li Mingchong, amused by the charade, felt no anger. Instead, he placed the porridge he had intended to give the child back onto his lap, along with the piece of meat he had used for feeding, and began to drink eagerly. The sound was quite loud as he leaned close to the child's ear, slurping from the bowl. And Li Mingchong could see the child's throat swallow. After gulping down half a bowl, he set it down again and propped the little one upright against the wall. Chapter 20. Teaming up for survival. You little rascal, still pretending here? Li Mingchong teased, holding the rice porridge beneath the child's nose and swaying it back and forth. Come on, get up. Stop pretending, don't you remember? I used to bring you food every day before work. And I'm not even angry that you attacked me first, Li Mingchong spoke gently while swaying the bowl. After this exchange, the little beggar finally surrendered, opening his eyes and sitting cross-legged in the corner of the bed. Looking at Li Mingchong, whispering, I don't know you, Li Mingchong found it hard to believe. He examined the child closely. In the past, under the oppressive weight of economic hardship, Li Mingchong found considerable allure in the ideology of remaining unmarried and childless. Now, however, he stands on the precipice of breaking free from conventions and embarking on a new chapter of life. Little one, would you care to join me? All right, wait. As Li Mingchong's hair brushed against the little one's nostrils, a silent agreement to team up was established between them. Theo, you have a name? Li Mingchong inquired, as he removed the freshly prepared instant noodles from the fire, placing them on a tattered blanket before the child. No, they used to call us stinky piglets, the little one replied, shaking her head. Then I shall bestow upon you a name, by the way. Would you like to share my surname? Yes, but please, don't call me Piglet. I really dislike that name, the little one said, rubbing the dirt from her hands that had accumulated from lack of bathing, her voice tentative. Rest assured, I shall not call you that. Let me ponder for a moment. The little one cautiously accepted the bowl of noodles that Li Mingchong offered. Not a name. A name, oh no. I fear my family has no knowledge of any naming customs or taboos. Perhaps a simple name? No. A simple name lacks the depth and thoughtfulness it deserves. I must think of something grand and meaningful, Li Mingchong mused, tapping his head in contemplation. By the way, are you a boy or a girl? An important question suddenly rang out, prompting Li Mingchong to quickly direct his inquiry at the little one. I'm a girl, a little girl then. Let us call you Huishue, a name I once encountered in a novel. It sounds rather pleasant, don't you think? Li Mingchong stroked his chin thoughtfully. Huishue remained silent but nodded in agreement, then raised her small, somewhat dirty hand, speaking carefully. Huishue, could you write that name in my palm? I cannot read and do not know how to write. After this exchange, Li Mingchong discerned that Huishue was markedly different from other children he had encountered. Firstly, she appeared to have no knowledge of reading or writing. Logically, she had never been taught to speak or read. Secondly, there was an evident fear within her, even in the presence of Li Mingchong, someone she had known for some time now, as if a deep-seated fear of adults had become ingrained in her very bones. Additionally, her manner of eating was rather alarming. Slow down. No one is vying for your food. What we lack now is water, not noodles, Li Mingchong observed Huishue hunched over the bed, devouring her noodles without a pause, and could no longer bear it, grabbing her collar to calm her down. Upon stopping, Huishue knelt beside the bed, her hands clasped tightly to her chest, remaining utterly silent. Li Mingchong found her behavior strange and tilted his head to look at her, only to discover her face had turned pale, her eyes rolling back in her head. Damn. Fortunately, during his university days, Li Mingchong had attended a course on the Heimlich maneuver, which he had learned a little about at the time. After administering aid, a large mass of noodles was expelled from Huishue's mouth, releasing a foul odor that made Li Mingchong feel that this little one might truly be the catalyst for his transformation into a versatile expert. Noticing her hands fidgeting anxiously, Huishue stood at the edge of the bed, head bowed, too afraid to look up. With no other options, Li Mingchong handed Huishue the remaining bottle of water, urging her to drink and calm herself, while he wrapped the unpleasant mess in the filthy blanket and set it aside. After wasting 2 servings of noodles and a portion of water, Li Mingchong consumed the majority of the remaining noodles himself before handing the rest to Huishue, eating the last bites under the watchful gaze of his right eyelid. Having shared the meal, the daylight was still bright, yet there was little to occupy their time. The available fuel would not last the entire day unless he dismantled the remaining bed frame. Li Mingchong decided to let Huishue take a nap while he kept watch at the door, using the faint light that filtered in to observe the two gelatinous zombies outside. Nearly a day passed. The two previously restless zombies had become utterly motionless, locked in a silent stare. Li Mingchong contemplated the potential for mutual consumption among the zombies, pondering which of the two, in their poor condition, would be easier to deal with. The uncertainty of when one might attack the other weighed heavily on him, as he could not remain at the door indefinitely, waiting for one to kill the other before rushing out to eliminate the surviving one. As he turned his head to think, he caught sight of Huishue, peacefully napping on the bed, and suddenly a plan formed in his mind. Indeed, two heads were better than one. Approximately 2 hours later, the two zombies remained locked in their standoff, while Huishue slowly awakened from her slumber, the first living creature she saw being Li Mingchong, who was leaning over her. However, Huishue felt little fear. Having come to know him, this level of proximity was far less frightening than her previous experiences. Huishue, could you do me a favor? When night falls, listen at the door for any strange roars or sounds of fighting. And if you hear anything, wake me immediately, Li Mingchong gently instructed her. Huishue nodded earnestly, then quickly climbed out of bed and walked to the door to see if she could peek through the peephole. Seeing Huishue's eagerness put Li Mingchong at ease, he glanced at the fire and, after some thought, retrieved a metal rod from the bed frame that had been dismantled. He placed one end in the fire, waiting for it to turn red before striking it with an axe repeatedly. After several attempts, he fashioned a pointed tip on the previously cylindrical iron rod and tested its weight. It felt light in his hand, with a sharp point, but due to the poor quality of the material, he suspected it would not withstand many thrusts before collapsing. He then found a few more pieces of what had once been the bed's railing, using the same method to create 2 additional pointed iron rods for Huishue's protection, although he could not give them to her just yet, fearing she might accidentally injure herself. Once everything was prepared, Li Mingchong instructed Huishue to stay by the fire, planning to have her listen for sounds at the door once the last rays of sunlight disappear. Standing there, a piece of something, unknown from which body it had been torn, crunched in its mouth. It was irresistibly drawn to the flames that had inexplicably emerged from a pile of bedding, particularly appealing due to the lack of sunlight in the basement. Under the nearly uncontrollable allure, as the zombie turned its gaze toward the fire, a sharp axe decisively struck down upon its head. With a resounding thud, the fire axe embedded itself into the zombie's skull. A burst of greenish blood sprang forth. Having learned from previous encounters, Li Mingchong swiftly shielded his face with his clothing as he seized the opportunity. He then attempted to withdraw the axe forcefully, only to find it lodged deeply, resisting his efforts. The slime mold zombie, despite being struck on the head, remained alive, its rage intensifying as it swung its remaining hand toward him with great force. Grasping the fire axe, Li Mingchong used the zombie's rigid body as a springboard, launching himself into the air, narrowly dodging the claw swipe while reaching for a sharp iron rod behind him. Unfortunately, his airborne maneuver was poorly executed, resulting in a clumsy fall onto the ground. Ouch, it hurt. The pointed iron rod embedded in his back refused to budge, causing a painful impact as he landed unevenly. However, the zombie's movements were entirely dictated by the slime mold. As long as it was not utterly destroyed, it retained the ability to act. After the violent leap caused a crack in its spine, the zombie twisted grotesquely and lunged again at Li Mingchong, its claws poised to pierce his chest mere inches away. Suddenly, a short, pointed iron rod thrust into the zombie's right side, diverting its attack significantly. Gritting through the pain, Li Mingchong curled his legs against the zombie's side, gripping the axe's handle tightly, and with a powerful kick, he yanked the axe free, splattering thick green blood everywhere. Instantly, he turned, using the back of his clothing to shield himself and Huishue, who had come out to assist, as he felt the liquid splatter against his back. Without hesitation, he swung the fire axe down at the struggling zombie's neck. The zombie's head nearly severed from its spine. Yet even in its current state, its limbs flailed incessantly toward Li Mingchong and Huishue. Before Li Mingchong could further engage the dying creature, Huishue, who had been hiding behind him, seized the remaining sharp iron rod and began stabbing at the zombie's spine relentlessly. With repeated thrusts, Her serious demeanor belied her youthful appearance, which suggested she might still be in elementary school. With a sharp crack, the zombie's spine snapped, and its previously thrashing limbs ceased movement, leaving only slight quivers of muscle. After extracting the iron rods still lodged in the zombie, Li Mingchong and Huishue used their rods to push the remaining limbs into the still-burning bedding. The flames flared up once more. Despite the considerable noise from the battle, for some inexplicable reason, the surrounding rooms did not echo with the cries of zombies as they had during previous encounters. Looking toward the ventilation shaft, Li Mingchong observed the outside world shrouded in darkness, while the flames consuming the zombie's body and the filthy bedding appeared even more incongruous in the gloom. Suddenly, with a clatter, he noticed Huishue collapse against the wall. Initially thinking she had been affected by the zombie's death throes, he hurried over to her side, lifting her to discern what had transpired as he brought her closer to the fire. A rhythmic snoring emanated from her mouth and nose, instantly alleviating Li Mingchong's anxiety. After ensuring her exposed skin bore no wounds, he relaxed, cradling Huishue as he returned to the room. After securely locking the door, he gently placed Huishue on the bed, then rekindled the fire with the remaining materials, lying beside her to continue his slumber. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, his heart racing from the ordeal, yet he was grateful for that little companion. Without her, the situation could have been dire. Reflecting on Huishue's fierce fighting spirit, he recalled the man who had perished in that room, an unsettling thought flickering in his mind, though he dared not dwell on it. For the present was satisfactory. The night passed swiftly. Each encounter with the zombies left Li Mingchong feeling drained, not to mention the warmth from the fire soothed him through the night. On the following morning, the weather felt ominous as Li Mingchong awoke to a cold draft in the basement, indicating that conditions outside must be even worse. Huishue stirred softly, gradually opening her eyes. "Good morning," she greeted cautiously. "Do you want to eat first or head out to find a new place to stay?" Li Mingchong inquired directly. "Let's just go. It's too stinky here," Huishue replied in a whisper. "All right," Li Mingchong carefully lifted her from the bed, placing the remaining meat and rice at the bottom of his travel pack, then crushed the leftover flatbread to fit into a plastic bottle that had previously contained water. He filled 4 bottles with the flatbread crumbs, handing Huishue the remaining half bottle of water for her to drink on the way, while another bottle was packed in his bag. The pointed iron rod and 2 short sticks were secured on either side of the pack, and he made sure not to overlook the potatoes. After organizing the remaining items, he opened the door to leave. The 2 corpses they had burned the previous night had turned to piles of charcoal, yet Li Mingchong noticed thin vines creeping in from the restroom toward the ceiling above. Not wanting to deal with such nuisances, he took Huishue's hand and prepared to ascend the stairs to leave the filthy place. However, as they approached the stairs, Huishue tugged at his hand, cautioning, "There's something below." "Something?" Li Mingchong paused, recalling that after the fire had burned all night, there should be no danger. He first opened the iron window leading to the basement and removed the large cotton wadding used to muffle sounds. Allowing some of the half-fresh air to circulate as time passed, he observed that the walls in the basement bore fewer marks from the fire. Huishue pointed toward the leftmost room at the back, saying, "There's something in there." With only a few rooms remaining, Li Mingchong stuffed the cotton into the entrance and raised the fire axe, striking the door lock forcefully. The lock, made of hard plastic, gave way after several blows, and the door swung open to reveal neatly arranged rows of cigarettes, candles, and boxes of sports drinks. Li Mingchong's expression twisted at the sight of the soft white cigarettes. While they might alleviate stress, they were ultimately useless, non-consumable, and potentially toxic. In contrast, the candles were far more practical. After filling the remaining space with candles and consuming several bottles of sports drinks, he suddenly realized Huishue, who had been following closely, had vanished. Listening intently, he soon discerned rustling sounds from beneath a small shelf, where he found Huishue engrossed, stuffing her mouth with sweets from a box. Surprised, he gently pulled her collar, waking her from her sugar-induced stupor, her mouth full of white candy and her hands clutching unopened packages. "Do you really enjoy these candies?" he asked, popping one into his mouth. It was hard and only mildly sweet, far too tough to chew. Huishue nodded and shook her head, then looked down at her feet, remaining silent yet unwilling to relinquish her treasures. Li Mingchong, seizing a plastic bag meant for leftovers, filled it with a generous portion of candies from the box, securing it with some cloth strips to prevent spillage. He then slung it over Huishua's shoulder like a satchel. As she tenderly caressed the bag of sweets. He handed her 2 cans of sports drinks before they prepared to exit the basement. Having found candles, they were determined to make the most of them, fashioning a base for the candles from an aluminum shell of an empty sports drink can. With the candlelight, the stairwell and corridor felt more secure, and Li Mingchong was keen to avoid trouble, keeping a safe distance from any visible slime mold. Yet, before leaving the inn, he couldn't resist tossing a drink can into the doorway, startling the slumbering occupant, who began to pound against the iron door. Huishua watched curiously as Li Mingchong acted, her grip on the can growing restless. He quickly restrained her hand, reminding her they had yet to touch those 2 cans. Though Huishua appeared puzzled, she obediently followed his lead. Once outside the inn, the light outside contrasted sharply with the dimness of the basement. However, the ominous clouds drifting above caused Li Mingchong some concern. Moreover, after a week had passed, Li Mingchong rebooted his phone, and upon turning it on, he was met not with the usual barrage of messages, but rather with a single notification marked from the Dragon Country Security Bureau. To all surviving citizens of the Dragon Country, under the onslaught of this unknown disaster, nations across the globe have suffered immense losses. According to an analysis from Australia, which possesses the most advanced existing equipment, the proportion of infected individuals is projected to exceed 92%, with the highest estimates surpassing 99.99%. Our nation has suffered grievously. The military and aviation sectors have been infected beyond 99.9%. Essentially, all military-industrial enterprises have ceased operations, and only one signal transmission source remains functional. If there are any survivors still outside, and conditions permit, please head to L City, S City, or N City to locate survivor gathering spots. If the distance is too great, we will airdrop cold weapons in various cities over the next 2 weeks, as the invading organisms exhibit formidable survival and learning capabilities. Our rescue teams have already identified individuals in H City capable of utilizing thermal devices. Survivors in H City are advised to hide and await our rescued. We wish you all well. After reading the message, Li Mingchong promptly switched off his phone again, as he still had no signal in this location. His curiosity was piqued by the mention of the special entity discovered in H City. Since narrowly escaping the clutches of a frenzied, cannibalistic mutated zombie, he felt both fear and an insatiable curiosity towards it. Noticing a slight tug on his clothing, he saw Huishua pointing excitedly towards a park. Could there be anything useful in such a place? Yet, at this late hour, it seemed unlikely that anyone would venture into such a desolate area. Or so he thought. Chapter 24. Infiltration. After much contemplation, Li Mingchong decided to heed Huishua's suggestion to explore the park, as such places were typically frequented by children and the elderly during daylight. With a clear objective in mind, he set off towards the park located a couple of hours away from the subway station, built adjacent to the train station. As he journeyed, Li Mingchong made every effort to steer clear of potential zombie encounters. The weather was unkind, and the proximity to the subway station, a known congregation point, increased the likelihood of encountering hordes of the undead. True to his fears, while attempting to clear some clingy fungal vines with a metal rod and a fire axe, he stumbled upon a group of zombies standing vacantly in the middle of the street. Mouths agape. He handed 2 short rods to Huishua for her protection and crouched to finish his drink before shoving some vines into the can. Weighing it in his hand, he aimed for the foot of the nearest zombie, instructing Huishua to keep watch behind them while he calculated the time until sunrise. If the sun did not appear within 10 minutes, they would retreat. Fortunately, after waiting for about 7 or 8 minutes, the ominous clouds began to disperse, and the sun's rays pierced through, awakening the dormant fungi on the zombies. Leaf-like spores began to sprout, and seizing the moment, Li Mingchong gently rolled the can towards the chosen zombie. The can rolled quickly across the pavement but made a noise that startled the zombie. Uncharacteristically, the zombie scratched its green-tinged head, turning towards the source of the sound, but just as it was about to step forward, the green leaves abruptly closed against its skin, and a small amount of green liquid began to ooze from its body. Yet, the zombie merely twitched slightly before resuming its motionless stance in the sunlight. Seeing this, Li Mingchong subtly tapped Huishua's head, signaling her to relax her vigilance and follow him. Though confused, she quietly complied. Under the sun, the zombie's aggressive tendencies seemed to diminish, consistent with Li Mingchong's previous experiments and observations. This sparked a new idea in his mind. The zombies could be likened to beasts that absorb sunlight. Their predatory instincts were innate, and the quantity of nutrients they consumed correlated with their aggression. When basking in sunlight, it was akin to indulging in an enormous feast, and if a potential prey wandered into their field of vision, they would instinctively choose between the easy meal and the hunt. Thus, as long as they remained calm and did not provoke the zombies, they could navigate through the fungal horde under the sun by simply avoiding them. With this thought, Li Mingchong led Hui Shui from cautious steps to a brisk jog, frequently glancing at the clouds and wind direction to determine when to stop or move. After a series of turns, they found themselves rather lost. Hui Shui pointed at a familiar place they had encountered thrice already and tentatively tugged at Li Mingchong's shirt, whispering, "Haven't we been here several times?" At her words, Li Mingchong slumped against the wall, muttering to himself, "This shouldn't be happening. I've thought through so many things, yet I still miscalculated. Why am I such a directionally challenged person? I swear I won't venture into unfamiliar places again." Li Mingchong had completely misjudged the extent of H-City's changes. As someone who relied on the subway for navigation, his lack of awareness had been exposed during this chaotic escapade. He glanced up at the sun, uncertain of how much time had passed, and noticed Hui Shui pointing towards a fried chicken shop. With a quick exchange of glances, they decided to head there for the night. As they crossed the street to the fried chicken shop, Li Mingchong caught sight of a small eatery selling street dumplings. Without hesitation, he took Hui Shui's hand and led her to that shop. The entrance was situated at the start of a small alley, directly across from a barbecue joint. However, through the glass door, he could see no fewer than 8 dilapidated, yellowing fungal zombies. Observing the zombies poised for a potential attack, Li Mingchong shook his head in dismay. Just as he was about to breach the door, he noticed Hui Shui, iron rod in hand, preparing to confront the zombies. He swiftly scooped her up, realizing he had no intention of engaging those monsters himself. Yet here she was, ready for battle with her makeshift weapons. After a brief reprimand, he positioned Hui Shui at the entrance to alert him of any danger. Direct confrontation with the roller door was out of the question. Unless he had a death wish, he began moving tables aside to create a makeshift barricade in the dim alley. Stacking them in layers, he finally climbed to the top, positioning himself to break the window. With a firm strike, the glass shattered, allowing him to carefully remove the remaining shards before beckoning Hui Shui over. Peeking inside, Hui Shui followed Li Mingchong's lead and shouted into the shop. Besides the creaking of the table, there was no other sound. Pulling her back, he lit a candle to illuminate the space. Cradling Hui Shui's waist, he gauged where the tabletop was and gently tossed her over. The noise of her landing and her reassured voice prompted Li Mingchong to prepare to follow suit. Yet, as soon as he stepped inside, a sudden jolt of pain shot through his chest, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Chapter 25. Mutated creatures before he could even process the source of danger. Li Mingchong rolled and grasped the windowsill, launching himself out of the window just as a robust vine burst through the opening, slamming against the wall and showering the area with dust and debris. Hui Shui's iron rod flew from her grip and struck the vine upon its entrance, but it was ineffective. Li Mingchong quickly maneuvered to Hui Shui's side, urging her to remain still. After all, he had struggled to sever even a single vine with his fire axe during their last encounter. His heart raced with anxiety, trapped in a precarious position where he could neither fight nor flee. After tentatively tossing a bench onto the vines above, the motionless vines began to writhe once more, and suddenly, the tip of a bud forcefully penetrated through the bottom wall of the room. Li Mingchong swiftly removed the iron rod from Hui Shui's grasp and hurled her upwards towards the segment of vines. The vines moved at a sluggish pace, and Hui Shui, after grasping the upper leaves, managed to clamber up with great difficulty. Li Mingchong also ascended to the location of the bud tip, detached the long iron rod from his travel bag, and thrust it forcefully towards the top. Contrary to his expectations, it was not as hard as he had imagined. Rather, it was somewhat pliable. Upon piercing it, the entire vine momentarily froze. Li Mingchong was bewildered, as a sudden pain coursed through his brain and heart simultaneously, causing his limbs to weaken. Struggling to maintain his balance, he slid down along with the long iron rod and crashed onto the floor. The instant the iron rod departed from the vine, an abundance of green liquid gushed forth. As Hui Shui witnessed Li Mingchong plummet, she too leapt down from the writhing vines, landing on the ground with her limbs, upon seeing the vine convulsing in agony. Blood splattering everywhere, Hui Shui imitated Li Mingchang's previous action of shielding her from zombie blood, closing her eyes and pressing her body against his head. Meanwhile, Li Mingchang convulsed violently, trembling uncontrollably. As the vine went berserk once more there exists a park. Why do you wish to go there? How about this? Let us first visit the nearby supermarket if we find it safe, or if the danger level is manageable, we can then proceed to the park together. Suggested Li Mingchang as he squatted before Hui Shui. All right, I'll follow your lead. The large supermarket was not far from their location, and with the aid of a map, they found the elevator entrance to the underground supermarket in just over 10 minutes. However, they soon discovered that this elevator entrance was currently sealed. Upon witnessing this, Li Mingchang felt a twinge of disappointment. Since there was no visible sign of violent damage on the exterior, it was reasonable to conclude that the area likely held no survivors. After instructing Hui Shui to keep an eye out for any slime molds nearby, Li Mingchang swung his fire axe with determination and struck at one of the glass panels. Chapter 27. A mutual destruction after a series of blows. Li Mingchang found his hands trembling from the recoil, yet he persevered until the glass shattered completely. Hui Shui, having run back from the roadside, exclaimed, "Over there are many little bugs, little bugs." Li Mingchang patted Hui Shui's head and advised her to wait while he searched for something substantial to block the opening. Hui Shui obediently concealed herself beneath the elevator entrance, while Li Mingchang ventured nearby to procure a welcome sign, which he swiftly chopped into a sizable piece of wood with his axe. Intrigued by Hui Shui's mention of the bugs, he first placed the wooden sign beside the opening before creating a small gap to peer through. However, Hui Shui grasped the hem of his pants. Shaking her head vigorously to signal him not to investigate the bugs, Li Mingchang scratched his head, simultaneously lighting several makeshift candles. They worked together, one focused on sealing the entrance while the other ensured minimal waste. And they burned through 2 entire candles. Under normal circumstances, the wooden sign would remain intact without the strength akin to that of a human. The next step involved harvesting supplies from the large underground supermarket. Typically, such establishments are equipped with backup diesel generators, though Li Mingchang was uncertain about the presence of solar generators. Upon igniting 2 homemade candles and entering, they found themselves in the section selling various household products. These items, having been untouched for mere days, posed no risk of spoilage. After Hui Shui picked up a pink, dog-shaped soap, she eagerly dragged him towards the snack aisle. The snack area, situated in the heart of the supermarket, was enveloped in darkness. Even with the candles lit, the shadows made Li Mingchang's heart race. Why is there no pleasant aroma, nor are there many solidified plant-like slime molds here? Why is my heart racing so? Li Mingchang took Hui Shui's small hand, surveying their surroundings while listening intently for any sounds. Hui Shui's eyes, emitting a light akin to a dual-beamed flashlight, made him gulp nervously. The atmosphere was undeniably unsettling. "There's something over there." Hui Shui suddenly pointed in a direction, her eyes illuminating 2 circles, and within those circles, a dark, hairy creature dropped what it was holding and fled as the light struck it. Li Mingchang quickly took the candle from Hui Shui's grasp and cautiously pushed it towards a spot over 2 meters away. In the pitch darkness, the candlelight revealed a broad area, and as he sucked his fingers, feeling the gentle breeze and the rhythm of his racing heart, Hui Shui blinked, eager to use her sharp iron rod to deal with the creature. However, Li Mingchang shushed her and instructed her to hide nearby while he assessed the situation. Before he could finish his words, pain surged through his head and heart, prompting him to roll swiftly on the ground. A massive creature, resembling a rat with a body draped in a red and white supermarket employee uniform, leaped down from the ceiling, its exposed areas adorned with pale yellow leaves. Thanks to his quick roll, Li Mingchang narrowly escaped being crushed, rising immediately to deliver a powerful blow to the creature's neck with his axe, causing a spray of crimson blood. Yet, he failed to sever the connection between its head and body, instead inciting its fury. The creature clutched its neck and lunged at Li Mingchang, who had stumbled from his previous strike. In that instant, a sharp iron rod pierced through its heart from behind, sending it reeling backward. Hui Shui, undeterred, leapt onto the creature, gripping the rod tightly and driving it deeper into its wound. Li Mingchang prepared to rise and finish off the creature. His heart raced even more violently, and he felt a wave of nausea rise from his stomach, somewhat less intense than before. He barely had time to shout for Hui Shui to vacate the area before he lunged forward, clutching her, and they crashed into several shelves, finally coming to a stop in a flash. Under the candlelight, the creature's previously soft fur transformed into thick, pointed black spikes, and Li Mingchang shuddered to think of what could have happened had Hui Shui remained atop it. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he released Hui Shui, seizing a nearby basket to throw at the creature's head as it attempted to rise. The iron rod, flung by Hui Shui, struck the creature's skull. While she brandished another short stick in her hand, Li Mingchang could hardly fathom the strength and precision displayed by the young girl, but it was evident that Hui Shui's combat prowess far exceeded his own. After being struck in the head, the creature, bleeding profusely, extended its hands to snap the iron rod in half before letting out a piercing scream. Its shriek shattered glass jars nearby, prompting Li Mingchang to grab Hui Shui's ears and yell back at the creature. Surprised by this unexpected defiance, the creature widened its mouth, its voice growing even shriller. Hui Shui, her ears shielded by Li Mingchang's hands, found her own hands free and hurled the iron rod with all her might. The creature staggered a few steps before clutching its throat, succumbing to its injuries. Likewise, as Li Mingchang released Hui Shui's ears, blood began to trickle from both of his own. Seeing his injuries, Hui Shui waved her hands frantically. Anxious to help, Li Mingchang gently gestured for her to remain calm and then covered her eyes with his palm. Just let me rest for a moment. Chapter 28. A Bountiful Harvest. I shouldn't have ventured out. I should have found a place nearby to continue living. Perhaps that mutated zombie has no appetite for humans at all. Just a few days out and I've encountered so much chaos. My head aches and my heart aches. Wake up that I've made something delicious. Hui Shui exclaimed as she and Li Mingchang kindled a fire in an open area of Shao City and prepared a large pot of instant noodles atop it. Li Mingchang reached out, and as he touched the bowl of steaming noodles that Hui Shui offered, the pain in his fingers jolted him awake. Hui Shui, did you make all this by yourself? He grasped the hot bowl anxiously, noticing the thick calluses on her palms, a testament to her carefulness when they held hands earlier. It's hot, hot, hot. You should eat too. Li Mingchang took a mouthful, only to find it scalding. Observing Hui Shui bowing her head with her hands clasped before her belly, he inquired curiously, your ears are bleeding. I didn't know how to treat it, so I just used cotton to dab it off. Shouldn't it be disinfected? Hui Shui spoke softly. Li Mingchang touched the edge of his ear, feeling some clotted blood, and waved his hand to signal her not to worry about it for now. Let us eat something to replenish our strength first, he urged, as he picked up a candle to search the feminine hygiene section for any wipes. Hui Shui appeared slightly concerned, but perhaps due to the exhaustion from earlier. She quickly slurped down a mouthful of soup, her appetite returning as she began to eat heartily. Li Mingchang sensed that his ears had taken quite a toll. After moving about for a bit, he began to experience a faint ringing and vibrations. He refrained from shaking his head, fearing it might worry Hui Shui, and thus had kept silent about his condition earlier. His search for wipes was merely an excuse. The blood had already dried, and applying wipes would serve little purpose, possibly even causing infection. His true intention was simply to find a quiet place to rest and regain his strength, and perhaps indulge in some jelly. Despite being in his 20s, he still found joy in the treats of his childhood. Carefully steadying himself, he made his way back to the snack aisle, where shelves brimmed with jelly. Under the candlelight, he perceived everything before him as slightly double-visioned. Exhaling deeply, he crouched slowly to seize a handful of fruit-flavored jelly. After consuming the ice-cold jelly, Li Mingchang felt a slight decrease in the temperature of his head, and with the infusion of sugar into his stomach, he sensed a notable restoration of his physical strength. Occasionally, 2 beams of light would illuminate him, a clear indication that Hui Shui was keeping a watchful eye on him. Concerned for his well-being in their unspoken understanding, both took the opportunity to rest and recuperate. Hui Shui, slightly tilting her head, sat beside the fire with her legs drawn together. She grasped a long iron rod, stained with blood and longer than herself, and thrust it into the flames, causing the blood clots to sizzle and crackle. Bathed in the warm orange glow of the fire, she observed Li Mingchang, who had once again succumbed to slumber against the jelly rack. She could even discern the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest as he slept. Unconsciously, her hand slipped into Li Mingchang's travel bag. Retrieving the diary within, the most recent entry bore the date of March 27. Hui Shui counted on her fingers and estimated it to be March 30th now. As her fingers brushed the fountain pen, An unexpected urge to write stirred within her, despite her illiteracy. Gradually, she mimicked the numbers and format, inscribing a few words. March 30, weather, clear. Not content with mere words, she proceeded to sketch a drawing in the space beneath. The illustration depicted two figures, an adult and a child, before a large bowl of noodles. The child, seated on the adult's lap, leaned happily against their chest, while the adult lifted a small cluster of noodles high above. Preparing to feed the child, with her hands now smeared with ink, Hui Shui, already accustomed to being dirty, beamed with joy upon gazing at her completed artwork for the first time. She placed the diary against her chest, only to discover that the ink had not fully dried, resulting in a blurred mess upon lifting it again. Silly, I must be a fool. After a series of yawns, Hui Shui nestled against the fire, cradling the diary, and gradually closed her flashlight-like eyes, drifting into a light sleep in her dreams. She continued to beg after being sold by her family, but this time, she was not destined to remain a beggar for long. After being fed several times by Li Mingchong, he returned with a police officer who apprehended the villains and subsequently adopted her as his daughter. She now enjoyed the comforts of a warm bed, daily baths, and could listen to her parents narrate bedtime stories. As dawn broke, the supermarket remained shrouded in darkness. Hui Shui awoke to find the fire still burning, and it seemed to have grown larger. When she felt her hands, she realized the diary she had been holding was missing. Suddenly sitting up, she bumped her head against Li Mingchong's chin, causing him to emit a loud yelp. Ouch, my jaw is dislocated. It was then that Hui Shui realized she had been lying on Li Mingchong's legs, who was now examining the diary, his nose stuffed with cotton and softly moaning while holding his chin. What is wrong? Weren't you drawing earlier? I have nothing good to offer you now, and you smell terribly. I can't bear it without cotton in my nose. Seeing Hui Shui gazing at him with a dazed expression, Li Mingchong remarked. Hui Shui then sank her head onto his lap, curling up her limbs. All right, dear, we'll wash up soon. Otherwise, I might just lose my patience. I discovered quite a bit of water in that cabinet yesterday. Let us indulge a little today, Li Mingchong said, poking at the fire with the iron rod. Hui Shui remained silent, still resting on Li Mingchong's legs. In truth, he was beginning to contemplate setting her down, as he had woken abruptly and found her clutching the diary, which prompted him to take a look. Feeling the need to be kinder to her, he had instinctively pulled her into his embrace. But the odor emanating from her was overpowering, leading to the current predicament. After an indeterminate amount of time, his legs began to ache painfully, and he feared that if she lay there any longer, he might have to resort to amputation. Chapter 29. Harvest and Future Aims. After a tugging struggle, Li Mingchong finally managed to dislodge Hui Shui from his lap and urged her to search for any shower gel she desired. For in this pitch-black environment, her vision was far clearer than it had been by candlelight. They agreed to signal each other periodically by tapping the ground with the iron rod to ensure their safety. After which Li Mingchong set off to find a large box and transport the water. Navigating through the darkness was indeed a challenge, but after resting the previous day, his ears had grown accustomed to the sounds around him. As he muttered to himself, he rummaged through the large freezers. Before long, he located a large freezer stocked with beverages and water, although he was not interested in the drinks inside. He then moved the candlelight towards the section containing large buckets of mineral water, lifting one to set aside before proceeding to the area where daily necessities were stored. To his delight, near a shelf of laundry detergent, he discovered several large plastic basins, reminiscent of those often offered as promotional items in other supermarkets. Additionally, he found a section for pots and pans, and after collecting a few iron knives and several bowls, he returned to the water buckets. He plunged both hands into the basins, stacking the iron bowls and knives in front, and pushed them across the smooth floor towards the central fire. Hui Shui had already returned, clutching 2 bottles of shower gel and shampoo adorned with bear motifs, along with a set of light pink pajamas. She was now busy dismantling some rotten fruit from a wooden rack for kindling. Li Mingchong laid all the iron bowls flat on the ground, instructing Hui Shui to fill them with water while he fetched 8 large iron cans from another section to serve as bases. He would fill 2 basins at a time, and once the water was heated, he would place it into the large basin, covering it with a cloth to retain warmth. After several rounds, both buckets of water were poured into the large basin, and he urged Hui Shui to discard her filthy clothes into the fire, as he could no longer endure the stench. Except for a few wounds inflicted by whips and sticks that were not as discolored, Hui Shui was nearly covered in a layer of grimy blackness. The moment she entered the water, it transformed from clear to murky black. Ultimately, fair by the way, are we really going to live in this supermarket from now on? Hui Shui lifted her head and remarked, No, you seem to have forgotten that you previously mentioned going to the park near the residential area. We should prepare some supplies here, nourish ourselves a bit more, and then head to the park to explore. Besides, this dimly lit supermarket is quite a strain on my eyes. Staring at the flickering candlelight every day, if we linger here too long, I might end up with blindness. And that would be perilous. After finishing her words, Li Mingchong had just cut off the claws from the monster's limbs and placed them into an iron basin to boil for disinfection when he suddenly recalled. Oh, isn't there a battery at the cash register by the entrance? Hui Shui, munching on a large snow cake, looked at Li Mingchong and shook her head repeatedly. Chapter 30. Preparation and departure. After selecting several brighter flashlights and compatible electric kettles, Li Mingchong and Hui Shui indulged in a frenzy of eating and engaged in moderate physical exercise over the next 3 days. Simultaneously, Li Mingchong, utilizing the method he had previously employed to craft a breastplate, embedded the claws he had removed from the rat-headed monster into a double-layered undershirt, fashioning it into an inner armor for sudden attacks. Initially, Li Mingchong intended to create a similar piece for Hui Shui. However, she expressed some aversion to wearing armor made from the rat-headed monster's claws. Thus, he settled for tucking some foam boards into her clothing. On April 2 ND, weather unknown. After dealing with the rat-headed monster that had inexplicably appeared in the supermarket, I discovered that this creature, when compared to the slime mold-type organisms from the outside world, did not possess the outrageous regenerative abilities typical of slime mold creatures. Moreover, direct attacks from humans were significantly effective against it. Despite its night vision and rapid movement speed, its intelligence, likely due to its rat-like head, was rather low. Having resolved this matter, Hui Shui and I planned to explore the residential park area, hoping to find surviving individuals there. After Hui Shui observed Li Mingchong finishing his writing, she placed the diary and pen into her small backpack, gathered the newly acquired tools, and covered the smoldering fire pit. Given that the supermarket contained a substantial quantity of agricultural products like rice and flour, though heavy to carry, Li Mingchong opted to take some vacuum-packed cured meat as a base, similar to his previous loadout. He also added a few cans of beef, which not only provided significant energy but could also serve as a seasoning. With their bags laden, the two of them made their way towards the elevator from the entrance. Just as they reached the exit, a bright light streamed in from the elevator, and after spending too long in the dark supermarket, Li Mingchong took a couple of steps outside, sitting briefly at the elevator entrance to adjust to the sunlight. As they slowly approached the elevator, he noted that the glass gap previously sealed with candles had not changed much, except for a slight bulge at the edge of the wooden board. Li Mingchong chipped off a small piece from the corner, using a towel to cover his nose while he sniffed at the board for a moment. There was a faint odor, but not the distinct stench of decay. Hui Shui was the first to crawl out through the glass gap, scanning the surroundings. Upon confirming the sun was shining brightly and there were no immediate dangers, she pulled Li Mingchong's hand and emerged from the opening. Taking advantage of the bright sunlight, and with the slime mold zombies posing little threat, they checked the map of the area near the entrance before heading towards the nearest residential sector. The towering buildings, once enveloped in vine-like slime molds, began to recede, giving way to old city walls constructed of red bricks. However, the abundance of slime mold vines increased, even filling the cracks in the aged stone bricks. Hui Shui and Li Mingchong carefully navigated their way, avoiding the slime-laden spots, reminiscent of a childhood game of stepping stones. The park was situated about 100 to 200 meters from the residential area. It was still early in the day, and on their way to the park, they encountered a group of zombies basking in the sun in an open area. This time, however, there were only 5 zombies, and the slime mold foliage on them was sparse and not very dark in color. Li Mingchong speculated that they might be newly infected, or perhaps they had been confined in a basement or room until recently. Nonetheless, the number was still concerning, prompting him to take a detour. They edged past this small cluster of zombies from the shadows and walked for another half-hour until they reached the grand entrance of the park. The camphor trees nearby were draped with hanging slime mold plants. Li Mingchong used his axe to knock down a small cluster of slime mold from the ground, igniting it with a lighter. It twisted on the ground like a caterpillar, emitting a sizzling sound as it burned until it finally lay still. He poked it a couple of times with the sharp end of the axe. then stepped on it a few times before guiding Hui Shui towards a small convenience store within the park that sold snacks. After the slime mold had been crushed and burned, it began to disintegrate into dust-like particles, transforming into tiny seed-like forms that seeped into the soil. Li Mingchong remained oblivious to this transformation. His focus was on finding a secure spot to reside in the convenience store. Along the way, he noticed a small playground for children, and as he led Hui Shui, his eyes never strayed far from the various play structures, realizing why she was so eager to visit the park. Ah, she really is just a child. He mused. Li Mingchong glanced up at the sun and gently pinched Hui Shui's cheek, suggesting they first clear away the slime mold from their surroundings and equipment before playing. That's not necessary. I just want to sit on that, Hui Shui replied softly, pointing to a solitary wooden swing. Is that so? Li Mingchong said, contemplating Hui Shui's eyes, which shimmered with a bluish-green hue. He took his fire axe and searched through the grass behind the swing, finding a few vines entwined around the structure, which he proceeded to burn away. After placing a towel on the swing, he beckoned Hui Shui to sit. Her lightweight frame caused the swing to sway slightly as she settled down. Just as Li Mingchong prepared to start swinging her, a sudden jolt of anxiety coursed through him. He instinctively scooped Hui Shui into his arms and rolled swiftly to the side, just as the swing erupted in a cloud of smoke. The sound of splintering would resonating in the air. From the shadows emerged a monstrous creature, its roar echoing ominously. Before Li Mingchong and Hui Shui could regain their footing, the gigantic beast lunged through the smoke. Its claws, infused with a peculiar plant-like fragrance, slicing toward Li Mingchong's face. In that moment of crisis, he swiftly raised the fire axe to shield his head. The deafening impact sent him sprawling across the ground, scraping several meters away, leaving his right arm nearly numb. Hui Shui, struggling free from Li Mingchong's embrace, caught sight of his pain-stricken face and crawled behind their travel bag to retrieve a long iron rod, ready to hurl it at the beast. Chapter 31. Survivors. Li Mingchong's heart raced with excruciating pain as he bore the agony and instinctively pushed Hui Shui down, shielding her with his body. Just then, 3 large wolfhounds, nearly the size of Tibetan mastiffs, leaped over Li Mingchong's head, crashing into the monstrous creature, tearing away large chunks of flesh with their powerful jaws. Viscous green blood dripped from the corners of the wolfhounds' mouths like raindrops. Their threatening growls I would never engage in such activities while setting traps. Perhaps their physical condition is somewhat superior. Moreover, it appears they must have emerged from that supermarket, remarked the man referred to as Mu Tu. Hey, I must say, you two seem rather close for mere acquaintances, clutching each other so tightly even in a faint. You don't harbor any peculiar inclinations, do you? The only woman among them shook the diary in her hand as she addressed Li Mingchong and the others. Oh, Hui Shui hasn't parted from me, so they should be aware of what's inside the clothing. Li Mingchong discreetly pressed his hand against his attire, confirming that the armor was intact, and thus opted for silence temporarily. The woman, intending to speak further while pointing at her diary, was interrupted by a man in a suit, whose serious demeanor was accentuated by the sharp sound of his polished shoes as he entered through a side door. He strode directly to the cage, adjusting his glasses with a finger, and inquired, "How did you manage to extract supplies from that supermarket?" "Ah, brother, is this not the apocalypse? Why on earth are you dressed like that?" Li Mingchong couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark upon seeing the ostentatious man before him. "Are you currently our prisoner and still dare to speak like that? Do you wish to meet your end?" The man who had initially spoken quickly pointed at Li Mingchong, rebuking him. "Hey, take it easy." The man in the suit, rather unperturbed, raised a hand to halt the one who was about to draw a weapon, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his clothing with a casual grace. Just as he was about to light one, he caught sight of Hui Shui, who lay with her eyes closed atop Li Mingchong, and silently put the cigarette back down. "You may have misunderstood. We harbor no malice, on the contrary, our people and pets have saved your lives, so it should not be unreasonable for us to take some of the supplies you prepared. Would you not agree?" The suited man pulled over a chair and settled down in front of the cage. "If you wish to know how to enter the supermarket, it should be written in my diary. The monsters there are already dead. You may retrieve supplies whenever you like." Realizing there was no other course of action, Li Mingchong decided to speak plainly. "Our people have naturally already gone, but I wish to know if that monster was truly slain by a single normal person and a mere 5-year-old child?" The man in the suit laughed as he regarded them. "So, What do you think it was? Ha ha ha, this Iacentia novel. Are you perhaps the protagonist who stumbled upon some extraordinary power? Otherwise, I cannot fathom how that rat-headed monster, which killed 3 of my men and a dog, could simply perish. You too, fool, go and test him. The man in the suit's expression soured immediately as he directed his words at the 3 behind him. Among them, the burly man who had remained silent and the one called Mu2 shuddered slightly. Mu2 seized a steel rod and, along with the burly man, approached the cage. You better have some real skills. The fellow behind me only listens to old Mu. If you deceive him, he will tear you apart. Mu2 whispered to Li Mingchong at the door. As the door swung open, Huishue, who had been resting on Li Mingchong, sprang onto Mu2, her eyes emitting a fierce light that shone directly into his. Unlike the gentle gaze she had when looking at Li Mingchong, this light was intense. Mu2 was momentarily blinded, and Huishue used him as a springboard to launch herself towards the man who had initially spoken. The fool, stretching out his left hand to catch Huishue, was met with a sharp elbow from Li Mingchong, which caused him to yelp in pain. Though Li Mingchong's body still ached, his heart raced slightly faster than usual. Seizing the moment, he decided to gamble once more. After elbowing the fool, he delivered a decisive kick that sent the fool crashing to the ground. As he rolled over, Li Mingchong pressed his elbow firmly against the fool's tailbone. Meanwhile, the woman, disregarding any sense of fairness, charged in and collided with the fool, simultaneously slicing open his abdomen with a fruit knife, revealing the armor Li Mingchong had prepared underneath. Goodness, this armor is indeed useful, Li Mingchong exclaimed as he lunged towards the still curious man in the suit. In less than half a minute, 2 of their own had already fallen, and the other man was being mercilessly battered by Huishue's frenzied attacks, blood splattering across his face, while both of his eyes were nearly swollen shut. The man who had been stabbed by the woman was surprisingly unharmed and now approached Li Mingchong directly. The suited man, sensing the dire situation, felt his legs go weak. The polished shoes he wore further restricted his movement, and before he could react, Li Mingchong pounced on him, not allowing him a chance to retaliate. Dozens of headbutts rained down upon the suited man's face, causing blood to spurt from his nose. The physical pain he felt this time was negligible compared to the previous headaches. After the barrage, Li Mingchong seized the man's suit and turned it inside out. He planted his foot on the man's head, gripping his tie tightly, and declared loudly to the remaining individuals, all of you, cease this at once. Chapter 32. A test of fate. The woman who had initially intended to strike Huishue and the remaining man found their actions halted as they witnessed their leader being choked. Girl, let us gather our things first. Huishue released her grip on the man's hair, leaping off him to put back the items they had carelessly scattered. Meanwhile, the suited man beneath Li Mingchong began to regain some composure and ingratiatingly said, Little brother, see, my people are no longer moving. Can you loosen your grip a bit? Do you think I'm foolish? I've seen the dogs you keep. They're organized even in the face of zombies. I doubt I can confront those dogs unscathed. Li Mingchong had no trust in the man's words, increasing the pressure of his grip. Once Huishue had collected everything, the fool they had knocked out began to stir, casting an unfriendly glance at Li Mingchong. However, seeing his leader in such a predicament, he refrained from expressing his frustration. Having discarded the fire axe earlier, Huishue secured a carbon crossbow from the storage while brandishing the fruit knife towards the suited man. Slowly inching toward the small door, Li Mingchong held no good feelings for these individuals who had forcibly confined them. They appeared to be nothing more than thugs. Exiting through the small door led them into another warehouse, which seemed even more perilous. A series of low growls echoed from all directions, revealing that this warehouse housed various cages filled with beasts. Aside from the 3 giant wolf dogs they had encountered before, there were no fewer than 15 wolf-like dogs larger than an average golden retriever. In addition to these large canines, there were 2 free-roaming guard dogs outside. Li Mingchong's knowledge of dogs was limited. He only knew that village dogs rarely bit unless provoked. Upon entering the warehouse, the suited man immediately whistled thrice. Li Mingchong swiftly covered his mouth, but the whistle had already been blown. The 2 guard dogs attempted to flee from Li Mingchong's sight, darting in opposite directions. Huishue, quick on her feet, hurled a steel rod, impaling one of the guard dogs into the ground. However, one managed to escape, and the suited man spoke again. Little brother, I understand that you are acting out of retaliation for our initial offense. But we can still negotiate. After all, no one has died yet, my dogs are off to seek help. If you run now, we can pretend this never happened. All right. Li Mingchong was not fooled by the man's deceitful words. Although no one had died, he and Huishue had dealt a significant blow to their adversaries. With the other side still well-equipped and numerous dogs around, letting him go would surely lead to their demise. With this in mind, Li Mingchong dragged the suited man into a cage containing a large dog, knocking him unconscious with a forceful impact before stripping him of his clothing. However, during these actions, the others who should have pursued them had yet to arrive, which struck him as odd. Once he had securely bound the suited man within the iron cage, all the cages housing the large dogs suddenly emitted a series of clicking sounds. 7 or 8 dogs of various colors howled and charged toward the suited man, not to devour him, but to bark ferociously at Li Mingchong and Huishue, who had climbed atop one of the cages. The dogs relentlessly clawed at the cage below, causing it to rattle ominously. Li Mingchong felt trapped by the surrounding dogs and, glancing at the incapacitated suited man, a plan began to form in his mind. Embracing Huishue, who was barking at the dogs below, he said, "I have an idea. You need to help me." After a brief exchange of understanding, Huishue signaled her comprehension of the plan. Li Mingchong eyed the large iron cage, instructing Huishue to retrieve a candle. Once lit, they would let the molten wax drip onto the heads of the howling dogs below. However, the distance was somewhat elevated, and upon descending, it was likely to grow cold. Yet, Li Mingchong merely wished to divert some of the dog's animosity. As he had anticipated, the eyes and fur of 5 or 6 dogs became encrusted with candle wax, rendering them even more frenzied. Seizing the opportunity, Li Mingchong hurled Huishue into another iron cage. The pack instantly retraced their steps to the new cage, following Huishue's scent. Meanwhile, Li Mingchong drew a small fruit knife from his bag and aimed it at the thigh of the suited man. Throwing it with considerable force, the knife struck true, piercing his left thigh and causing blood to gush forth, awakening the dazed man with a jolt of pain, while his hands remained bound and immobile. The man's agonized screams summoned the dogs surrounding Huishue back to him, and soon 7 or 8 large dogs were at his side. In a moment of carelessness, one of the dogs inadvertently licked the suited man's thigh, provoking him to kick at the offending creature in pain. His thrashing only exacerbated his wounds, causing blood to flow more freely, and the uninjured leg continued to kick at the nearby dogs. Perhaps it struck a particularly sensitive spot on one dog, for it suddenly retaliated against another large dog that was incessantly panting nearby, igniting a brawl amongst them. Blood began to splatter everywhere as Li Mingchong seized this opportunity to carefully leap down with Huishue and sprint in the direction the guard dog had vacated. The group of survivors, having heard the commotion between the dogs, believed their leader had subdued them and captured Li Mingchong and his companion. As they pushed open the door, they were immediately noticed by the unleashed dogs, which shifted their focus to these new targets, rendering the suited man's frantic shouts utterly ineffective. Upon escaping the warehouse, they spotted a guard dog gripping a button with its teeth. Upon seeing Li Mingchong and the others, the dog, displaying a remarkable sense of understanding, whined softly, lowered its head, and tucked its tail between its legs. Li Mingchong, unwilling to cause distress to the creature, fashioned a makeshift hood from a piece of cloth to cover its head. Then, after spinning it around a dozen times, smashed through a window to make their escape. Chapter 33. Unreliable allies. After fleeing the survivors' abode, Li Mingchong observed that their current location bore little resemblance to the previous residential area. The surroundings were dotted with aging buildings, while newer structures exhibited superior renovations. Glancing up at the sun, it was evident that midday had passed, yet the sunlight remained quite intense. They were still within a relatively safe time frame. And since neither of them knew their exact whereabouts, they chose to traverse a cleaner path for the time being. Although they had successfully evaded their pursuers, Li Mingchong recognized that, given the dog's keen sense of smell, complete escape would necessitate some minor preparations, and with only a few hours to spare, they could not travel far. Consequently, they approached a seemingly overgrown villa, enshrouded in vines, which was about a 30-minute walk away. Due to their hurried pace, Li Mingchong quickly broke a sweat. The villa's entrance was a large iron gate secured with an electronic lock. Huishue tugged at the hem of Li Mingchong's shirt, gesturing towards a grapefruit tree growing nearby, indicating that there were no sharp thorns in that direction. Heeding her advice, Li Mingchong approached and noticed that the spikes on the railing had been trimmed away beneath the tree's leaves, even appearing to have been deliberately pruned. Fortune was on their side. Hui Shui removed her bag, and Li Mingchong offered to assist her ascent. After discarding their backpacks onto the lawn, Li Mingchong supported Hui Shui as she climbed, wrapping his legs around the railing to hoist himself up. Hui Shui, being quite light, found it easy to maneuver. Li Mingchong removed his shirt and draped it over her hands, guiding her to swing from the grapefruit tree's leaves. Gently landing on the ground after a couple of rolls, Li Mingchong's descent was less graceful. He simply embraced the railing, sliding down with some discomfort to his hands. The courtyard yielded little of value. In the center, a fountain lay devoid of water, filled instead with green, algae-like slime. Li Mingchong utilized his knife to carve out a small piece, lighting it with a lighter. White steam billowed forth, soon turning black with char. Hui Shui, clutching a metal rod, cautiously approached the villa's entrance, which was no longer an easily opened door, but a fingerprint and password-secured security door. Li Mingchong discarded the slimy substance in his hand, affectionately ruffled Hui Shui's hair, and led her to a large glass window at the back. He struck the glass with the knife handle, producing a solid thud, yet it remained intact, surprised by its resilience. He raised Hui Shui's metal rod and struck forcefully at the corner of the glass. The impact reverberated through his arms, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the rod, while the window showed no signs of breaking. "This is exceedingly sturdy," he muttered, massaging his wrist after a few more futile attempts. "There are plenty of leaves here that could be used for kindling. May I gather some to start a fire?" Hui Shui suggested, noticing the accumulation of leaves on the ground. "Fire? Of course, my clever girl," Li Mingchong exclaimed, inspiration flashing in his mind as he regarded the leaves in her grasp. Hui Shui looked puzzled at his sudden enthusiasm. Li Mingchong began collecting leaves for tinder, combining them with some cooking oil and menthol he had scavenged from a supermarket to create makeshift torches. He instructed Hui Shui to fetch a bottle of water. As he ignited the torch and applied it to the lower left corner of the glass, he quickly doused it with water to cool it down before striking it again with the metal rod. After several repetitions, the glass finally shattered under the last forceful blow, allowing him to remove the jagged piece safely while donning a towel. Surveying the impending chaos of shattered glass in his hands, he stroked his chin thoughtfully before returning to the grapefruit tree, scattering the shards across the grass. With a satisfied grin, he scooped up Hui Shui and leaped through the broken window. Contrary to his expectations of darkness, sunlight filtered in through the window, illuminating the room in a warm glow. First, he pushed a nearby window-mounted air conditioner to cover the opening left by the shattered glass, then proceeded to demolish a wooden table to gather firewood for later use. However, the table bore remnants of red wax that would require time to scrape off, lest they release toxic fumes when burned. Hui Shui placed the dry leaves she had collected beside him, took a milk candy from her bag, and sat down behind him. After waiting for a short while, Hui Shui decided to utilize the opportunity to explore the room for potential dangers, hoping that Li Mingchong would commend her efforts. While Li Mingchong was preoccupied with scraping the wax, Hui Shui stealthily grasped a short stick and tiptoed toward the staircase leading to the second floor. The wooden stairs lacked the imposing vines of the outside world, and she deftly removed any visible green patches with her rod as she ascended. At the top, she discovered a study directly across from her, followed by 3 bedrooms from right to left. She bypassed the bedroom doors, reaching a central open-air platform adorned with several small tables. The balcony was festooned with cascading vines, which appeared serpentine in her vigilant eyes. After a brief survey of her surroundings, she hurried back downstairs to grasp Li Mingchong's hand. "Upstairs. There's danger," Hui Shui urged, shaking his hand anxiously. Having nearly finished scraping the red wax, Li Mingchong took note of Hui Shui's alarmed demeanor and wasted no time. Upon locating an awkwardly exposed area on the second floor, he rummaged through the villa and unearthed 2 sizable barrels of an unknown brand of oil that appeared rather upscale. Determined not to waste any resources, he prepared to utilize the oil on the balcony, mindful that the sunlight was still bright and that any flames would likely attract unwanted attention. Thus, he resolved to wait until dusk to ignite the fire, knowing the slime would soon regain its vitality and that the survivors would likely remain indoors at that hour. With a swift exit, they would face minimal risks. Chapter 34. The Rehabilitation Center. As they awaited the sun's gradual descent, Li Mingchong and Hui Shui thoroughly inspected the villa inside and out. Aside from the clear danger on the balcony, the other minor issues posed no significant threat. They also scavenged 2 rolls of paper towels and half a box of wet wipes from the restroom and living room. Li Mingchong packed 3 packs of wet wipes into his bag for their impending departure and stacked an entire roll of paper towels beneath the balcony as a fire starter. Next, they selected a small room that resembled a maid's quarters, transporting all the wood and supplies there. Planning to leave through the window at dawn, Li Mingchong retrieved the oil barrels from the kitchen at dusk, proceeding to apply the contents to the highest spots reachable with a stool. Afterward, he poured the remaining oil onto the paper towels strewn across the floor. Once he had thoroughly utilized the 2 large barrels, he extracted a candle, ignited it, and placed it in the center of the paper towels. That's enough. We need not worry further. This house has high partitions, and it is not one of those rustic wooden cottages. So it should not catch fire, he remarked, brushing the dust off his palms. But what if the fire spreads above and something falls down? Hui Shui inquired, gazing at the increasingly large flames. Good question. But let it be. Whether it brings fortune or disaster, one cannot evade fate. Trust my instincts regarding danger, Li Mingchong replied confidently, for his heart was steady, and he felt no discomfort. He had come to regard his heartbeat and peril as equal. Feeling an unsettling strength within himself, the 2 had not discovered much to eat in the villa, aside from a bag of flour. However, they found an abundance of snacks. Li Mingchong believed these snacks offered little benefit to the body, and overindulgence could diminish one's stamina. Of course, instant noodles were hardly a healthful option, but at least they were filling. After boiling 3 packets of instant noodles with some rice to make a porridge, they consumed every last morsel. They then decided to rest on the small bed in the nanny's room, allowing Hui Shui to sleep first while Li Mingchong tended to the fire, planning to add more fuel once it diminished. Propped against the wall with his diary in hand, Li Mingchong contemplated. The dangers he faced had transformed the diary into a vessel of secrets, whereas his original intent for writing was merely to combat loneliness and leave a trace of his existence for posterity. As he reflected upon Hui Shui's hair, which had become unkempt like a bird's nest during this time, he pondered the possibility of a new direction should their circumstances be discovered. With determination, he took out his diary and, wielding a fountain pen, began to write. April 3 RD. Weather. Sunny. A brave warrior, ambushed by the enemy, along with his goddaughter, launched a series of unexpected counterattacks, ultimately slaying the enemy's leader and escaping. In the vicinity, they quickly located a magical cave filled with abundant supplies but also fraught with peril. For the sake of safety, the warrior utilized the resources within to incinerate a colossal, dangerous worm that he resolved to depart the next day to escape the enemy's encirclement. After pausing, Li Mingchong could not help but chuckle at his own writing. It was, after all, his first attempt, and he harbored no lofty expectations. Moreover, this narrative style might even be palatable to Hui Shui. He stoked the fire by adding 2 large wooden table legs, returned the diary to his bag, and gently placed a small corner of the blanket over Hui Shui's abdomen before succumbing to slumber himself. The next morning, as the sun began to rise, a beam of sunlight streamed through the glass window and reflected off a floor-length mirror, illuminating Li Mingchong's face. Having scarcely slept, he was momentarily blinded and instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes, nudging Hui Shui, who was still asleep. After a couple of shakes, she sprang up as if on reflex. Upon realizing it was Li Mingchong beside her, she softened again. Attempting to rub her eyes, he gently swatted her hand away, using a wet wipe he had procured earlier to clean her eyes. Not bothering to eat anything, he simply opened the window, slung his bag over his shoulder, and stepped out of the nanny's room. Fortunately, the front door could be accessed from both inside and outside. After pushing it open, Li Mingchong attentively closed it behind him, ensuring that any survivors would encounter obstacles before pursuing them. The pair opted for a brisk jog away from the villa. Along the way, Li Mingchong paused briefly at a sewer entrance, applying some oil to make the surroundings smoother. After approximately 2 hours of running, both Li Mingchong and Hui Shui were drenched in sweat. The sun now high in the sky, and without a clear map of the area, Li Mingchong found himself wandering aimlessly. They soon stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a group of rats and zombies basking in the sun. After taking a couple of turns, they arrived at a rehabilitation center that was typically invisible to passers-by. Li Mingchong mused that such facilities were generally located in the suburbs, in relatively tranquil areas, suggesting that there should be fewer people around. However, The zombies they had encountered earlier seemed to have congregated here. Hui Shui followed Li Mingchong to the entrance of the rehabilitation center, and they circumvented the fence. Inside the security booth, they spotted an aged zombie. Its tattered body was draped in a thick vine, with a tendril protruding through a small opening in the booth. The vine nearly obscured all sunlight, and the slime on the security zombie was in a state of disarray, with the green leaves having turned a pale yellow. As Li Mingchong and Hui Shui approached, the deteriorating body of the security zombie suddenly stirred. Its withered claws relentlessly pounding against the booth's door, Hui Shui raised the iron rod in her hand, looking to Li Mingchong, awaiting his next move. Li Mingchong observed the frail zombie and silently readied the crossbow he had seized from a survivor. Loading it with a genuine iron-tipped arrow, after preparing the arrow, he grasped a longer fruit knife in his other hand. He then delivered a swift kick to the booth door, which opened inward and was merely secured by a simple latch. The corrosive liquids released by the slime had significantly weakened its structure, and with a powerful kick, he sent both the door and the zombie crashing to the ground. The pair waited for the zombie to emerge, and as it stumbled out, Li Mingchong shot it with the arrow, sending it crashing against the rear gate. Chapter 35. The security guard's full quota. The zombie crashed against the gate, flailing its arms while emitting guttural howls from its decaying throat. Li Mingchong took the iron rod from Hui Shui and struck at its neck. As they both unleashed a flurry of blows, the zombie quickly lost any semblance of humanity. Only after they had exhausted their strength did they finally lower their weapons. Next, they lit a candle and cautiously approached the vine creeping into the security booth. Upon sensing the heat of the flames, the vine began to writhe. Li Mingchong held the candle aloft as Hui Shui searched for keys inside the booth. Once she successfully retrieved the key to the main gate, Li Mingchong ignited some documents within the booth before both of them moved toward the entrance of the rehabilitation center. The main gate was a heavy steel door, and due to the power outage, the electronic lock had long since failed. After inserting the key into the lock, Li Mingchong exerted every ounce of strength he possessed to turn it open. Goodness, this door is incredibly heavy. I can't fathom how one would open it if the electronic lock were to fail, he exclaimed, nearly pressing his entire body against the door to no avail. Eventually, Hui Shui discovered a small door next to the main gate, hidden in the shade of a tree. She found the key when she accidentally slipped on the ground, cautiously wielding the iron rod and fruit knife. They entered through the small door. Inside, the room was a chaotic scene, splattered with pale green blood, while 2 or 3 empty magazines lay on the floor. They even found a small, bent handgun wedged in the crack of an open door across the room. Li Mingchong's heart raced at the sight of the gun, which appeared to have been held with an extraordinary grip. After all, it was improbable for a normal person to possess such strength. Oddly enough, he grasping an iron rod in his hand, he bellowed at the approaching zombies. The mutated zombie lunged forward but missed, crashing headlong onto the concrete slab, shaking its head as if to dislodge the stones lodged within. Its mouth gaped wide, revealing a set of sharp fangs, while the plant-like slime covering its body quivered slightly. With a furious roar, its bulging muscles tensed as it charged once more at Li Mingchong, who had been enticing it with his shouts. Li Mingchong, however, was not foolish enough to confront this monstrous creature directly. Instead, he fell to the ground, rolling away just in time. The mutated zombie appeared to have enhanced muscle strength, yet its intelligence seemed inferior even to that of ordinary zombies. It collided heavily with the iron gate, splattering large amounts of green blood, and in the midst of another roar, an arrow shot straight into its eye socket before it could utter a sound. The mutated zombie possessed enormous arms, but as it attempted to grasp the arrow, its size proved to be a hindrance, obscuring its vision entirely. Seizing the opportunity, Li Mingchong stealthily approached the creature and delivered a vicious strike to its thigh, which was as thin as a bamboo pole. Contrary to expectations, the blade sliced through with ease, severing the leg entirely. Even Li Mingchong was taken aback by the zombie's fragility, as only a trickle of blood emerged. Is it really this weak? Oh my! The momentary illusion of superiority over the zombie was shattered when it reacted swiftly, sending Li Mingchong flying several meters away. Chunks of his protective gear fell from his body, and before he could rise, the mutated zombie lunged at him again. Li Mingchong rolled away repeatedly, managing to evade the creature's assault just in time. Another arrow whizzed through the air, piercing the zombie's other eye, rendering it completely blind. The zombie roared in frustration, unable to grasp the arrows lodged in its sockets due to its massive hands. It pounded the concrete ground in a frenzy. Meanwhile, Hui Shui quietly darted over to Li Mingchang's side, having successfully hit both arrows. Ignoring Li Mingchang's attempts to rise, she slipped beneath him, lifting him up and scurrying into the rehabilitation center. Outside, the mutated zombie continued to batter the ground, and suddenly, a colossal shadow loomed overhead. Accompanied by a piercing cry, a gigantic green eagle, towering 7 to 8 meters, circled above. Unlike the slime creatures they had encountered before, this creature was covered by a thin layer of green fungal skin. Its massive talons descended from the sky, seizing the zombie and lifting it high into the air. Moments later, the giant zombie crashed back to the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain, unable to struggle. The eagle seized the zombie once more, soaring into the AI. Li Mingchang and Hui Shui initially intended to flee, but upon witnessing the eagle's arrival, Li Mingchang urged Hui Shui to stay still and observe the spectacle. After several violent tosses, the zombie lay motionless on the ground, having met its demise at the claws of the giant eagle, which then soared away with the lifeless body. Goodness, our fortune seems rather favorable. That eagle is truly extraordinary. Chapter 36. A brief respite. Only after witnessing the giant eagle dispose of the mutated zombie did Li Mingchang allow Hui Shui to pull him into the rehabilitation center. Aside from the shattered walls, the interior was drenched in blood. Hui Shui found a small cart in the corner, typically used for transporting items, and strained to hoist Li Mingchang onto it as they ventured deeper inside. Navigating through the corridor and past a smashed iron door, they encountered a series of small rooms. Unfortunately, these rooms had also succumbed to the invasion of green slime, and every door had been shattered. The stench of blood, soaked into the small bed and various posters, hastened Hui Shui's pace. As she pushed the cart, Li Mingchang counted roughly 37 rooms that had been breached. All stained with blood. 13 others bore no signs of habitation, with keys still dangling from their locks. After traversing the long hallway, they arrived at a small playground filled with both new and old fitness equipment. Surrounding the playground were 3 rooms, one serving as a cafeteria, another as a small farm, and the last, likely a storage room. As they approached the innermost area, Hui Shui noticed a half of a police uniform with a severed hand beside it. Along with 2 firearms twisted beyond recognition, Li Mingchang leaned against the door, brushing his fingers across the darkened floor. He swallowed hard, bagging the half uniform before urging Hui Shui to check the other doors. The third door revealed a severed zombie arm, charred to a crisp. This arm was thick, yet it paled in comparison to the zombie that had lured them in. Li Mingchang realized that the mutated zombie, possessing a certain level of intelligence, would not allow any rival to coexist nearby. He shattered the charred arm with an iron rod and proceeded into the kitchen. The cafeteria door was secured with a hefty lock. Li Mingchang, lacking the strength to force it open, found Hui Shui's sudden assault effective but doubted she could break the lock herself. Sitting beside him, Hui Shui gently lifted Li Mingchang's shirt, revealing a large crimson area on his abdomen. Her head tilted as she lightly pressed her finger against the wound, then looked up at his face, which remained expressionless, his gaze lost in the view of the small farm outside. After a moment, she retrieved several potatoes from her bag, though only 2 remained intact, sprouting several small green shoots. Hui Shui positioned Li Mingchang in front of the farm's gate, which was ajar. The scene within mirrored the exterior. The soil was overrun with wildly growing plants. Thick layers of slime covered the tomato seedlings, yet they thrived robustly. Other plants, such as hollow-stemmed vegetables, chili peppers, cucumbers, and melons, had also undergone transformations, some even bearing fruit. However, upon seeing the translucent fruits filled with green liquid, Li Mingchang felt a wave of nausea, recalling the fruit that had once rested upon his own eyes. Hui Shui, upon spotting the available fruit, displayed a hint of excitement, having enjoyed little fruit during her time in captivity. Yet, under Li Mingchang's stern warning, she complied and continued to push him through the fields. As they emerged, Li Mingchang formulated a plan. The ongoing chaos outside, coupled with the damage to the rehabilitation center's walls, had inadvertently created a protective cover. He and Hui Shui could afford a brief respite here, using it as a temporary stronghold. Selecting the innermost room, they removed the keys from the other doors, opened the windows, and stowed their belongings beneath the bed. Hui Shui found a riot baton, which she fashioned into a makeshift cane to support Li Mingchang's weight. and then ventured outside to scavenge for useful supplies. In the guardroom, they discovered keys to the storage and armory, but upon entering the armory, they found the walls had been breached from the other side. Consequently, all the weapons lay in ruins. Based on previous reports on his phone, it was likely that the high-intelligence zombies had pilfered these weapons for their own use. Nevertheless, Hui Shui managed to unearth a large machete and a full box of solid alcohol fuel in the police quarters. The blade, though not particularly sharp, was heavy and long. Li Mingchong was pleased with the machete. It was a significant upgrade from the small fruit knife he had previously wielded, and it even bore a red flag affixed to its sheath. He removed the flag and affixed it to his chest, then used it as an additional support as they proceeded towards the storage area. Hui Shui followed closely, gently stroking the red flag before assisting Li Mingchong in placing their items in the room before heading to the storage area. The storage room was in disarray, with a significant hole in its roof. Inside, the scattered contents, including frozen meat, appear to have been overturned. The areas designated for flour and rice were overrun with vines and slime. Ultimately, they managed to salvage 2 boxes of compressed biscuits and 2 cans of various preserved foods. Although they could not carry everything at once, Hui Shui returned to retrieve the cart, and together they loaded an entire box of biscuits along with 4 large cans of peaches and pineapples onto the small cart. Covering the iron can with a metal lid once more, Li Mingchong gazed at a nearby vine, as thick as a clenched fist, and with a hint of unease, placed an overturned container atop the barrel before returning to his room with Hui Shui. He constructed a makeshift stove from shattered bricks and metal scraps. Although the alcohol burned brightly and produced little smoke, it was consumed far too quickly. How could there be solid alcohol without carbon? He pondered. These must be essentials for outdoor barbecues. Perhaps there's even liquefied gas in that kitchen. Chapter 37. All set upon hearing Li Mingchong's words, Hui Shui contemplated searching for carbon, but he swiftly lifted her and placed her on the bed, urging her to rest, for her petite frame could not withstand much exertion. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Hui Shui, unwilling to sleep, retrieved an empty bullet casing she had found earlier and began to roll it in her hand. "Do you have a fondness for bullet casings?" Li Mingchong inquired, as he ignited the fire and set a pot of water on to boil for porridge. Not really," she replied, tucking the casing back into her pocket and shifting to lean against the wall with her pillow. Li Mingchong scratched his head, perplexed by the thoughts swirling in the young girl's mind, and troubled by the recent erratic beating of his heart, which left him increasingly disinclined to think. It seemed imperative to hasten the search for heart-soothing medication to protect his heart, at least until they found a safe place to live. Li Mingchong filled the pot with their dinner and opened 2 packets of compressed biscuits. Leaning against the bed to offer one to Hui Shui, April 4th, weather, Cloudy the brave warrior, utilizing his wits and intellect, discovered a cave suitable for temporary shelter. However, within the cave, a foolish beast severely injured the warrior during their struggle. Yet it too fell prey to a predatory bird. Inside the cave, the warrior and his daughter unearthed remnants of human habitation from a time long past, along with a patch of edible fungi. Though some structures had been compromised by an unknown entity, nevertheless, due to the cave's natural protection and the dangers lurking outside, the warrior resolved to stay there for a time, using it as a base to gather wild fruits and meat for their future endeavors. Li Mingchong gazed contentedly at the story he had penned, seizing the opportunity during mealtime to teach Hui Shui some words. As night fell, a portion of the lights within the detox facility were powered by solar energy and operated by sound. Naturally, Li Mingchong was awakened in the morning by the pressing need to relieve himself, and when he rose, sunlight streamed through the window above. It was during this moment that he inadvertently kicked a metal can, producing a loud clatter, thus discovering the solar-powered light bulbs. Regrettably, he lacked the skills to modify or relocate such devices, which could have saved a considerable amount of fuel. After a night of rest, Li Mingchong felt considerably revitalized. Basic walking and some physical tasks posed little challenge. He forcibly roused the sleepy Hui Shui, stuffing a biscuit into her mouth, and together they pushed a small cart towards the warehouse to continue rummaging for supplies. Upon re-entering the warehouse, they encountered a mass of slime mold spreading alongside the biscuits and canned goods Li Mingchong had previously discovered. He loaded the compressed biscuits onto the cart and, contemplating a clever plan, smashed a can and dragged its contents across the floor towards a bag of flour. While Hui Shui was occupied retrieving more items, Li Mingchong shattered several glass jars, pouring the syrup and fruits near the vine. When Hui Shui returned, He fed her a piece of strawberry and packed the remaining 12 cans onto the cart to transport back to their room. However, upon tasting the strawberry, Hui Shui fixated on the cans by the bedside. "Here, let us open one for you to enjoy. We have plenty. So eat as you please. But remember, you must exert more energy for the tasks ahead," Li Mingchang remarked, prying open a can of citrus fruits. He fashioned a pair of makeshift chopsticks from the can's lid, allowing her to serve herself. Eat," she replied eagerly, extracting a juicy piece of fruit, its vibrant flavor enticing amidst their surroundings. However, her first bite was inadvertently directed toward Li Mingchang, who, startled by her sudden movement, found the fruit jabbed against his nose. "Oops, I'm so sorry." "Not to worry. Just remember to eat on your own next time. It's quite sweet," he reassured her, taking a bite himself and nudging her hand back toward the fruit. As Hui Shui savored the canned delicacies, Li Mingchang ventured outside the detox facility to select 2 sturdy metal sheets. He recalled that the exterior wall had been breached by a mutated zombie, and the iron door leading into the corridor had crumbled into a pile of scrap. Thus, he spent some time gathering the fragmented materials from the shattered door, constructing a makeshift wall in the corridor while thoughtfully leaving a small dog-sized opening. Just as he finished, Hui Shui rushed over with concern. Clutching a can to see what Li Mingchang was up to, he affectionately ruffled her hair, instructing her to properly dispose of the empty can before addressing the small farm issue. He forcefully hammered the metal sheets onto a larger piece of wood. Lacking welding equipment or strong adhesives, he tore a large section from a bedsheet. Then, wrapping the connection of the metal and wooden handle with a series of knots, he handed one tool to Hui Shui while fashioning another into a makeshift shovel with his foot. The two set off with the last 3 bottles of water and 2 packets of biscuits toward the small farm, where Li Mingchang pointed to the plants infected by slime mold. "Hui Shui, I will cut these plants down. You follow behind and uproot their roots. Once I'm finished, I will return to assist you." "Okay," she replied, nodding to be careful. "The fruits may be hazardous, so avoid touching them. Use your shovel to pile them outside, and I'll dispose of them later." Li Mingchang, still a bit apprehensive, glanced back at Hui Shui, who obediently stepped back to allow him to tackle the more easily severed plants first. Armed with the large machete he had unearthed, he wrapped towels around his head and arms to shield his exposed skin. He struck down the SM while burying the remains of the guards. A few surprisingly healthy earthworms were discovered. Li Mingchang took the worms along with the soil back to his room, squeezing out some juice for further examination. In the afternoon, Li Mingchang and Hui Shui tried the kitchen key they had found in the guardroom, only to realize that it did not belong to this place. However, armed with a large knife, Li Mingchang, at the cost of his numb arms, shattered the glass at the window and jumped into the kitchen to search for anything useful. Inside the back kitchen, Li Mingchang found 3 liquefied gas canisters, but they were far too heavy to carry out. Any fire could only be lit on the stove located there. Additionally, there were 5 unopened large water barrels and 12 boxes of bottled purified water in the kitchen storeroom. But food was rather scarce. Aside from 2 large boxes of noodles, a bag of flour, and some unique seasonings, the remaining vegetables and meats had begun to emit a faint odor, with a slight green substance starting to proliferate. During this time, Hui Shui eyed the large water barrels and suggested to Li Mingchang the possibility of taking a bath, noting that with fire and water available, a little indulgence seemed acceptable, especially since they had both been unwashed for quite some time. Thus, Li Mingchang decided to indulge once more. Regrettably, without the key to the cafeteria's main entrance, this well-secured establishment could have served as an ideal resting and secure refuge. The duo spent nearly the entire afternoon transporting the majority of supplies, placing 5 bottles of water and 2 bundles of noodles in other intact rooms. When night fell, as they lit a fire and prepared for Hui Shui's bath, Li Mingchang suddenly noticed that her once luminous eyes had reverted to their previous state. Strangely, despite having consumed little meat recently, her body seemed to be gaining a bit of weight. How could this be, given the substantial caloric expenditure from carbohydrates? Li Mingchang felt something was amiss, pondering where the discrepancy lay. He rubbed his temples, trying to dispel the headache that accompanied such thoughts, and focused on scrubbing the accumulated dirt from Hui Shui's body. He wrapped a bedsheet around her, deciding to wash her clothes a bit later and let them air dry overnight for her to wear the next day. Hui Shui obediently donned the sheet, concealing herself, and turned her body, awaiting Li Mingchang's completion before she would turn back. As he washed and scrubbed the clothes, the remaining water turned murky. After placing the dirty water in a nearby empty room and dressing himself, he began preparing dinner for that evening. Li Mingchong boiled the remaining rice and the newly found noodles, adding instant noodle seasoning directly into the mix. Gazing at the bowl of noodle porridge he had eaten for over a week, he realized he had completely lost his appetite for it, despite the change in noodle type. Huishue, however, showed no signs of discontent, devouring the porridge heartily. As she slurped away, she noticed that Li Mingchong was eating one noodle at a time. Draped in the bedsheet, she scooted closer to him, raising her small bowl and asking, "This is so delicious. May I share it with you?" That night, as Li Mingchong fell asleep, he could not recall how he finished the bland porridge. His thoughts drifted to Huishue's life before, and he realized he still held on to the standards of living that most city dwellers took for granted. Gently, he pulled the bedsheet that Huishue had accidentally dislodged back over her. A small black and yellow hand grasped his thumb, warm and comforting, unlike the initial chill it once bore. "Sleep now, my dearest," he murmured. "Mother's hand shall rock you gently." As Huishue's breathing became steady once more, Li Mingchong withdrew his finger from hers, lying down by the bed and gazing at the moonlight streaming through the window above. Occasionally, the distant howls of zombies or other grotesque creatures echoed in the night. When he awoke, Li Mingchong found himself on the floor, Huishue curled up atop him, the bedsheet having mysteriously vanished. "This girl, how can she sleep so soundly?" he mused, bemused by her lack of reaction even after falling from the bed. He gently shook her awake, lifting her back onto the bed. After retrieving the clothes that had been hanging by the fire all day, he helped her dress. Huishue blinked sleepily, donning her clothes as she stood up. Good morning. Chapter 39. Budding Shoots, Part 2. Wake up a bit. Today we have much work to do to clear that piece of land, Li Mingchong said, splashing a little water on Huishue's face. She opened her eyes wide and hopped off the bed, taking out 4 biscuits and placing them in his pocket. The two first quenched their thirst before continuing to tend to the plants in their small farm. I really want to know why we need to pull these things out, Huishue asked, tugging at Li Mingchong's shirt as they reached the door. "They're for planting. We still have 2 sprouted potatoes. And once we clear the slime mold from this land, we can plant them," Li Mingchong replied. "But won't it take a long time for them to grow? Are we really going to be here that long?" "Not necessarily, but it's also a gift for those who come after us." Huishue looked up at Li Mingchong, somewhat perplexed by his words. She felt it was a bit foolish to expend so much energy for something that could not be eaten immediately. Yet she decided to listen to him regardless. The duo spent the entire day uprooting the slime mold plants from the farm, using cooking oil from the kitchen to scald the land, and then turning over a small patch of earth. The 2 potatoes were each divided into 4 pieces and shallowly buried in the soil. After watering them with the leftover water, they completed their tasks. Around 2 in the afternoon, Li Mingchong and Huishue gathered to check for any official updates on their phones. When the phone powered on again, it displayed a battery level of 78. The date was April 6th, and the messages on the interface were not the official ones Li Mingchong had pinned. Instead, it was a series of phone numbers. Upon seeing the string of digits, his fingers trembled slightly. The latest message dated back 3 days. It was his mother's phone number. During this time, he had avoided thinking about his family, hoping they were safe. The message was lengthy, containing several paragraphs. "Chang'er, how are you? Don't worry, the family is safe for now. Our local police station hasn't been heavily affected, and the officers have eliminated the monsters here. They've established a survivor base with ample food and water, so we're not facing any survival issues. Are you in any danger in H City? Your father and I saw a notification stating there were dangerous creatures about. Please ensure your safety. Mom will be waiting for you to come home. Chong, the hens next door have started laying eggs again, and the police say that we should receive reinforcements from other areas tomorrow, so things will soon return to normal. Chang'er, your dad, and your siblings have all decided to lose weight. There's too much food here, and it's made everyone plump. They'll need to run to help digest all this food. Chong, you're all right, aren't you? Mom hasn't heard your voice in a long time. While I was eating mushroom soup today, I thought I heard you calling for me. Perhaps it was you thinking of me. Chang'er, I miss you so much. Brother, I'm so hungry. Daddy was killed, little brother starved, and Mom has gone mad. Where are you? With a loud clatter, the phone fell to the ground, and Li Mingchong's vision darkened as he convulsed and collapsed. The frantic cries of Huishue and the ringing in his ears tormented him. It was likely a result of the slime mold invading his body, otherwise how could he be experiencing such hallucinations? Perhaps even these molds and zombies were merely figments of his imagination. Oh, there was that intelligent company that had created machines for dream manipulation. Could it be that he had been abducted for experimentation? Ouch, my head aches, he groaned. This must be an experiment. If I fail, I'll wake up and perhaps even receive compensation to live anew. Then I could use the family's savings to renovate the house, buy new clothes for my little sister, get gifts for my parents, and find new study materials for my younger brother, because one must study well to succeed. And for Huishue, yes, for Huishue. Who is she? How do I know her? She is a little beggar. I must have saved her from human traffickers and adopted her. But how did I adopt her? I'm nearly 40. I can't possibly care for her. Yet it feels like we've been living together. My head. It hurts so much. At that moment, Huishue was by the bedside, while Li Mingchong lay on the bed. Since the last time he checked his phone and fainted, 2 days had passed. During these days, Huishue had not left his side, vigilantly watching over him. She prepared 3 meals a day, turning everything into liquid food and slowly feeding it to him. Huishue, unable to decipher the messages on her phone, had not shed tears for quite some time. Over the past couple of days, she had taken to illustrating a picture in her diary each day, gently whispering to Li Mingchong beside her about the reasons behind her artistic choices. Today, she depicted a small potato nestled in the earth, with a tiny sprout breaking through the soil, illuminated by the rays of a sun shining above. As she placed the diary in front of Li Mingchong and prepared to speak, he stirred slightly, opening his eyes to find Huishue poised to share her thoughts. Without waiting for him to respond, she clambered onto the bed, wrapping her arms around his head. Huishue, do you still remember where your hometown is? He inquired. I do not know. Wherever you wish to go, I will accompany you. Am I not your kin? Yes, on April 8th, the weather was overcast. In the warrior's cave farm, mushrooms began to sprout their little caps. The warrior and his daughter discovered other martial arts manuals in a separate room. They sharpened their remaining weapons using a whetstone intended for cooking. They practiced new martial arts techniques. However, the scarcity of meat remained a pressing concern. After completing their training for the day, the warrior resolved to venture out in search of protein sources. The following morning, after an earnest exchange of hearts, Li Mingchong and Huishue had come to a full understanding of one another. Armed with a can of food, 4 bottles of water, and 4 pieces of bread, they departed through a hastily constructed dog hole in search of new supplies. The exterior of the detox center was unchanged from their previous visit, and after circumventing a large pit created by a mutated zombie, they proceeded eastward, marking their path as they advanced. Chapter 40. Transformation. After more than half a month, the moment Li Mingchong stepped out today, his heart began to race with an unsettling rhythm. Observing the surrounding plants infected with slime molds, he held his machete warily, scanning the area. Huishue, however, sensed no abnormalities. Cautiously leading the way with an iron, Li Mingchong tugged gently at her collar, urging her to stay close. The street they traversed was lined with numerous shops. He quickly identified a small convenience store, situated beneath a common residential building now overrun by thick vines. Upon entering, they discovered that the entrance had been severely damaged. The outer door was fortunately, there was nothing amiss with Huishue. After helping Li Mingchong settle in comfortably, she felt inclined to rummage through some items in the claw machine store. Huishue did not require a candle. Although her eyes could no longer emit light as they once did, her vision in the dark or at night surpassed even that of a candle's feeble glow. However, she had not mentioned this to Li Mingchong, as he had never inquired. The claw machine store was modest in size, filled with an array of claw machines. Huishue tilted her head as she passed by a row of oversized cutting machines, eventually reaching the side of a small door. The door was not locked. It was simply closed. From her small bag, Huishue retrieved a remaining dull arrow and, using the sharp tip of its tail, she delicately prodded the lock's seam. With a loud clank, the small door swung open, revealing several shelves laden with large boxes. Huishue, using the sharp arrowhead, meticulously sliced open the boxes one by one, diving inside to uncover various items. Most were mediocre little dolls, but on the top shelf, she managed to find 7 or 8 larger plush toys. Disinterested in the mundane dolls, she decided to extract a few of the larger ones to use the cotton as cushioning for Li Mingchong's legs. As she descended, her footing was precarious. Her foot missed the 3rd-tier's ledge and instead landed on a plush ball, resulting in a clatter as she, along with the iron frame, tumbled into the largest box below. Upon hearing the commotion, Li Mingchong tossed the damp towel from his lap, quickly grabbed a candle, and hurried to the small door. "What is going on?" he exclaimed, noticing Hui Shui cradling a bear nearly her size amidst the chaos of toys. "Can I take this? I don't want it," Hui Shui joyfully replied, then quickly lowered her voice to murmur the latter part. "Oh, this is startling. If you want it, just take it. It doesn't cost anything," Li Mingchong reassured her. Patting his chest. Suddenly, Hui Shui, perhaps unable to control her excitement, leaped onto Li Mingchong's thigh, inadvertently landing on his already injured calf with her toes. The double impact caused Li Mingchong to lose grip on the candle, which flew into the pile of toys, igniting into a roaring blaze almost instantaneously. "Quick, run," Li Mingchong urged, seizing Hui Shui, who attempted to extinguish the flames with her small foot, and they crawled through the small opening they had previously made. In mere moments, the machines near the small door were engulfed in flames, a cascade of fire growing larger and more menacing. "Well, I suppose that clears out some inventory for him, and we might create a sterile environment," Li Mingchong quipped dryly before pulling Hui Shui, who had just exchanged her bear, towards the restroom by the green corridor. As they approached the restroom, Li Mingchong felt a sudden pang of anxiety, a sensation long absent, prompting him to clutch Hui Shui tightly and roll down the staircase like a sausage. A thunderous roar erupted from below, akin to a shockwave, jolting the pair back up, while another series of roars from outside melded with the cacophony below. This tumult did not persist for long before calmness returned, yet they remained at the base of the staircase, Hui Shui leaning against Li Mingchong, both able to feel the intense thudding of his heart. After waiting at the entrance for what felt like an eternity, the pounding finally subsided. Li Mingchong felt overwhelmingly nauseous and dizzy, the relentless heartbeat threatening to render him faint. Hui Shui retrieved a bottle of water from her bag, dousing a cloth to help cool him down, and offered him several milk candies to regain his energy. Once replenished with sugar and hydration, they hesitated before venturing outside and, after some deliberation, decided to ascend further up the corridor. The green corridor was typically deserted, and Li Mingchong speculated that the initial encounter with the zombie was merely coincidental. As they neared the sign for the 4th floor, a tremor akin to an earthquake reverberated upwards from below. The roars resumed, howling like banshees, causing Li Mingchong's head to throb. He shielded Hui Shui's ears with his hands, while she hurriedly extracted a sanitary napkin to muffle his ears as well. Maintaining this peculiar posture, they eventually found a trash bin outside the entrance to the 5th floor, disregarding its filth as they pulled it into the corridor and climbed inside. To their surprise, the trash bin was of unexpectedly sturdy quality, significantly muffling the sounds. The two of them, one large and one small, stared at each other in the somewhat odorous container, listening to the intermittent roars from outside. "Does your leg still hurt?" Hui Shui asked, observing Li Mingchong's disheveled appearance. It's bearable." Their previously stable situation outside had turned peculiar. Li Mingchong began to suspect he might have a misfortune-attracting aura, as calamities had followed him since encountering the mutated zombie. Hui Shui seemed to sense his thoughts, her eyes blinking curiously. At that moment, Li Mingchong's remaining eye began to feel uncomfortable, as looking into Hui Shui's eyes evoked an uncanny sense of familiarity, as if they were his own. Chapter 42. Revelry. With a sharp slap, Li Mingchong struck his own face, dispelling these strange thoughts, and continued to huddle in the trash bin, awaiting the fading of the indistinct roars. After 7 more tremors and cries, even within the confines of the bin, both Li Mingchong and Hui Shui felt as if something was sinking down. They peeked out from the bin, their heads emerging. "Should we go take a look?" Hui Shui's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gazed at Li Mingchong. No, little sister, don't you think our current situation is rather precarious?" Li Mingchong internally scoffed, but ultimately succumbed to the pull of curiosity. Clumsily, they emerged from the bin, landing in a dog-like fashion, and Li Mingchong wiped an unknown liquid off his face. He seized Hui Shui, who was attempting to peek over the railing, and they proceeded to the 6th floor's gym. The safety corridor on the 6th floor presented no bizarre creatures lurking in wait. A mere few steps from the exit led to a large iron door that opened to both the stairwell and the elevator. The door bore no locks, not even a keyhole. Li Mingchong cautiously pushed the door, and to his astonishment, It crashed to the ground with a resounding thud without any effort on his part. I didn't even push hard. This must be shoddy workmanship, he remarked. But before he could finish, Hui Shui brandished a metal rod, stepping cautiously ahead to survey their surroundings. Li Mingchong pressed his hand against his chest and tapped his forehead. Feeling no discomfort, however, for safety's sake, he positioned himself beside Hui Shui, brandishing his knife and ready for action. "Do you see anything?" he inquired cautiously, standing at the door for a full 3 minutes before growing perplexed. No, Hui Shui replied, shaking her head fervently. "All right," Li Mingchong said, leaning on his knife as he began to inspect the area for anything of value. Upon entering, they found a typical gym setup, equipped with various treadmills, dumbbells, and barbells. The gym was well lit by numerous windows and small balconies, allowing for clear visibility without the need for lights. Li Mingchong stood by a pull-up bar while Hui Shui was curiously tugging at a weight plate. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, Li Mingchong jumped to grasp the bar, testing whether his strength had improved over time. After 12 stretches, he suddenly recalled his injured calf and panicked at the thought of a potential fall leading to a fracture. "Help! Help! Hui Shui!" he exclaimed amidst his embarrassment. After regaining composure, they continued to explore the gym, fortuitously discovering 3.5 cans of protein powder among a collection of lost items. Li Mingchong even found a balance scooter with ample battery life beneath the card registration desk, though it was too heavy to carry without a significant loss. After allowing Hui Shui to ride it for a brief moment, he packed the protein powder into his bag and, using a dumbbell, smashed away the non-battery covered portions of the scooter. With the battery encased in a metal shell, he placed it back in his bag and urged Hui Shui to investigate what was happening below. After descending just 2 floors to the 4th level, Li Mingchong leaned against the door, carefully assessing his heart before feeling secure enough to push the door open. Upon exiting, he immediately dropped to the ground. Crawling toward the elevator shaft visible below, a glance revealed that the area which should have been 3 floors high had completely caved in, leaving only the fragmented walls of the 2nd basement level pressed against the ground. Li Mingchong peered into the corridor beside him, where clusters of zombies draped in green foliage or enormous vine-like creatures stood silently at the edges. In the center of the platform, a small green was vaguely visible. But it was too far to discern any details, causing his eyes to ache from straining to see. Li Mingchong retracted his head, contemplating whether to return to the 5th floor in pursuit of vacuum-packed meat. He tugged at Hui Shui, only to find her intently gazing at the scene below. "Hui Shui, can you see clearly?" he inquired. Hui Shui oscillated between shaking her head and nodding, unable to comprehend the situation. However, the sky was still relatively bright. After a moment's thought, Li Mingchong wrapped his arm around Hui Shui's waist, waiting for her to finish observing before they moved on. Below, a zombie, draped in a cloak woven from green fur and resembling a human, stood in the 2nd basement parking lot, clutching a cylindrical tin in its left hand. Apart from the horde of onlooking monstrous zombies above, there were also 100 or so zombies lurking in the shadows. Their mouths dripping with copious amounts of liquid, fixated on it cracked a faint smile, its face splitting in two, with teeth extending towards the sides. The cloak of slime-like fungi slowly unfurled, trailing a large mass of flesh that dripped green blood, forming a substantial meatball. Its limbs were akin to those of an ordinary human, even less formidable than the nearby aggressive zombies. The surrounding zombies awaited a signal, and the one on the platform raised its hand. Sprouting with branches, with a thud, the tin fell, and the ravenous zombies surged forward like wolves. They lunged at the can with claws, teeth, and heads, employing every means of aggression at their disposal, before the first zombie could reach the can. It was swiftly bitten on the head by a zombie on the platform, which then clawed at it. The body was reduced to a mist of green blood, leaving only a solitary head. This explosive event did not deter the following zombies. Rather, the blood mist seemed to incite their primal instincts, and the onlooking monsters joined in a cacophony of roars. The same howls echoed from within the building. Li Mingchong, not wishing to let Hui Shui continue observing, covered her ears and sought refuge in a rubbish bin on the 5th floor to escape the noise. However, the zombies below were unaffected by such sounds. The zombie on the platform bit through the head, eagerly swallowing the brain matter. A massive tongue, half a meter long, shot out from its mouth, smashing through a nearby zombie's torso, while its 2 large meatballs slapped together. splattering green liquid across the platform. After a few more punches that obliterated several overzealous zombies, the more cunning ones retreated, pressing their backs against the ground, seeking the safety of the shadows. With a series of thuds emanating from the tin, the zombie approached, picked it up, and with a slight effort, tore open the hard metal shell as if it were mere paper. A massive heart, pulsating green, was extracted, with nearly 10 fist-sized blood vessels, each pulsating and emitting bursts of green mist. The zombie greedily inhaled the mist, but before it could react further, another muscular green zombie emerged from the shadows, clutching a human thigh drenched in red blood, gnawing at it voraciously. This was the very zombie that had previously captured Li Mingchong and his companions in the snack street. Upon seeing the newcomer, the zombie on the platform became unusually excited, carelessly tossing aside the heart, while its long tongue dripped green liquid as it prepared for action. Without much hesitation, the muscular zombie tore the last morsel of flesh from the thigh and hurled the bone towards the mutated zombie on the platform. The mutated zombie leapt, biting through the thigh bone, then raised its claws and lunged at the muscular zombie. The latter did not evade, seemingly shedding its agility, and merely raised its arms in defense. Chapter 43. Escape. After a tremendous roar, Li Mingchong emerged from the rubbish bin, cradling Huishue. For the cacophony around them had ceased entirely. "Girl, I have a bad feeling. We should find a way to leave this place," he said seriously, peering down from the 5th floor and noting the vast expanse of green grass below. Yes, yes, yes," Huishue replied, disregarding the pain in her legs. "If that horde of zombies rushes over, we will be trampled into a pulp." Li Mingchong opted for a riskier approach, slipping into a seemingly upscale dining establishment. He tied several tablecloths around Huishue and himself to prevent them from falling apart. He also secured some stretchy elastic cords around their limbs. Pushing open the door to the kitchen, he found it contained only a single cooking tool, while everything else were microwaves of the same brand. While Li Mingchong was checking the height of the window, Huishue accidentally broke a large metal box with an iron rod. Curiously rummaging through its contents, she held up several packages of vacuum-sealed items in front of him. "Is this a pre-prepared meal pack? It looks vacuum-sealed. It should still be good, right?" Li Mingchong opened each of the large freezers and metal boxes in the kitchen, discovering not only vacuum-sealed plastic but also pre-prepared meal packs encased in tin. Buddha jumps over the wall, braised pork with preserved vegetables, Wincy tofu. Good heavens, what a variety! We struck gold here. Li Mingchong squatted in front of Huishue, stroking his chin as he contemplated. Plans shifted once again, but he retained the safety measure of connecting a thread to Huishue while loading the meal packs with longer shelf lives into their bags. With 2 heavily filled bags in tow, he caught a glimpse of a barrel of oil beneath the frying pan. It exuded a faint foul odor and appeared murkier than the other clean oils, yet it could serve a significant purpose for him now. To avoid the noise from the zombies below, which might cause his ears pain, Li Mingchong returned to the 6th floor gym, sealing the door to the billiard room and opening the small windows. Where the sound was barely audible, he gathered firewood, added water, and boiled the braised pork pack, waiting for it to cook thoroughly. Soon, the water began bubbling, and Li Mingchong took Huishue's small bowl, blowing on it to cool the outer membrane before slicing it open with a fruit knife. Allowing the entire portion of braised pork to tumble into the bowl, the glistening red skin of the meat beckoned, and Li Mingchong gently poked it with his finger, causing the fatty portions to crumble into pieces. "Here, the first piece is for you." With no chopsticks at hand, having forgotten to grab them from the dining area, he pinched a generous piece of braised pork and placed it in Huishue's mouth. Huishue's face flushed crimson as she closed her mouth, squirming restlessly. "Huh? Hey, you silly girl, if it's too hot, just spit it out." Li Mingchong realized she had burned herself and quickly pried the pork from her mouth. This was a minor interlude. After both had feasted, nearly an hour had passed. Meanwhile, below, 2 battling mutated zombies were nearing the end of their skirmish. As noon arrived and sunlight streamed directly down, even the visibly mutated zombies stood on the platform. Basking in the warmth, that moment, a massive shadow descended from the sky, landing between the 2 zombies. Its body bore scant green slime, and it grasped the still pulsating heart in its enormous beak. The sudden assault from the giant slime eagle rendered the 2 zombies momentarily incapacitated, and within that brief interval, the heart was swallowed whole. The 2 zombies, in a frenzy, charged towards the giant eagle. only to be swiftly struck down by its claws, taking flight without any assistance and capturing two larger, onlooking zombies for lunch. Whether on the platform or among the onlooking monstrous zombies, all were incensed by the giant eagle's audacity. They surged towards the first floor, driven solely by the lingering scent left behind by the eagle, instinctively pursuing it into the streets. Even the zombies wandering the streets joined the fray. Upon encountering any others that sensed the giant eagle, they relentlessly adjusted their paths. Gradually, the horde grew larger as the first widespread invasion of slime zombies in H City commenced. How quiet it is. Why is there no sound? Never mind them. Time for a nap. Chapter 44. An overly quiet afternoon after a deep nap, Li Mingqiang awoke, his back soaked in sweat, and his right arm numb from Huishua's weight. Stretching and yawning, he realized the sun had begun its descent. Gently shaking Huishua awake, they found themselves with nothing to do. After a few minutes of silent exchange, Li Mingqiang soaked a piece of tablecloth in the barrel of used oil and proceeded to dismantle a large portion of the wooden cabinet outside. Methodically arranging it into a small fire pit, continuing to embrace the drowsy Huishua, Li Mingqiang once again lay down on the tablecloth, preparing to indulge in a brief slumber. Barely 2 minutes had passed when an unsettling feeling suddenly washed over him. Hadn't it been long enough? Surely the zombies should have vacated this area by now. He pinched Huishua's slightly withered cheek to rouse her from her slumber, ready to take action. All right. The duo secured their backpacks and leaned over the cylindrical elevator shaft to peer downwards. To their relief, there appeared to be no zombies in sight, and notably, a massive hole had formed in the wall on the first floor. With their bags weighing them down, Li Mingqiang and Huishua opted for the safety passage to reach the third floor, where various clothing and furniture shops were located. Huishua cautiously peered from the passageway, scanning both sides for any signs of danger, but aside from the usual creeping vines, nothing was amiss. They carefully navigated around the corridor railing. And Li Mingqiang scratched the back of his head in confusion. What's going on? I mean, not even a single visible zombie. My heart is beating more steadily than usual. Just moments ago, there were so many zombies down there. And now they vanished into thin air? After pondering for a moment, he decided to take Huishua to a store selling children's clothing and trendy garments for a quick look. Inside, he helped her change into a brand new set of undergarments and found her a light black outfit, primarily chosen for its stain resistance. As for himself, he casually donned a black ensemble and fresh undergarments. Huishua, unbeknownst to Li Mingqiang, had stealthily found a pair of small, rounded corner shoes to wear. When he saw her return, he immediately cupped her cheeks with both hands and exclaimed, "Why did you wander off again? What if you encounter those zombies or those slime creatures? I really like these shoes, is that okay?" Huishua asked softly, a hint of guilt in her voice. Li Mingqiang glanced at the small, squeaky shoes beneath her feet and promptly lifted her up, yanking the shoes off. "We might need to jump at times. Wearing these is almost like going barefoot." He then wrapped her feet in a piece of cloth. "I'll quickly grab a suitable pair of sneakers for you, then I need to rest a bit. My legs are starting to ache again." Although Huishua felt a twinge of reluctance, her mood shifted quickly, and within minutes, she returned wearing a pair of mesh sneakers adorned with little bears. After this brief interlude, Li Mingqiang, observing the dimming daylight, sought a furniture shop with minimal vegetation outside. He shattered the decorative glass and selectively squeezed into a room that housed a large bed. Inside, the doors were not entirely locked, apart from one that appeared private. Li Mingqiang found the keys to the others in a small cabinet beneath the counter. Huishua stood at the entrance of a room containing a sizable double bed. Beckoning him with a wave, Li Mingqiang rolled out from behind the counter and leaned against the wall to take a closer look. To his dismay, both large beds had been overturned, and the sheets and blankets had mysteriously vanished. Gently, he nudged Huishua back a bit and, clutching his chest, approached the now ruined beds. As he crouched down slowly, he noticed a small trail of blood in one corner, slightly sticky to the touch yet visibly dried. The diagonal direction of the blood led to a large glass window nearby. Huishua cautiously approached Li Mingqiang's side, and together they edged closer to the window. Outside, they spotted a makeshift rope made from sheets and blankets dangling from the fire escape pipe, which Li Mingqiang estimated could reach a bit above the first floor's large flue. Huishua tiptoed and jumped slightly to catch a glimpse of it, but upon noticing Li Mingqiang's look of disappointment, she obediently fell back in line behind him. The landing spot didn't seem promising. Not only was there uncertainty about whether the flu could bear his weight, but he also doubted his own ability to grip onto anything. Given his lack of climbing experience, a fall from such a height could be fatal. With thoughts racing, Li Mingqiang tightened his grip on Huishue's hand and ultimately chose a room with fewer slime creatures for their night's rest. After lighting a fire, he lay down on the soft bed, momentarily losing track of his surroundings. Meanwhile, in a nearby high-rise building not far from Global City, a tall man on the 7th floor was using the last bowl of rice in his home to prepare a final porridge made from wooden scraps for himself and his father. Both appeared gaunt, a stark contrast to Li Mingqiang's circumstances. Merely 3 days prior, while preparing to venture out for food, the man had witnessed a survivor being devoured whole by a monstrous creature as he entered a nearby supermarket. Upon returning home, he later spotted that same man in the plaza, now covered in unidentifiable green plants. As he gazed at the newly transformed zombie, it unexpectedly turned to him, opening its decaying mouth and revealing an eerie smile. Since then, the floor where the man resided had been plagued by wandering zombies lingering at his door, occasionally battering it. He had thought that if he could endure a few days, the monsters would eventually depart. However, the opposite occurred. The zombies began to be joined by small flying creatures that incessantly pecked at his windows. Eventually, while observing the situation from the window with his father, they saw through a drone's camera that one of the zombies was lurking in a dark alley. Resembling a teacher instructing students, over time, its complexion grew healthier, and the green organisms on its body flourished, sprouting branches. To this day, the man remained oblivious to the peculiar behavior of the creatures outside, all exhibiting an unusual exuberance. After a few roars directed at the sky, the visible monsters began sprinting northward. The man sensed that this was the only opportunity for him and his father. Grabbing whatever usable items remained, they took a steel pipe and a kitchen knife and descended to seek a new refuge and supplies. They initially ran in the opposite direction of the monsters until exhaustion forced them to rest in a corner and hydrate. However, during this brief respite, a horde of slime pigeons and furry green rats descended upon them from above and below. In a desperate struggle, the man's father pushed him out as the twilight of the night lingered. Li Mingqiang found himself peering out intermittently, each time a stick of kindling succumbed to the flames. The vibrant crimson glow persisted until the sun began to rise, only to vanish entirely as daylight broke. Nonetheless, Li Mingqiang felt a sense of reassurance, for it signified the presence of either military forces or a surviving base. Simultaneously, he sensed an unsettling evolution among the repugnant slime molds. Yesterday, he had witnessed the undead engaging in a struggle under the harsh daylight. Their primal instincts for combat overshadowing their basic need for sustenance. If there existed a horde of zombies or monsters, akin to humans in their weariness of monotonous fare, then the absence of effective weaponry during the day would undoubtedly escalate the peril. With a sigh, Li Mingqiang dismissed these ghastly considerations and set about preparing a hodgepodge in the pot using the remaining biscuits and some small chunks of meat from his rations. The enticing aroma of cooked meat soon lured Huishui from her slumber, her senses awakened by the delectable scent. Perhaps still in her growth phase, she snapped to attention, her eyes gleaming hungrily at the meat porridge before her. After indulging in a hearty, albeit slightly greasy breakfast, Huishui, unlike her usual self, gently patted her belly in satisfaction before nestling into Li Mingqiang's embrace. He was taken aback by her newfound shyness, which had blossomed after a delightful meal, making her appear even more lively and confident than before. He playfully tapped her head twice, then resolved to return home, acknowledging the weight of their provisions and the necessity for his injured leg to heal further. Stealthily, he retrieved a small bag of hard candies wrapped in plastic from the depths of his pack and offered them to Huishui, who relished the treat. With the entirety of Global City devoid of zombies and monsters, Li Mingqiang and his companion navigated their way out with remarkable ease, the streets strewn with debris. Reinvigorated, he gripped his machete once more. Yet, just as they reached a nearby drain, a familiar pang of heartache surged through him unexpectedly. He scanned his surroundings but found nothing amiss. Huishui, perceptive as ever, crouched down and beckoned him over. Noticing the small stones quivering on the ground, Li Mingqiang grasped her shoulder and dashed towards the entrance of a nearby hot pot restaurant. At that moment, the manhole cover trembled violently, and a horde of greenish rats erupted from the depths, coiling together like a monstrous serpent, lunging towards them. Hui Shui wrapped her limbs around Li Mingchang's neck, pressing down with all her might. Just as several rat heads threatened to graze his hair, the weight of her presence sent the rodents crashing against the glass door of the hot pot restaurant. Splattering greenish blood onto his beige as they rolled upon the ground to evade the imminent danger, Li Mingchang felt a sharp pain in his head begin to resurface. Chapter 45. Plunder. Suddenly, a flock of slime mold pigeons swooped down from the verdant rooftop of a towering building. Li Mingchang smacked his forehead, striving to maintain his focus. He hurled his pack skyward at the flock, while simultaneously trampling several rats attempting to bite at their heels. Just like before, the pigeons scattered at the impact, colliding with the encroaching rat swarm. Seizing the moment, Li Mingchang swung his machete forward, urging the pigeons to disperse further. He pushed Hui Shui, who curled into a ball and rolled towards their travel bag. Retrieving 2 oil canisters that hung beside it, he tossed the canisters towards Li Mingchang's head. Their movements, devoid of prior coordination, flowed seamlessly as Li Mingchang leapt, slicing open the canisters and sending their contents flying into the midst of the pigeons and rats. The rancid aroma of grease permeated the air, causing chaos among the rat horde, while some pigeons, now smeared in oil, were quickly devoured by the frenzied rodents. However, as he landed from his jump, Li Mingchang lost his footing. Twisting his right ankle at an unnatural angle, with a swift motion, he struck his distorted ankle back into place with the back of his blade. His entire body trembled, fingers gripping the machete as if they were boiling water. Shaking uncontrollably, his face flushed crimson as Hui Shui, witnessing his distress, discarded her bag and rushed toward him, intent on lifting him to safety. Just as she reached him, a sharp whistle pierced the air, freezing the previously engaged pigeons and rats as if they had received a command. A somewhat wooden-looking mutated zombie swung down from above, landing amidst the throng of greenish rats, blood splattering everywhere. "Ah, humans," it began, but before it could finish, a thunderous gunshot rang out, obliterating its head. A green and black jeep barreled into the horde of slime creatures. Hui Shui, pinned beneath Li Mingchang, could see nothing, but he managed to open his eyes just in time to be yanked into the vehicle along with her. They made a sharp turn, pulling in their food-laden travel bag before speeding away. Meanwhile, the decapitated zombie was soon surrounded by the surviving rats and pigeons, which gathered around its body. After about half an hour, a head resembling its predecessor grotesquely sprouted from the neck, now encased in a slimy green membrane. Li Mingchang was tossed into the vehicle. His head collided forcefully against the door, the impact nearly rendering him unconscious. Hui Shui landed atop him without sustaining serious injury, while the 2 burly men in the front seat, wearing sunglasses, exchanged glances. "Well, this little one is quite resilient. She appears rather fierce," one remarked, eyeing her through the rearview mirror. Hui Shui glanced toward the fallen bag, and as she lunged for it, the man sitting in the passenger seat swiftly clamped his large hand over her head, laughing as he prepared to insult her. Hui Shui's reflexes seemed sharper than ever. She crouched low and kicked him squarely in the eye, eliciting a pained yelp as he released his gripped eye in an instant. She steadied herself and sank her teeth into the man's arm, drawing blood as he howled in agony. "Damn it, you little brat," he shouted, clutching his eye. Just then, a small dart shot from a hidden compartment in the trunk, striking Hui Shui's arm, and she quickly succumbed to unconsciousness. "Old 3, when we return, you're to train with the lunatics for 3 days. You can't even subdue a little kid. If you fail the assessment from the boss, you might as well join the logistics team and farm." The driver remarked casually. But second brother, that child is exceptionally strong. Given the scale of this disaster, I suspect the government forces from yesterday might be finished. We need to prepare for the long haul and gather skilled individuals. The man who was attacked chimed in. "Let us avoid talk that undermines unity. Our weapons were allocated by the military. Our failure to provide immediate support was already a misstep," Old 3 retorted, visibly deflating as he bandaged his wound, glancing back at the unconscious pair. "Second brother, may I have a smoke?" "Get lost. If you want to smoke, go back," came the curt reply. Amidst the final jostles of the vehicle, Li Mingchang began to regain consciousness, while the dazed Hui Shui slowly opened her eyes. The 2 burly men who had been seated at the front had vanished, and as Li Mingchang attempted to shift, he was met with a wave of nausea. "Without warning," he retched, covering the once clean seat with undigested porridge. "Damn it, I told you to take them out first." Instead, you had to find a spot to relieve yourself. This is a luxury car I worked 10 years to afford. The door swung open, and the two men returned, their expressions grim as they hoisted Hui Shui and prepared to flee. However, Li Mingchang's already weakened leg caught on the threshold, sending him tumbling to the ground, where he met the eyes of Hui Shui, both sharing an uneasy sentiment. Kid, you've sustained serious injuries yet still move about. We only have one veterinarian here. If we can't treat you properly, you can't blame us, one of the burly men warned. Cradling Hui Shui, Li Mingchang felt the weight of their situation as one man carried their bags while the other supported him, and Hui Shui glared at them with fierce determination. Their destination appeared to be a secluded storage facility, distinctly constructed of solid concrete, rather than the makeshift structures typical of the area. Chapter 46. Have you found the organization? Li Mingchang was hefted into the room by a burly man, and upon entering, he was enveloped in an inky darkness, rendering everything indistinguishable. The strong man, freeing one hand, produced a lighter and ignited it, allowing Li Mingchang to discern a small platform in the corner. The brawny figure lit a slender fuse protruding from an incense stick, and with a swift motion, the fuse darted downwards. After a few minutes, a faint creaking sound erupted from the floor, and a dim, yellow light flooded the room. From beneath the floor, a man emerged, holding an energy-efficient lamp, beckoning the strong man and others to follow him down a ladder into the tunnel below. Little brother, why so quiet? Have you never encountered such professionals before? The strong man, who was still carrying Li Mingchang on his back, queried, that is true. However, I can't shake the feeling that I've been thrust back into the operations of old underground workers. Have you prepared for this for a long time? Li Mingchang replied. That is certainly not the case. These ghastly occurrences erupted mysteriously overnight, and no ordinary person could have undergone such extensive preparations. The strong man remarked, glancing at the leader ahead, who showed no sign of reaction before continuing. This room was discovered by us while scavenging for supplies from a villa owned by a boss, whose son had whimsically constructed a survival bunker inspired by apocalyptic themes. Alas, they are no longer fortunate enough to utilize it. You killed them? Hui Shui, who had been clutching Li Mingchang's trouser leg, interjected suddenly as they walked alongside. Everyone abruptly halted, and Li Mingchang could sense the heavy breathing of the strong man. Goodness gracious, don't bring that up, Li Mingchang thought to himself, feeling the tension in the air, and quickly spoke up, Big brother, this silly girl has been abandoned by her parents since childhood and harbors a disdain for society. Her thoughts are somewhat dark, so don't let her lead you astray. After a moment of silence, the man holding the lantern at the front addressed them, brother. Keep an eye on your little companion. You know what not to say. Let us not make things uncomfortable for everyone. The strong man, who was carrying supplies, quickly interjected. Oh, come on. Let us not be so tense. We should hurry to meet the big brother and then rest. I'm utterly exhausted from running around these past few days. Following that, no one spoke further, and Hui Shui obediently held onto Li Mingchang's trousers as they continued to follow the group. The tunnel was somewhat lengthy, and at its end, there was a small iron door resembling a ventilation shaft. After the leading brother opened the door for Li Mingchang and the others, he departed from the other side, parting ways with them. Now, the location where Li Mingchang and the others found themselves resembled an underground gymnasium, with several green camping tents set up on the flat ground below. 2 or 3 individuals were engaged in some activities on the ground, though it was too dim to discern clearly. The two strong men urged Li Mingchang not to look around too much and carried him into another small room, which appeared to be a makeshift medical station, furnished with a simple bed, a wooden table, and a white curtain. A woman, seemingly in her 30s, with a slightly plump figure and a gentle demeanor, assisted the strong men in placing Li Mingchang onto the bed. Brother Hunter, you've brought back 2 more people, and we're running low on medical supplies at home. Next time, remember to bring back more medicine, she said. You may. We're counting on you again. Take good care of them. After all, they provided a generous joining fee, so it's only right they receive good treatment, the strong man said before exiting the room. Hello. I'm Mu Yang. Most people here call me Dr. Mu, but you can also call me Sister Mu. She introduced herself cheerfully. Li Mingchang shared his and Hui Shui's names, explaining how they ended up in this place, while Mu Yang rummaged under the table for ointment and clean bandages to tend to Li Mingchang's leg injury. She continued, You're not at a loss for coming here. Just a few days ago, we encountered a mechanized rescue team sent by the government, and they equipped us with a considerable amount of weapons and production tools. We currently lack nothing but manpower. Hui Shui, standing beside Li Mingchong, caught a whiff of the unpleasant medicinal scent and instinctively shifted his head, cautiously observing Mu Yang as she treated the wound. Don't be nervous. It should be fine, and if you're scared, just tug on my hair. Even though my leg is injured, we can still hold our ground quite well, Li Mingchong gently reassured Hui Shui as he placed a hand on her head. By the way, Sister Mu, I have a few questions. Is that all right? Li Mingchong asked Mu Yang that of course, however, I can't disclose my measurements, she replied lightly, still focusing on the wound. That's not what I meant. I'd like to know the current situation of the government forces, and whether these creatures are currently on the offensive or defensive. About that I'm not sure. Once you're better, you can ask Brother Wang for yourself. I usually don't go out much. I just read and tend to minor injuries here, Mu Yang explained naturally. After receiving these responses, Li Mingchong found himself unable to deduce much, so he gently squeezed Hui Shui's small hand and closed his eyes, preparing to rest for a while. Meanwhile, the strongmen who had gone to find the local big brother were currently handing the bags belonging to Li Mingchong and his companions to a man organizing supplies in a warehouse. The man nodded and retrieved 2 cigarettes from a nearby table, handing them to the 2 strongmen. After receiving the cigarettes, they proceeded to the lower level to see their big brother, who was seated in the center of a simple room. Inside, there was only a computer and a set of tables and chairs. Before they even entered, Brother Wang called out, "Why do you 2 enjoy smoking those leaves so much? Don't bring them in here. That stench only clouds my mind." The 2 towering strongmen, akin to schoolchildren being reprimanded by a teacher, promptly discarded the cigarettes outside the door and carefully stepped inside. "Big brother, we're here. What tasks do you have for us to carry out?" "Jane Shou, do you know what happened last night?" Brother Wang inquired, looking at the strong man who had previously carried Li Mingchong and the others. "I'm not sure. It must have been the military cleansing the monsters near the survivor base. Right?" Jin Shou replied cautiously. Brother Wang remained silent, gently nudging the ground with his foot to reveal the computer screen to the 2 men. Chapter 47. The green tide. On the screen lay a chaotic array of scrap metal, with faint traces of artillery fire evident, yet there were no corpses or severed limbs in sight. Brother Wang repositioned his chair and sat before the computer, his expression turning serious. "This is the last photo sent at 4 o'clock yesterday morning. They were left with only a small 5-man team, lightly equipped, which managed to withdraw successfully. They are preparing to slowly clear H City, while a regiment in B City and C City has nearly been wiped out here." Jin Shou gasped in disbelief. "That's impossible, big brother. These monsters outside could not have wreaked such havoc in a single night. I could take on 2 with just a hammer. With their sophisticated equipment, armored vehicles, and those small tanks. How could this happen?" Jin Shou exclaimed, his voice faltering. The reality had already unfolded. They had sent out a final distress signal from a 10-kilometer radius. This wave of monsters was remarkably different. They had previously only passed by the base. But coincidentally, a group of 4 survivors had sent us a distress signal, prompting us to dispatch a rescue team. Just as our personnel mobilized, a giant hawk appeared from nowhere and pierced through the titanium alloy walls of the base. After suffering 1 casualty, we managed to wound the giant eagle, injuring one of its wings. Just as we were about to collect the giant eagle's blood for testing, the previously docile horde of monsters suddenly went berserk, launching an organized assault on our base. They employed the 3x3 assault tactic of our former military, attacking all the base's weak points with no fewer than 1,000 monsters. During this onslaught, we discovered that among the monsters were some plant creatures, seemingly tasked with aiding the assaulting monsters. Our artillery support proved significantly less effective, and these plant monsters appeared to possess the ability to burrow in and out of the earth, dragging away the deceased or injured monsters and re-emerging for the next wave of attacks. Furthermore, our firearms had no effect on them unless we utilized large-scale lethality weapons or sniper rifles. Our ammunition was depleting at an alarming rate, and rough estimates indicated that over 100,000 monsters were relentlessly assaulting our base. Unfortunately, we could not hold out, having rescued a total of 147 civilians in H City. We will use the last of our mobile vehicles to evacuate them from the base. We hope the civilian bases capable of receiving radio communications will shelter them. We have sent out a distress signal, and soon, reinforcements from the military in HB Province and SC Province will arrive to aid the residents of H City. We hope that you all survive. Silverhand. This morning we only received 2 vehicles with a total of 12 individuals. who were attacked by those beasts on the road. Now, only 8 have arrived. Please manage the situation over there. After conveying this information to the 2 individuals, Brother Wang continued, Yes, brother, Silverhand replied earnestly, lowering his head. Phew, after your return this time, you will no longer be part of the search team. I will arrange for others to go out. Our numbers have already exceeded 40, and we have essentially covered most of the urban area. It is unnecessary for you to venture into the less dangerous suburbs. We must ensure everyone possesses some level of combat capability. Perhaps, in the future, we can revisit City C to search for the survivor base. After saying all this, Brother Wang waved at the 2 and resumed, planning the next steps in front of his computer, rubbing his brow. After Sister Mu Yang assisted Li Mingchong in treating his wounds, she instructed him to refrain from unnecessary movements for the next couple of days and went out to procure some nutritious food from the logistics department for his recovery. I don't like it here. I want to return to the place we previously discussed staying at. Once Mu Yang left, Hui Shui, who had been on edge, could no longer contain herself. She crawled onto the bed where Li Mingchong lay and whispered, At least someone saved us. Let's forget about our belongings for now. Once I can move again, I'll find a way to go back. All right? Li Mingchong gently placed his hand on Hui Shui's back and replied softly, Let's hurry and leave. They are not good people, and I dislike this place. The meals provided at this temporary survivor base were quite substantial, offering each individual a bowl of rice porridge, a plate of scrambled eggs with vegetables, and a few small pieces of braised meat. Although the portions were modest, at least there were 3 meals a day, likely due to the presence of injured individuals and the surplus of food provided. After spending a day in this small infirmary, Sister Mu Yang returned with their previous belongings. Aside from the cooking supplies, everything else remained intact, even the last fruit knife still attached to the bag. Li Mingchong borrowed a piece of paper and a pen from Sister Mu Yang, who seemed to understand something, handed them to him, and then exited to chat with others. On April 11, weather unknown. The warrior and his daughter decided to venture into the forest in search of meat to supplement their protein intake. Initially, they were fortunate to discover a cotton field, lush with the purest white cotton blooms. They picked some to prevent future wound infections. After a trek, they stumbled upon a gigantic maze in the heart of the forest. Driven by curiosity, they entered the maze. Inside, they first killed a hunting dog infected with a fungus, and later discovered that animals were engaged in a struggle for dominance within the maze. The warrior, unwilling to waste time on such matters, was fortunate enough to find an abundance of meat on the 5th level of the maze. They spent a day on the 4th and 6th levels sharing a meat meal and noticed traces of other humans in the distance. After leaving the bountiful maze, the warrior was suddenly attacked by smaller infected creatures. But at a critical moment, a member of a survivor tribe arrived just in time to save him and his daughter. As Li Mingchong was about to write something, Hui Shui crawled out from under him. Blocking his way, she took his pen and began to sketch on the paper. The drawing depicted 2 stick figures, with the smaller figure riding atop the larger one, holding a shovel and digging into the ground, while several larger stick figures lay nearby, dazed with circles and stars above their heads. After completing her drawing, Hui Shui presented it to Li Mingchong, then buried her head against him. After a while, she stood up, rolled the drawing, and placed it in the bag leaning against the bed. Li Mingchong smiled, retrieved his large travel bag, and, after rummaging around inside, miraculously produced a piece of candy, unwrapped it, and placed it in Hui Shui's mouth. Here, enjoy this candy. Rest assured, I will always be by your side. Chapter 48. Recovery. Li Mingchong's recuperative abilities were remarkably strong. Within just a day, he was able to use a cane to get out of bed and move around. After expressing his desire to Sister Mu Yang to venture outside and assess the situation, he stepped out with Hui Shui's assistance, leaning on his wooden stick. The route to the gym required navigating stairs, which was somewhat inconvenient, but fortunately, there were iron railings to prevent falls. Looking down from above, he noticed that no one had emerged yet, save for a small boy fiddling with something below. As he slowly descended, the sound of the stick tapping against the ground caught the boy's attention. The boy, holding a small black dagger, exhibited a hint of fear on his face. Li Mingchong observed the boy, who appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, with a rather lean physique, sparse hair, some of which had turned a light yellow at the tips, and a pale face that suggested malnutrition. Do not be afraid. We are new arrivals at the base. We were injured earlier and are now here to see what this place is like, Li Mingchong quickly reassured him. The boy seemed not to have heard Li Mingchang's words, but upon noticing Hui Shui, who was even smaller than him, he seemed to calm down slightly, glanced around, and began to speak. I am called Tanli, but everyone now calls me Haizi. They say it's better to be dark-skinned than light-skinned these days, and I don't mind this nickname. What are your names? The little boy continued. Li Mingchang introduced himself and Hui Shui, establishing a rapport before asking, Haizi, when did you arrive here, and how many people are there approximately? Haizi accepted a piece of broken candy Hui Shui offered and began sharing what he knew. I escaped with Brother Jean from the neighborhood where I used to live about a week ago. Brother Jean is very capable. He killed a monster while rescuing me and chopped off several of its limbs. To this point, Haizi gazed up at the ceiling with admiration. Hey, that big guy hasn't he arrived yet? Calm down. Li Mingchang waved his hand in front of Haizi, urging him to settle down. Oh, okay, let me continue. Haizi wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, a bit embarrassed, and continued. Currently, there are over 40 people in our base. And there are only 2 children my age. They are in the storage area with the other adults organizing supplies. Because I had some issues with my hands and feet, Brother Jean asked me to stay here. And I usually help everyone sharpen knives and maintain tools. Is there a requirement to enter the storage area, or can everyone go anywhere? Upon hearing Li Mingchang's inquiry, Haizi scratched his head, then suddenly recalled something. He dove into a smaller, dark gray tent, calling for them to join him. The 2 exchanged glances before stepping into the tent, where the first thing they noticed was a small spirit tablet resting on a stool. Haizi rummaged through a cardboard box and brought out a small booklet, handing it to Li Mingchang. This contains all the rules here, but honestly, once you get familiar with most of them, you won't need to worry about it too much. I usually forget many, so I thought I'd just give it to you. I still have 2 axes that need sharpening, so I'll be off now, Brother Chang. Haizi handed the booklet to Li Mingchang before dashing off to retrieve the axes. Li Mingchang glanced at the spirit tablet without speaking, then took Hui Shui by the hand, exited the tent, and thanked Haizi before continuing to slowly ascend with his cane, preparing to see what the storage area looked like. After Haizi waited for Li Mingchang to ascend, a few tears cascaded down his cheeks. He had beckoned Li Mingchang into the tent, partly to reassure him and demonstrate that he truly had the booklet to help him, but more so to let him see the spirit tablet resting on his stool. He was uncertain of his motivations, but this encounter felt markedly different. Brother Chang did not inquire about the identity of the spirit tablet's owner nor offer any comfort, which struck Haizi as peculiar. He felt an inexplicable sadness, but as the sadness faded, it seemed he gained something in return. He returned to the tent, cradled the spirit tablet in his arms to warm it with his body heat for a moment, then retrieved a tin box from the corner, carefully placed the spirit tablet inside, and closed the lid. After Li Mingchang finally made his way upstairs, his initial desire to check out the storage area dissipated, and he returned to lie down on the bed in the small infirmary. Just then, Sister Mu Yang returned from her chatter outside, bringing along a bag of sunflower seeds, initially intending to hand them directly to Hui Shui. However, as she approached, Hui Shui immediately hid behind Li Mingchang's head. Here you go. It seems your little sister is quite shy. I also have some news. Let me know if you're interested, Sister Mu Yang remarked, noticing Hui Shui's quick retreat and tossing the seeds onto Li Mingchang instead. News? What do you want? Didn't you take all the food we had? Li Mingchang responded, shrugging his shoulders to indicate they had nothing left. Haven't the 2 of you been out there for quite some time? I'm curious to know the specifics of the outside situation and your understanding of those dangerous creatures. How about it? Shall we exchange information? Li Mingchang reclined on his bed, contemplating for a moment, and concluded that there was likely no harm in acquiescing to the request. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that Hui Shui had gently pinched his collar, seemingly displaying some reluctance. Subsequently, Li Mingchang elaborated, albeit in a half-explanatory, half-exaggerated manner, on how he referred to these peculiar creatures and the series of observations he had made regarding the slime molds to Mu Yang. Yet, he deliberately omitted any mention of the mutated zombies he had encountered. Upon hearing Li Mingchang's account, Mu Yang remained largely impassive, suggesting that what he shared was akin to what everyone else had reported. Now, let me share my news, she said with a sense of excitement. You won't believe it, but our search team stumbled upon a mooncake processing facility while searching for surviving residents today. Inside, we found an array of mooncakes produced during the season. Excluding those contaminated by fuzz and vines, we managed to bring back a total of 15 boxes of mooncakes. The boss decided to distribute 2 to each person today for a taste, while the remainder will be stored in the cellar. After sharing this, Mu Yang joyfully placed her hands on her hips, eager to observe the expressions of Li Mingchong and the others. A cellar? Dante, you have solar power? What do you need a cellar for? By the way, ISNT that where vegetables are stored. Chapter 49. Methodical utilizing a resource that is readily available and not wasteful is a prudent choice. Regardless, I'm merely conveying a message. Whether you heed it is entirely up to you, and I won't concern myself with any potential losses you may incur. With that, Mu Yang hastily departed in search of amusement, leaving Li Mingchong and the others in a state of helplessness as they exchanged glances. Nevertheless, Mu Yang was truthful. Indeed, someone delivered mooncakes in the afternoon, although this person was unfamiliar to Li Mingchong and appeared disinclined to engage in conversation. After placing 4 mooncakes on the table in the medical room, he left without further ado. Once the man had departed, Hui Shui emerged from behind the headboard, seized a mooncake from the table, and leaped onto the bed, resting on Li Mingchong's abdomen. Oof, you're crushing me. I'm still an injured party. I can't endure this as I usually would. Li Mingchong feigned discomfort as he lifted Hui Shui from atop him and took one of the mooncakes, stuffing it into his mouth. Just as he bit down a few times, he abruptly encountered something hard. After extracting it from his mouth, he discovered it to be a small, crumpled piece of paper. Hui Shui's eyes widened as she watched Li Mingchong retrieve the small paper from his mouth. She, too, began to tear open the mooncake she held, searching for any similar paper within. Li Mingchong slightly unfolded the damp and damaged paper, only to find that the original writing had become smeared by his saliva, rendering it barely legible. He could only make out a few phrases. Monsters, monsters everywhere. They are cunning. Intelligent, possessing dominion. They nurture, give up. This is nature's punishment for humanity. Too late, too late. This is our last hope. Fire. You have led us out of the ignorant and foolish environment since ancient times. Fire is our hope. It will cleanse all impurities. The remaining text was indecipherable, and much of the central portion was illegible. After glancing at the words, Li Mingchong deduced that the author was likely a self-pitying individual disillusioned with the world. He believed that as long as he remained alive, he would exhibit a lackadaisical attitude toward life, especially now that he had individuals to search for and care for. He had no intention of contemplating death or losing hope. Li Mingchong crumpled the paper back together and ignited it with a lighter, watching it turn to ash before savoring the mooncake in his hand. Meanwhile, after distributing the mooncakes, the 2 burly men, Jin Shou and Yin Shou, were currently selecting personnel for the next outing from the logistics team, being particularly cautious due to the recent zombie wave. After much deliberation among the fewer than 20 logistics members, they finally chose 2 men and 1 woman who appeared slightly more robust and capable of combat. This time, they would also enlist the help of a seasoned driver from the previous search team to assist them. Weapons and various tools will be provided once you arrive, Jin Shou stated with a hint of seriousness. Report, what is our destination this time? Inquired the tallest of the trio. Yin Shou retrieved a map from his clothing, indicating an area approximately 120 kilometers away on the outskirts. Before they could respond, Jin Shou continued, we received radio communication yesterday indicating that incendiary bombs and supply crates were deployed by government troops in that region. We have also scouted the central route there, and military support is available. Jin Shou paused briefly before adding, despite such assistance, the proximity to the river poses significant danger. I won't pressure you. If any of you wish to withdraw, you may do so at any time. As soon as he finished speaking, another man, appearing to be 3 or 4 years older, spoke up, I wish to withdraw. I'm sorry, my child is only 6 years old. I cannot afford any mishaps. Ultimately, the team was reconfigured to 2 members, who were each assigned a code name for the search, Cheetah and Blood Antelope, and they would depart the base in 3 days to seek out survivors or supplies. Naturally, Li Mingchong was generally unaware of this information, but unfortunately, Mu Yang had been nearby, eavesdropping on Jin Shou and the others, and even from a distance, their loud conversation was audible. Upon returning to the medical room, Mu Yang could no longer contain her curiosity and exchanged information with Li Mingchong about how he had lost sight in his left eye. To the outskirts. 3 days' time. I wonder if my leg will heal in time. Li Mingchong mused inwardly. Meanwhile, Mu Yang, having overheard his account of losing his eye due to the infiltration of zombie blood, was squatting beside the board bed, intently gazing into his eyes. She even contemplated reaching out to touch them. but was halted by an irritated Hui Shui pulling at her legs. "Hey, how about I gather some more information and then tell you if you have any lingering effects?" Mu Yang said earnestly. Grasping the edge of the board bead, Li Mingchang felt that he could not divulge this secret, so he quickly scooped Hui Shui up and pretended to be lifeless. "Alternatively, you could tell me where you stashed that fruit pit. I can help you secure some extra food from the boss, or perhaps I could procure a suitable weapon for you." Mu Yang's gaze resembled that of a wolf eyeing a feeble sheep. Eager to uncover his secrets, Li Mingchang remained resolute in his silence, and even if he wished to speak, he had no means to do so. The fruit pit had long since vanished after the incident with the grapevine, but he could still use it as bait. After tormenting Li Mingchang for quite some time, Mu Yang, seeing no further way to extract information, sighed and suddenly appeared to recall something, exuding excitement as she dashed out of the medical room. "She can't be losing her mind. I have a bad feeling about this." April 14, weather. Still unknown with the aid of the tribe's residents, the warrior was gradually recuperating. Over the past 3 days, he had thoroughly explored the environment within the tribe, which was not dissimilar to the ordinary shelters he had envisioned. Moreover, their food supplies were ample. Here, due to the bravery of the warrior's daughter, the deputy leader adorned with golden claws had even gifted the warrior a foldable machete, while the warrior's daughter received a more portable and finely crafted carbon fiber spear. However, it was unfortunate that they remained somewhat apprehensive about the warrior and his companions, opting not to provide them with professional weaponry. Fortunately, the warrior's severe injuries had healed significantly over these few days, leaving him only slightly unsteady on his feet, with most of his basic functions restored. Chapter 50. Jin Shou's request. Li Mingchang placed the borrowed paper and pen down. Ever since he began using storytelling as a means of expression, he felt that his thought process had become swifter, allowing him to contemplate how to teach Hui Shui to read. After gaining the ability to move freely, Jin Shou sought out Li Mingchang on the morning of the 14th to discuss matters. "Your physical condition and appearance seem rather incongruous. Do you smoke? I have a few things to discuss with you." Jin Shou casually pulled a cigarette from his pocket. "No, I don't smoke, and there are children present. If you wish to speak with me, let us step outside," Li Mingchang replied, gently pressing down on Hui Shui's head. "I'll be right back. You stay put and wait for me." Hui Shui climbed onto the board bed and nodded. "Let us go. We can talk outside." Jin Shou tucked the cigarette back into its pack and, hands in pockets, accompanied Li Mingchang to the safe passageway beside the gymnasium. "Brother Li, how have you been finding your time with us lately?" Don T sugarcoated. "Feel free to speak your mind," Jin Shou stated plainly. "As for me, I think it's quite nice here. However, I wonder if staying underground all the time is wise. Aren't those monsters inactive during the day? Why is everyone so afraid and hiding?" Li Mingchang replied. "To be honest, I truly cannot fathom how someone like you, who roams about outside, manages to survive with a little girl in tow," Jin Shou remarked, pulling a tuft of black and white dog fur from his pocket and placing it in his hand. This is," Li Mingchang exclaimed, momentarily at a loss for words upon recognizing the familiar dog fur. "The day before encountering you, we stumbled upon a group of large dogs with shaggy fur while scouring for supplies in an old street. The time we discovered them, there were only 3 fragments of what appeared to be human clothing and a few scraps of flesh. However, no fewer than 7 gigantic wolfhounds were still alive, ensnared by a horde of massive vine-like creatures. We had to employ our stockpiled rocket launcher to obliterate the thickest of those abominations." After a brief pause, Jin Shou continued, ultimately resulting in our acquiring a half-dead giant wolfhound, which bore a message tube detailing a target of pursuit. Jin Shou suddenly leaned closer to Li Mingchang's ear and whispered, "It was also a man and a little girl. What a coincidence! Indeed, how extraordinarily fortuitous. What enmity could exist between those 2 individuals and them?" Li Mingchang deemed that feigning ignorance was the optimal solution, as regardless of his denial, he was powerless to change the situation. Jin Shou seemed to have anticipated Li Mingchang's reticence and proceeded to inquire. "So, do you wish to accompany those 2 newcomers on their mission outside? After all, you have consumed a considerable amount of our medicine and nutritional supplies. And you have also taken a substantial amount of our food, yet I did not solicit any from you. Those provisions were meant for your rescue. Surely your lives are worth more than mere rations." It was then that Li Mingchang realized this fellow was quite determined to hold him accountable. And if he was certain that Li Mingchang would not betray him, he would undoubtedly ensure that he remained bound to him. "Hui Shui, perhaps?" As Li Mingqiang gazed into Jin Shou's eyes, a sudden, intense pain surged through his head, and his heart raced uncontrollably, causing his blood to boil with fervor. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Mingqiang swiftly crouched down, raising both hands simultaneously, crossing them to shield his chest. Bam! Jin Shou's fist, charged with force unbeknownst to him, struck Li Mingqiang in the abdomen. Thanks to Li Mingqiang's timely crouch and the protection of his palms, he merely staggered back a few steps, managing to absorb the blow. "What are you doing? I trust one have not committed any egregious offense," Li Mingqiang shouted loudly, not only to pose the question but also to alert those nearby that trouble had arisen. "Blimey, your reaction speed far surpasses that of those who appear to be of similar ilk. I knew my judgment would not fail me." Conversely, Jin Shou's reaction was one of unbridled excitement, as if he had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. Soon, onlookers approached to ascertain the situation, but upon recognizing Jin Shou, they promptly departed. "Very well, you may bring your little girl along with us to search for supplies. Are you not concerned about our intentions?" Even after receiving a punch from Jin Shou, Li Mingqiang remained somewhat bewildered. "Of course, I have stipulations. Outside, you both must heed our orders when there is no danger, but should peril arise, you will assume a commanding role to assist them. Most importantly, you must ensure their safe return." Jin Shou asserted without hesitation, "What if we do not return safely? After all, as you can see, I must exert my utmost strength to deal with a single zombie, and sometimes it necessitates a sacrifice on my part. Just tell me, will you go or not?" Jin Shou disregarded Li Mingqiang's concerns and stated bluntly, "Go." After receiving a satisfactory reply, Jin Shou returned to relay the news. Upon returning, Li Mingqiang merely shared the information with Hui Shui, who immediately raised her hands, eager to join the expedition outdoors. Li Mingqiang asked her if she was not the least bit frightened. Hui Shui defiantly replied that she was not afraid, as they were all big dummies, and she could handle them. Before Hui Shui could finish her sentence, Li Mingqiang hastily covered her mouth, fearful that she might utter something alarming. After acquiescing to Jin Shou's demands, Li Mingqiang and Hui Shui met their two teammates for this mission, Leopard and Blood Antelope, shortly after finishing lunch that day. The duo, clad in full combat gear, complete with bulletproof vests, long knives, handguns, and rifles, appeared before them just as Hui Shui was about to regale Li Mingqiang with the story. "So, you are the other substitute team member joining us? Did the base not provide you with combat gear?" Blood Antelope, the woman, initiated the conversation. "Yes, that seems correct. However, Li Mingqiang pointedly indicated Hui Shui, who had once again retreated behind him due to the presence of unfamiliar faces. The two fully armed individuals exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a mix of confusion and disbelief, as though words were lodged in their throats. Finally, Leopard remarked, "I'll go ask Brother 2 what the situation is," and hurriedly left to seek Jin Shou's explanation. Blood Antelope, though not particularly tall, appeared to be around 23 years old. Initially, she had felt a twinge of joy upon hearing that additional teammates were joining. But upon seeing Li Mingqiang and Hui Shui, she felt a sense of being tricked. Chapter 51. Retreat. Outskirts. Blood Antelope exhaled softly and sat at the edge of Li Mingqiang and Hui Shui's bed. Casting a smile at the seemingly shy Hui Shui, "Brother Chong, is she your sister or your daughter?" "Well, one could say she is like a goddaughter to me," Li Mingqiang replied, glancing back at the now alert Hui Shui, who emitted soft whines. "Goddaughter?" Upon hearing this, Blood Antelope's smile vanished, her expression darkening with undisguised disdain. "You do not think that just because we are in this dire situation, you can do as you please. Initially, I thought you were a benevolent soul for bringing a little girl into this chaos, but it turns out you are nothing but a beast." Before Li Mingqiang could fully process the insult, Blood Antelope delivered a resounding slap across his face. Caught off guard, he exclaimed as the sting of the blow registered. Blood Antelope then attempted to scoop Hui Shui away from the scene. However, as she reached out, Hui Shui sprang into action, leaping up and enveloping Blood Antelope's head with her small limbs, delivering a flurry of punches upon her crown. With her legs tightly wrapped around Blood Antelope, Hui Shui effectively obstructed her view, making it difficult for her to breathe. Dizziness quickly set in as Blood Antelope struggled to grasp Hui Shui's legs, her strength waning, nearly rendering her incapable of even whimpering for help. After some time, Li Mingqiang finally managed to rise from where he had been knocked down, only to witness Hui Shui in a scissor kick position, restraining Blood Antelope's head. Goodness, little one, release her. Oh no. Wait, let go of her legs. That doesn't sound quite right either. For heaven's sake, don't suffocate her. Li Mingchong pressed down on the struggling blood antelope with one hand while using the other to tickle Hui Shue's soles. Realizing that Li Mingchong was intervening, Hui Shue pouted but eventually released her grip, sparing blood antelope from becoming the first victim of Hui Shue's wrath. After giving Hui Shue a couple of firm taps on the head, Li Mingchong promptly rushed to blood antelope's side, observing her eyes beginning to glaze over. He quickly lifted her and placed her on the bed, intending to fetch Sister Mu Yang for assistance. Just as he positioned blood antelope, the door creaked open and footsteps approached, with a hand on his forehead. Li Mingchong sighed in exasperation, half laughing, half crying, as he turned to find Leopard and Jinsho looking distinctly troubled. I swear, I did nothing at all. Do you believe me? Jinsho shook his head in response, yet they did not seem inclined to confront Li Mingchong. Jinsho stepped past him to check on the semi-conscious blood antelope, measuring the red marks left on her neck by Hui Shue's antics. Without uttering a word, he waved for everyone to exit, intending to summon Sister Mu Yang for blood antelope's treatment. Meanwhile, the man known as Leopard lingered outside with Li Mingchong, unexpectedly stating, "Brother, I must admit I underestimated you. I am now formally inviting you to join me in forming a search party to rescue personnel and gather various supplies." Li Mingchong noticed the uneven bulge of Leopard's shirt and the dust coating his legs, which led him to form a general hypothesis, though he maintained a facade of ignorance. What about the gear for me and my girl? Upon speaking, even Li Mingchong could not suppress a smile, as he had just knocked out one of his fellow teammates, but now found humor in the situation. Your gear will be on the vehicle when we depart tomorrow. However, Leopard's gaze shifted toward Hui Shue, rendering his unspoken thoughts clear. Fear not. She is far more capable than I. Li Mingchong shook his head, ensuring no one was around, and leaned in closer to Leopard's ear, saying, the girl you just referred to as Blood Antelope is the one who knocked her out. With such combat prowess, you shouldn't worry so much. Leopard's tightly furrowed brow revealed his lingering skepticism, but he refrained from further persuasion, nodding silently before departing to prepare for their upcoming mission. Li Mingchong cradled Hui Shue and whispered, tomorrow we shall leave this place. Once we do, these people will have no authority over us. I do not like it here. I want to go outside and fight monsters, Hui Shue declared, raising her hands in enthusiasm. Enough with the nonsense. Once we are outside, we shall first visit my hometown to see. Li Mingchong suddenly fell silent for a moment before resuming his smile, waiting alongside Hui Shue for Sister Mu Yang to arrive and assist Blood Antelope. After a considerable amount of time, Sister Mu Yang came over to assist in examining the Blood Antelope, and fortunately, there was nothing serious. A night's rest would suffice for recovery. However, she did inform Jinsho to prepare a more protein-rich diet for the search team that was to be dispatched today. As the evening approached, while collecting supplies, Sister Mu Yang handed Hui Shue a pristine white diary, its exterior still soft and cushioned, which prompted the initially reticent Hui Shue to express her first heartfelt thanks. Simultaneously, without resistance, she lowered her head and allowed Mu Yang to pat her twice. Mingchong, are you truly intent on taking this little one outside with you? Aren't you afraid you might regret it if danger arises? Mu Yang inquired as she helped Hui Shue prepare a new set of clothing to place in her bag. But if I don't take her, she will have regrets, Li Mingchong replied softly, pausing in his task of organizing the clothes to look at Hui Shue, who was now smiling vacantly while clutching the diary. After dinner, instead of writing stories as usual, Li Mingchong observed Hui Shue, who, armed with the pink watercolor brush hastily brought over by Sister Mu Yang, depicted a somewhat childish caricature of Mu Yang in her diary. Holding the drawing up to Li Mingchong's face, she shyly asked, could you please deliver this to the big sister? This is my first drawing with colored pins that I wish to gift her. What, are you not planning to gift me another one? Li Mingchong teased. Hui Shue responded, placing the drawing on him, before climbing back onto the stool beside the table to continue her artwork under the nearby light. The night passed in silence. And upon waking early the next morning, Li Mingchong gently placed the portrait of Hui Shue at the door of Sister Mu Yang's medical station, holding her hand as they climbed through the tunnel to the outside. Outside, the perimeter of the base was surrounded by barbed wire, and they emerged from a small concrete shelter. Only 3 people were present, a heavily armored olive-green off-road vehicle and an empty connected metal trailer. Jinsho nodded slightly at Li Mingchong, his gaze towards Hui Shue tinged with reluctance. He sighed softly, hoping that this child, endowed with exceptional combat talent, would remain safe during the mission. You four are tasked with conducting a semi-carpet search at the designated location to identify any personnel in need of rescue, while also collecting supplies along the way under certain conditions. Remember, safety is paramount, and the mission comes second. Best of luck to you all, Jin Shou declared, saluting with a standard military posture. Li Ming Chong returned the gesture to the nearby leopard and blood antelope, who also saluted back. Despite possessing a driver's license obtained during a previous summer, Li Ming Chong had not driven since, thus relinquishing the driving responsibility to Leopard. Initially, he had contemplated adopting a nickname for ease of address, but they both referred to him as Brother Chong or Ming Chong. Li Ming Chong mused, "Is Jin Shou truly that formidable? I barely managed to deflect a blow, and suddenly find myself elevated to the status of brother. Brother Chong, here are your 2 bulletproof vests and equipment. The smaller one has been specially tailored for Sister Hui Shui. Remember to put them on shortly," Blood Antelope said, handing Li Ming Chong a stack of items. Li Ming Chong, shaking off the foolish grin, examined the Type 95 rifle and the array of boxed ammunition in his hands. "Aren't there any handguns for Hui Shui? And with only one gun? How are we to manage?" Just then, as Leopard remained stationary, Jin Shou approached the off-road vehicle and tapped on the window. "You're only getting this one gun. She's far too small for a handgun. Moreover, firearms have limited lethality against those monsters. More powerful weapons, like flamethrowers, are cumbersome to carry. We have some grenades and other weapons in the trunk, but you'll have to rely on the cold weapons you possess." "Oh, very well then. I'm not particularly skilled with firearms anyway. Just ensure you don't shoot me," Li Ming Chong replied, fiddling with the rifle before handing it back to Blood Antelope. After confirming the objectives and safety protocols, Jin Shou activated the switch to open the barbed wire, and Leopard began driving towards their destination. Moments after departing, Li Ming Chong leaned over to Blood Antelope, who was seated in the passenger seat, and said, "Hey, Blood Antelope, I assume you don't have much on your plate right now." Yes, I admit my fault from yesterday. I acted impulsively without proper investigation and even attempted to forcibly take Hui Shui away. Yet, I never anticipated that this little girl could be so formidable," Blood Antelope admitted, scratching her head sheepishly. "Of course. When I first encountered her, I was nearly suffocated by her, but thankfully we resolved our misunderstandings in the end." Li Ming Chong ruffled Hui Shui's hair, and she burrowed into his embrace. "By the way, could I borrow that handgun at your waist?" "Ah, the handgun?" Blood Antelope hesitated, then removed her Type 92 pistol from her waist and handed it to Li Ming Chong. Thank you. Indeed, this smaller weapon is far more comfortable to hold," Li Ming Chong remarked. After about 10 minutes of traversing a somewhat desolate area, they entered a rather dilapidated corridor. Blood Antelope glanced at the map displayed before the window and stated, "We must first navigate through this old district. According to the intel from Second Brother, we should accelerate to exit the 3rd Ring Road and enter the nearby National Highway. If all goes well, we should reach the outskirts via a small road after 3 hours." She pointed to a route on the map. Both Blood Antelope and Leopard exhibited signs of tension, displaying a proactive demeanor about the tasks ahead, while Li Ming Chong and Hui Shui, seated in the back row, had fallen sound asleep. Hui Shui seemed to suffer from motion sickness, feeling dizzy just a few minutes into the ride. Fortunately, the emergency medical kit provided by Jin Shou contained anti-nausea medication and patches. After administering the medicine to Hui Shui, Li Ming Chong softly hummed a lullaby, inadvertently dozing off himself. As they entered the old district, Leopard felt a chill as massive vines entwined around the adjacent buildings. The eerie silence enveloped them, devoid of even the slightest whisper of wind. As the only living beings in the vicinity, they felt an oppressive weight of anxiety. Blood Antelope retrieved red spectrum goggles from her tactical backpack, frequently scanning the surroundings. Finding no signs of life, Leopard slowed the vehicle, preparing to move into the shadows before accelerating away. Li Ming Chong, previously nestled comfortably in the back seat, was jolted awake by a sudden thump in his heart. Immediately, he shouted to Leopard, who was still in the process of decelerating, "Hurry up, speed away from this place." Recalling Jin Shou's warning, Leopard pressed the gas pedal fully, and as they made their escape, a root at least 7 or 8 meters long erupted from the ground, shattering the concrete road into large fragments. Thanks to Leopard's timely acceleration, they narrowly avoided the impact. Blood Antelope quickly shifted her goggles to the ground, still failing to detect anything amiss with their mission. However, after the recent incident, Leopard decided to speed through the old district, Boom, boom. Several loud crashes erupted from both the front and rear as massive roots emerged. Leopard's steering wheel felt as if it were on the verge of smoking from the strain. Blood Antelope raised her rifle, targeting the colossal roots that suddenly appeared beside them, blasting chunks of flesh apart. Each time a root was struck, it would convulse briefly before retreating underground, re-emerging again several meters behind the off-road vehicle. Unlike the zombies Li Ming Chong had encountered before, these roots oozed a translucent, milky white liquid instead of the typical green slime. After a sharp turn and further gunfire from Blood Antelope, a significant droplet of the milky liquid splattered onto the off-road vehicle's rearview mirror, producing a hissing sound accompanied by a corrosive odor reminiscent of metal and plastic. Within a minute, the entire rearview mirror was reduced to a mere fragment and fell away after a few jolts. This creature is corrosive. Blood Antelope, stop firing. Let us prioritize escaping this area. Chapter 52. Danger. Mutual slaughter, yo. Right? Right? Blood Antelope fumbled to detach the magazine from her rifle, swiftly checking the last bullet and engaging the safety. Her expression fraught with urgency as she glanced at Leopard. The incessant assault from the roots had already put Leopard on edge, and now, under Blood Antelope's anxious gaze, his previously steady driving began to falter. After another sharp left turn and a sudden stop, he expertly used a route that had unexpectedly emerged to propel them forward, narrowly squeezing between two enormous roots and crashing into a horde of gelatinous zombies that had appeared out of nowhere. Fortunately, being a military-grade vehicle, it held up remarkably well, propelling the zombies aside with minimal deceleration. Roar, roar. After soaring past a downhill slope, Li Ming Chong heard the chilling roars of zombies emanating from their vehicle. Blood Antelope, do you have a mirror? Hand it over, Li Ming Chong requested, taking the mirror from Blood Antelope and fastening it to a bite-proof sleeve before extending it out of the window. Just as a hand, half-rotted and adorned with vibrant green foliage, reached out no more than 10 centimeters, it seized the sleeve of the jacket, at that very instant, as the hand was flung away. Several zombies were revealed atop the vehicle's roof. Hui Shui extended 3 fingers, declaring that there were 3 formidable creatures above Diane that fleeting moment. Li Ming Chong's gaze, along with that of the still-adjusting Blood Antelope, struggled to discern the scene clearly. Cheetah, there are 3 large entities on the roof. Devise a method to dislodge them, and be cautious not to damage this fine vehicle. Li Ming Chong promptly instructed the driving cheetah. Understood. Please fasten your seatbelts, came the response, prompting Li Ming Chong to realize he had yet to secure his own. He hastily reached for the belt, while Hui Shui directly utilized Li Ming Chong's hands as makeshift restraints. After breaching the verdant wall formed by the zombies, the massive roots halted in their tracks, drawing the dispatched zombies into the ground and ceasing their assault on Li Ming Chong and his companion's vehicle. With the sudden threat abated, the cheetah drove with the flair of a race car driver, executing sharp turns, a 1,600-degree spin, and rapid deceleration, employing every maneuver imaginable. Not only the zombies on the roof, but even Li Ming Chong and Blood Antelope within the vehicle were subjected to the relentless tumult. Hui Shui, having been thoroughly disoriented, was bound by Li Ming Chong's clothing, and her form was already besmirched with vomit. The 3 zombies atop the vehicle could no longer maintain their grip. A cacophony of tearing sounds erupted as a mass of green flesh plummeted to the rear, leaving 2 stubborn arms clinging desperately to the edge. How's that, my brother Ming Chong? My driving skills are not too shabby, are they? Cheetah exclaimed excitedly, eyeing the fallen heap of flesh behind. Hey, you have both vomited. Upon returning to a stable surface, Li Ming Chong and Blood Antelope could no longer contain themselves. And with a retching sound, they expelled their contents through the car window. Stop. Don't hesitate. Accelerate away from here. The vomit will attract other mutated creatures, Li Ming Chong urged, even as he continued to heave. He had not anticipated that the spare clothing packed by Mu Yang would come in handy so soon. As he helped Hui Shui change out of her soiled attire, instantly improving the previously odorous seat's comfort. On their way to the national highway, they encountered several instances of 3 or 4 zombies obstructing their path. After dispatching them with ease, the group finally reached a passage that deviated from the bustling city center. That moment, Cheetah parked beside a national oil gas station and, unbuckling his seatbelt, addressed Li Ming Chong. Brother Ming Chong, as instructed by second brother, we need to conduct a brief search operation inside the gas station. Would you care to join? Li Ming Chong, nearly suffocating in the confines of the vehicle without hesitation. lifted the nauseous Hui Shui and jumped out, inhaling the fresh air deeply. Hui Shui, still feeling quite unwell, gently patted her back, retched a few more times, rinsed her mouth with water, and was ready to cling to Li Mingchang's back as they entered. Observing the gas station's roof, overgrown with a plethora of climbing slime molds, Li Mingchang noticed no sign of large vines and turned to Blood Antelope, who was replenishing his strength with a saline solution. We will serve as sentinels outside while you investigate inside. Notify us if anything arises. Oh, by the way, here you go, Brother Chong, Blood Antelope said, handing Li Mingchang a small device resembling a wireless intercom. This golden hand only provided us with 2 units, which we initially thought were for our mutual communication. It appears now that we should have divided them among the 4 of us. Blood Antelope continued. After passing the intercom to Li Mingchang, he waved goodbye and entered the small building of the gas station with Cheetah to begin their search. Li Mingchang remained outside, instructing Hui Shui on deep breathing. Strangely, he felt invigorated with each breath, waiting for Hui Shui to regain her composure while observing the verdant cityscape around them. The drastic reduction in humanity and the slime molds seemed to blanket the globe like a swarm of locusts. They thrive mainly on sunlight when food is scarce, fearing fire and preferring moisture. Will this green slime mold truly produce oxygen like genuine green leaf plants, significantly diminishing carbon dioxide levels and increasing oxygen concentration, potentially fostering the emergence of large organisms? As Li Mingchang pondered these thoughts, a series of beeps emanated from the intercom in his hand, followed by Blood Antelope's voice. Brother Chong, come over. The situation here is rather peculiar. Beep, Blood Antelope's message abruptly cut off at Li Mingchang. Irritated, mused. What a shoddy product. Hui Shui, are you feeling better? Let's move. Hui Shui sprang up, brandishing the retractable baton that Golden Hand had given her earlier. Li Mingchang secured his mobile weapon and sheathed his military knife at his waist. The area adjacent to the gas station was barren. The 3 fueling stations were cloaked in dense green slime molds, while the central open space revealed nothing of interest. The doors to the convenience store and lounge were ajar, and Li Mingchang spotted a relatively intact gas station employee zombie, riddled with 7 or 8 bullet holes. He restrained Hui Shui, instructing her to remain still, and caught sight of a small trailer nearby. Grabbing hold of the trailer, he forcefully drove it toward the zombie's body. The zombie immediately scrambled, letting out a primal roar, but before it could finish, Li Mingchang aimed his handgun at its skull and fired. Due to his inexperience with firearms, the recoil left his right hand momentarily weak. The bullet struck the zombie's skull, obliterating a significant portion of its head, and a splatter of green brain matter erupted. Fortunately, the recoil had allowed Li Mingchang to turn just in time to shield himself from the blood spray. The zombie collapsed once more, its head nearly decimated. Li Mingchang and Hui Shui exchanged glances before severing its limbs and discarding them in a corner, then proceeded to search for Blood Antelope and the others. Exiting through the back door of the convenience store, they found themselves in a small warehouse devoid of light. Even with tactical flashlights, visibility remained limited. They discovered a small hole there. Look, there's a small hole, Hui Shui pointed out. I forgot. Hui Shui can see. Li Mingchang followed Hui Shui, feeling around and indeed locating a small hole, illuminated by the flashlight revealing a small bear etched nearby. Confirming their location, the 2 leaned against each other, shining their flashlights forward and backward. Below the hole lay a narrow path, appearing as though it had been forcefully emerged from the earth without any signs of human excavation. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the direction of the tunnel. Ah! Blood Antelope's cry sent a jolt through Li Mingchang's heart. No way. Something truly has gone wrong. He instinctively moved to flee, but he was no true hero. Just as he turned to aid Hui Shui, who was preparing with her baton, their eyes met. Forget it. Let's charge in. Li Mingchang urged Hui Shui to follow closely behind him as he hastily ran forward to probe the path. As he half supported himself against the earthen ceiling, he took a few steps when his foot slipped on an unknown object, causing him to tumble down, colliding with Hui Shui, who had also slipped on the same object. Ouch! The impact, coupled with his unstable stance, led him to step on another object, sending him down a steep incline. As he fell, Li Mingchang understood why Blood Antelope had screamed. Before he could voice another cry, Hui Shui landed heavily upon him. Ha! Hui Shui seemed quite amused, but Li Mingchang felt as though he would regurgitate blood. Just as his injuries were mending, the encounter with blood antelope would likely force him to rest once more. The tunnel they fell into was at least 20 to 30 meters deep. Upon landing, they found themselves unharmed, for Li Mingchong had shielded Hui Xue during the fall, and astonishingly, they bounced back up as if on a trampoline. As they ricocheted back and forth, it took more than 10 bounces before Li Mingchong regained his balance. He tentatively pressed his feet against the soft ground, which felt almost jelly-like. Once Hui Xue was released, she crawled towards the direction of a tactical flashlight that had fallen, retrieving it and illuminating their surroundings. The space was rather confined, with further deep holes both ahead and behind them, even with the flashlight's bright beam. The depths remained elusive. While awaiting Hui Xue's approach, the once pliable surface began to feel damp, and 2 small openings suddenly appeared in the walls, discharging foul-smelling water. The stench overwhelmed both Li Mingchong and Hui Xue, leaving them dizzy. Faced with the abyss behind them, Li Mingchong opted for the path leading to the small openings. He lifted Hui Xue, shook her gently, and with a powerful thrust, leaped forward as the sound reverberated. At the moment of the leap, Li Mingchong deftly fired 2 shots, one backward and one to the left, one as a means of propulsion, the other a retaliatory strike against the foul water released by that accursed creature. Regrettably, the shot fired to the left missed its target. However, the force of the gunfire successfully propelled the 2 individuals into the narrow path ahead. Upon exiting the path, they were immediately met with a peculiar green light emerging from behind a wall. Although this green light appeared rather eerie, there were no other discernible routes available. While feeling along the wall, they cautiously peered around the corner, revealing 2 heads, one large and one small, gazing towards the luminous source. Li Mingchong observed that the blood antelope and the leopard, who had initially called them over, were present, and nestled among them was an object encased in what looked like a thick membrane. "What are you doing here?" Li Mingchong inquired, noting the absence of immediate danger. "Brother Chong, you really came. I thought you hadn't heard my message since no one responded." The blood antelope hurriedly approached and replied. "It seems I wouldn't know how to use this contraption. With 4 or 5 buttons on this walkie-talkie, I assumed it was a fake and didn't touch it, coming straight here instead. What's the situation now? We fell from above and discovered this thing upon our arrival. Mingchong, come take a look and decide what we should do," the leopard said as he stepped away from the peculiar object. What is this?" Before Li Mingchong lay a pale green membrane encompassing a creature resembling a conglomeration of various beings. At first glance, it possessed not only a human arm but also a massive fish tail, deer antlers, tiger hind legs, and feline teeth, among other assorted anatomical features. Most strikingly, a small green twig protruded from its chest. "Brother Mingchong, what do you think? Should we report back to the base swiftly, or should we break this thing open to rescue it and deliberate on subsequent actions?" The leopard asked, drawing closer after Li Mingchong's inspection. "Why should we save it? Doesn't it look like a monster at first sight? If a creature capable of amalgamating the traits of countless species were to emerge in the world, it wouldn't be a stretch to say humanity would be the first to perish. I want no part in this. Whether you choose to keep it for the laboratory or whatever else, it's of no concern to me. Come on, Hui Xue, let us find a way out," Li Mingchong declared, pulling Hui Xue along as they sought an exit. The blood antelope felt a surge of anxiety, unsure of which side to take. Chapter 53. Decision. After a prolonged silence, the leopard, gazing at the creature ensconced in its membrane, produced 2 adhesive high-explosive bombs from his pack and affixed them to the membrane, setting a timer for 10 minutes. The blood antelope sighed in relief, thankful that her teammate had made a decision, and followed the leopard as they trailed behind Li Mingchong in search of an exit. They saw Li Mingchong instructing Hui Xue to climb onto his head and attempt to scale a nearby higher wall to check for any incoming drafts. They observed that the blood antelope and the leopard had abandoned their examination of the stitched-together creature, but upon hearing the leopard set the timer for the explosives, panic set in. "Wait, brother. We haven't even found an exit yet. And you're already planting explosives. In such a confined space, couldn't you resolve this with a gun or a knife instead of resorting to bombs?" Li Mingchong realized that within the base, even those with a modicum of capability could handle such matters, especially given the current abundance of equipment and scarcity of personnel. "What are you still doing? Run back the way we came," Li Mingchong urged as he noticed the bewildered expressions on the 2 faces. He lifted Hui Xue off his head and seized the 2 dawdlers, propelling them towards the exit. Unfortunately, they had squandered precious time, and as they passed the 2 timed bombs, Li Mingchong caught sight of the countdown. Only 2 minutes remaining. They dashed towards the entrance, and just as they were about to escape, Li Mingchong shouted, "Jump!" The resounding boom reverberated through the air, deafeningly loud, far exceeding the noise produced during their earlier confrontation with the massive rat. A shockwave propelled the group upward, causing them to ascend several meters before they were unable to reach the platform from which they had previously slid down. As the 4 of them began to descend into another gaping chasm. A powerful gust erupted from the depths below. This blast not only countered the explosive wave, but also had enough force to lift Li Mingchong and his companions towards the upper tunnel. Inside the ascending passage, the intensity of the airflow made breathing a challenge. Li Mingchong clutched Huishue, shielding her head with his clothing to alleviate the situation. The leopard and blood antelope did likewise, each grasping one another's arms to stabilize themselves. Fortunately, circumstances began to improve. As they were propelled towards the previously descended passageway's ceiling, Li Mingchong exhaled a sigh of relief and curled into himself upon colliding with the wall behind him. The rebound force just sufficient to launch them onto the earthen tunnel. He tossed Huishue out of his arms. The 2 companions mimicked Li Mingchong's actions, though misfortune befell him as they landed squarely on him. "Why are you 2 so heavy? Get off me." Sorry, the blood antelope exclaimed, quickly pulling the leopard off Li Mingchong. Huishue, holding a flashlight, darted ahead, while the leopard and blood antelope supported Li Mingchong as they navigated the tunnel behind her. After considerable effort, they finally emerged from the perilous area, only to find the convenience store in front of the warehouse had been reduced to ruins, with the sturdy gas station's upper platform having collapsed, charred remnants littering the ground. The quartet promptly opted for a detour, relieved that the leopard had parked at a safe distance from the gas station. They hoisted Li Mingchong into the vehicle, and once the remaining 3 climbed aboard, they immediately started the engine, eager to escape this treacherous place. Inside the vehicle, Li Mingchong revealed several bruises, a mottled pattern of red and purple marring his back. Huishue assumed the role of medic, diligently attending to his wounds while managing to avoid excessive motion sickness. "Ouch, ouch, don't press there. Use your hand, not your head." "All right," Huishue replied, her tongue peeking out as she acknowledged his request. Li Mingchong observed Huishue's unusual expression, his emotions becoming a complex blend of feelings, his heart racing inexplicably. "By the way, blood antelope, are you injured?" "I'm fine," she replied, turning to check on the leopard. The leopard, with one hand on the steering wheel, hesitated before rolling up his right sleeve, revealing a bloodied gash on his arm. The blood antelope, visibly anxious, quickly rummaged through her tactical backpack beneath the seat, retrieving a medical kit. She broke a disposable iodine-soaked swab and applied the antiseptic to the wound, then wrapped it with clean gauze, securing a yellow cotton ball with medicinal properties inside. "Do you feel any discomfort?" Li Mingchong asked, regarding the impassive leopard as he drove. "I'm all right, just a bit dizzy. I must have lost some blood from that shard injury earlier. If I can get to the vehicle rest area ahead and eat something, I should be fine." Li Mingchong, unable to gauge the severity of the situation, watched as blood antelope assisted with the bandaging. Just then, Huishue pressed against his wound, prompting him to feign a groan for her amusement. They were told the rest area was just ahead, but it still felt quite distant. After half an hour, the leopard's condition worsened significantly. Li Mingchong instructed the blood antelope to seat the leopard in the back row and prepared a cup of emergency sugar water from the tactical pack for him to drink. Li Mingchong had learned to drive a manual transmission, and while this semi-military off-road vehicle was also a manual, he felt a surge of anxiety as he took the driver's seat again after so long. "Wait, why is my heart racing?" Just as he settled into the seat, a flock of dark green wild ducks flew overhead. The shadow they cast was far less friendly than those massive vines. Clutching the clutch, shifting gears, pressing the accelerator. Move, move, move. Oh dear, shift the gears. Though nervous, familiarity returned as he navigated the gear stick. It felt a bit clumsy, yet he successfully got the vehicle moving. Fortunately, once he got it started, everything fell back into place. While the ducks seemed somewhat lacking in intelligence, as the vehicle's speed began to pick up, the flock of ducks initially hovered a distance away before seizing the opportunity to dive. Aiming their heads at the car. Chapter 54. A moment's respite. One duck aimed squarely at the target, diving down, followed closely by 1 or 2 more, creating a chaotic flurry as they barreled forward like a green battering ram. Li Mingchong gently turned the steering wheel, causing the duck that had rushed towards them to miss its target entirely. It could have adjusted its course and soared back into the sky. But instead, it was struck by the following ducks. A cacophony of quacking ensued as the long procession of ducks collided in a chaotic frenzy. Yet the remaining ducks, undeterred, reformed into a neat line. Li Mingchong suddenly felt that these slime molds were not solely beneficial. At least the group of wild ducks they were encountering now seemed both reckless and foolish. After their vehicle departed from the area, the road was strewn with the unfortunate remains of the wild ducks that had collided with the greenery. Li Mingchong wondered if these roadkill would be devoured by any wandering zombies. However, that was not his concern. It was these stubborn ducks that had insisted on crashing into him. After driving straight along this route for about an hour, the weather began to warm slightly, and it was during this time that he spotted the rest area previously mentioned by the cheetah. It was somewhat different from what he had imagined. Li Mingchong turned left into the deceleration zone and gradually entered the expansive parking lot beside the rest area. The rest area was a considerably larger inn, adorned with 2 ornamental kumquat trees at the entrance, though they had since been infected by the slime molds, transforming the once golden fruit into a mottled greenish yellow, resembling swollen, rancid produce that would burst upon touch. The cheetah and blood antelope retrieved a portable green iron box from the back of the connecting truck and walked with Li Mingchong to the front of the inn. Li Mingchong glanced at the enormous vines climbing the building, feeling a bit uneasy, but saw Hui Shui, who was gazing up at the vines with her mouth agape. Hui Shui, do you think this place is suitable? Li Mingchong knelt down to stroke her head and asked, the second floor, I want to check it out. The second floor? Can we even see what's up there from here? Blood Antelope expressed her skepticism while clutching the box. All right, let us skip the upper floors this time. We'll only explore the first and second floors. What do you all think? Li Mingchong stood up and proposed to the cheetah and Blood Antelope. In truth, Blood Antelope was not opposed to resting at the inn, as she felt famished after a day filled with surprises, remaining vigilant while traveling. She was merely an intern fresh out of university looking for work. The cheetah was even less inclined to leave. He desperately needed food and rest, feeling dizzy and barely able to maintain basic movement. Once the decision was made, Li Mingchong and Hui Shui took the lead, while Blood Antelope followed closely behind the cheetah as they slowly entered. This time, Li Mingchong felt no trepidation, displaying a bold demeanor as he entered the inn and began rummaging through the front desk for useful items. To his surprise, the first cabinet he opened contained a stash of condoms. These are flavored. Seriously? Li Mingchong couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. Hui Shui, curious about what Li Mingchong had discovered, jumped up to peek over the counter, only to be gently pushed back down by him. After a thorough search, he found a small box filled with a black, unidentifiable substance and handed it to Hui Shui before guiding the group to the guest rooms on the upper floor. The second-floor guest rooms were secured in a tranquil moment. Hui Shui found herself playfully patting Li Mingchong's belly with her small hands, and before long, she too succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, a somewhat chaotic sound, akin to a groan of distress, roused the drowsy Li Mingchong from his light sleep. The haze of his semi-conscious state was compounded by the discomfort of his back rubbing against the ground, where the medicinal ointment he had applied earlier had begun to sting anew. With this dual affliction, he opened his eyes to discern the source of the noise, only to find the cheetah, who ought to have been resting on the bed, now sporting a deep green sprout protruding from its previously injured arm, reminiscent of his own left eye. The moment he beheld this curious sight, Li Mingchong's muddled thoughts cleared, prompting him to awaken the slumbering Shui Ling and hastily sit beside the cheetah to assess the situation. Shui Ling, stirred from her sleep, nearly cried out but managed to rein in her instinctive reaction, trembling as she approached Li Mingchong, awaiting his next command. Despite the commotion, the cheetah remained oblivious to the disturbance. Li Mingchong reached out to touch its forehead, discovering it was alarmingly hot to the touch. He then leaned closer, pressing his ear against the open chest of the cheetah, feeling its heartbeat, which was erratic and rapid, almost as if it were racing against time. Shui Ling, do you have any rope suitable for tying someone up? I need to secure his remaining 3 limbs, Li Mingchong instructed. Would climbing rope suffice? She queried, and upon inspecting the rough, stone-like quality of the rope, he nodded in approval. Together, they proceeded to bind the cheetah in a rather unconventional manner. By the way, Bro Chong, I completely forgot to ask, why are we tying up the cheetah? Is it to prevent him from thrashing about when we remove that green sprout? Schweling inquired as she tied the final knot. Not at all. I'm neither a doctor nor a gardener. I merely wish to observe how this little green sprout reacts to the cheetah, Li Mingchang replied casually. By the way, could you fetch a few boxes of rice and some dishes to warm up? He might awaken ravenous, and it would be prudent to have something ready for him. Bro Chong, please don't move. I'll be right back. Just stay put, Schweling exclaimed, urgency evident in her tone, with a face that suggested she might cry. She hurriedly scurried under the bed to retrieve food, oblivious to the little tail of Hua Shui trailing closely behind her. All right, let me see if this is the same substance that caused me to lose an eye. Li Mingchang murmured, crouching beside the cheetah's right hand. He carefully used a lighter to scorch the tip of a knife, gently prying away a leaf that obscured the wound. Beneath the leaf, he noticed several tiny tubes. Taking a deep breath, he pressed damp paper towels against the blood vessels near the heart and used the knife to slice at the base of the leaf stem. He then placed a small wad of cotton beneath it, and with a careful incision, a clear, watery liquid began to seep from the minuscule wound. As the knife delved deeper, the cheetah's expression shifted to one of discomfort, a blend of pain and excitement reflected in its smile. Truthfully, Li Mingchang found himself hesitating, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him as the cheetah's expression morphed into one of distress, its tongue lolling out and its cheeks flushed, all while uttering incomprehensible words. Quite a spectacle for a robust man in his 20s or 30s. Ugh. Chapter 56. Exhaustion. Before Schwelling's return, Li Mingchang decisively severed the lower leaf, but astonishingly, the cheetah remained in slumber. After a few moments, a white substance began to form over the severed stem, filling the wound. Just as Li Mingchang contemplated peeling away the white material, Schweling re-entered, panting as she carried 3 jars of rice. Hua Shui stealthily slipped through the doorway, and once Schweling was inside, Li Mingchang discreetly tucked the paper towels and leaf into his pocket, feigning nonchalance. Schweling, anxious about Li Mingchang's potential recklessness, quickly untied the ropes and began preparing the meal, awaiting the cheetah's natural awakening. It wasn't long before her movements seemed to stir the cheetah, who soon awoke with a weary expression, his stomach growling audibly. Before Schweling could intervene, the ravenous cheetah lunged for the uncooked rice and cold dishes. Indiscriminately shoving the food into its mouth, Li Mingchang observed with keen interest the green sprout visibly growing from the cheetah's arm while simultaneously instructing Hua Shui and Schweling to reheat the other 2 boxes. He occasionally offered the cheetah a bottle of mineral water to help wash down the raw rice. The small flame from the solid alcohol lamp proved insufficient for cooking the 3rd box of rice, prompting Schweling to dismantle a wooden cabinet at the entrance, fashioning it into a makeshift fire pit, with the iron box perched atop the flames. Within 3 minutes, what had initially been ample food for 4 had dwindled. Revealing the cheetah's insatiable appetite, Li Mingchang poured a large bottle of water over the 2nd box of mixed grains, rapidly cooling it. As the temperature dropped, the cheetah eagerly devoured the entire box of raw rice. After several rounds of this, having consumed an astonishing amount of water and rice, the cheetah, feeling slightly distended, weakly remarked, What has happened? Why does my right arm feel numb? Before he could finish, he clutched his head and swayed as if to collapse. Li Mingchang swiftly blocked the falling cheetah with his foot, and he and Schweling struggled to drag the hefty man back onto the bed. With no immediate solutions at hand, they resolved to wait and see how the situation unfolded. We'll need to keep an eye on him for a bit. I'll take the walkie-talkie and stay here. You and Hua Shui can search for anything useful, Li Mingchang instructed Schweling. All right, I'll notify you if anything arises. Just don't stray too far. I noticed the large vines outside seem to have grown longer, Schweling replied, concern etched on her face. Don't worry, we'll stay close. There are likely few zombies around here, so it should be relatively safe, Li Mingchang reassured her. Believing in this assessment, the trio gathered around the injured cheetah. Li Mingchang felt a twinge of unease, reminded of the leaf still tucked away in his pocket, while Hua Shui appeared unsettled by the sight of the green sprout siphoning blood from the cheetah, glowing with an eerie luminescence that she found repulsive. As they sat closely around the unconscious cheetah, the absurdity of their situation struck them. Here was a man, robust and muscular, with a sprout growing from his arm, all beneath a white blanket, when a green leaf suddenly fluttered down from outside. Li Mingchang and Schweling discussed their next steps, instructing Hua Shui to alert them of any changes and to prepare to exit this 2nd floor. Earlier, Shui had mentioned something of interest on this level, prompting Li Mingchang to probe for further details, but he had gleaned little of significance. Thus, they decided to begin their exploration on the first floor. The lobby of the first floor, in contrast to the upper levels dominated by guest rooms and footbaths, boasted a wider variety of amenities. Just past the restroom on the right, Li Mingchang stumbled upon a vending machine stationed adjacent to the bathroom. Although it was devoid of power, it still contained a fair number of beverages. Eyeing the 20 or so bottles within, he felt a surge of excitement. The drinks he had left behind at home, due to the chaos caused by a mutated zombie, now beckoned him to reclaim them. Li Mingchang attempted to pry open the machine using his military-grade folding knife, but quickly discovered that the blade, while sharp, was too fragile for such a task. After retracting the knife, Shui unexpectedly produced a large wooden chair from somewhere. "This chair should be sufficient to smash this thing open," she declared, her eyes wide with enthusiasm. "Isn't that a bit excessive? If we smash it, the noise will likely alert everyone on this floor." Li Mingchang pondered aloud, suggesting they hold off on the smashing and first explore the room at the far right. Shui nodded, extending her small hand for him to take as they moved towards the door. When they reached the entrance to the room, they gently pushed open the ajar door, only to be greeted by nothing. Inside lay a collection of wooden tables and chairs, with a microwave sitting atop a counter in a windowless dining area at the end. What a remarkable solution the microwave is. It is no wonder this place is so impeccably clean. Not even the slightest trace of grease, long left by prolonged exposure, can be found on those tables. Li Mingchang remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Turning his head, he noticed that Shui, who had been standing behind him, had suddenly vanished. "Hey, where did you go? You were just here." "I merely glanced at the microwave. And now you've disappeared. Don't scare me like that, Shui." As he stood up from the ground, having just shouted, Li Mingchang was taken by surprise when a large bag filled with soft, white items, accompanied by a small figure, landed on him, soft and fluffy. "Can it be eaten?" Chapter 57. Resting, don't mess around. "No more sudden disappearances, understood?" he said sternly after removing Shui from his face. "All right, I won't wander off again," she replied. "Well, it's fine as long as you're okay. Where on earth did you find this bag of cotton candy?" Li Mingchang finally noticed that she was holding a bag filled with white cotton candy. It was right under the cabinet. There was a delightful aroma, along with numerous things I had never seen before, Shui explained, gesturing widely with her arms to convey the abundance. "Lots of it. Let us go take a look. I haven't had any sweets in days. I'm feeling a bit tempted," she exclaimed joyfully, bouncing up from the ground and taking Li Mingchang's hand to lead him toward the small door of the counter. Shui squeezed through, while Li Mingchang simply stepped over. On the third tier of the cabinet, Shui opened the box at the far end, revealing it filled with large bags of white cotton candy. Li Mingchang proceeded to pull open 2 more boxes on the opposite side, discovering several plastic containers filled with dried cranberries, strawberries, mangoes, and other fruit chunks. 12 boxes in total. The last box contained 2 large bags of liquid fruit puree, which appeared to be strawberry and mango based on their colors. After retrieving 4 plastic bags from the back wall to pack these items, Li Mingchang paused, contemplating whether to search elsewhere for more treasures. However, given the sheer amount of delightful treats Shui had already found, he deemed it unnecessary to venture into potentially dangerous areas. As they approached the beverage machine, Li Mingchang placed the bag of fruit puree and dried fruits onto Shui, who was occasionally stealing bites of cotton candy. "Stay back a bit. Move to the stairway. I'll grab what I need and be right back," he instructed her. Shui nodded and carefully stepped back to wait for Li Mingchang at the stairway. Spitting twice into his hand, Li Mingchang rolled up his sleeves and picked up a wooden chair leg, beginning to spin it slowly on the ground. Gradually, he quickened the pace until, at a point near his waist, he let go, sending it crashing against the thick glass of the beverage machine. With a resounding crash, the glass shattered into countless shards, far more fragile than Li Mingchang had anticipated. It seemed that he could have shattered it without the earlier buildup of force. Li Mingchang was unperturbed. Making such a loud noise was precisely his intention. Throughout the previous time, he had only encountered vine-like slime creatures, which felt amiss, especially since that day was not a holiday, and it was improbable that the inn was entirely devoid of life. Yet, even after standing before the shattered beverage machine for 7 or 8 minutes, he still had not seen any living creature appear beneath his gaze. He waved his hand and collected 8 cans of cola from the machine, After reclaiming the items Hui Shui was holding, they proceeded to the second floor to find Xueling, curious if there had been any improvements with the cheetah. After confirming names and the actual situation through the walkie-talkie, the two returned to their guest room, where Xueling was busy barricading the door with the cabinet and bed upon their entrance. When you found these items, did you notice any monsters nearby the inn? While I was guarding the door, I thought I heard something shatter downstairs. Xueling immediately addressed Li Mingchong after securing the door. That was a misunderstanding. Li Mingchong explained where the noise had originated and the reason behind his actions. Xueling patted her chest and said, "Oh, as long as that's the case. However, Cheetah still shows no signs of waking, and it seems the green branch on his arm has grown larger." Li Mingchong pondered for a moment and replied, "No worries. That's not an issue as long as it doesn't suddenly worsen into a slime layer that turns him into a zombie. We should focus on trying out the roasted cotton candy." "Are you really sure it's all right?" Xueling asked, glancing worriedly at the slumbering cheetah before returning her gaze to Li Mingchong, who was preparing to roast the cotton candy. "It's not that I don't care about you. I just don't know what else to do." After earnestly speaking to the unconscious cheetah at the bedside, she retrieved a dagger from her tactical backpack to join the cotton candy roasting endeavor. To conserve wood, they opted for solid alcohol sugar, but even a few pieces stacked together produced a significant flame. 3 people, each wielding a small knife and 1/3 of a bag of cotton candy. Initially, Li Mingchong, not accustomed to managing the heat, got too close, causing the sizable piece of cotton candy on his knife to burn black. After slicing off the charred exterior and taking a bite, he found that it was not only unsweetened but also possessed a burnt bitterness. This flavor is far worse than just eating it directly. "Hui Shui, let me taste yours." After expressing his discontent, Li Mingchong noticed that Hui Shui's cotton candy was perfectly roasted to a golden hue, with a gooey center visibly oozing out. Here, Hui Shui obediently blew on the still hot cotton candy before handing it, along with the knife, to him. Li Mingchong gently tapped the crispy outer shell, which had begun to separate from the soft interior, then pinched it to lift, watching as the milky, flowing center dripped down like cream. Seeing Hui Shui's expectant gaze, he suddenly had an impulse, taking a big bite of the sugary mass. Despite having cooled somewhat, it was still quite hot. He covered his mouth, exhaling while passing the knife back to Hui Shui. Hui Shui, holding the knife with on at the onset of their journey, they encountered a horde of bloodthirsty worms. Thanks to the exceptional skills of the tribespeople known as the leopards, they successfully broke through the siege and made their escape. What was initially perceived as a mere mishap turned out to be just the beginning of a treacherous path ahead. Along the way, they stumbled upon a mysterious cave, swarms of bloodthirsty flying ducks, and bizarre giant vines. Furthermore, before they had even traversed 1/5 of their route, one of the tribe members sustained a cut that, due to lack of timely treatment, became infected. Would they be able to escape this perilous predicament? Li Mingchong tucked the little figure he had drawn into his diary alongside the few Chinese characters he had written, adding a small bear motif to his artwork. "When will Hui Shui be able to understand the characters you write?" Hui Shui asked Li Mingchong, breaking her usual silence of waiting for him to read her drawings aloud. "Well, perhaps when you grow tall enough to reach my thigh," he replied, pointing to his leg. Upon hearing this, Hui Shui playfully gestured towards his thigh before dashing to the ground, stretching her legs as if trying to grow taller quickly. Ignoring Hui Shui, who was stretching on the ground, Li Mingchong approached the cheetah and noticed that the previously pristine green branch, adorned only with leaves, had developed a small light green fruit, nestled within the protective embrace of several leaves. Rather than touching the fruit, he gently nudged a few small green leaves closer to it. "What are you doing, Mingchong?" Bloodling suddenly appeared beside him, nearly yanking off one of the leaves in her excitement. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under her gaze, Li Mingchong offered a few casual remarks before stating he needed to go with Hui Shui to fetch a box of rice for dinner. As he moved a wooden cabinet blocking the door, Bloodling rushed over again. "Mingchong, you forgot the key. Is it hot in here?" "Not at all. Hui Shui and I will be back shortly," he assured her, grabbing the key and hurriedly pulling Hui Shui out the door to retrieve their meal. Once Bloodling was back on the bed, tending to the cheetah's hydration, she inadvertently discovered the small green fruit surrounded by leaves. "How could there be a fruit on this? Isn't that a waste of nutrients? I might as well pick it," she mused, promptly plucking the small green fruit and, in a spirit of waste not one, squeezed its juice into the cheetah's mouth. When Li Mingchong and Hui Shui returned with their meal, They were greeted by the sight of a nearly withered branch, while the previously unconscious cheetah had awakened. The yellowing branch was effortlessly brushed away by the cheetah's movement, leaving behind a small indentation no thicker than half a centimeter on its right arm. Li Mingqiang, upon witnessing this, was unsure whether to laugh or cry. Nonetheless, Bloodling was rather pleased, as their group had not lost any members so soon, and they need not worry about the cheetah's injury any longer. After awakening, the cheetah again assumed the role of a voracious eater, consuming 3 portions, although Li Mingqiang and Hui Shui had gone down to fetch another box. On their way back up, Li Mingqiang noticed that the massive vines Bloodling had mentioned earlier had indeed descended closer to their current position, with several long, slender vines brushing against the external water pipes on the second floor. After contemplating this, he decided they would discuss it over dinner, or perhaps even sleep in the vehicle that night, given that it had electricity and fuel, alleviating any worries of being unexpectedly attacked while inside. However, just as Li Mingqiang and the others were ascending to reunite with Bloodling, the slender vine at the bottom began to visibly extend. Upon reaching the second floor, Li Mingqiang spotted the broken beverage dispenser near the restroom and casually grabbed 4 bottles of orange juice. Yet, as he did so, he noticed a bottle of cola with its pull tab opened. Chapter 59. Evasion. Li Mingqiang scanned the surroundings but found nothing amiss. He then bent down to open the 2 cans of cola without toppling them, standing them upright against the beverage dispenser. After completing this task, he gathered the orange juice in his arms and continued upstairs with Hui Shui. Upon entering the room, he discovered the cheetah was busy wiping dust from its firearm. Appearing in good spirits, seemingly unbothered by the injury on its right arm. In contrast, Bloodling seemed to be showing symptoms of a cold, her nose running incessantly. Bloodling approached to assist Li Mingqiang by taking the iron box from his hands to refill it with water for cooking. Li Mingqiang gently touched her forehead, finding it cool. Perhaps she had caught a chill from sleeping on the ground without a blanket. "Do you have any cold medicine in the medical kit?" he inquired. "Yes, I took 2 when my nose started running, but it might not have kicked in yet. I'll take 2 more tonight and sleep it off," she replied, sniffling. "All right, let me handle these things. You should rest for a bit. We can't have you falling ill just as the cheetah is recovering," he said, taking the items from her hands. The cheetah, having finished its meal, approached to help, though there wasn't much to do since the food was ready. Only minor tasks like setting up the table and starting a fire remained. Dinner was prepared swiftly, and while Li Mingqiang was serving rice for Hui Shui, the steam from the freshly cooked mixed grains wafted into her nose, causing her to sneeze loudly. As she prepared to scratch her nose, Li Mingqiang swatted her hand away. "That's disgusting. No nose picking. Finish your meal and then we can warm up a bit before sleeping," he admonished as Li Mingqiang served himself. He too found himself sneezing uncontrollably, just as he reached for his food, noticing Hui Shui gazing at him with a spoon poised near her mouth. Stretch first. Eat more meat to grow stronger. Being so thin is unattractive," he teased. After dinner, with no water available for a bath, they wiped their faces and prepared for bed as before, but this time, Bloodling had added a mattress and thin blanket to her sleeping area. Once Hui Shui crawled into Li Mingqiang's covers, she sneezed several times, her nose running as she sniffled. After wiping her nose with a tissue, Li Mingqiang gently stroked her head, beginning to tell her a bedtime story. And so, the entire town became acquainted with the tale of Little Green Riding Hood's grandmother. "Are you asleep?" "Ugh, I need to sleep too. Why does my nose feel itchy?" "It's quite uncomfortable," Li Mingqiang pondered, pressing firmly on his nostrils to quell the urge to sneeze. In a room on the 3rd floor near the elevator, a small mouse adorned with green fuzz stealthily emerged from a hollow hole beneath the bed. After a few squeaks, the massive vine that had been swirling above the 2nd floor extended a slender branch, brushing against the glass window as if it had received some signal. Suddenly, the longest vine, poised to reach the 2nd floor, snapped and fell to the ground. The creature resembling a humanoid swiftly scurried to the fallen vine, grasping it and darting back into the restroom, then quickly towards the other bathroom. In its haste, the creature's tail accidentally knocked over a cola bottle resting by the beverage dispenser, spilling sweet soda everywhere, and the can clattered to the floor with a resounding thud. After glancing back, the creature couldn't resist the allure of the spilled drink, returning to lick up a few drops before hastening back to the other restroom. Upon reaching the doorway, it raised the vine above its head, as a pale yellow vine extended from the restroom to retrieve the fallen vine, playfully flicking the creature's head as it did so. After collecting the vine, The pale yellow vine expanded from the restroom's center. Countless slender vines spreading both inside and outside the room. Outside, on the first and second floors, it resembled a time-lapse of rapid plant growth, advancing toward Li Mingchong and his companions on the second floor. As the vines spread outward, glowing red lanterns began to illuminate from afar. Suddenly, Li Mingchong awoke from his makeshift bed, drenched in sweat. Shaking his head vigorously, he wiped the sweat from his brow and looked outside to find the windows inexplicably ajar. A gentle breeze brushing against his face, bringing a moment of calm. Observing his right hand trembling as if under some unseen pressure, he exhaled deeply and closed his eyes again, collapsing back onto the floor. With his right hand temporarily weakened, it hung limply, inadvertently slapping against his chest, and the violent tremors reverberated from his torso to his arm. Sensing this unusual shaking, Li Mingchong gently touched his forehead with his left hand. Feeling a piercing headache take hold. This is bad. We need to get up now. There's danger. Li Mingchong had just lifted Hui Shui when he bellowed this phrase, causing an uncountable number of pale yellow vines, adorned with barbed hooks, to surge through the window and the crevices of the room as if triggered by some arcane language. The cheetah, having previously indulged in an extended slumber, was now in a light sleep. Upon hearing Li Mingchong's roar, it swiftly grabbed its firearm and leapt beside the blood antelope, hoisting her up with one hand before recklessly firing in a chaotic display after discarding its momentum. Li Mingchong, lacking a rifle, noticed that Hui Shui, for reasons unknown, had not yet awakened. In this moment of peril, he retrieved his disposable lighters from his pocket and hurled them forcefully to the ground. The resounding crash and ensuing flames momentarily repelling the encroaching vines. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Li Mingchong managed to grasp his bag and tossed a box of solid alcohol into the fray. Just as the cheetah, momentarily distracted, snatched a piece of charcoal and hurled it toward the alcohol, another lighter exploded, igniting a fierce blaze that temporarily obstructed the advancing vines, before the cheetah and Li Mingchong could comprehend their situation. A massive vine burst through the wall, causing Li Mingchong's heart to momentarily cease. Instinctively, he spread his arms to lift Hui Shui as the colossal vine struck, boom, along with the two walls behind him. Li Mingchong was violently propelled out of the hotel, landing heavily atop the roof of a parked SUV. Blood gushed from his mouth in torrents. While it seemed a trivial matter on television, the pain he felt was excruciating. Damn it, I should have run sooner. Hui Shui, why aren't you awake yet? Your godfather is dying. Li Mingchong's hand grazed Hui Shui's face before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Witnessing Li Mingchong being struck by the massive vine and left in a state of uncertain survival, the cheetah's legs trembled uncontrollably. He had believed that their previous brush with death had been the most perilous encounter. You vile creatures, I shall fight back. The cheetah hoisted the blood antelope onto his back and activated a grenade he had been carrying, tossing it near their bags. He then leapt from the gaping hole created by Li Mingchong's impact. Descending from the second floor, the deafening explosion mingled with the piercing cries of the massive vine, and the cheetah, upon landing, was bewilderingly unharmed. With his hands propping himself up, he rushed to the SUV's location. Hurriedly shoving Li Mingchong and the others inside, as the headlights flickered on, dozens of fiery red lantern-like eyes appeared in the distance. The cheetah, unfazed, accelerated the vehicle. Suddenly, an alarm blared from the dashboard, indicating a malfunction in the rear lights, followed by another deafening crash that jolted the occupants. The vehicle was violently struck by unseen forces, and the cheetah dared not glance at either side, fearing that a momentary lapse could result in a stall. Leaving them all behind, a whoo, bang. A head resembling that of both a man and a wolf, half a meter long, slammed against the window, its two fiery eyes fixated on the cheetah, while a long, green tongue draped over the glass, incessantly smearing it, provoking an immediate wave of nausea that caused the cheetah to vomit. Nevertheless, he resolutely continued with his tasks. Second gear, third gear, fourth gear, fifth gear, sixth gear. The SUV reached its maximum speed on the highway. As a multitude of eyes, akin to red lanterns, belonging to the slime mold humanoids, lunged toward the only living entity still in motion on this road. The vehicle endured repeated heavy impacts, yet, true to its Chinese manufacturing, it showed no signs of slowing down. Under the final siege of countless vines encircling them, they managed to escape into the open air. After Li Mingchong and the others fled, the slime creatures began to restore their fallen brethren. A Type 95 rifle propped against a corner was seized by a small vine from the massive one, which began to draw it into its depths. Other slime zombies that had besieged the SUV gradually approached the hotel, gazing longingly at the massive vine above. Once all had gathered, a colossal vine, measuring several meters in width and over 10 meters long, descended from the rooftop, prompting the other zombies to rush toward it in a frenzy, voraciously consuming it. Humans, so remarkable, let us learn. Chapter 60. All severely injured, the cheetah and his companions, having narrowly escaped, maintained their maximum speed without faltering. His nerves were heightened, pushing him to his limits. For a solid 10 minutes. No living creatures were in sight. Upon reaching an overpass, sharp pains coursed through his legs, and his mind teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. With his remaining faculties, he locked the vehicle's compartments via the onboard computer. Before collapsing against the steering wheel, time became a blur until a ray of orange sunlight pierced the horizon, accompanied by soft sobs and the sensation of liquid cascading onto Li Mingchong's face. Rousing him from his stupor, upon opening his eyes, he beheld a small, tear-streaked face, dripping with snot, quietly weeping before him. Upon noticing Li Mingchong's awakening, Hui Shui clutched his head in silence, tears streaming down. Li Mingchong yearned to move or utter a few words, but after taking several deep breaths, he tasted iron in his throat. Coughing, he struggled to expel the blood that Hui Shui's embrace had hindered. Nearly choking before Hui Shui, startled, set him down. "Chong, are you all right?" Hui Shui managed to stammer after several fits of sobbing. Li Mingchong lacked the strength to roll his eyes. He could only hope that the blood antelope and the cheetah were safe. If anything were to happen to them, it would be dire indeed. Yet, for a long while, he could only hear Hui Shui's increasingly faint sobs, with no sounds from the blood antelope or the cheetah. As he closed his eyes to rest, he thought he heard Hui Shui's voice mingled with curses from other humans, yet ultimately, it seemed as though their vehicle began to move slowly. Li Mingchong was oblivious to the events unfolding outside. The rising chorus of zombie howls filled him with unease, while his eyelids grew heavier, leaving him bereft of the strength to open them. Outside, Hui Shui encountered a peculiar man clad in a coat, driving a large truck. Initially, she regarded him with suspicion, especially as he displayed a brutish intent toward their SUV. The moment he pried open the front door, Hui Shui swiftly drew the folding knife from Li Mingchong and slashed at the corner of his coat. Faced with her fierce demeanor, the coat-clad man merely uttered a few words, "I can save them," before shutting the door again and attaching a hook to connect his truck to their SUV. Observing the vehicle begin to move and seeing Li Mingchong lying in the back seat, Hui Shui curled up beside his feet, clutching the carbon fiber folding spear that Jin Shou had gifted her. The truck's pace was slow, and they encountered a few hapless zombies trapped in cages along the way. Their destination appeared to be a dilapidated wooden structure. The coat-clad man gestured for Hui Shui to scratch a few characters on the window, then detached the hook and drove the truck into a large warehouse nearby. However, Hui Shui could not comprehend the man's gestures and turned to Li Mingchong, mimicking his thoughtful pose, pondering her thoughts. Chapter 61. The mysterious man knock, knock, knock. The coat-clad man rapped on the window once more. Appearing somewhat perplexed, "Why haven't you come down yet? I cannot extract them while you remain inside." Hui Shui, gripping her spear and folding knife, cautiously leaped from the vehicle, her gaze fixed on the coat-clad man as she followed his movements. After a brief glance at her, the man hoisted the cheetah and carried him back to the wooden structure, making 2 trips. When he lifted Li Mingchong, Hui Shui followed him into the building. Upon entering, she realized it was not the dilapidated shack she had anticipated. Pushing through the swinging wooden doors revealed an elevator painted in a warmwood hue. They descended to the 3rd underground level, which appeared to be a medical facility. The cheetah and the blood antelope had already been placed on 2 hospital beds, their wounds hastily bandaged. In addition, Hui Shui noticed a large machine with a sizable cavity capable of accommodating several individuals, something she had never encountered. Not even in a modern hospital. The coat-clad man placed Li Mingchong onto a small platform within the machine, prompting Hui Shui to attempt climbing up alongside him. "If you want me to save him, don't move around, you little brat," the man admonished without even glancing at her, taking a seat at a computer. Beep, beep, beep. Hui Shui cautiously approached the man's side, but the incomprehensible symbols on the screen left her at a loss. She glanced back at Li Mingchong in the machine, anxiously observing what the man would do next. 6 ribs fractured, mild spinal injuries, approximately 15 muscle impairment throughout the body, dangerously elevated blood pressure, suffering from severe heart disease, and abnormal data in the cerebral cortex. The left eye appears to have detached due to extreme nutrient deficiency. The man in the overcoat sat before the computer for over 2 minutes, scrutinizing the various data concerning Li Mingchong. It is indeed a miracle that this fellow is still alive, as the walls of his heart have thinned considerably, now 3/10 less than that of an average person. Maintaining his breath is no small feat. After muttering to himself, the man rose and walked to the machine's exit, retrieving a gurney from another area, on which he tilted Li Mingchong at an angle before moving it to the same position as the others. In the eyes of Hui Shui, he administered a mysterious injection to both Li Mingchong and the cheetah, then drew the curtain to commence surgery. Hui Shui, seated beside the blood antelope, awaited the emergence of Li Mingchong and the others. Unable to contain herself, she jumped off the bed and crouched down, peering beneath the curtain. Inside, the man had discarded his overcoat and donned a pristine white surgical gown, wielding the scalpel with remarkable speed, performing multiple roles and conducting 2 surgeries simultaneously. The man noticed Hui Shui sneaking in but chose to ignore her, focusing intently on his surgical duties. Setting bones, clearing shattered fragments, and removing accumulated clots, the cheetah's task was somewhat easier, as his leg injuries resulted from a tremendous impact. Once bandaged, the focus shifted to treating Li Mingchong's wounds. Aside from the shattered bones and clots in his chest cavity, the more critical issues were his heart and the residual fragments in his right leg. AB blood type. You are indeed fortunate, the universal donor. The man suddenly addressed Hui Shui, who was tiptoeing to see what was happening above. Little imp, go fetch a pack of blood bags from the iron cabinet directly across from that machine to save this man. Upon hearing that it could save Li Mingchong, Hui Shui immediately darted out to retrieve the blood bags. Under the efforts of Hui Shui and the man, 2 hours later, he cast aside his sweat-soaked mask and surgical gown, revealing Li Mingchong, now wrapped like a large dumpling, receiving an forward thank you. Hui Shui approached the man, holding out a piece of paper. Is that all? Very well, little imp, once your elder awakens, we'll discuss the charges. However, let me make it clear. For each day you stay here, you must provide me with supplies. What I currently need are the limbs of monsters, food, and gasoline. These consumables. I will now retrieve some items from your little vehicle behind to serve as my treatment fee. After stating this, the man headed directly to the elevator to collect his items. Hui Shui, unsure of what he intended to fetch, was content as long as Li Mingchong was safe. She leaned against his bedside, slowly sitting on the floor, waiting for him to awaken. The man left the dilapidated wooden cabin, first grabbing the keys to the off-road vehicle before heading to the rear storage compartment, where he found a stack of iron boxes filled with assorted grains and 2 large boxes of water. After contemplating, he carried about 8 boxes of iron containers to the warehouse, deeming the water unnecessary. The remaining payment would be settled once they had captured some experimental subjects. He had expected advanced weaponry but found only a group of impoverished individuals. The vehicle was also in disrepair, a loss indeed. After placing the iron boxes in the warehouse, he took a small box of flour and water back to the second floor of the wooden cabin. He poured all these ingredients into a large iron vessel and, through a series of seemingly random pipes, produced 4 equal-sized loaves of bread, each roughly the size of a palm, in the microwave at the entrance with a ping. The man took the loaves and ascended to the 3rd floor, placing the tray of bread into Hui Shui's hands before performing thorough checks on the 3 individuals before continuing upstairs. Half an hour later, the blood antelope finally regained consciousness. Initially dazed, she felt merely uncomfortable from sleeping too long. She had no inkling of how she had ended up in this unfamiliar place. However, upon seeing the severely injured Li Mingchong and Cheetah, she realized something grave had occurred. Yet, Hui Shui, after handing her the bread, remained silent. The blood antelope felt anxious but could do nothing but nibble on the bread while waiting for Li Mingchong and the others to awaken. Noticing that her gun and bag were missing, with several concealed explosives also nowhere to be found, the cheetah was the second to awaken, and upon regaining consciousness, he glanced at the relatively unharmed blood antelope and exclaimed, "Are we all right?" He exhaled deeply, surveying his surroundings with confusion, but felt compelled to explain to the blood antelope why they were injured. Li Mingchong, however, showed no signs of improvement during this time. The man descended once more to change their bandages, observing the rejuvenated cheetah and the others. Greetings, I am Lei Qun. As you can see, I am a researcher conducting private studies in this secluded area. The cost of your treatment has been partially compensated with your provisions. Following this, Lei Kun reiterated the living conditions and charging standards he had previously discussed with Huishue. We are from H City. The blood antelope attempted to mention their base to alleviate their financial burden, but before she could speak, Lei Kun interrupted. I do not care where you come from. My terms have already been stated. Frankly, the self-sustaining system here can support up to 10 individuals, and I am not particularly concerned about your food supplies, so you must be prepared to assist me in my work. The cheetah glanced at his and Li Mingchong's injuries. Realizing that they were in no position to negotiate, he did not believe that someone who could freely enter and exit could lack means of self-preservation. Very well, we accept your terms. Once we recover, we will assist you in capturing the experimental subjects you need. Okay, it seems you have some sense. Today is rather hectic, so you may start with the bread. Do not worry about the one hooked up to glucose for now. His injuries are severe, and he will not regain consciousness until at least tomorrow. After speaking, Lei Kun departed from the floor, even neglecting to share the elevator code with the cheetah and the others. The blood antelope approached and knocked on the elevator door, the sound dull, indicating that attempting to forcibly open it would be futile. Chapter 62. Gradual awakening. The blood antelope stepped away from the elevator door and moved to the side of the bandaged Li Mingchong. Reassured by the steady drip of the four and the slight rise of his chest, indicating he was still alive. The group remained silent for an entire day until the next morning when Lei Kun returned to deliver breakfast, a porridge made of mixed grains. While checking on Li Mingchong, he suddenly opened his eyes, startling Lei Kun, who was about to lift his eyelid to assess the situation. Huishue, where is she? Where am I? Well, since he has awakened, you may catch up with him. However, his recovery rate is quite uncharacteristic, Lei Kun remarked, continuing toward the elevator. By the way, the code is 12347. If you have nothing else to do, feel free to explore outside, though I wouldn't particularly recommend it. Huishue tiptoed forward, tearing off a small piece of bread from her hand and offering it to Li Mingchong. Gazing at him eagerly, Li Mingchong found it somewhat challenging to even turn his head. But to ease her worries, he extended his tongue towards the piece of bread, finally managing to take a bite. All right, I can't digest too much right now. You can have my share. You must have been quite worried these past couple of days. Huishue held Li Mingchong's pinky finger in silence, sitting beside him, while he addressed the blood antelope and the cheetah. Blood antelope, you should be mostly unscathed, right? Cheetah must have mainly sustained leg injuries. Otherwise, with all that spirit, he wouldn't have neglected to check on me. Yes, but what should we do next, Brother Chong? Most of our weapons are either lost or destroyed. Even if we venture into the suburbs to search for supplies, we are ill-equipped to handle unexpected dangers, the blood antelope replied, her head lowered. So, you mean that with better equipment, we could be adequately prepared to find valuable supplies or rescue those in peril? Li Mingchong retorted without answering. It has been proven that when facing a cunning and omnipresent swarm of these parasites, the complex and easily carried weapons we possess are of little use. In fact, perhaps more straightforward and brute force methods would be more effective. Brother Chong, are you suggesting we should rely on cold weapons like knives and axes? The blood antelope inquired further. Who said anything about those? I am suggesting grenades, explosives, or flamethrowers. Aren't those far superior? Li Mingchong responded. Brother Mingchong, didn't we expend all those during the last encounter? We can't just craft those weapons on the spot out there, can we? The cheetah remarked, lying on the bed while addressing Li Mingchong. The notion of manual labor is evidently unfeasible. Thus, what recourse do we have at present? It appears we are left with but one course of action: to serve that affluent individual. Ah, even the cheetah displayed an expression of bewilderment. Did you not notice? Within this medical facility, there exists a high-tech apparatus, its luminous head perpetually aglow, and this is merely the first level, not to mention the other areas. Are we merely to bide our time and await the opportunity to assist him? The cheetah was the first to voice. Alas, my friends, we find ourselves in the year 2030, do we not? Perhaps it would be prudent to wait until we have sufficiently recovered before proceeding further. During this period of recuperation, the blood antelope accompanied the Thunder Group on an excursion outside. However, upon stepping out, he retreated immediately, for the surrounding environment was engulfed in a dense forest. The blood antelope found it exceedingly challenging to navigate through this woodland. Having already been traumatized by the previous onslaught of the slime molds, and the thought of traversing a space where the presence of such organisms was indiscernible was daunting, aside from the blood antelope's brief foray outside. The Thunder Group frequently visited Li Mingchong, engaging in conversations and conducting health checks. Through these discussions, Li Mingchong gleaned that the entire energy supply for this underground facility was sourced from wind turbines and solar panels situated outside. Moreover, the Thunder Group revealed that during the first week, all government communication systems had been obliterated. Based on the signals from his specialized machinery during that period, he had intercepted information from an unmanned signal station situated 100 kilometers away. Upon remotely accessing the surveillance at that location, he discovered that the creatures there retained behaviors reminiscent of their former lives, with one particularly grotesque entity, encrusted in slime, nearly merging with the information base. The military only managed to restore a fraction of the communication points by the third week, and the preceding information Li Mingchong found this revelation utterly astounding. He then contemplated the increasing anthropomorphism and mechanical cooperation exhibited by these slime molds. Just as a sudden pain gripped his mind, the Thunder Group swiftly produced a sedative and administered it into Li Mingchong's arm. "What on earth has caused your condition? I can offer you something in exchange." The Thunder Group grasped Li Mingchong's wrist, his gaze ablaze with intensity. Chapter 63. The mad scientist Li Mingchong's body had yet to fully recover. The moment the Thunder Group seized his wrist, a sharp pain radiated from the joint, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Yet, the Thunder Group maintained his grip, urging Li Mingchong to divulge what he knew. Whoosh! A sharp projectile whizzed past the Thunder Group's ear, barely missing him by a millimeter, instantly chilling his fervent demeanor. Swallowing hard, he mechanically turned to glance behind him, where Hui Shui's almost lethal glare compelled him to retract his hand, fully aware that his actions had spiraled out of control. He hastily apologized, trembling as he retreated from her line of sight. As he departed, he cast a fleeting glance at the sharp object Hui Shui had hurled, which had embedded itself firmly into the thick steel wall. This is certainly an object shrouded in mystery. Upon entering the elevator, the Thunder Group exhibited a slightly deranged demeanor, muttering to himself. Meanwhile, Li Mingchong, along with the cheetah and blood antelope, felt a twinge of anxiety. Prior to venturing outside, Jin Shou had warned them that the child posed a significant threat. The blood antelope had already received care, so her surprise was minimal. However, the cheetah was genuinely taken aback by the destructive power of a weapon hurled by such a young girl. Nevertheless, after sending the Thunder Group away, Hui Shui climbed onto Li Mingchong's bed and gently blew on the spot where the Thunder Group had gripped him. "Does it hurt?" "It's bearable, but Hui Shui, where did you learn to do that?" "Rest assured, that affluent individual is likely a good person. Just refrain from such sudden assaults in the future. If you had been a fraction off, the projectile could have struck somewhere other than the wall." I will heed your advice." After saying this, Hui Shui nestled beside Li Mingchong. "Hey, lend me a hand, would you? Push the chair next to you over here so I can remove this sharp object." The blood antelope addressed the still-staring cheetah, who lay in bed, lost in thought. "Oh, all right. A week later, on April 28th, after a 2-day rest, which I accounted for, the Thunder Group completed a checkup on Li Mingchong. His bodily functions had largely returned, and his arm was fully operational once more. However, he found himself unable to draw a deep breath, and the Thunder Group had presented him with 2 small bags containing medications. "Your heart condition has become quite severe. Conventional treatments are unlikely to yield any results. However, I have formulated these 2 types of tablets derived from an infected variant of red sage and some citrus peel extracts. You should take 1 tablet at a time." The Thunder Group paused before continuing. "Through research and scientific predictions, this medication can significantly alleviate heart pain and sudden cardiac tremors, though the side effects may induce dizziness and temporary weakness." "And what purpose does the other tablet serve?" Li Mingchong inquired, holding the bag of round pills. "That, too, is a product of my latest research. Discovered that those creatures and the self-propagating plants exhibit a unique emergency mode when severely damaged, tirelessly catalyzing the repair of their compromised tissues." The Thunder Group gestured toward the pills in this bag. "I have incorporated the extracted substance, but its function is not repair. Rather, it accelerates your entire system, heightening your heart rate and brain activity, thus enhancing your physical agility to a certain degree." "Wait, if I consume this, won't it hasten my demise?" No, I refuse to accept that. Li Mingchong promptly rejected the idea. Though he obediently pocketed the pills, I must alert you to something. The Thunder Group adjusted his glasses and glanced at Hui Shui and the others who were observing. Ahem, Hui Shui, why don't you and the Blood Antelope step aside for a moment? I need to have a conversation with your elder brother, Thunder Group. Very well, but what if he attacks you? Hui Shui voiced her concern loudly. He won't. Just step aside for a bit, and I'll be with you shortly. Li Mingchong awkwardly tapped Hui Shui's nose in reassurance. Once Hui Shui and the others had vacated the area, the Thunder Group adjusted his glasses and continued, Mr. Li Mingchong, I must inform you that according to my machine's various assessments, without the aid of my medications, you have a maximum of 2 years to live before succumbing to heart disease and other ailments. The Thunder Group extended 2 fingers with utmost seriousness. 2 years? Li Mingchong murmured. You seem unfazed. Were you already prepared for this? Indeed. I have long been aware of my limited time and my sole priorities are to locate my surviving family members and care for Hui Shui. Li Mingchong stated candidly, Very well, but I must clarify that this prognosis pertains solely to your condition without my assistance. If you can tolerate the square tablets I provided and do not experience adverse reactions, I can extend your lifespan by at least 20 years, and what is the cost? I cannot believe you are genuinely a benevolent individual willing to extend my life for free, Li Mingchong inquired. It is quite simple. You must reveal the circumstances surrounding the disappearance of your eyeball. However, I must caution you. I am not an ordinary person. You cannot deceive me. You have 3 seconds to contemplate this. 1. Wait, you are starting the countdown already? There is no time to consider. Li Mingchong protested. Point 2. He glanced back towards Hui Shui's departing figure, then turned back. Point 3. I agree. No wonder you wanted her to leave first. Ah, a wise decision. The Thunder Group exhibited a triumphant expression. As Li Mingchong quietly recounted the story of his near infection and the loss of his eyeball as a consequence. A rugged vehicle suddenly approached the wooden cabin above the basement. For individuals, each bearing some scars and clad in combat attire, cautiously approached the dilapidated cabin, weapons raised. Coincidentally, the cheetah and blood antelope, having decided to venture outside to retrieve some flour for lunch, collided with the armed personnel stationed at the door. You are. Meanwhile, the Thunder Group, having absorbed Li Mingchong's narrative, was so exhilarated he nearly began to dance. After retrieving 2 bags of square tablets from his pocket and handing them to Li Mingchong, he prepared to ascend the elevator for his new experiment. However, just as he reached the door and was about to open it, a line of dark gun barrels was suddenly aimed at him. Who are you? This is my home. You are trespassing. The Thunder Group confronted the armed individuals. Captain, he is an ordinary person. Lower your weapons. We may have overreacted. Point 1 soldier stepped forward, addressing the lead soldier. Upon hearing this, the front soldier gestured for everyone to lower their weapons and spoke to the Thunder Group. My apologies. We are from the 7th Right Army, the 11th Squad, led by Jiang Shi. I sincerely apologize for any fright we may have caused you. You are government forces? I have intercepted distress signals from the 6th Regiment. You are the team that successfully escaped, are you not? You are not escorting survivors? The Thunder Group queried, activating the projection watch on his wrist to search for information. We? The 4 soldiers no longer exuded the confidence and responsibility typical of an army. However, upon seeing their nearly ruined equipment, Lei Kun let out a side. It was you 2 who observed them earlier. Correct? I shall fetch some supplies. Let us all indulge a bit today, as I find myself in good spirits. Cheetah and Blood Antelope led the soldier team to sit beside Li Mingchong's table. One soldier, upon noticing the presence of Hui Shui, who was preparing to feed porridge to Li Mingchong, could not contain his emotions, and tears streamed down his face. Captain, am I truly useless? The wave of sorrow spread rapidly. The secure environment and relatively gentle circumstances caused these soldiers, who were perpetually on edge, to break down. What on earth happened? Could you share? Li Mingchong inquired, his timing quite inappropriate. Captain Jiang seemed unperturbed by Li Mingchong's tone, as if he had finally found a place to unburden himself, and soon steadied his thoughts to recount the events following that fateful day. Chapter 64. The blow after our 6th Regiment's base was breached by the horde of corpses. Those monsters descended upon our location like locusts, sweeping through relentlessly. After escorting the remaining residents to safety, we braced ourselves for a final stand. However, just as we sent a message to the outer rescue team for assistance, 3 minutes after detonating a micronuclear bomb, we discovered a family hiding in a basement. The commander ordered our team to take the last of our weapons and ammunition for an urgent rescue. Protecting the residents was paramount, but amidst our discussions, our last bastion was invaded by a colossal creature, impervious to bullets, that seemed to have appeared from nowhere. Even the micronuclear bomb, which had been activated, was abruptly halted due to unforeseen circumstances. Our team barely escaped, treading upon the bodies of our comrades. Captain Jiang paused momentarily before continuing. After we rescued that family of 3, we were besieged by a horde of mutated pigeons and rats. One of our team members resorted to a suicide attack with explosives against them. The 2 adults from that family, having been bitten by the rats, contracted a virulent infection, and within 2 days, their bodies had succumbed to decay. The sole survivor, a little girl, led us to abandon our original plan to head towards the headquarters and instead seek refuge with the Southern Army, where the monster presence was less daunting. Yet, 5 days ago, we inadvertently wandered into a nature park where the trees had been infected, their vines attacking us like venomous serpents. Giant vines and small insects relentlessly harassed us, targeting the girls specifically as they sensed our protective instincts. In that assault, we lost another comrade, and the girl's arm was bitten by a small insect, necessitating an amputation with gunpowder and a saw. However, 2 days ago, she suddenly ran away from our makeshift shelter. By the time we found her, her body was covered in those malevolent plants. Jiang concluded. Tears streamed down his face. We are worthless. We stand no chance against these monsters. You cannot fathom the terror of their numbers when they gather. They fear neither missiles nor flames. They possess intelligence and adapt to our tactics, thriving without sustenance, with the sun serving as their logistics. Sobbing, laughing, bang. After pouring out his emotions, Jiang finally succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. Captain, are you all right? Blood Antelope, along with the soldiers, hurried upstairs to seek Lei Kun for a new resting place. Cheetah, leaning on his cane, hesitated at Li Mingchang's bedside. Before he could speak, Li Mingchang remarked, "You are about to ask me some trivial questions, aren't you? You knew? What do you think we should do now?" Cheetah replied. "What should we do? I feel no attachment to that military uncle's words. I have known from the very beginning that we have little hope. What delusion made you think these slime-like monsters would be easy to defeat?" Li Mingchang retorted, "And of course it is." Just as Cheetah was about to counter, he suddenly realized something. Had they really killed many monsters on their journey? It seemed the only confirmed kill was a zombie at the gas station. They had never truly exterminated those blocking their path. "You seem to have overlooked something. However, Hui Shui and I have slain quite a few. Although we did encounter some zombies that were not fully in their right state. Each time we eliminated one, we either suffered injuries or incurred significant losses. What if the infection rate exceeds 95? You will find that amidst a common horde of zombies, the sun serves both as their source of nourishment and as our temporary opportunity for safe passage." Cheetah, though aware Li Mingchang spoke the truth, did not wish to hear such dispiriting words from him. After a brief silence at the bedside, he sighed, leaned on his cane, and departed. Today was initially meant to be a fortunate gathering for many in this apocalypse. Yet it transformed into a banquet filled with hidden motives. Even Lei Kun, who provided the ingredients, excused himself early, claiming he had eaten enough and retreated to his laboratory for research. "Eat, it's delicious." Hui Shui used her chopsticks to place a piece of beef from the hot pot into Li Mingchang's bowl, appearing to be the least affected by the day's events. You should eat too. We can sleep in a bit tomorrow." Chapter 65. The labor. Early the next morning, Cheetah arrived at Blood Antelope's bedside, leaning on his cane. "Blood Antelope, our mission is no longer feasible. Are you prepared to join us in heading south to the base? The soldiers have already agreed to depart today in search of the Southern Army. Will Brother Chang be coming with us?" Blood Antelope turned to glance at Li Mingchang, still lying in bed. Cheetah gently shook his head, indicating his differing opinion. "What about little Hui Shui?" Blood Antelope expressed her concerns. "She will not be accompanying us. Those two are inseparable in life or death. The decision now lies with you. Will you stay or go?" Cheetah replied, "I in the end." Blood Antelope left a little note and carefully placed it under Li Mingchang's pillow. Just before departing, Li Mingchang, eyes closed, suddenly spoke, "Be cautious. Although the soldiers are reliable, their morale is low. Sometimes you must trust your instincts. Do not wait until we meet again, only to find ourselves as mere corpses." "I understand, Brother Chang. Until we meet again, by 10 o'clock in the morning, drenched in sweat and sporting dark circles under his eyes. Lei Kun finally descended in the elevator to deliver food to Li Mingchong and the others. Oh, big brother, your teammates have abandoned you to follow those four. Don't you feel anything? Hui Shui exclaimed, jumping up to grab 2 large loaves of bread and leaping onto Li Mingchong's bed to tear the bread apart and feed him. I feel nothing. I hardly knew them for long. Their departure has brought me a sense of relief. Besides, you yourself wouldn't want them lingering here, wasting your supplies, would you? Li Mingchong gently patted Hui Shui's head, allowing her to eat first before addressing Lei Kun again. You see, you are mistaken. All my starch is generated from solar energy and water. If they were still here, I could have had them help clean my power station. Lei Kun attempted to ingratiate himself. Hey, how about I trade you a tube of my fresh blood for a week's worth of food and lodging? Go ahead and extract it yourself. Ever since I gleaned those bits of information from you, I knew you would come seeking these things. By the way, how long until my chest and legs can fully recover? Li Mingchong extended his arm toward Lei Kun. Rest assured, with your recovery ability, I can install a device to assist your chest cavity's normal function, and you will be completely restored. Lei Kun replied without looking up. Will this device interfere with my bodily movements? Is there truly no method to restore my body to its original state? Brother, you should be grateful to have snatched a life from the clutches of death. A mere auxiliary device is all you require. If need be, we can always remove it later. Lei Kun paused his blood extraction, taking a jab at him. How much blood will you need for your research? If necessary, you could extract some samples from my left eye socket. Perhaps? Li Mingchong proposed directly without pretense. That might not be appropriate. After all, I am a law-abiding scientist, and I already feel guilty enough about this human research. Lei Kun feigned arrogance. Then I suppose I shall just have to recover slowly. Ah, Brother Chong, I was merely jesting. I will undoubtedly find a way to expedite your recovery, so await my good news. Lei Kun swiftly covered Li Mingchong's mouth, then hurriedly ran off to find a solution. Li Mingchong and Hui Shui exchanged a few glances, and suddenly, Li Mingchong burst into laughter, pinching her cheek playfully before returning to his slumber. Hui Shui, munching on her bread, wore a face full of perplexity. Following that day, Lei Kun indeed initiated various recovery efforts for Li Mingchong. Since Li Mingchong exhibited no adverse reactions while swallowing the cube-shaped pills, Lei Kun also utilized some restorative extracts derived from slime molds. Li Mingchong's recovery was astonishingly rapid, akin to riding a rocket. By early May, he was able to walk unaided by crutches. During this period, Lei Kun had drawn 2 syringes of blood from Li Mingchong and removed some impurities from his left eye socket. On the day Li Mingchong could walk again, the first debt repayment task arrived. In the technological experimental zone on the first floor, Lei Kun declared, Mingchong, we are currently situated in a stretch of wilderness between the countryside and the city. I have personally traversed this area, and with the aid of a holographic map, I have marked a 50-mile radius around our base for you. Holding a freshly drawn paper map, Lei Kun exuded a sense of mission. Come on, brother. Who are you trying to impress? It's just the 3 of us here. No one is going to flatter you. Speak up, what materials do you need? Li Mingchong replied. Unfazed, Lei Kun waved his hand, and a semi-transparent terrain model appeared before the 3 of them. The branch of the Zhejiang River flows nearby, and due to the slime mold creatures you mentioned, their immense water absorption has completely inundated a small county's wetlands. Previously, while I was driving in the vicinity, I was surrounded by a horde of zombies before I could even spot them. Thankfully, my modified truck has a smoke and rescue system, allowing me to return unscathed. Your task is to retrieve any specimen of those creatures from that area. After Lei Kun finished speaking, he looked towards Li Mingchong. I decline, Li Mingchong responded. All right, then I'll prepare some supplies for your journey. Wait, did you just say you refuse? Lei Kun, momentarily taken aback, questioned again. I'm not foolish. With your excellent equipment, you barely escaped. I doubt you would send your best gear with us. Going there would be tantamount to seeking death. I want a straightforward task. Otherwise, I might as well enjoy a free meal. Fine, fine. Then go to an abandoned university 10 kilometers away and help me retrieve whatever you can find from their laboratory. Let's go. I'll get you equipped. With no other choice, Lei Kun casually pointed to the location of XX University. That works. Should we also check for any survivors? Li Mingchong inquired. Feel free to search for them if you wish. But I believe it's unnecessary. Universities are typically the first rescue zones, and those who could escape have likely done so by now. You would probably just waste your energy. Before their departure, Lei Kun prepared a set of arm and leg armor for both Li Mingchong and Hui Shui. Along with equipment designed to conserve energy, he replaced Li Mingchong's military folding knife with a large machete, which had a small flamethrower attachment on the handle for emergencies. Hui Shui received a retractable backpack capable of holding up to 30 small firearms. Finally, there was a small vehicle behind the warehouse. As soon as Li Mingchong settled into the driver's seat, a blue screen appeared on the front display. Wow, Brother Lei, you can create such a vehicle without relying on their information sources? Please don't tell me this car runs on solar energy as well. Li Mingchong's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Close enough. It's a dual-powered vehicle using solar energy and gasoline. The overall frame is constructed from carrier-grade micro-strength steel and features a 3-layered composite structure with carbon fiber and titanium alloy. As Lei Kun continued to boast about the vehicle's capabilities and its discreet dark appearance, Li Mingchong simply drove off, leaving Lei Kun in a state of disarray. Well, I forgot to provide them with food. I suppose I'll trust them. This vehicle was purely automatic, lacking the superior speed of manual transmission but offering greater stability. Its chassis was solid, and its light gray and white exterior was unobtrusive. The 10-kilometer journey would take considerable time, especially since they were still in the forest, necessitating a slower pace. If only it could drive itself, Li Mingchong sighed. Suddenly, a blue projected map appeared on the dashboard, displaying the previously marked location of the university. Please select the marked point for automatic driving. Note: the automatic driving speed will reduce to 40 mph. Please choose cautiously. Chapter 66. HB University Exercise Caution? Li Mingchong pondered as he gazed at the text on the screen, stroking his chin. Never mind. I'll drive manually. After deliberating and glancing at Hui Shui, who was dutifully buckled in beside him, Li Mingchong decided to take the wheel himself. Despite his smooth driving, Hui Shui succumbed to motion sickness and dozed off in the passenger seat. After a half-hour of navigating the rugged mountain roads, they emerged from the wilderness. Following the smart panel's instructions, they traveled at 90 miles per hour on the highway for another half-hour, arriving directly at HB University. This university appeared to be a second-tier institution. What could it possibly offer that he desired? The half-hour journey flew by, and the light gray and white vehicle crashed through the front gate, entering the campus. Today seemed to be fortuitous. Upon nearing the university, they encountered no obstacles. It appeared that this place was not particularly dangerous. As Li Mingchong drove and searched for a route, he muttered to himself. Just as he finished speaking, 3 slime zombies clad in security uniforms were sprawled out on the campus road. Basking in the sun with their mouths agape, as Li Mingchong's vehicle passed by, he deliberately slowed down, noticing that something was amiss with the zombies. Normally, even when basking in the sun, zombies would at least turn their gaze towards them. Yet these 3 showed no interest. Observing the swaying Hui Shui, he abandoned the idea of seeking amusement and continued driving. As they proceeded, the various trees lining the road exhibited an unusual lack of solidified slime mold leaves. Instead, numerous fist-sized, hard fruits had formed beneath them. Venturing deeper into the educational area, Li Mingchong first spotted the door labeled for the agriculture department. After a turn, he parked the vehicle on the soccer field according to the map. Hui Shui, wake up, we've arrived. You can get out now. Come on, let me carry you. Li Mingchong parked the car, opened the passenger door, and gently lifted Hui Shui out. Ugh, I feel a bit unwell, she murmured weakly, leaning against Li Mingchong, occasionally retching. Why is there no water here? As Li Mingchong held Hui Shui, he rummaged through the trunk, finding nothing but 2 sides of uncertain purpose. Securing the car door, he aimed for a large building adjacent to the soccer field. It reminded him of a water-selling and gym facility at his former university. It's the roll-up door. Li Mingchong inserted his machete into the gap and swung down forcefully, causing a loud clang as something inside snapped. However, the door remained immovable. It weighed dozens, if not hundreds, of pounds and was obstructed. Just as he was about to give up, Hui Shui, regaining some energy, pointed out a small wooden door behind the stretching bar. The wooden door proved far easier to dismantle than the heavy iron gate. With a few strikes and kicks, Li Mingchong burst through. Inside was pitch black, but as he placed his hand against his chest, he could feel a rhythmic heartbeat, accompanied by the unmistakable stench of ammonia from something decaying in a school restroom. Feeling the wind direction and carefully guiding Hui Shui, they navigated past 2 sunken wall sections before she led him around another corner into an even darker area. There's water, a lot of drinks. Hui Shui exclaimed, pulling Li Mingchong towards a vending machine. He felt the smooth, glass-like surface and, with Hui Shui's keen sight in the dark, he felt reassured. Step back a bit, he instructed her, and as he swung the machete down, his steady heartbeat suddenly quickened, the sound reverberating in his ears. As the machete struck, he felt a tug on his pant leg, and the recoil sent him staggering backward, collapsing against Hui Shui as the impact reverberated through the air. A noise louder than the chop echoed, and though Li Mingchong couldn't discern the situation, he distinctly felt a rush of wind sweeping past him. A faint, sharp sound sliced through the air beside Li Mingchong's ear, reminiscent of steel being pierced. He swiftly turned, cradling Hui Shui in his arms, his back pressed against the wall as his right hand dangled slightly. It brushed against the sensation he had felt earlier when he had struck the rolling shutter door from outside. Chapter 67. HB University, 2. At the moment Li Mingchong's fingers grazed the shutter door, his other hand, which was wrapped around Hui Shui's body, swiftly lowered, rolling inward once more. A thundering crash echoed in the darkness as the creature barreled into the shutter door, splintering it wide open, allowing sunlight to flood back into the room. The creature that had breached the shutter was adorned with clusters of dark purple, mushroom-like growths, its limbs present but devoid of a head, and a gaping hole in its chest oozing an unknown black substance. As the sunlight struck it, wisps of faint black smoke began to emanate from its body, and its movements became increasingly erratic. When it clutched its chest and emitted a deafening wail, Li Mingchong leaped outside. Swinging his blade down upon the creature's chest, he then used the force of his feet to propel himself upward, narrowly escaping the creature's range. Despite receiving a vicious blow, the creature seemed largely unharmed, save for a trickle of blood from its head. In fact, the sunlight seemed to char its flesh, filling the air with the acrid scent of burning meat, as the creature struggled to rise. Two slender, pointed spears pierced its legs, and it turned, roaring as it attempted to pounce on Hui Shui. Yet, before it could make a move, Li Mingchong swiftly severed a small portion of its right arm with his blade. Swish, swish. After a flurry of strikes and thrusts, the creature succumbed to the relentless heat of the sun, collapsing into a heap, its limbs detached, leaving only its torso behind. Fearing it was not yet fully vanquished, Li Mingchong swung his blade once more, hacking it into dozens of pieces, ensuring each fragment was thoroughly exposed to the sunlight. This creature, perhaps formidable, was ultimately undone by its own foolishness. Hui Shui, let us transfer the water and drinks from these two dispensers to the vehicle. We must replenish our sugar reserves before continuing our journey, Li Mingchong instructed Hui Shui, who was busy retrieving the spears. While organizing their supplies, Li Mingchong filled a large bottle with one of the creature's mushroom specimens, believing that Lei Kun would find it intriguing. Once their preparations were complete, Li Mingchong placed 2 bottles of cola and a bottle of mineral water into their bags. The cola's ample sugar content would suffice to sustain them through the day's exertions without food. Navigating the teaching building area proved somewhat restricted, and with 2 nearby structures dedicated to soccer, walking became the most prudent mode of transit for the duo. Let us go through that second-floor window, Li Mingchong suggested as they approached the designated location of the second experimental building. The front and back doors had been secured with heavy iron gates, and the few windows on the first floor were likewise locked. Unsure if any lurking creatures resided within the campus, they targeted a second-floor window that remained ajar. Li Mingchong loosened the iron band around his arm, designed to prevent bites, and unfastened the travel pack's waist strap. He instructed Hui Shui to climb onto his shoulders, wrapping her arms around his neck, while he connected the iron band to an external water pipe, intertwining the straps of the pack to enhance grip. With a deep exhale, Li Mingchong exerted himself, using the friction from his feet and the strength of his arms to ascend steadily as he reached the base of the second floor. A green tendril suddenly erupted from the right window ledge. With a swift motion, a spear shot forth, piercing through the tendril and causing it to droop limply. Phew, that was close. You go ahead, I still need to collect my gear, Li Mingchong advised Hui Shui, observing the now limp tendril beneath his feet. After a minute of careful maneuvering, Li Mingchong secured the tendril with one hand, allowing Hui Shui to leap into the adjacent laboratory. He then braced himself, using his free hand to gently detach the iron band. Following a series of intricate movements, he finally managed to pull himself through the window. Upon entering, he discovered 2 machines designed for the precise cultivation of plant seedlings. Hui Shui was rummaging through a box nearby, seemingly in search of something. Approaching her, Li Mingchong noted that the uninfected seedlings had long since withered. He switched on a nearby machine, lifting its glass cover and sifting some soil through his fingers. This soil seems quite clean. I should take some back for Lei Kun to analyze. As he contemplated how much soil to collect, Hui Shui tugged at his pants. There are seeds here, she announced, tearing open a plastic bag containing what appeared to be watermelon seeds, which she promptly popped into her mouth. Duft. Not tasty. Li Mingchong retrieved the discarded seeds from the ground, noting their smooth, plump texture, and concluded that the box likely contained a variety of seeds. Sure enough, the cardboard box was filled with an assortment of seeds, though none were the specialized experimental types. They were ordinary seeds for easily grown vegetables like radishes, cabbages, and lettuce. After securing the seeds, Li Mingchong found the second seedling machine unworthy of his attention, as it contained only worthless seedlings. He also refrained from meddling with the various bottles and jars on the large experimental tables, opting instead to open all the drawers. Aside from some spare equipment, he discovered a pink sunshade umbrella and a few dried tissues, which he placed into Hui Shui's small bag. Next, they arrived at a locked door, and Li Mingchong adjusted the flame-throwing device beneath the heavy handle from a broad blaze to a concentrated heat. Once the lock had been heated to a fiery red, he delivered a powerful kick, causing the once sturdy iron door to swing open. Typically, during the late hours, the experimental building would be devoid of people, save for the security guard who opened and closed the doors daily. However, there was always the concern that a student might be conducting experiments late into the night. Lacking keys, they would have to force their way into other rooms, inevitably causing a significant commotion. Thus, Li Mingchong and Hui Shui first circled the second floor, confirming that only rooms 217 and 206 contained chemicals and materials. Before heading toward the materials room to unlock the door, as they surveyed the area, Li Mingchong noted the presence of 2 restrooms, both devoid of any unpleasant odors, instead wafting a tantalizing aroma reminiscent of roasted chicken. When Hui Shui expressed a desire to investigate, Li Mingchong firmly dissuaded her. Room 214, across from 217, caught his attention as he lifted Hui Shui above his head for a better view. Inside, the space was choked with lush green vines, and something unknown was ensnared within the foliage. Upon reaching room 206, Li Mingchong instructed Hui Shui to stand at the right corner as a lookout, wary of any lurking creatures. As he turned the handle, he noted that the fuel supply was only half full since the last burn. Surely, this can't be enough to open 2 doors, he mused, regretting that he had forgotten to inquire about the fuel type before leaving. Closing his eyes, he resumed the heating process, occasionally peeking to monitor progress until, with a kick, he forced the door open. To his astonishment, the materials room was crammed to the brim with items that seemed largely useless. Upon hearing the door crash open, Hui Shui hurried over, her eyes wide with shock as she spotted a remarkably lifelike taxidermy specimen of a wild boar displayed on a table. "What are you looking at?" Li Mingchong questioned. "That stuffed creature is of no use to us. I doubt Lei Kun would want it either. Go search the corner for something more useful, and shout if you encounter any danger." "Understood," Hui Shui responded, darting towards a cluster of boxes and cabinets. As she crouched and moved, she noticed a small lock atop a large white cabinet that was absent on the others. Curious, she approached the cabinet door, lifting the small iron lock. Just as she was about to call Li Mingchong over, she suddenly crouched down again. Drawing a spear from her retractable pack, she inserted its sharp end into the door's crevice, feeling around the wooden cabinet door, formulating a rather dubious plan. When Li Mingchong arrived, having found nothing of interest, he spotted Hui Shui sprawled on the floor, her rear end poking out from between the rows of cabinets. Perplexed by her actions, he approached and discovered that she had wedged several spears into the previously taut seams of the cabinet door, now feeling as if he might burst from the pressure. Li Mingchong hastily grasped both sides of Hui Xui as he ran. His legs stumbled momentarily, and while falling, he inadvertently kicked a cabinet door. The door, overwhelmed by the sudden force, exploded open, and a dozen sharp spikes shot forth, piercing the support wall ahead from various directions. Had he not vacated the area swiftly, it would have undoubtedly left several gaping holes. Although it was, in fact, Li Mingchong's kick that struck the adjacent counter. How can you be so utterly fearless in the face of danger? If you engage in such perilous antics again, I shall ignore you for 3 days, Li Mingqiang admonished as he gently squeezed Hui Shue's slightly plump cheeks. Understood. I shall refrain from such mischief in the future, she replied, acknowledging the lesson. After imparting his wisdom, Li Mingqiang assisted Hui Shue in removing the spikes embedded in the wall, while also retrieving 7 or 8 boxes and a plastic bag from the cabinet. Upon opening the boxes, he discovered they contained various tools for grafting and pruning trees, along with a bag holding 30 or so plastic strips used for binding. Li Mingqiang, disinterested in the dull blades often used by students, took only 10 of the plastic strips before grasping Hui Shue's hand, preparing to leave for the dormitory to find a place to rest. As he pulled Hui Shue along, she glanced back at the box of grafting knives, ultimately deciding to take 10 of them after collecting all the spikes. Is it heavy? If it's too burdensome, just hand it over to me. You only need to carry a couple of small knives, Li Mingqiang remarked, weighing the bag's heft. Hui Shue shook her head and waved her body to indicate her readiness, prompting Li Mingqiang to lead her back down from the initial location by the water pipe. The sky was no longer bright, around 3 or 4 o'clock, and Li Mingqiang was uncertain of the university's vastness, so they would have to rely on luck to navigate. Scanning the surroundings, he chose a path away from the soccer field. Along the way, they encountered 3 clusters of security personnel resembling slime zombies. Yet, under the waning sun, their aggression remained dormant. Even as Li Mingqiang carried the large sword over his shoulder, one of the approaching zombies opened its half-decayed mouth and uttered, "Classmate, it's getting late. Hurry back." This scene sent Li Mingqiang's thoughts spiraling into confusion. Evidently, these slime creatures still adhered to their original consciousness under certain conditions. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, he resolved to inform Lei Kun about it later. As his mind was overwhelmed, passing by a flagpole in the center of a square, Li Mingqiang finally spotted a detailed map of the school. Southgate Square? If we walk 200 meters north, we'll reach the 7th dormitory. To the right of the 8th dormitory is the snack street and the 2nd canteen, he noted. Let us head to the canteen first to grab something to eat before finding a place to stay in the 8th dormitory. We shall sleep off today's misfortunes, Li Mingqiang suggested, pointing to the map. Why is there such a large rock here? Hui Shue, instead of responding to Li Mingqiang, pointed at a 3 or 4 meter high boulder ahead. I don't know. Perhaps it's just for show. I certainly can't afford to buy such a large rock for decoration. If it were up to me, I'd prefer a touchscreen display instead. Isn't that the place where cute pictures often appeared at the Iron Gate? Roughly, it's just a large black screen where images pop up. Oh, never mind that. Let us find something to eat at the snack street, Li Mingqiang said. Before Hui Shue could respond, Li Mingqiang lifted her onto his head and jogged towards the 2nd canteen. After a few steps, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if his heart had momentarily stopped. What is this feeling? It's not like the usual warning, right? My medicine. Hui Shue quickly jumped down upon hearing him mention his medication, unbuttoned her shirt, and retrieved a small packet of pills from the inner pocket. Feeding one to Li Mingqiang, I've never taken medicine with cola before. Despite the pain causing him to sweat profusely, Li Mingqiang joked to alleviate Hui Shue's worry as he swallowed the pill with cola. As the tablet entered his stomach, it transformed into a wave of warmth that spread to his heart and limbs, and the pain in his chest quickly subsided. Could Lei Kun have set me up? It's only been a short while since I left, and my heart starts acting up that I stayed with him for ages without any issues, Li Mingqiang muttered, clutching his chest. Noticing Hui Shue leaning forward, her head tilted in concern, her eyes widened in alarm, but returned to normal when Li Mingqiang glanced at her. Did you hear anything? You mustn't lie to me. I didn't hear anything. I want to go looking, Hui Shue began, but realizing something was amiss, she quickly covered her mouth, shaking her head while staring wide-eyed at Li Mingqiang. All right, I didn't hear anything. Once he regained his composure, Li Mingqiang stood up and took Hui Shue's hand, moving towards the 2nd canteen, this time deliberately slowing his pace to avoid any further incidents. The situation at the 2nd canteen was graver than what they had seen at the classrooms and soccer field. The entire area of the 2-story canteen was overrun with green plants. Even from 100 meters away, Li Mingqiang could smell a rich fragrance of vegetation mingled with an undertone of decay. Between them and the canteen was a small resting corridor encircling a small lake, bordered by dense reeds covered in a thick layer of slime. Li Mingqiang observed the corridor, which was overtaken by what appeared to be climbing ivy or some evergreen vine, and felt a sense of unease. Carefully avoiding the plant's reach from the sunlit path, he cautiously approached the snack street adjacent to the canteen. The snack street appeared lengthy from the entrance, with the storefronts, primarily those selling drinks like milk tea, completely overrun by the slime. Li Mingchong chose a fast food establishment, striking the corner of the window with his sword. With minimal effort, the entire glass pane nearly collapsed. Wow, this shoddy window shattered so easily. I barely exerted any force. He held the sword, momentarily unsure whether it was his strength or the merchant's unwillingness to invest in quality. After lifting Hui Shui, he cleared away the remaining glass shards with his iron grip, propping himself on the windowsill to roll inside. Oh dear, how fortunate that the table below is upside down, as he crashed into a corner. Rebounding and colliding with the wall, Li Mingchong felt a slight crack. Glancing back, he noticed Hui Shui sprawled on the floor, legs in the air, hands shielding her head, which brought him some relief. Get up. Get up. You're not hurt, right? Let us find something to eat. He pulled Hui Shui up, brushing off the dust from her back, and together, they slipped into the fast food kitchen to search for something to eat. Upon entering, a wave of fragrant yet slightly rancid odor hit them. Beside a large basket of cucumbers and potatoes, the meat in the freezer had spoiled, with a slender tree growing in the center. Li Mingchong gently poked the top of the tree with the sword's tip. The previously listless sapling trembled, and green liquid began to ooze from Tu. Certainly have a discerning palate. I feel that this rib dish is one of my favorites. The potatoes and ribs within are quite satisfactory, so I shall indulge in this today. Li Mingchong took the cooking package from Hui Shui's hands and placed it into her small bag, then began to rummage through the meat-laden packages. Why is there no rice here? The shopkeeper is rather adept at pretending. Li Mingchong made a remark about the establishment, then, burdened with her large and small bags, continued on her way towards dormitory No. 8.as for the other shops that remained untouched. Li Mingchong decided to leave them for the time being. Perhaps others would come looking for food, and they could sustain themselves for a while. After all, they couldn't carry any more. Dormitory number 8 was quite close to the food stalls. Upon veering into the small path beside the Snow King's shop, she soon found herself along the road to the dormitory. Just as she cautiously maneuvered past a few hanging vines to reach the intersection, she spotted several bicycles parked in front of dormitory number 8. Bicycles? With such a flimsy lock, it might as well be a gift to me. Li Mingchong's eye was immediately drawn to a black and white bike with large grips on the front. The main gate of the dormitory was locked, and peering through the window of the dormitory supervisor's room, Li Mingchong caught sight of an auntie slumped over the table, her body covered in a growth of moldy leaves. It was astonishing that she had remained in that room without stepping outside to bask in the sunlight. How could she possibly maintain her basic functions? Hui Shui, you should take the arrows from your bag and hold them in hand. We must first deal with this gatekeeper, Li Mingchong instructed, lowering her head towards Hui Shui. All right, I'm ready, Hui Shui nodded, extracting 2 sharp spears from behind her. Oh my goodness. Just as Li Mingchong turned her head, she was startled by a face riddled with putrid, gaping holes, grinning as it leaned over the windowsill, staring at her. Unable to contain herself, Li Mingchong jumped back in fright, and before she could react, the previously sturdy glass window shattered, a noxious odor immediately invading her nostrils. Her heart raced, and just as she intended to swing a fist to knock the zombie away, her strength suddenly failed. Her .2 sharp spears flew past her shoulders, piercing the zombie's outstretched hands, knocking it back into the room. Chapter 69. HB University, 4. As the 2 spears sent back by Hui Shui struck the zombie, she quickly supported the weakened Li Mingchong and pulled him away from the entrance to dormitory number 8. However, the dormitory supervisor zombie had no intention of letting go of its prey. Its elongated limbs pounced with vigor, leaping directly above them. This time, Li Mingchong finally witnessed Hui Shui's technique in throwing the spears. With her free hand pressing against her back, the spear shot forth from her spring-loaded bag, and she swiftly seized one spear with remarkable speed and force, tilting her body slightly as she launched it towards the airborne zombie. Before it could descend, the spear pierced its heart, shattering its trajectory and causing it to plummet to the ground as it fell. The spear's tail struck the earth, the powerful impact driving the special steel spear through its chest and producing a sharp sound upon landing. Roar, thud, thud, thud. Li Mingchong stared, wide-eyed, as Hui Shui relentlessly extracted spears from behind to strike the fallen zombie. It was not that she found this method perplexing. Given the tenacity of these moldy zombies, delivering additional blows was indeed prudent. What astonished her was Hueshua's speed, strength, and precision. A total of 17 strikes followed, targeting the mouth, nose, and eyes, as well as one to each temple and limb, with the remainder evenly distributed across the upper and lower halves of its body. Only one spear remained on the ground, while the last stood upright, embedded in the earth. It ought to be dead by now. If not, perhaps we should dismember it so that other wandering zombies can assist in the disposal, Li Mingchang suggested to Hueshua, who stood beside her. However, after waiting for a moment without receiving a response, Li Mingchang turned to find Hueshua's once rosy cheeks had turned an alarming pale, her lips even beginning to lose color. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Mingchang quickly retrieved the energy drink she had set aside, but due to the side effects of the medication, her limbs felt utterly powerless. She could hardly lift Hueshua now. Just as she prepared to use her foot to press the bottle, biting the cap open, a large hand patted her shoulder. "Classmate, do you need help?" 3 figures in security uniforms, wielding electric batons entwined with green vines, stood behind her. Summoning her last reserves of strength, Li Mingchang leaped in front of the fainting Hueshua. Expecting to endure the pain of a zombie's bite, she was surprised when the 3 security zombies tactfully parted ways. One cautiously opened the spilled drink, carefully feeding the sweet liquid to Hueshua, while pushing Li Mingchang aside. The other 2, seemingly unfazed by the sight of their fallen comrade, began to yank the spears from the corpse, each tug creating a hole or tearing away a chunk of flesh. The last one first removed the spear from the head, then seized the skull, prying it open to feast upon the half-woody brain within. This bizarre yet oddly compassionate scene left Li Mingchang in shock. Only after the dormitory supervisor zombie had been completely dismembered did Hueshua manage to drink a significant portion of the beverage. Her strength gradually returning, as they prepared to leave, the zombies deposited the 20 spears beside Li Mingchang, who, after a couple of gurgles from their throats, hoisted the fragmented corpses and departed in the opposite direction. At this moment, Li Mingchang regained some strength, hoisting Hueshua onto her back, grabbing the bag and spears, and returning to the now deserted dormitory office. She climbed through the window to search for the keys. Hueshua awakened. Rather than inquiring about what had transpired, she immediately joined Li Mingchang in locating the spare keys remaining in the room. There were over 120 keys, thankfully labeled with the corresponding dormitory door numbers, so they did not have to search each one individually. Li Mingchang did not start searching for rooms on the first floor. Although these moldy creatures generally require sunlight for energy, they would likely congregate on the upper floors, specifically the 6th and 7th. However, the lower levels were also quite hazardous. The dormitory supervisor zombie had survived for so long without sunlight, and the main entrance was not even locked. Blood and green liquid stains marred the floor. The usable rooms on the first floor were far too few, so Li Mingchang opted for the second floor, room 216, a choice made simply because she managed to grasp it at first. Even after such a long time, the second floor room still echoed with intermittent zombie moans, likely due to a door on the balcony that had remained ajar, allowing sunlight to sustain the moldy creatures. This particular room, however, bore no signs of other zombies. Upon turning the doorknob, a wave of burnt odor greeted her, though it was surprisingly refreshing. Except for the front door and the washroom, which remained usable, all areas where fire could burn showed varying degrees of destruction. Li Mingchang's somewhat forceful closing of the door caused the adjacent bed to collapse, even knocking a few white leg bones from above onto the ground. Hueshua attempted to pick them up to examine their origin, but Li Mingchang blocked her hand. Were these students really so sound asleep? The fire was right upon them, yet they did not stir. Noticing the encroaching dusk, Li Mingchang realized they had little time left to find a safe place to rest. First, they cleared a space for sleeping, then dismantled the remaining partially burned wooden tables to use as fuel. Since these materials had already been lightly scorched, they ignited quickly. They also unearthed 2 slightly deformed iron bowls from the ash and charcoal, propping them on 2 stone slabs they had chipped from the sink. Adding a small amount of water, they immersed the dry rib cooking package, boiling it for 2 to 5 minutes, before using a sharp object to tear the packaging open and pour its contents into the bowls. The dish shimmered enticingly, the aroma of oil wafting invitingly, making one salivate. What a pity! If only we had some staple food, I could easily devour several bowls of rice to fill my belly, Li Mingchang remarked, stuffing ribs into her mouth. Suddenly, She noticed Huishue persistently using her chopsticks to nudge the potatoes towards Li Mingchong while gently pushing the ribs in her direction. Oh dear, you dare to be picky? Finish everything, or we'll end up sleeping on opposite sides, Li Mingchong declared, blocking Huishue's attempt to grab the potatoes with her chopsticks and promptly transferring all the remaining ribs into Huishue's bowl. Without granting her the opportunity to refuse, he hastily mashed the potatoes and minced meat into his own bowl, devouring them with great enthusiasm. I won't dare do that again next time. Both of them discreetly shielded the corners of their mouths, which were slightly tilted upwards while eating, not wishing for the other to catch a glimpse. After satiating their hunger, they each guzzled half a can of cola. Huishue nestled her head against Li Mingchong's abdomen, while he gazed out at the balcony, where an enormous moon, previously obscured, now loomed ominously in the night sky. The moon's brilliance was so intense that even the nearby stars were completely eclipsed. Outside, bats, their furs shrouded in an unknown hue, flitted about in search of sustenance. Grasping the small pills that Lei Kun had provided for his heart condition, Li Mingchong felt an unsettling sensation, though he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. The sky is becoming ever bluer, and the air is increasingly intoxicating. Yet the weather seems to be turning chillier. I wonder if we might see snow in June. He inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma of the food. Delicious. Ribs. This girl, how can she mumble in her sleep and drool? Chapter 70. HB University, 5. By May. The weather should typically begin to tilt towards summer, yet the cool breeze seeping from the balcony caused Li Mingchong to shiver. The fire he had kindled had long since died down, and Huishue clutched the clothing on Li Mingchong's body, burying her head in it. Awakened abruptly by the cold wind, Li Mingchong glanced at the night sky, shaking off his lingering drowsiness. The once clear night, adorned by a solitary bright moon, was now enveloped in an eerie green glow that surrounded the moon's edge, transforming it into a green-hued crescent disk. The surrounding buildings were bathed in this unnatural luminescence. His heart began to race uncontrollably, and his stomach writhed, threatening to retch. To stabilize his emotions, he swallowed another of those pills that would leave him feeling weak. As the wild beating of his heart gradually subsided, Li Mingchong cradled Huishue and shifted closer to the door, uncertain of the danger that might approach from any direction. They stood in tense silence until the side effects kicked in, but no immediate threat materialized, although the sounds of shattering glass and impacts echoed from various locations outside the door. Gradually, the rasping cries of zombies began to reverberate from both inside and outside the dormitory, startling Huishue awake as she clung to Li Mingchong's neck. What is happening? I don't know. Stay still for now. Let us wait until the effects of the pill wear off before we quietly investigate. Li Mingchong, feeling somewhat exhausted, sat down on the floor, while Huishue promptly leapt off him, crouching by his side. After what felt like an eternity, around half an hour later, Li Mingchong's limbs began to regain their strength. He moved his neck and fingers, finding only slight stiffness elsewhere. Rising to his feet, he approached the balcony, discovering no strange fungi or creatures awaiting them. Pushing the door open, he noted that the water basin on the balcony had long been dry. Yet a sudden waft of dampness tickled his nostrils, inducing a sneeze. On the balcony's edge, Li Mingchong first extended the clothesline pole out the window, ensuring there was nothing amiss before cautiously peering outside to assess the situation. Chapter 71. HB University, 6. Even the remarkable reflexes of Huishue could not have anticipated that Li Mingchong would leap off the building with her in tow. Yet, driven by her unwavering trust in him, she paid no heed to what might unfold next as they took flight. A tremendous roar resonated from the wall, shattering the very spot they had occupied. From an adjacent room, a colossal vine, resembling the tentacle of an octopus, extended forth. It curved around Li Mingchong's position, ensnaring the old zombies that had surged towards them, and forcefully smashed them into the ground, penetrating the corridor's floor below. Li Mingchong's timely leap only resulted in his travel bag being jostled, causing them to tumble into the flower bed below, landing atop a small tree. The crown of the tree was abruptly severed, yet this act absorbed much of the impact. As they descended, Huishue clung tightly to Li Mingchong's waist, using her body's momentum to flip over, allowing the bag to serve as a cushion upon landing, thereby sparing them from significant injury. However, the noise of their fall attracted the attention of the nearby fungal zombies, a dozen of which, clad in sparse green, charged towards them with ferocity. Huishue, climb onto the bag and hold on tight. I will lead you to safety, Li Mingchong instructed, crouching to assess any issues with his legs while urging Huishue to mount the bag. Simultaneously, he retrieved the heart-stimulating pills given to him by Lei Kun from his inner pocket. The pill dissolved almost instantly upon contact, and before Li Mingchong could fully comprehend it, the liquid surged into his stomach. Causing his heart to race violently, he placed a hand on his chest, the intense vibrations causing his fingers to quiver and produce afterimages. His eyes glazed with a crimson hue, his entire body flushed with vitality, and plumes of white smoke escaped from his nostrils. The potency of the drug was astonishing. With blood coursing wildly through his veins and adrenaline surging, the zombies were already upon them. The once heavy blade now felt as light as a toy in Li Mingchong's grasp. He sidestepped and slid beneath the nearest fungal zombie, raising the blade with a powerful thrust that cleaved through its abdomen, sending it flying several meters away. His reaction speed had reached its zenith. He pivoted, switching the blade to his left hand, and with a swift stroke, severed the head of an approaching zombie. Its body, disoriented, stumbled forward before colliding with the stone steps, continuing to thrash uncontrollably. Yet Li Mingchong remained level-headed. After dispatching that foe, he braced the blade against the ground, leaped and spun, sending the remaining zombies crashing against one another. With a gap cleared, he landed and grasped the blade, charging towards the iron railing, where he thrust the weapon into a gap and used his left foot to propel himself upward. As he soared to the top, he gripped the railing tightly, planting his feet securely upon it, then forcefully propelled himself against the right wall. Since Huishue was atop the bag, Li Mingchong could not roll to dissipate the force. His feet struck the concrete floor directly, shattering the surface beneath him. Damn, the pain sensation has diminished significantly. I hope the side effects won't be excruciating, Li Mingchong thought as he barreled through the small grove in front of the dormitory. He yearned to stop, but the relentless pounding of his heart felt as though it could shatter him at any moment. His movements remained unceasing, while Huishue acted as his eyes from atop the bag, guiding him to safer locations. Over there, the green is sparse. She pointed towards the electronic teaching building in the campus area as they sprinted. That way? Li Mingchong quickly adjusted his trajectory, skidding to a halt against a decorative stone, then veering towards the northwest direction of the electronic teaching building. As they neared the entrance, he spotted a solitary zombie, foolishly staring up at the setting sun, garbed in a doctor's coat and white lab attire. Misjudging the distance, Li Mingchong collided with it, sending it crashing into a nearby statue of a head, which had succumbed to the encroaching fungi. The moment the zombie collided with the statue, it crumbled to dust. Li Mingchong would not let this opportunity slip by. He unsheathed the blade from the bag and struck down upon the zombie's head. Yet, rather than cleaving through, the sound of metal striking metal reverberated as the blade ricocheted back. Both Li Mingchong and the zombie displayed expressions of confusion, with the latter scratching at its remaining tuft of green fur on its head. Seizing the moment while the creature remained dazed, Li Mingchong swung the blade again, targeting its chest, shoulder, head, and legs. Despite producing a series of dull thuds, the skin remained unscathed. However, these blows finally roused the foolish zombie, which, now irate, flailed its little claws in an attempt to strike Li Mingchong. From atop the bag, Huishue retrieved 2 sharp darts, launching them towards the zombie's eyes. Unfortunately, in its flailing, the zombie stumbled, causing the darts to land harmlessly on its back, with a couple of sharp sounds. The darts bounced off, their tips bent from the impact. Meanwhile, the effects of the pill began to wane, and Li Mingchong's once energized body began to feel weak, his legs recalling the pain from their earlier leap. As the zombie regained its composure, it approached Li Mingchong and delivered a punch to his abdomen. The blow lacked any real force, akin to a 5-year-old child, excluding Huishue, playfully swatting him. However, due to the drug side effects, Li Mingchong was already spent, collapsing to the ground at that moment. Seeing him fall as if struck down, Huishue hastily began to unfasten the safety rope she had secured to herself. The zombie, witnessing its unexpected triumph, became even more agitated, emitting distressed sounds while waving its arms. It then sprinted towards the wall of a nearby building, unleashing a green, rubbery tongue in a display of feigned death. I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. Huishue, stop tugging at my hair. This fellow is truly peculiar, Li Mingchong remarked as he rested on the ground. After checking his heartbeat, he noticed it had slowed somewhat, and his legs were merely tingling. With no serious harm, rising from the ground, he picked up the fallen blade and poked the zombie's back with its edge that felt akin to prodding a durable leather hide. After several more attempts, the zombie remained passive, sprawled on the ground without displaying any aggression. Huishue tugged at Li Mingchang's hair again, directing him toward the building's entrance, urging him to ignore the seemingly indestructible creature and to rest and recuperate inside. Retrieving the two bent darts, Li Mingchang gently laid Huishue down beside the prison door, first supporting her feet so she could crawl across, then using his last ounce of strength to toss the bag over. Leaning against the edge, he strained to hoist himself up, grasping the railing as he ascended to the topmost position. With a loud thud, he successfully landed on the opposite side. Chapter 72. HB University, 7. Ouch. My rear! Li Mingchang lamented as he unluckily landed on the sharp corner of the staircase, grimacing in discomfort. After a couple of groans, Huishue helped him to his feet, leading him further into the building. Once Li Mingchang and Huishue disappeared from view, the resilient fungal zombie, which had been feigning death, lifted its head to survey its surroundings. Noticing the absence of any other moving creatures, it cradled its head and scuttled towards the adjacent medical building. Tripping and falling once more along the way, as the sun rose. Even in the absence of electricity, the glass windows of the electronic building were arranged in a pleasing manner, allowing ample light to permeate. Only the restrooms and some ordinary computer rooms remained dim. Upon entering the building, with Huishue gently supporting him up the stairs, the true side effects of the pill began to manifest. First came an overwhelming hunger, as if his body instinctively craved sugar. Then, the muscles in his limbs and back, fatigued from their exertion, began to ache, making each step increasingly arduous. Upon reaching the second floor, near the glass windows, Li Mingchang found himself utterly drained. Leaning against the wall with one hand while the other pressed against his forehead. "Chong, what's wrong? Are you unwell? How can I assist you?" Huishue inquired, her concern evident. Huishue, feeling a sense of urgency, hurriedly moved in front of Li Mingchang, shifting the compressed package closer to herself as she rummaged through it in search of something useful. "It's fine. I just need a moment to rest," she said out if possible. "Could you help me unpack a cooking kit? Please choose one with less oil, something that can be eaten raw." Li Mingchang gently placed his hand on Huishue's head, set down the travel bag, and replied, "All right, I will select one right away." Without delay, Huishue dove into the travel bag, searching for provisions to replenish Li Mingchang's strength. As Huishue busied herself preparing food, Li Mingchang slowly sat down, the pain coursing through his limbs preventing him from quickening his pace. Initially, he believed the mild effects he felt were merely side effects, only to discover the substance was far more toxic than anticipated. It was no wonder that Lei Kun had deemed it not worth the effort. It seemed he could no longer use it unless his life was in dire peril. Yet, everything he had been given seemed to carry side effects, as if he were being treated as a mere test subject. While Li Mingchang vented his frustrations to alleviate his emotions, Huishue emerged with a cooking kit for potatoes and a package of dry pot bullfrog. Despite being somewhat oily, Li Mingchang could no longer afford to be picky. He grabbed the bullfrog and some slightly undercooked potatoes, stuffing them into his mouth and chewing heartily, though they tasted better when warm. Huishue dutifully stood in the center of the staircase, patiently waiting for him to fill his stomach before contemplating their next course of action. Li Mingchang was uncertain about what to do next, as he was still under the influence of the drug. It was only after Huishue mentioned that there were no sticky fungi in this building that he had decided to take a temporary rest here. This was not to imply that Huishue's guidance was flawed. It was simply that the majority of the items here were electronic gadgets, currently of little utility to them. Fortunately, it appeared that they were truly in a safe environment. Huishue kept watch over Li Mingchang in the stairwell for over half an hour. When he finally moved his limbs again, though still slightly sore, he found himself able to move freely. "Since we are here, let us search for anything novel," Li Mingchang suggested, leaning against the wall as he stood. Yes. The second floor seemed to be designated for first-year students' classes, with classrooms secured by dual fingerprint password locks and the corridor windows protected by iron bars. Although it would not be overly challenging to force them open, there was no need to expend that energy. Walking to the end of the right wing, he found two particularly large classrooms, but the doors were merely ordinary wooden ones, and the windows were unprotected by anything but simple glass. Using the hilt of his knife, Li Mingchong struck the corner of one window, while Hui Shui positioned a sharp spearhead against another corner, delivering a decisive blow. The glass shattered with a resounding crash. After clearing the glass shards from the windowsill with an iron arm, he helped Hui Shui climb through. Upon entering, Li Mingchong immediately spotted a small sofa positioned at the back of the classroom. Unlike the classrooms he remembered from his studies, this one had no computers, only wooden desks. He instructed Hui Shui to search the desks for any forgotten items while he stacked 2 desks to block the entrance through which they had just entered. His arms ached, making movements somewhat laborious. After securing the makeshift barrier, a touch-screen electronic watch unexpectedly fell out from one of the desks. Li Mingchong stabilized the desks, picked up the watch from the floor, and tucked it into his pocket, preparing to signal Hui Shui to smash a few desks to gather firewood for their lunch. However, Hui Shui seemed to have made quite a few discoveries herself. Finding a discarded data cable on one of the shelves, along with a 2W power bank still charged to 78. More importantly, she had found a textbook related to their field of study, which delighted her, as she likely believed that having a book would enable Li Mingchong to help her learn to read faster by pointing out words. How careless of her to forget her own textbook. He mused, pleased that he would not have to write everything down himself. He might even be able to teach Hui Shui a thing or two. After glancing at the book, he placed it into her bag for safekeeping. The accompanying charging equipment made Li Mingchong slightly anxious, but he soon dismissed the thought, as he discovered that the little watch contained over 100 animated films and movies. Unfortunately, many files were corrupted. Yet seeing the charging symbol, he instructed Hui Shui to keep an eye on their findings while he examined the computer on the podium. Wow, from up here, the view is impressive, he remarked, reflecting on how, during his youth, he had believed that teachers could not see his little antics. However, this seemed to have no impact on university professors, who likely felt indifferent towards the behavior of their students. After a moment of contemplation, Li Mingchong forcefully opened the podium, revealing the computer inside. Noting that no USB drives were plugged in, he pried open the display screen with his knife, yanking out the tangled wires beneath until they resisted further. He then sawed through the several meters of wire, wrapping it around his arm to take back with him. The entire endeavor took little time. As Li Mingchong approached Hui Shui, he noticed she was crouched on the floor, her eyes fixated on the watch's screen, utterly engrossed. Leaning forward to see what caught her attention, he discovered it was the animated series Shaun the Sheep and the Big Bad Wolf. He placed the wires on a nearby table and gently grasped Hui Shui's shoulders. Whispering, "The Big Bad Wolf is coming." Li Mingchong had expected laughter to follow, but he forgot that Hui Shui was not an ordinary child. Startled, she swiftly knocked his hands off her shoulders and, with a swift motion, locked her legs around his neck. Her legs began to exert pressure, and only upon seeing Li Mingchong's bewildered expression did she cease her actions. Li Mingchong's heart raced, and he had no doubt that if Hui Shui had miscalculated her strength, he would have been toppled over, perhaps even suffering a serious injury by striking the edge of a table. Hui Shui remained perched on Li Mingchong, and as he regained his composure, he carefully lifted her off. "I'm sorry," she murmured as she descended. Let me think about how to respond, right, next time. Please don't lie on the floor. It's filthy." Li Mingchong's mind was still in a fog, and after pondering for a moment, he offered this seemingly reasonable suggestion. "I won't do it again. Can I watch this little thing?" Hui Shui asked, her gaze fixed on Li Mingchong's feet. Unsure of what to say. "Of course, we have solar power back at Lei Kun's place, so a little extra electricity is no issue," Li Mingchong reassured her. After responding, he anxiously rubbed his neck, while Hui Shui held the watch, her finger resting on her lips, lost in thought. Chapter 73. A deadly assault. Li Mingchong had not noticed the subtle expressions on Hui Shui's face. He needed to gather more firewood for cooking, but most of the desks and chairs were haphazardly stacked with iron bars and wooden planks, making them somewhat difficult to chop even with a large knife. He took a swing at the side of a tabletop, while Hui Shui used the 2 spears, damaged in their previous encounter with a zombie, to pry off the edges for easier separation. However, the quality of such student supplies was notoriously poor. After managing to gather enough firewood for their meal, Li Mingchong decided to rest with Hui Shui on the small sofa, feeling quite fatigued. Meanwhile, in the school's main hall, a gathering of zombies had formed due to the simultaneous appearance of the red moon and green moon the previous night. The 3 zombies, previously rescuers of Li Mingchong, stood at the periphery, engaging in a leisurely routine reminiscent of their living days. The hall was crowded with zombies, predominantly humanoid sticky fungus creatures, without any bizarre sticky organisms in sight. Nearby, a modified civilian off-road vehicle was parked beneath a medical building. On the third floor, a small flickering light caught the eye, revealing a survivor team of 3 men and 1 woman. Longzi, are we truly going to blow up that hall? Can't we just leave or head to the Agricultural Institute next door? They have enough food to last us until the next harvest, inquired a slightly overweight man, appearing to be in his early 20s. The man referred to as Longzi, appearing to be in his 30s and robust, responded, "We must detonate it. Yes, taken us a long time to wait for them to act against that banyan tree. When they excavated something from its roots, it released a cloud of mist. And coincidentally, yesterday was the red and green moon. This is our chance to eliminate a large number of them at once." Hearing this, Xiao Dong ceased speaking, focusing intently on observing the situation through binoculars. "Yutai, you hold the highest degree among us. Do you think we can survive this mission?" Longzi directed his question to a woman, around 21, who was finishing up with a laptop. "Me? Ah, what a predicament. Were it not for the desire to avenge my mentor and father, I would not collaborate with you brutish men. Nevertheless, it seems both fortune and misfortune are intertwined. If it is destined to be misfortune, one cannot evade it." Yutai's slender fingers danced upon the computer keyboard, swiftly producing a document, which she then transferred to the hands of a tall, taciturn man, distinguishable by his balding crown. "Yu Li, please relay our plan to them that I shall prepare the ammunition for our subsequent tasks," she instructed. Yu Li accepted the computer, hesitated briefly, then continued. "The most potent weaponry at our disposal consists of 10 units of CL. 20 synthetic explosives left behind after the government rescue team we encountered was overrun by zombies. Additionally, we have 20 fragmentation grenades, 2 Type 92 pistols, and 50 rounds of ammunition. This constitutes our primary arsenal. Each of us will also wield a portable military knife. Our greatest challenge lies in disseminating these explosives around the main hall. The drone can only position 5 of them on the rooftop, while the remainder must be distributed among the 3 of us. Brother Long, you will be responsible for placing the explosives at the front and side entrances, while Xiao Dong and I will handle the rear. Yutai will drive to provide minor distractions and return to collect us upon signaling. The plan is straightforward, quite suitable for someone of my rough disposition. I shall take the grenades. You two can keep the pistols for your own protection," Longzi declared, ready to commence the operation, when a sudden thought struck him. By the way, do we have detonators for the explosives? I will be the last to evacuate, so it would be best if I had that. Yu Li pondered for a moment before replying, "Brother Long, the explosives do not come with detonators, but I can fashion a timed microdetonator, which should suffice." "Very well, then I shall trouble you to work diligently on that. I need to use the restroom first. I must relieve myself before we engage in further exertion." "Hey brother, I'll go with you. I've been crouched here for too long." Xiao Dong chimed in. "Go on. Wait for me to finish first. Someone must keep watch here," Longzi replied, giving Xiao Dong a playful pat on the thigh. "All right then." Longzi maneuvered around the others to approach the restroom, though he had no intention of using it. Instead, he rolled up his shirt to reveal a scar the size of a fist on his waist, from which a small green shoot had begun to sprout, distinctly different from the ones Li Ming and his companions had encountered. Steadying himself against the wall, he grasped the shoot firmly. The moment he touched it, a mask of agony contorted his features, yet he did not cease his actions. With a forceful tug, he tore away a significant portion of flesh along with the root. Yellowish-red tendrils dangled from his grasp as he retrieved a handful of plant ash from his pocket. Applying it to the wound, the excruciating pain caused the towering man, over 6 feet tall, to collapse to the ground, his eyes reddening and sweat pouring from his forehead and back. Huff, huff, huff. "It appears my time is limited. This wound is far deeper than the last. I must assist them in eliminating as many monsters as possible this time. Preferably, I must also." Time passed swiftly, and soon it was midday. The sun at its zenith. During this period, most slime organisms would enter a low aggression state due to their instinctual feeding habits, only retaliating if they sensed clear hostility. "Brother Long, have you prepared everything? During our assault, we can only communicate via short-range radio. From here on, you will have to rely on yourselves," Yutai remarked, holding a drone remote control. "Understood. The drone's deployment will be in your capable hands. We await your good news." With that, the trio donned their gear and descended the stairs. As they reached the ground floor, Yutai suddenly extended her hand, then retracted it, murmuring, "I truly cannot comprehend why my heart races so. You must return safely, Xiaodong. Remember not to let those monsters inflict any harm upon you. We must bury the explosives without injury." Received. After a brief exchange, Brother Long led the way, crouching as he sprinted towards the hall, while the other two hastily made their way to a more distant position. The sun blazed overhead, and Long Zi, neglecting to hydrate, soon found himself drenched in sweat. His distinct odor and towering figure drew the attention of two slime zombie guards stationed at the entrance when he was but 100 steps away. Upon noticing their gaze, Long Zi boldly strode forward, refusing to hide. The zombies, exhibiting a modicum of intelligence, pondered whether to alert their brethren or simply eliminate this unsuspecting prey. One zombie, brandishing a defunct electric baton, took a few hesitant steps closer, only to suddenly crouch down at a distance of approximately 10 meters. Just as Long Zi anticipated its next move, a wooden stick brimming with green shoots struck the back of his head with force. A grotesquely grinning slime zombie stood behind him, blood dripping from its weapon. Despite the blow, Long Zi remained conscious. However, blood seeped from his ears, accompanied by a small green sprout, before he could regain his bearings. Another zombie lunged at him, head-butting him towards its companion. Thud! The impact struck his already wounded waist, yet Long Zi refrained from retaliating, instead blocking the claws of the zombie before him with his arm. Observing the creature's lack of resistance and its inability to counter the injury, the zombies decided to feast upon this seemingly foolish giant, strolling over to partake in the meal. Hey, you finally approached. As the three zombies closed in, Long Zi commenced his counterattack. Green fuzz began to spread across his body, his muscles swelling as he seized the head of the zombie, attempting to bite his neck. Bam! The unsuspecting zombie was caught off guard by his newfound strength, its head colliding with a solid surface, green ichor splattering onto the ground. Long Zi stuffed a handful of its brain matter into his mouth, roaring as he punched another zombie, shattering its leg. The two zombies quickly realized that this brute was a far more evolved threat than they, and one began to gnaw furiously at Long Zi, while the other sought to escape and alert its comrades. However, Long Zi, resigned to his fate, would not allow them such a luxury. Unfazed by the bites, he rolled on the ground and sprang up, crashing into the fleeing zombie. An overwhelming hunger consumed him. Even with the two zombies still alive, he opened his mouth wide and bit down on one of their eyes, his hands plunging into the sockets and nostrils. His immense strength rendered the zombies akin to helpless kittens, the sounds of tearing flesh and splattering viscera echoing through the hall, their pained moans fading into his voracious chewing. He rose once more. The heads of the two zombies had been reduced to mere shells, their bodies coated in green ichor. He stood hesitantly at the entrance of the hall, his memory of purpose fading, questioning his identity as his heartbeat slowed. The sun so comforting its time to eat, a distant whirring of the drone's propellers broke through his fog, and the earpiece he had worn around his neck crackled to life with a woman's voice. Long Zi, all 7 explosives have been installed. I noticed something peculiar about you through the drone's camera as I drove over. Have the explosives been set? I am on my way. Please respond. Hearing her faint voice, Long Zi's eyes flickered with renewed vigor, the impending stillness of his heart beginning to thrum once more. Yutai, have they all departed? I do not require assistance, deaf man. What are you saying? Your words are strange. Turn your face toward me. What do you mean you don't need assistance? Where are you hurt? I am coming right away. Apologies for my selfish desires. You have worked hard. Request demolition preparations in 3 minutes. Initiate the detonation. Count it yourself. We shall prepare for extraction shortly. Upon concluding his message, Long Zi turned his head, his visage now beginning to decay, blood oozing from the sides of his face. He offered a final, bittersweet smile. 1, 2, 3, 4.60, 61, 62. The drone overhead has departed, yet the wireless communicator, originally hanging from a corner, has fallen upon it, emitting a faint whimper alongside the roar of an engine. 178, 179, 180. Boom, boom. A cacophony of explosive sounds erupts, sending several massive clouds of dust soaring into the air, accompanied by grotesque masses of green flesh and a substantial clump of blackened charcoal. The entire hall and several meters of the surrounding area have been reduced to ruins. Apart from a few resilient zombies, no other life remains. Simultaneously, Li Mingchong, who had been resting on the sofa alongside Hui Shui, is jolted awake by the thunderous noise and vibrations. He strides to the window to survey the surroundings and notices a plume of black smoke billowing from behind a thicket of trees, correlating with the recent explosion. Could it be the military has arrived? However, had not the government forces in H City been nearly obliterated? Could it be reinforcements from City C? After a brief contemplation, Li Mingchong shakes his head. This place is a far cry from the conflict zone, a remote and inconsequential university. It's unlikely. Perhaps it was merely a sewage explosion, yet that reasoning feels rather far-fetched. Hui Shui, what do you think it could be? Li Mingchong decides to let Hui Shui ponder the matter. Could it be that the big bad wolf's bomb exploded, cooking all the sheep? Haha, that's impossible. The sheep wouldn't be cooked. They would ultimately become good friends. Why is that? Isn't the wolf supposed to eat the sheep? How could they be friends? That's deceitful. Hui Shui articulates her thoughts clearly for the first time. Challenging Li Mingchong, you'll understand when you grow up, Li Mingchong muses, deciding to let Hui Shui experience the adult sayings from childhood, gently patting her head before preparing to doze off again. Grow up? I don't understand. Chapter 74 HB University 8. After lounging on the sofa for nearly 2 hours, Li Mingchong is roused from his drowsiness by the stifling air. Upon opening his eyes, he finds himself enveloped in darkness and feels as though something is draped over him. Supporting Hui Shui's head with his hands, he stretches out to inhale several deep breaths of fresh air. Awakening Hui Shui from her brief slumber, her head lowered as she gazes at Li Mingchong with bleary eyes. Let us rise. While it's still early, we should search for anything useful. We'll take another rest tonight before heading back to Lei Kun tomorrow, Li Mingchong states, glancing at the sun outside the window before looking at Hui Shui. All right, Hui Shui, still appearing somewhat groggy, begins to rouse herself. Let me think. We have enough firewood, so dinner is sorted. However, Lei Kun had asked me to gather various materials, but I haven't identified anything specific yet. All I've got from Hui Shui's bag are a few grafting knives from the materials room, and there's nothing of substantial value. Yet, this place dedicated to electrical information should have minimal supplies, right? Li Mingchong muses aloud before he and Hui Shui opt to investigate further. They remove the 2 tables used to block the windows. Li Mingchong supports Hui Shui as she leaps over first, then he rolls out after her. The scene remains unchanged from when they first entered. Li Mingchong decides to check the offices of the department heads to see if anything useful can be found. Moving towards the right side, he begins by sniffing near the restroom. A familiar floral scent, as expected. It's merely that the absence of people at night prevented any infections. These slime molds are indeed pervasive. Upon catching that scent, Li Mingchong quickly pulls Hui Shui's hand and heads towards a nearby classroom. After all, these plant-like slime organisms can be far more terrifying than the infected creatures, their vitality so resilient that they are nearly impervious to harm. Save for fire, moreover, one typically wouldn't find anything of value in a restroom. They reach the first room, marked as the director's office. Li Mingchong, feeling indifferent to the designation, contemplates briefly before instructing Hui Shui to step back. He then leaps up, striking the metal sign down with his large blade. Forcefully wedging the iron piece into the door crack, he finds that these offices are sturdier than the average student dormitory doors. However, under the pressure of Li Mingchong's blade, it still fits. After inserting the iron piece, he rubs it up and down while jamming in the 2 sharp points, simultaneously striking the door with his large knife. Before long, the ordinary lock gives way with a resounding crash, breaking apart as if it had exploded. Much like the solitary office of a typical supervisor at work, this one contains 2 desks. Hui Shui quickly discovers a stack of A4 paper, seemingly intended for photocopying, tucked in the corner of the wall. She clears away a pile of old notebooks, covered in scribbles, to retrieve several intact sheets. Li Mingchong, seeing she is occupied, approaches the desks and opens all accessible drawers, finding only trivial documents. However, in the leftmost drawer, he discovers 3 USB flash drives and notices a well-packed laptop bag on the desk. The computer inside appearing quite new to Li Mingchong realizes he cannot return empty-handed. Otherwise, Lei Kun may send him to procure strange items next time. Thus, he officially accepts the USB drives and laptop. Just then, Hui Shui also stuffed a considerable amount of paper into her small bag, prompting Li Mingchong to weigh his now compressed backpack, which feels nearly as heavy as before. Wow, this is heavy. It must weigh at least 10 pounds. Can your petite frame handle this? Li Mingchong remarks, holding the bag with one hand. How much should I take? Hui Shui asks, cradling the tightly packed bag as she peers inside. Li Mingchong, uninterested in the plethora of paper, swiftly discards a large portion to the side. This much is sufficient. It'll make it easier to carry. If you truly want to take some, you can hold it for fire later. Oh, and here's this. Li Mingchong wonders why teachers' desks are often cluttered with so many pins and ballpoints, suggesting that these could replace the paper, making for a better trade. Off, as Hui Shui stuffs the pins into her bag. She slyly keeps one to play with, occasionally glancing up to see if Li Mingchong notices. He himself had always enjoyed fiddling with pins, so he refrains from calling her out, recognizing that sometimes a pin can serve as a weapon. Later, Hui Shui, clutching the hefty stack of A4 paper, follows Li Mingchong as they kick doors, rummage through items, and collect supplies. After inspecting the 4 rooms in the back, they unexpectedly find themselves connected to another experimental building. Li Mingchong, momentarily bewildered, realizes this is not a typical telecommunications teaching building. Does this subject even involve experiments? However, isn't this potentially advantageous for him? These laboratories should contain the specialized materials Lei Kun seeks. Resolving to act promptly, Li Mingchong resolves to return with their gathered items to the large classroom where they intend to stay for the night before rushing back to the adjoining experimental building. In truth, Li Mingchong had not intended to scour the second floor for supplies, as he recalls that during his university days, laboratories were typically situated in specialized rooms or on the 5th or 6th floors. They rarely occupied the same floor as classrooms. Sure enough, employing the same method of using the iron sign to open the door, he gains entry into a laboratory near the restroom. Inside, apart from some empty glass containers, there are only uncomfortable round stools. Exiting this room, he finds the next one equally devoid of useful items. After exhausting his energy in 2 unproductive rooms, Li Mingchong contemplates retreating, realizing the effort is disproportionate to the rewards. It might be more valuable to capture a security zombie that had assisted them previously. Yet, withdrawing outright feels unsatisfactory, so he and Hui Shui decide to split up, listening and observing these rooms for anything worthwhile. If they discover something, they will break in. If not, they will return to cook and replenish their strength. Hui Shui retrieves 2 intact sharp spears from her compressed bag and leans against the door, straining to listen for any sounds inside. Observing her earnestness, Li Mingchong contemplates dinner while coordinating his movements with Hui Shui's. Gradually, as Li Mingchong's stature affords him longer strides, he reaches the opposite staircase while Hui Shui remains in the middle room, pressed against the wall, listening intently. Not wishing to usurp her unfinished task, Li Mingchong leans his large knife against the corridor's edge and, utilizing the sunlight, inspects how many nicks have formed on the blade. Initially focused, he now finds that during this period of use, 2 or 3 small nicks have appeared, particularly at the tip, likely due to frequent contact with the ground. How long must I endure this return? Alas, perhaps Lei Kun possesses a grinding machine, or perhaps not. Otherwise, if he retains these weapons for an extended period, it may prove detrimental. Before Li Mingchong could thoroughly examine the situation, Hui Shui hurriedly trotted to the staircase, and upon locating Li Mingchong, she leapt into his arms, visibly relieved. What troubles you? Is there some monstrous creature about? Li Mingchong inquired, shielding his chest with his hand, only to find no abnormal heartbeat. No, it's not that. There's a person inside. Hui Shui stammered anxiously. A person? Li Mingchong felt a twinge of curiosity. If a survivor truly existed, Hui Shui would not be this agitated. Her demeanor towards humans was no less severe than towards zombies. Nevertheless, since she insisted, as her primary guardian, it was imperative to rescue this individual. Chapter 75. HB University, 9. Li Mingchong cautiously approached the laboratory that Hui Shui pointed to at the center, peering through the window to find no signs of other humans. Just as he was about to inquire further about the precise location, a faint groan emanated from beneath the door. He and Hui Shui crouched down to listen for a moment, confirming the presence of a barely audible plea for help. However, as Li Mingchong prepared to insert the iron plate, a wave of concern washed over him. Without having visually confirmed the existence of a human, he wondered if that group of slime mold had unlocked some more humanoid capabilities, inadvertently leading him into a trap. Hui Shui, perplexed by Li Mingchong's hesitation, pondered whether the person inside could be akin to that treacherous individual who had previously sent a dog to attack him. After considering this, she hesitated to assist. Just as she was about to reach for Li Mingchang's hand to retreat, he appeared to devise a clever plan. He retrieved a packet of oil-soaked braised meat from his bag, forcefully tossed it onto the ground, and proceeded to stomp on the meat until it was reduced to fragments, the oil splattering everywhere. Grasping the top plastic bag, he deftly slid Hui Shue's sharp spear, pouring the meat and potatoes through the crack beneath the door, then leaned in to listen intently. Upon hearing a series of licking sounds, Li Mingchang began to insert the iron plate into the door crack to repeat the previous operation. The door appeared to have been damaged extensively, and with a final forceful knock, it swung open. The lights in the room were still aglow, illuminating a large basket filled with small white mice and 2 research machines. Upon noticing the procedural plans and the computer designated for recording, I realized that the experiment had yet to commence, yet preparations were already underway to follow the outlined steps and feed the equipment. There's no need to detail every little thing. Just get to the point, or I might just drift off, Li Mingchang interjected, unable to contain himself. Oh, very well. I'll be succinct, he responded with a sigh. The girl, purely due to her upbringing, developed a certain fondness for me. She pretended we were conducting an experiment, and when most had departed, she locked the door under the pretense of stepping out, trapping me inside while attempting to poison me to observe my reaction. However, when I sensed the impending toxicity, I created a barrier of mist by flooding the laboratory with water. I emerged unscathed, whereas she was ensnared by some plants, which ultimately devoured her. After concluding his tale, Su Mo exhaled heavily. Yet, Li Mingchang now felt an intensified sense of danger emanating from this man. Initially, he had been sobbing uncontrollably, but now he spoke with an odd sense of rhythm. It felt as if he was concealing something. Nevertheless, his emaciated and weakened appearance bore a striking resemblance to authenticity, leaving Li Mingchang uncertain about how to proceed. Meanwhile, Su Mo, having finished his account, closed his eyes and leaned against the wall, seemingly lost in contemplation. Li Mingchang lowered his hand that had been shielding Hui Shue and motioned for her to sit beside him while checking the time on his watch. He tended to the fire, tossing the 2 damaged spears into the flames, planning to hammer them into sharper points later. After an episode's worth of time had elapsed, Hui Shue's posture while checking her watch had slumped. Li Mingchang adjusted her position, cautioning her against lying down, as it would be detrimental to her eyes. That moment, Su Mo suddenly spoke up. Brother Chang, you didn't bring your daughter to this school merely to rescue someone or scavenge for food, did you? What do you think we are here for? Li Mingchang replied, still unclear about Su Mo's intentions, opting instead to pose a counter-question. No. I merely find it peculiar that you wander about with a little girl. While I haven't encountered any infected humans in the room, those plants must be quite formidable. Wouldn't you agree? Su Mo remarked, occasionally glancing at Hui Shue, who was peering at her watch in the corner. Their exchange was not lost on Li Mingchang, who noticed Su Mo's subtle movements but chose to remain silent. Indeed, the 2 of us have been wandering outside for quite some time. Those humanoid monsters are ferocious. But look at the large knife in my hand. We have scavenged quite a bit of food and valuable items while evading them. By the way, are you familiar with the zombies depicted on television? They're rather similar to those creatures. As long as you break their heads or spines, they perish. The real danger lies in encountering hordes of them. Li Mingchang spoke with an air of bravado. He then elaborated, half-truthfully, about the scenes outside. Yet Su Mo's demeanor remained oddly composed, failing to convey the urgency of someone who had just escaped death. It was only when Li Mingchang stated that he had shared all he knew that Su Mo ceased his inquiries. As dusk descended and preparations were made for the night, Su Mo proposed, Brother Chang, since I am somewhat of an outsider, why not bind my hands with your clothing? It would be beneficial for all of us. I find that suggestion feasible. Just endure a little longer tonight. I'll tie you up. Su Mo was taken aback that Li Mingchang would actually entertain his suggestion and even proceeded to bind him, securing an extra knot for good measure. Haha, Brother Chang, you really have quite the strength. No wonder you can manage to navigate the world with a child without fearing the monsters outside. Su Mo chuckled, lifting his heavily bound hands. All right, enough of that. Good night. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to our little base to meet my friends. You all should get acquainted. Time to sleep. As he spoke, Li Mingchang emphasized the word friends, and when he lay down with Hui Shue, He tucked the two damaged spears into the crevice of the sofa. Hui Shui noticed the spears but remained silent, merely shifting her body slightly to the side. Chapter 77. The Little Pinky Brother. Initially, Li Mingchong harbored concerns that Su Mo might cause a disturbance during the night, keeping a half-open eye on him for nearly 2 hours. Unable to resist, he slipped away to the corner of the classroom for a brief respite. Upon returning, exhaustion washed over him, and despite a few blinks, he succumbed to sleep. Hui Shui had already nestled her head on Li Mingchong's shoulder, appearing to be in a deep slumber. After a couple more hours, the moonlight had dimmed considerably. Su Mo, who had seemingly fallen asleep, suddenly kicked his legs against the wooden planks beside him and stealthily opened his eyes to check for any response from Li Mingchong. Confirming the silence, he cautiously maneuvered his tightly bound arms from his chest to his mouth, gradually loosening the knot Li Mingchong had tied. The binding was indeed secure, and after soaking his clothing with saliva, he finally freed his hands from the fabric. As for the iron cuffs on his feet, Su Mo fiddled with them until they emitted a sharp clang when released. Startled by the noise, Su Mo paused, then slowly lifted his gaze to the sofa where Li Mingchong lay. Fortunately, the scene he dreaded had not materialized, and he exhaled in relief. Carefully removing the cuffs, which were quite heavy, he wrapped them in 2 pieces of clothing used for binding his hands, placing them down silently. After completing this, Su Mo approached the spot where Li Mingchong had left his bag. He initially intended to simply shoulder the pack and escape, but the weight was too cumbersome for his current physique. He then noticed Hui Shui's compression bag nestled beside her. Spotting a glimmer of cold light reflecting off the blade, he tiptoed closer, his fingers brushing against the hilt of the large knife. When he pressed down, the knife tilted ominously toward him. Misjudging its weight, he was caught off guard as it fell, but he managed to catch it silently in his grip. With the knife now in hand, Su Mo wore a sinister grin. Hee, you thought you could bind me while pretending to be formidable with a child at your side. Everything is mine now. Just as Su Mo raised the knife to strike at Li Mingchong's head, a shattered spear suddenly flew through the air, knocking the blade aside. Before he could comprehend the situation, another spear pierced through Su Mo's shoulder blade. The searing pain brought an abrupt clarity to his previously exhilarated mind, compelling him to flee. Before the third spear could arrive, he dashed toward the bag, hastily grabbing a handful of food as he prepared to escape through the previously opened window. However, just as he reached the spot, another spear whizzed past his ear, embedding itself into the wall beside him. He barely evaded capture as he fled the scene. Hui Shui, now sitting upright, lowered her head to glance at the still sleeping Li Mingchong before abandoning the idea of pursuit and gradually leaned down to rest her head on his shoulder. Eyes closed yet seemingly vigilant of her surroundings. The next morning, Li Mingchong discovered the loosened cuffs and clothing, then moved over to the pile of spears and the large knife by the fire. Hui Shui, why didn't you wake me when that guy fled last night? He asked, turning to see her quietly organizing items into her bag. He was a bad person. I didn't want him to follow us. I thought it best to let you sleep a bit longer, Hui Shui replied softly, placing her bag down beside the sofa. Well, how should I respond to that? Never mind, let's leave soon. This university is far too expansive. It would take too long to explore every inch, and it's unnecessary. We should return and check with Lei Kun to see if those seeds can be germinated for planting vegetables, Li Mingchong said, cupping Hui Shui's face in his hands and gently rubbing it. After gathering their belongings, they shouldered their bags and retrieved the 3 spears before climbing out the window to return to the soccer field where they had parked their vehicle. Upon reaching the first floor, Li Mingchong noticed some bloodstains near the main exit, which upon inspection, appeared to be fresh, likely left by Su Mo during his escape the previous night. He cautiously scanned the area for any stray slime zombies before he and Hui Shui cautiously crossed the threshold. On the other side, heading toward the library, he spotted another small pool of blood, this one leading in the opposite direction from where they had come. Well, since he wasn't infected, pursuing him for a kill might be excessive. However, given the intelligence displayed by the zombies here, he likely isn't as safe as he believes. Li Mingchong, after offering himself a moment of solace, cautiously proceeded towards the football field, guided by the conspicuous sunlight illuminating his path. However, owing to his recollection of the terrain and a slight detour, he and his companions inadvertently found themselves at a different student cafeteria, where they also spotted a school infirmary nearby. The entrance was adorned with glass doors, through which Li Mingchong could discern a chaotic array of medications stacked haphazardly on the shelves, resembling a site that had been pillaged. Gently tapping on the glass door elicited no damage, and its fragile texture suggested that a strike with a heavy blade would resonate loudly, drawing unwanted attention. After weighing his options, and under the guidance of Hui Shui, he decided to investigate the cafeteria for any unfinished supplies. Upon entering, he immediately noticed 2 vending machines adjacent to a fruit stall, identical to the one they had previously shattered. This time, however, Li Mingchong opted against brute force. Instead, he instructed Hui Shui to position a sharp spear at the corner of the machine's glass. With a couple of deft strikes using the handle of his blade, he created a small opening. Repeating the process until the hole was sufficiently large, he then kicked the machine, causing a complete shard of glass to fall away. Rather than seizing the beverages above, Li Mingchong opted for several bottles of mineral water. While drinks could provide a temporary energy boost, clean water was far more advantageous under the circumstances where food was plentiful. After filling his backpack with a dozen bottles, he felt the weight becoming burdensome, so he extracted 2 bottles to share with Hui Shui, each ready for hydration. Their next step was to retreat, as the load they carried was becoming quite heavy. Anything else could be retrieved later once they secured a vehicle. Not far from the cafeteria stood a row of dormitory buildings, with the nearest being the girls' dormitory in Building 1. Just the day prior, they had been near the men's dormitory in Building 8, and the once confusing path now appeared clear. Together, they walked northward along the dormitory corridor, observing the dormitory supervision rooms where a few days' supervisors could be seen. Unlike the aggressive zombie from Building 8, these figures exhibited mere curiosity, akin to animals in a zoo, turning their heads to glance at the pair. The journey continued smoothly as they navigated back to the snack street, retracing their steps to the plaza. Just as they were about to search for the vehicle at the football field, Hui Shui suddenly pointed out a fallen tree in the small grove to their right. Checking the time, Li Mingchong deemed it still early, and they decided to investigate. Upon crossing the grove, they discovered what appeared to be the ruins of a once grand house, now reduced to debris at that moment. Li Mingchong felt his heart rate quickening, not with fear, but with an inexplicable desire. Uncontrollably drawn towards the center of the ruins, he noticed a small thumb protruding from a raised section. Hui Shui, having followed closely, inquired about the significance of the exposed digit and whether they should retrieve it. As Li Mingchong listened to her, his heartbeat gradually steadied, and he became aware of the finger at his feet. Oddly, in a place seemingly devastated by an explosive force, how could such an intact finger remain amidst the surrounding charred remnants? Leaning down, he touched the finger with a piece of charcoal, and within moments, the darkened mark vanished, revealing a smooth, rosy surface beneath. Could it possess some sort of self-cleaning ability? Perhaps this is extraterrestrial technology, he pondered, recalling the noise from the previous night. This item might prove far more useful than any materials found in the university. With that thought, Li Mingchong set down his bag and extracted a cooking pouch. Are we to place this inside? Hui Shui asked, observing him dump the contents of the pouch onto the ground. There's nothing suitable nearby to store it in, so I had to sacrifice a pouch of food, he replied, lamenting the loss of a previously salvaged bag now carelessly discarded into the fire. After squeezing most of the oil from the pouch and wiping it down with paper, he carefully placed the finger into the bag using the spear. Li Mingchong and Hui Shui then decided to search the ruins for any other peculiar items, sifting through debris until they uncovered a half-destroyed drone carcass and some remnants of charred bones. Oh dear, little kitty, Li Mingchong joked, noticing the smudges of soot adorning Hui Shui's face as she focused too intently on their search. Hui Shui responded, oblivious to his jest, inadvertently smearing more black across her face. You're quite the little imp, he chuckled, recalling an old joke, and playfully wiped the soot from her cheeks. Well, it seems there's nothing more to be found here. We have sufficient items to report back, so let us hasten our return. Pouring a bit of water into Hui Shui's hand, they began their journey back to the football field. As they departed, beneath a pile of blackened bones, a delicate fungal organism extended a filament, so fine it was imperceptible to the naked eye, reaching into the small puddle left by their passage. Goodness, this car door is scorching. Truly, it's a marvel of solar-powered efficiency. The energy absorption is remarkable, Li Mingchong exclaimed, as he opened the searing door, a wave of heat washing over him. With no time to savor the moment, he swiftly locked the vehicle and activated the cooling system. While waiting for the car to cool down, he removed their backpacks and placed them in the trunk, remembering to hand Hui Shui 2 new spears. Seated beside the football field, he plucked a handful of grass, using the sharp end to scrub away some of the soot on his fingers. What could have compelled that individual to depart? Surely, a group of 3 or 4 would have a greater efficiency of action or survival than a solitary endeavor. Moreover, how could one endure in a confined space for over a month? He mused, glancing at Hui Shui, who was distractedly playing with the grass that had fallen from her hands. His thoughts wrestled with the inconsistencies of the man's claims. Yet, the securely locked door and the absence of any suspicious signs regarding his condition left little room for doubt. Could a mere basket of white mice sustain a normal adult for such an extended period? But what if those mice were transformed into a 100-pound person, or if the fungus had undergone a mimetic evolution? Li Mingchang struggled to form a coherent hypothesis. The car's temperature finally dropped, and with a sharp click, he decided to set aside his ruminations, leaving the inquiries to Lei Kun for further examination, as he would surely find the research stimulating. Settling into the cool driver's seat, he fastened Hui Shui's seatbelt. As they sped back onto the main road leading to the university, the car surged forward at a moderate pace of 40 miles per hour, leaving the campus behind. However, as they departed, Li Mingchang noticed the absence of any zombies in sight, including the trio of fungal zombies that had been loitering near the entrance just moments before. Could it be that when the extraterrestrial object crashed, those zombies were gathered for a meeting and were incinerated along with the structure? He pondered aloud, finding the lack of danger among the vegetation suspiciously fabricated. As he drove past the gates, he gradually increased speed, taking advantage of the nearly empty road. With no concern for speed limits, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, exhilarated by the thrill of driving. What a rush! It's no wonder the wealthy indulge in reckless driving for entertainment, he thought, intending to share amusing anecdotes with Hui Shui to alleviate her boredom. Yet, he was startled to find her asleep, clutching her watch, which still played animated cartoons. Oh no. I forgot to warn her about watching those while in a moving vehicle. At least she hasn't gotten sick, he muttered. Just as he finished speaking, Hui Shui jolted awake and violently retched onto the floor, resulting in the screech of tires as Li Mingchang slammed on the brakes. Regretting his earlier words. 15 minutes later, what had once been a clean stretch of road was now marred by a mess of human refuse and 2 tire tracks. Lei Kun awoke that morning feeling unusually stifled. But upon rising from bed, he couldn't shake the sense that everything was, in fact, all right. Furthermore, as I was conducting experimental research today regarding whether Li Mingchang's blood contains inherited genes from the invading organisms, the machine that was supposed to yield results today suddenly encountered some issues. During the final result output, an internal explosion occurred, obliterating the results. It was only through the external analysis device that we discovered a small clump of slime mold had obstructed the central circuitry. After resolving the issue, the results had to be recalibrated for analysis due to the interruption. This left Lei Kun feeling somewhat powerless, so he decided to grab breakfast and simultaneously address the surplus output from the flour converter to prepare some alcohol for vehicular resources. Just as he had freshly baked bread and settled onto the second-floor sofa to enjoy a moment of respite, the detection equipment installed near the wooden cabin emitted a warning signal above his head. Fei Luan, retrieve the current footage and help me assess the level of danger posed by the approaching entity. As Lei Kun took a sip of his freshly brewed coffee, he observed the descending smart device. Ding, master, detection confirmed. Subject, useful experimental specimen and a dangerous little rascal. Vehicle damage level, 5, classified as minor damage, with repairs expected to be completed within 3 hours. Damn, how did those 2 return after just a few days with so much stuff? They wouldn't dare to take my things without a care, would they? Fei Luan, deactivate the traps and allow them direct access. Also, let's conduct a permissions review for the past half-month, aside from the 4th floor. They can utilize all facilities. As Lei Kun recalled something, he continued, understood, master. All instructions have been executed as per your directives. Let me go greet them. It would be good to see what they've brought back. Preferably some monster remains, as my research materials are once again dwindling. Speaking to himself, Lei Kun made his way to the elevator, pressed the button, and said, "Phew, a business vehicle, coated in fine dust and an unusual odor." Arrived in front of the wooden cabin, Li Mingchang emerged, carefully holding a set of clothes drenched in vomit while cradling Hui Shui in one arm, gently patting her back as she squatted beside him. Chapter 79. Treasures. It appears that the expedition team I sponsored has returned safely with my little vehicle. I wonder what useful items they have brought back. Lei Kun's voice resonated from behind Li Mingchong as the vehicle came to a halt. After calming Hui Shui, Li Mingchong turned to see Lei Kun on a tracked balance vehicle and opened the rear door to toss him a travel bag, saying, "Lei Kun, we didn't find much at that location, but there's one item inside that should pique your interest. I'll take Hui Shui down to rest while you sort things out." Lei Kun stared blankly as Li Mingchong carried Hui Shui down the entrance of the wooden cabin. Feeling somewhat perplexed about the current situation. Wait a minute, they are using my supplies, and now they have no idea what they brought back. They just waltz off to rest without a care. Oh well, there's no benefit in tearing our relationship apart. I'll check what they brought back and then decide. Dismounting from the balance vehicle, Lei Kun immediately noticed the two wheels emerging from both ends of the little vehicle, initiating its protective search mode. A pile of pre-packaged meals, some overpriced small knives. Hey, what's inside this package? Lei Kun murmured to himself while rummaging through the items, upon discovering a bag containing a severed finger. His expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly moved to the back of the travel bag, hoisted it onto his back, disregarding everything else as he dashed to the garage, shutting the door behind him, unsure of his intentions. Meanwhile, as Li Mingchong and the others prepared to ascend to the third floor, he suddenly recalled that Lei Kun hadn't provided them with any food, prompting them to return to the second floor. Just as he was about to scoop flour into a basket, he noticed the coffee and a warm loaf of bread on the table, both untouched. After taking a bite of the bread and finding no odd flavor, he handed it to Hui Shui to eat while he began kneading dough to make some flatbreads. While he was busy, Hui Shui, resting her chin on the table edge, noticed the black coffee in front of her. She cautiously moved it closer, inhaling its faint fruity aroma. Glancing at Li Mingchong, who was laboriously kneading the dough, she dipped her bread into the coffee cup, waiting for the liquid to rise before taking a bite. "Ugh, this is terrible and bitter. It must be spoiled," she muttered softly. Seizing the opportunity while Li Mingchong was distracted, she stuffed the remaining bread into her mouth and washed it down with a whole cup of water from the dispenser. As Li Mingchong's bread became increasingly smooth and sticky, he recalled the tricks he had learned about adjusting water and flour ratios, which were sufficient to maintain his culinary skills. Eventually, he successfully pressed out a round flatbread nearly the size of his face, albeit slightly wider. Wiping sweat off his flour-dusted arms, he placed the dough circle into the oven, only to realize that Lei Kun had been gone for quite some time without returning, to prevent any mishaps. And since Hui Shui had finished eating while the oven still required some time, Hui Shui divided a sharp spear from her waist, and together they took the elevator to find Lei Kun. Upon exiting the wooden cabin, they found no signs of slime mold invasion at the entrance. However, the vehicle that had been parked there was also absent, and there were footprints leading towards the garage. Li Mingchong returned the spear to Hui Shui, grabbed a large knife from the back seat, and the two edged along the wall towards the warehouse. Beside the warehouse's roll-up door was a small iron gate equipped with a mini camera. Just as Li Mingchong approached the gate and contemplated which part would be easy to breach, the iron gate suddenly swung open with a clang. Inside, it was not particularly dark, as a large solar energy-saving lamp illuminated the space. "This is quite smart. It can't possibly be a trap, can it? But if it were a trap, it would be rather foolish to set it up so openly," Li Mingchong mused while examining the frame. Just as he grasped Hui Shui's hand and took 2 steps inside, the iron door slammed shut behind them, and the once level ground abruptly tilted at a 45-degree angle. The speed of this transformation was not only rapid but also resulted in a thin stream of liquid emerging from the floor. Li Mingchong, taken by surprise, instinctively crouched down to shield Hui Shui, causing both of them to skid and fall, sliding down into a dark pit below. With a splash, the two tumbled down in a large-small sequence, landing in front of Lei Kun, who was conducting experiments at a small research station. "You two are incredibly reckless. If I hadn't elevated your permissions beforehand, where you fell wouldn't have been my laboratory." Whoosh! Before Lei Kun could finish, a sharp spear grazed his scalp, embedding itself into the steel ceiling above. A cool sensation swept over Lei Kun's head, and looking down, he saw several strands of hair that had fallen to the ground, causing his legs to weaken as he collapsed, exclaiming, "See! Can't you keep an eye on your girl? Do you have any idea how difficult it is for someone like me, who has devoted my life to science, to maintain such pure, natural hair?" Feeling a tad embarrassed, Li Mingchong shifted Hui Shui, who was pouting and ready to throw a second spear, closer to him while scratching his head, pondering how to change the subject. His gaze fell upon a thumb encased in a transparent tube on the research table, and an idea struck him. By the way, Lei Kun, have you come up with any brilliant ideas regarding the thumb I found? Or is that why you're still here? Upon hearing Li Mingchong mention the thumb, Lei Kun appeared as though he had activated a language system in a puppet, casually tossing aside the previously precious strands of hair and beckoning Li Mingchong over to sit at the research table. I initially thought you wouldn't find anything useful after only spending 2 days over there, aside from that thumb. Everything else was indeed useless. However, Lei Kun gestured towards the thumb in the tube for Li Mingchong to observe, then activated the machine. The seemingly ordinary thumb, under the stimulation of the spherical electric currents, transformed from a rosy hue to a pale green, and suddenly a cluster of pale white roots sprouted from the base. Subsequently, a thin layer of fuzz began to emerge from the pores of the green-hued thumb. After another activation, Lei Kun pressed a different button. The previously stimulated channels went silent, only to be illuminated moments later by 2 beams of blue light. The thumb in the tube began to levitate slowly, as the roots and fuzz appeared to be drawn towards either side. Gradually, droplets of rich green liquid oozed from the tips of the floating roots, which were collected by the side tubes, while the pale green thumb reverted to its original color. The roots and fuzz spontaneously detached from the thumb, drifting into the iron boxes below. Lei Chuan excitedly rose from his seat, disregarding Li Mingchong's puzzled expression, and picked up the test tube, filled with a thick liquid. He held it in his palm and exclaimed, "Look, this finger can actually generate this liquid in bulk. May I ask what this liquid is used for? It wouldn't happen to be some kind of beverage, would it?" Li Mingchong interjected, raising his hand to stop Lei Chuan. "Of course not. This is one of the reasons those monsters outside exist. But rest assured, the liquid is non-toxic. After analyzing it with my machine, I've concluded that it promotes the potential elongation of certain plants." Lei Chuan, exhilarated, cradled the liquid in his palm, his eyes wide with wonder. "Oh, does this mean it can help the seeds I've brought back to grow?" Li Mingchong stepped back and inquired. Chapter 80, Good Things? Lei Chuan slapped his forehead and replied, "Theoretically, there shouldn't be any issues. But it seems this liquid only promotes the growth of already infected organisms. However, that's not a certainty." After pausing for a moment, Lei Chuan dashed up the stairs through a side door, leaving only Li Mingchong and the others in the laboratory. "Well, he probably won't think of you cutting his hair for a while, but next time, you mustn't suddenly attack him with sharp objects," Li Mingchong remarked to Hui Shui after watching Lei Chuan leave. "Okay," Hui Shui replied, raising her head high. "I hope that's indeed the case," Li Mingchong pondered, recalling the pancake he had previously been grilling, and he pulled Hui Shui along to follow Lei Chuan back to the iron door behind the wooden cabin. My pancake, please don't burn." In the following days, Lei Chuan hardly left the Li Mingchong and Hui Shui found little to occupy themselves, so after obtaining Lei Chuan's tentative approval, they ventured to the second floor's hydroponic vegetable cultivation area. There, they encountered a variety of oddly shaped plants. At first glance, Li Mingchong thought slime molds had overtaken the first floor and spread. Upon closer inspection, he realized these vegetables seemed to be genetically modified. The cabbage, which was almost entirely edible, had an external leaf that curved and expanded like a water bottle, enclosing the hollow center where 2 small green spheres grew, the purpose of which was unknown. The base was swollen, with a semicircular disc filled with a liquid-like substance. Next to it were the rapeseed plants, which, in comparison to the cabbage, were less conspicuous as they were still small sprouts. But upon closer inspection, their leaves were turning an ominous shade of green, almost black. There were also various mushroom species on a black wooden rack, but Li Mingchong could not identify their qualities. He typically only consumed plain and king oyster mushrooms and paid little attention to others. Not all the shelves on this floor were filled. A row of shelves near the entrance was empty, lacking both plants and nutrient solutions. Seizing the opportunity, Li Mingchong borrowed one of the shelves and moved it up to their resting area on the 3rd floor. It was clear that he could not rely solely on light to grow plants. His main intention was breeding, and the bizarre plants awakened his rural instincts. The land outside the wooden cabin was nearly overrun with grass infected by slime molds, but the sunlight and Lei Chuan's frequent driving through the grass kept them from being overly aggressive. Li Mingchong needed only a small patch, So he surrounded a tiny piece of land in front of the cabin with a large bundle of iron sheets he had unearthed from the garage. Afterward, he used a shovel to turn over the grass piles on the surface, realizing that each blade's roots were exceptionally stubborn, making traditional tilling ineffective. Perspiration dripped from his brow, yet he felt a sense of accomplishment as he surveyed the meticulously cleared land. Wiping his sweat, he turned to Huishue and said, "Girl, what if we burned the grass and slime molds above, and then suffocated the roots below with rich soil?" Huishue, wiping her sweaty forehead, looked at Li Mingchong with confusion, as if she were trying to decipher his words. Over the next few days, Li Mingchong alternated between knocking on the laboratory door to obtain alcohol from Leichuan and helping Huishue remove the new sprouts that emerged after each digging session. May 6th weather, heavy rain. This is the first true downpour since the invasion of the slime molds, and I have not written in this diary for quite some time. I have encountered numerous significant events along the way, and under this profoundly enlightening rain, I seem to have come to many realizations that a diary serves as a potential threat to oneself, as I have recorded much of my schedule within. Later, I even rewrote it to help Huishue learn to read. So, what if it were merely a diary? Huishue and I are about to embark on this experiment. Sigh, having spent so much time with that mad scientist Leichuan, I can't help but be inspired to write. Today, the rain fell heavily, and Chong and Huishue were learning to write in the wooden house. Huishue received praise for her writing, which delighted her. Today, we also enjoyed delicious meat, and we must write together again next time. Wow, girl, look how well you wrote. I knew my teaching skills had a touch of brilliance. Why don't you take over from here? Any words you don't understand, I'll help you with that part. What do you say? Li Mingchong raised the diary, gazing at Huishue as she held the pen. Okay, I want to write too. Chapter 81, Be Brave. My friend, on the morning of May 7th, Li Mingchong and Huishue were in the third-floor testing facility, checking for any unusual bodily conditions. Huishue had just exited when Leichuan, who had been in the lab, finally emerged, holding a box resembling the popular algae hydrating balls from the past as he entered from the elevator. "Brother Mingchong, come quickly, come quickly. I've completed the initial development process. You must witness it." Li Mingchong stepped down from the control panel, accepting a small water ball from the box Leichuan held. "What is this? Is it derived from that liquid? Could it accelerate crop growth?" "Heh. This is the result of my painstaking efforts to disrupt and recombine its genetic links under microscopic conditions using a quantitative radiation device." Leichuan responded, recalling that Li Mingchong still bore the aftereffects of the slime mold invasion. To put it simply, the liquid that seeps from the thumb in its excited state causes the slime mold organisms it contacts to receive external growth stimulation commands, leading to a frenzied, almost immortal recovery ability. My water ball, on the other hand, produces an irreversible shriveling effect and can serve as an anti-infection medication during emergencies. Currently, the success rate is 100 after finishing. Leichuan turned away, attempting to appear nonchalant. A success rate that high, if it can be mass-produced, wouldn't that directly resolve this apocalyptic infection crisis? You might become humanity's savior. Although Li Mingchong was somewhat skeptical, he offered a compliment. Well, for now, I've only tested it on a single white mouse, and so far, there have been no issues, hence the 100 rate. Mass production is somewhat unfeasible. Only the liquid that drips from it is effective, and it requires additional surgery for modification before use. Just take these for now. Tomorrow, you two can help me search for any other parts we haven't found. And remember to inform me of the effects after using those water balls. Whoosh, damn, I dodge. Leichuan knew that mischievous Huishue would aim at him again, and he quickly ducked, narrowly avoiding the sharp projectile she had thrown, which embedded itself in the wall. Hiss. Huishue looked displeased as she watched Leichuan flee toward the elevator, then turned her gaze up at Li Mingchong, who was looking down at her with a large grin. "You troublemaker." Li Mingchong cupped her face and squeezed it gently. "Never mind. Go prepare some food and water while I find Leichuan for more supplies. Have it ready by the time I return." He patted her head before rising. Okay. When Li Mingchong reached the door of Leichuan's laboratory on the lower floor, he had just placed his hand on the door to knock when Leichuan yanked it open, nearly colliding with him. "What do you want now?" "I didn't take the car keys. They've been hanging in the ignition this whole time." Leichuan stepped aside, looking puzzled. "Hey, Brother Lei, you must prepare some defensive gear for us this time when we go to retrieve that creature's remains. The side effects of the two medications you provided are too severe. If we encounter more monsters, We might become one of them. Li Mingchang walked in naturally, propping the door against its automatic closure. New gear? No. Do you think updating equipment is that simple? If it were, there wouldn't be so many people fighting with outdated weapons, and we would have long since conquered the outside world. Lei Chuan shrugged his shoulders in response. Well, never mind. However, could you provide me with some of the fuel for that large knife-handle device? It's depleting far too quickly. Yet, it seems I actually have something you might want to try. But if you can't handle it, don't blame me. By the way, the fuel is essentially the concentrated oil from your vehicle. You'll find it if you look. Now, let's go collect your new equipment. Li Mingchang observed Lei Kun's excited demeanor. Feeling an inexplicable twinge of unease in his heart, Lei Kun took Li Mingchang to the 4th basement level via the elevator, utilizing card access, facial recognition, and fingerprint unlocking, all in place. Behind a spiraling retrieval door, only an energy-saving lamp illuminated the space, casting its glow perfectly on a central iron rack. Hey, this place feels a bit eerie. There's nothing here. Where's the equipment you mentioned? The further Li Mingchang walked towards the center, the more he felt a chill creeping up his spine. Relax, Lei Kun said, snapping his fingers. The spiraling door promptly closed, and 2 porcelain white tubes beside them lit up. Before them, a 3-dimensional cubic structure began to materialize, measuring about 1 meter in length and width. This shoe, don't speak yet, Lei Kun instructed as he approached the table. Flywheel, executing awakening sequence, entering advancement mode. Flywheel? What's that? Li Mingchang still wore a puzzled expression. Unsure of Lei Kun's intentions. Command received, energy filling. Energy filled, estimated operational duration 3 days, 6 hours, 42 seconds. Exoskeleton application approved, denied. Approval failed, executing second plan, clever mode. After a voice, seemingly from nowhere, announced this, all sides of the cubic iron structure began to detach. Clattering noisily onto the table, the concealed core revealed itself, a piece resembling an ancient heart-protecting armor, featuring a faint blue screen, now displayed on the table. Beep, beep, beep. Rescue Type 1 Intelligent Chest Armor. After the screen flashed these words, it exhibited no further actions. Is this it? Li Mingchang asked Lei Kun. Pretty much. Next, I'll tell you how to operate this device. Lei Kun tapped the screen twice, and the overlapping chest armor segments immediately folded up and down several times. Then 2 straps shot out from small openings on either side, forming a wearable chest armor. This was developed in a national secret lab before the disaster, created by my former colleagues and me. It features the most advanced micro-artificial intelligence and a tungsten tin titanium alloy shell, resistant to corrosion while possessing self-morphing capabilities and impact resistance. Lei Kun swatted Li Mingchang's hand away as he reached to touch the chest armor. Continuing to explain, the most powerful yet problematic aspect is its AI system. Due to some mishaps, a learning function was added, and we originally designed it as an auxiliary device without absolute supportive commands for the user. Therefore, it may intermittently lose your control over it.as. For the rest, you'll have to figure it out yourself. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, its previous user lost control while intoxicated and assaulted an innocent bystander, leading to their arrest. However, with your strong willpower, it should pose no problem. Remember to tell me how it feels after you use it. Lei Kun added, I knew it wouldn't be so reliable. So, does it have any weaknesses or an emergency shut-off button? Li Mingchang inquired while inspecting the heavy armor. Apologies, note it can only be powered down when you declare a force shutdown, and what happens during the 3 minutes of initiating the shutdown sequence is entirely unknown. Lei Kun shrugged. All right, let us go. Open the door. Li Mingchang waved his hand, preparing to leave, then turned back to Lei Kun. The spiraling door opened promptly, closing immediately after Li Mingchang exited, while Lei Kun showed no signs of following. Ignoring him, Li Mingchang took the elevator to the 3rd floor. Upon entering, he saw Hui Shui ready with 2 packed bags, attempting to stuff a bottle of mineral water inside. Don't bother. Li Mingchang placed the chest armor on a nearby table, quickly jogging to Hui Shui's side to take the water bottle from her. He then noticed the travel bag and compression bag stuffed to the brim and helplessly slapped his forehead. Come on, we're just going out to find supplies, not fleeing a disaster. Why on earth did you pack such a huge bag of flour? Li Mingchang exclaimed, tugging on a corner of the flour bag that was poking out. Well, if we don't bring it, what will we eat? Hui Shui replied, cradling the exposed flour bag and looking at Li Mingchang. Carrying half-processed flour won't do us much good. We might as well take some thoroughly baked flatbread or those pre-baked barley dry loaves. Li Mingcheng suggested. But I don't know where they are, Hui Shui murmured, placing the flour bag down. Hey, didn't I mention? Chapter 82. Duck Swarm Invasion. In the end, Li Mingcheng and Hui Shui managed to gather over 20 packs of the compressed flatbread stored on the second floor into their travel bag. Of course, since they lacked fresh vegetables to supplement their vitamins, they also tossed a bottle of multivitamin tablets into the bag. By the time Lei Kun emerged from the lab to the second floor for a cup of coffee and some bread to lift his spirits, he was greeted by a scene reminiscent of a robbery. The intelligent cleaning tray robot was laboriously tidying up the area. What the heck? Has someone ransacked this place? Lei Kun exclaimed, helplessly dropping an iron bead he was toying with. A robotic face projected from a small hole in the wall, accompanied by a voice. Master, they possess control permissions just below yours. I cannot interfere with their actions outside the fourth floor. I have informed the cleaning robot to please wait a moment. Next time, I want to casually grant permissions. Damn, why vegetables haven't fully had their harmful parts removed yet. I might as well. Lei Kun muttered to himself, recalling the vegetable patch where Li Mingcheng and the others had been conducting planting experiments. A slight smile creeping onto his lips. Meanwhile, Li Mingcheng and Hui Shui sat beside the commercial vehicle that had just been replenished with liquid oil, since they had previously visited HB University. The vehicle's navigation system adjusted its autopilot route based on Li Mingcheng's speed and direction. Conveniently, it chose an untraveled path, driving them to the university. Li Mingcheng and Hui Shui opened the sunroof to observe the surroundings for any signs of fungal zombies, primarily to ensure Hui Shui wouldn't get carsick. Hui Shui, keep an eye out to the right and above for anything unusual while I figure out how this chest armor works. Li Mingcheng instructed, resting one foot on the seat so Hui Shui could sit on his lap to enjoy the scenery. Wow, 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 okay, Hui Shui replied, her mouth wide open as the wind rushed in. Once he confirmed Hui Shui was settled, Li Mingcheng pulled open his jacket, revealing the chest armor and the faint blue screen in front. How do I turn this thing on? There are no buttons. Just 3 squared. He pressed the 3 squares with his finger. Beep. Please do not touch my eyes and mouth. A mechanical voice suddenly emitted from the armor. IT can talk? What remarkable functions do you have? Li Mingcheng attempted to engage in conversation with the armor. Please select a module. Combat mode, support mode, climbing mode, guardian mode, language mode, comprehensive mode. There's so much. The comprehensive mode must integrate all these features. That last option seems quite impressive. Heh, I'll go with comprehensive mode. After Li Mingcheng made his selection, the blue screen that had displayed the modules abruptly shut off, replaced by a flurry of incomprehensible symbols swirling above the screen. Reconnecting system. Determining mode specifications. Entering comprehensive mode. Intelligent assistant initializing. Initialization complete. Please bestow a name upon me. Amidst the automated prompts, the screen culminated in a request for a name. Is it asking me to name it? Let me think. It shouldn't share my surname. Perhaps a pet name would suffice. As Li Mingcheng pondered, the chest armor chimed again. Language detected, excluding non-name statements, reconstituting true name. Naming is, wow, look at that big black duck. Hui Shui suddenly exclaimed, tapping Li Mingcheng's shoulder and pointing at the sky. Naming as Black Duck. With that final declaration, the previously illuminated blue screen dimmed, reverting to its original state. Li Mingcheng fiddled with it a bit longer. But it remained unresponsive. I find myself utterly perplexed by the contraptions crafted by these scientists. Alas, I shall rely on my own abilities instead. As Li Mingcheng lamented this, he suddenly recalled a matter. What exactly did Hui Shui mean by black ducks? He raised his gaze to the direction indicated by Hui Shui, and upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. What he thought to be a large black duck was, in fact, a swarm of slime mold ducks. Dark green and clustered together like a menacing dark cloud. This is bad, Hui Shui. Quickly get down. Without hesitation, Li Mingcheng wrapped his arm around Hui Shui's waist and pulled her down, instructing her to remain by the bag in the back seat. While he maneuvered towards the driver's position, he finally managed to squeeze into the front seat and grasp the steering wheel. The flock of ducks had already organized themselves into formation. Diving down like arrows, Li Mingcheng swiftly disengaged the autopilot, gripping the steering wheel with both hands and sharply turning it, expecting these ducks to behave like the previous foolish ones that would collide with the road after evading one. However, as he narrowly dodged one duck, a particularly grotesque-looking creature, covered in green fuzz, extended its neck in a bizarre manner and crashed directly into the right side of the windshield. Fortunately, the glass held firm, but a large mass of putrid green liquid splattered across it. "This is not good. The impact is too swift," Li Mingchang exclaimed, just as more than 10 slime mold ducks descended upon the windshield. Bang! The windshield shattered under the weight of 7 duck bodies, and spiderweb-like cracks spread from the point of impact. The view ahead became a blur, obscured by a thick coating of green sludge. Bang, bang, bang! Something collided with the left window and door, causing the vehicle to shudder. Realizing that continuing to drive down this unshielded road would surely lead to their demise, Li Mingchang slammed his foot down on the brake and yanked the steering wheel, narrowly avoiding a low guardrail, only to be met with a loud crash as several ducks collided into the rear lights. However, it was this sudden external force that propelled the car over the guardrail, landing it on the adjacent ground with a violent jolt. "Hui Shui, are you all right? We need to make a forced entry into the nearby grove. Tie yourself and the bag together." "Okay." Ugh. The windshield was coated with impenetrable green flesh, and as Li Mingchang attempted to wipe it clean, the wipers became hopelessly stuck to the goo. Alarm! Alarm! The left front wheel is obstructed by foreign objects, activating compensatory small wheel movement. Maintenance required within 1 hour. Requesting maintenance. Requesting maintenance. As he soared over an unknown steep slope, Li Mingchang felt yet another impact, but he saw nothing approaching from the left side. The vehicle system immediately began blaring alarms. "Stop with the alarms." "I want to stop too. I can't see a thing. How can I help you fix this?" Placing one hand on his heart, he drove with the other, attempting to rely on instinct, though to little avail. In a moment of desperation, Li Mingchang thought it best to take a pill provided by Lei Kun. He swallowed one hastily. Instantly, his heart raced violently, even more so than before. His muscles began to tremble, and he could feel blood surging from his heart into his head, as his mind, previously in a state of chaotic panic, began to regain clarity. Li Mingchang struck both sides of the glass. The powerful wind rushed into the car, and he focused intently, ready to dodge the ever-looming slime mold ducks, while simultaneously memorizing the terrain with his peripheral vision, his hands deftly maneuvering the steering wheel to evade them. Chapter 83. Extreme Escape Creek. A slime mold black duck flapped its wings, diving at a 30-degree angle towards the open right window. Li Mingchang caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and slammed the center of the steering wheel, causing the car to veer sharply to the left. Bang! The rear door collided intimately with the duck, splattering large chunks of green flesh everywhere. After executing a rapid maneuver, Li Mingchang finally discerned his surroundings. Beyond a few scattered trees to the east, he spotted the outlines of several tall buildings. Just as he was about to navigate around, he encountered a small incline, and an enormous yellow root burst forth from the ground. Li Mingchang's heart skipped a beat, and just before losing consciousness, he pressed the button to raise all the windows, sealing them shut. The giant root, along with a cluster of slime mold ducks hovering nearby, smashed against the car door, deforming it and sending it flying several meters away. Bang! The vehicle crashed into a crumbling wall, preventing it from careening further. The impact compressed the car's frame. After the monstrous root struck them, several other roots of varying lengths emerged from the ground, the longest one whipping through the air and scattering the confused duck swarm. The once dense cloud of ducks was torn asunder, with the uppermost layer quickly ascending to escape. The middle and lower groups either shattered upon impact or fell prey to the other roots, their rounded shells cracking open to reveal gaping maws, which voraciously swallowed the unsuspecting ducks that had not managed to flee, while the smallest root, too diminutive to find a suitable meal, snagged their vehicle and hid behind a building, preparing to feast. The enormous mouth chose to engulf the front of the car, dislocating its jaw in the process, and remarkably began to swallow Li Mingchang and Hui Shui whole. The putrid stench jolted both of them awake, as the grotesque muscle wall writhed and threatened to crush them. Hui Shui, regaining her senses, hastily unfastened her travel bag, retrieving a sharp weapon from a compressed compartment. Medicine, medicine, I need to take a pill first." Li Mingchang, still reeling from the effects, felt his heart racing agonizingly, his body and mind engulfed in unbearable pain. Hui Shui scrambled into the driver's seat, pulling off Li Mingchang's jacket to extract a small pill, which he promptly placed in his mouth. As soon as he swallowed the pill, Li Mingchang felt the pressure lift, He requested Hui Shui to hand him the large knife, as he had a plan to escape. At that moment, he urged Hui Shui to hold her breath. With a powerful thrust against the corner of the shattered window, the combined external and internal pressures shattered the right window. Without hesitation, Li Mingchong angled the blade, igniting the fire device to unleash flames upon the fleshy wall. The root, which had been preparing to digest the vehicle, suddenly felt a burning sensation from within, forcing it to expel Li Mingchong and Hui Shui. Enraged by the searing pain, it opened its mouth wide, ready to crush the car. Hui Shui hurled a water balloon, provided by Lei Kun, just as the massive mouth loomed less than a meter away. In a sudden twist, the root's abdomen shrank to less than a meter in diameter, releasing a foul odor as it retreated into the earth. Seeking to recover from its injury, Li Mingchong was uncertain whether the water balloon had been effective enough to slay the root. But seizing the moment, he pressed the accelerator, eager to escape. Warning, warning, vehicle damage has reached 78. The power system is entering a semi-paralyzed state. Initiating self-repair protocol. Estimated recovery time is 2 hours and 30 minutes. Distress signal sent to headquarters. Estimated rescue time. Unknown. With that final announcement, the vehicle screen went completely black. We need to get out now, Hui Shui. Let's escape on foot before that giant creature returns for vengeance. Li Mingchong nearly shouted. He felt the infernal pill starting to take effect again. If he delayed any longer, he would be immobilized. Leaving Hui Shui unable to assist him, Li Mingchong exited the car. Slinging the bag over his shoulder and pulling Hui Shui, still encumbered by her loose backpack, towards the nearby building. Chong, there are water balloons in the bag. We can use them to throw at them, Hui Shui exclaimed as they ran. Water balloons? Oh, good. From here on out, the danger will rely on you. Li Mingchong and his companions rushed into a small courtyard through an open door, almost in a state of panic. Upon hearing the sound of a heavy object crashing behind them, they immediately vaulted into the stairwell of the adjacent building, where they were confronted by a slime cat, its body covered in green fur. Leaping down from the second-floor stairs, its eyes bulged, and as the fur on its back bristled, a sharp spear whizzed past Li Mingchong's ear, impaling the creature against the wall behind it, despite having its heart pierced. The slime cat remained alive, flailing its claws in an attempt to attack them. Hui Shui, witnessing this, quickly retrieved a water balloon from her bag and hurled it at the cat, causing its green fur to wilt immediately. By the time Li Mingchong ascended the stairs, the once vibrant green fur had completely fallen away, leaving only a pale green skeleton. As Li Mingchong reached the second floor, the effects of the medication fully kicked in, and he felt utterly drained, the weight of his backpack further exacerbating his fatigue. Fortunately, he had managed to ascend the stairs. Otherwise, he would have surely stumbled in the dimly lit stairwell of the second floor. Hui Shui stood at the center, holding Li Mingchong's hand, looking utterly helpless. Acknowledging the dire situation, she knew she had to remain calm and find a way out. Taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart, she surveyed her surroundings, only to find the windows barricaded with wooden planks, leaving only the option to continue upwards. Cautiously supporting Li Mingchong, Hui Shui ascended step by step, vigilant for any lurking dangers. As she shielded him from the sharp edges. Her own body, not particularly strong, endured the aches and pains until they finally reached the third floor. The corridor here was dim and narrow, with closed doors lining either side, concealing who knows what within. Selecting the least sturdy-looking room, Hui Shui mustered all her strength to push the door open. Inside, dust coated every surface, and the furniture lay shrouded in a thick layer of grime, but at least it appeared untouched by destruction. She quickly dashed back to drag Li Mingchong into the room, barricading the door with dusty tables and chairs. She placed him in a corner, ensuring he leaned against the wall in as much comfort as possible. The dim light within the room did not hinder Hui Shui's vision. She began searching for useful items. By the window, she discovered some tattered curtains and fabric, which she used to wipe away the dust from the floor. Then laid down a small jacket for Li Mingchong to rest against. Take a moment to rest, and don't worry. Once the medication's effects wear off, we can plan our next steps. For now, we should be safe. All right, I'll stay with you, Hui Shui replied, preparing a spear and water balloon in her hands, squatting beside Li Mingchong while pretending to rest. What bad luck this time. Chapter 84. Artificial intelligence. Li Mingchong and his companions were still in a precarious situation. As they were too close to the colossal roots, able to hear the crashing sounds of the walls and ground. The small water balloons, seemingly insignificant, had unexpectedly attracted a considerable amount of hatred. He recalled the earlier encounter with the cat, catching a glimpse of its unnatural demise after being struck by the water balloon. He remembered that Lei Kun had mentioned traces of slime bacteria invading his body, which had inexplicably left behind the remnants of a heart condition after being healed. Would drinking this water remedy his ailments? Regaining a slight amount of strength, Li Mingchong pondered his predicament. Forget it. If it backfires, that could spell trouble. Perhaps next time I can experiment with the cheetah. He shook his head, dismissing the thought, and retrieved some bread and water from his bag to replenish his energy. He gulped down the water, but the dry, hard bread was difficult to swallow, feeling almost as though it could serve as a brick for bashing skulls. After experiencing the discomfort of the bread, he began to tear off layers of its crust to feed Huishue, and together they managed to consume a piece the size of an adult's palm, finding it exceedingly unpalatable, amidst the cacophony of the giant roots battering the ground and vehicles outside. Li Mingchong and Huishue miraculously managed to doze off for a brief afternoon nap. Upon awakening, they found the sun shining brightly outside, with remnants of light rain still visible on the ground, likely a brief sun shower. Li Mingchong felt liberated from the side effects of the medication, stretching his body before hoisting his backpack. Let us go. The sun is at its peak. We should check on the state of the vehicle. If it's still operational, we can consider swapping it for another, he said, lifting Huishue gently by her hands. Okay. Huishue replied as she stretched and shook her head. After gathering their belongings, Li Mingchong distributed some of the pills and tablets he carried, tucking them into Huishue's pocket for any potential emergencies. Pushing aside the furniture barricading the door, he cautiously peeked outside. The central ground of the courtyard had been utterly ravaged. The tiles were crushed to rubble, and a significant hole had formed in one of the nearby buildings. Fortunately, there were no monsters lurking in wait to ambush them. Li Mingchong instructed Huishue to stay behind him as they descended the stairs, each holding onto the other's hand as they moved downward, with Huishue keeping an eye out for any surprise attacks. At the second-floor landing, he contemplated cutting through the wooden boards to use them as firewood, but reconsidered. The destruction around was too extensive, and while it was midday, they might not be attacked until later in the afternoon. Reaching the first floor, they encountered the cat, which had been impaled against the wall. Now reduced to a pale green skeleton, Li Mingchong used a large knife to detach the remains along with the spear, wiping it clean with a tissue before handing it to Huishue. He then sliced the remaining bones in half, a trickle of deep green spinal fluid seeping from the severed vertebrae, devoid of any pleasant plant aroma, instead exuding a foul odor reminiscent of an uncastrated boar from a pig farm. How repulsive, and with spinal fluid to boot. Could it be that the water balloon eliminates all slime bacteria outside the bones? Not wanting to dwell on the matter, he decided to head toward the car. Reluctant to delve deeper into the effects of the water balloon, Li Mingchong made his way back to where the vehicle had fallen, finding that under the glaring sunlight, there were almost no aggressive creatures in sight. He pressed the key a few times, but only one of the 6 lights flickered briefly before extinguishing once more. The car's exterior was completely mangled, yet all 4 tires remained intact. Li Mingchong opened the hood, revealing severe damage, but he couldn't discern if any vital components had been affected. Straining to pull open the car door, he found all 6 seats dislodged and crammed into the back. Diagnostics. Accessing information. Initiating micro-repair. Device. Estimated repair time, 108 hours and 16 minutes. Estimated. Headquarters rescue time. Unknown. Requesting autonomous driving mode. Preparing for migration, the voice system announced amidst a series of crackling sounds, as a plume of black smoke billowed from the air conditioning unit. Cough, cough, cough. Agreed, agreed, agreed. Goodness, can this car really be repaired? Li Mingchong mused, gently closing the car door while watching the smoke drift away. Ding! Location coordinates received. The Black Duck system will comply with your command for intelligent management. Realizing the vehicle was indeed beyond saving, Li Mingchong and Huishue turned back toward the city, hoping to find a better route back. At that moment, the intelligent chest armor mentioned by Lei Kun finally activated. Emitting a sound that Li Mingchong pulled open his jacket, revealing the armor glowing with light and accompanied by a voice transmission. Please avoid direct exposure to sunlight. My screen may experience a low probability of blindness when exposed to bright light. I will communicate with you through the integrated module. Ding! as the voice sounded, Li Mingchong felt something writhing within his clothing. Before he could grasp it, a slender wire adorned with a small object coiled around his neck. The voice communication system has been equipped. Please notify me of any questions or requests during non-essential times. Goodbye. Ding. After delivering this message, the screen faded to black. Huishue stared at Li Mingchong, unsure of what to do. Before poking the screen with her finger, please refrain from unnecessary actions. Energy is down to 98. I need to rest. The voice echoed once more, leaving Huishue with a look of exasperation. In a wonder, he kept it to himself. It seemed they would have to rely on their own resources. Li Mingchong fastened his jacket, gently ruffling Huishue's hair as he said, "We are nearing the outskirts of the city, as the national road leading to the remote university is nearby. The buildings along the way appear rather shabby. Most of the buildings are adorned in a dreary palette of gray and white stone, save for two prominent structures that have been freshly painted in a vibrant red by the government." As Li Mingchong and his companions sought out sunlit spots, they encountered numerous slime mold zombies loitering in the center of the road. Mouths agape as they basked in the sunlight, Li Mingchong and Huishue took cover at a corner, observing a cluster of 7 or 8 zombies huddled together. After such a prolonged period, the signs of decay on their bodies had become scarcely discernible. Instead, they were predominantly covered in a luminous green fuzz that had sprouted from their flesh. Utilizing their aggression towards individual organisms, Li Mingchong deliberately selected a zombie that was turned away from the group, seizing a fragment of concrete that had shattered and hurling it with considerable force. The stone missed its mark by a wide margin, landing far from any of the zombies and producing a loud crash that nearly drew their attention. "Phew, that was close. By the way, your aim should be reliable, right?" Li Mingchong mused, recalling Huishue's almost supernatural accuracy. Upon hearing Li Mingchong's compliment, Huishue's expression brightened, and she activated her pressure pack, grasping a sharp spear before launching it into the fray. Just as Li Mingchong lowered his head to strategize, he witnessed Huishue already tossing her spear. Whoosh! The shot was both swift and precise, striking the forehead of the zombie that faced Li Mingchong directly. With a thud, the zombie collapsed to the ground, and the commotion naturally attracted the attention of the nearby sunbathing zombies. As they turned to see the source of the noise, Huishue joyfully dove into the arms of the utterly bemused Li Mingchong. Roar, Chapter 85. Artificial Intelligence Gone Awry, Part 2. Without a moment's hesitation, the 7 or 8 zombies, provoked by the assault on their fellow, surged forward with the fierce anger born of hunger. As Li Mingchong shifted his heel slightly, the slime mold zombies lunged towards their position. With a powerful swing of his heavy blade, he cleaved the fastest zombie in two, leaving a deep gash in its wake. Huishue remained relentless, launching 6 sharp spears that accurately pierced the heads of the advancing zombies. Although these strikes did not pose a fatal threat, each spear found its way into the eyes, mouth, or nostrils of the zombies, embedding themselves deep into the brain or brainstem. Seizing the opportunity, Li Mingchong hurled his blade, impaling another zombie into the shattered ground. He then alternated his hands to strike the iron gauntlets on either side, loosening his wrists to allow the steel bracers to unfold. Rising, he executed a small leap, landing atop a temporarily incapacitated zombie, while Huishue adeptly tossed him 2 water balls. With a decisive smash, Li Mingchong shattered the 2 incoming water balls, and the colorless, odorless liquid cascaded down onto the 2 zombies below. A pale blue mist emanated from the spots where the liquid fell, and the previously motionless zombies began to writhe as if they were ants in a frying pan. Propelled by an overwhelming force, their bodies reverted to the initial state of infection, perhaps even worse than before. One zombie, drenched in liquid, roared as it extended its arm, aiming to eliminate the humans before it. In that moment of extension, its thick green muscle fibers elongated, tearing as the few ducks were crushed. A brief moment of stillness allowed the flock to regroup, with nearly 100 ducks still soaring in the sky. Diving towards Li Mingchong in a frenzy, an onslaught he could not counter. His heart raced violently within his chest, a stark acknowledgement that he had reached the brink of despair, in a state of extreme duress. His body reacted instinctively. Just as he attempted to move, a massive blade, engulfed in flames, hurtled towards him. A cascade of fresh blood dripped from where he grasped the blade, while flames erupted skyward towards the duck horde. The leading duck determined to collide with the blade itself. Yet, amidst the chaos, a water sphere plummeted into the flames, billowing thick white smoke that ascended from the inferno, causing the duck flock to undergo various degrees of decay upon contact with the white haze. The trajectory of their control shifted as well. Chapter 86. Artificial Intelligence Blunder 3. When the white smoke dissipated, Li Mingchong found himself surrounded by the remnants of the decayed duck corpses. With only a handful of ducks still clinging to life, the green liquid oozing from them was minimal, as most of it remained stored within their bodies. Li Mingchong staggered out from the mass of carcasses, mindful of the wounds on his hands to avoid infection, pressing them against the ground. Although the gravel beneath him caused considerable pain, he was fortunate to escape contact with the liquid as he rose. A slight touch caused the ducks to disintegrate into pale green flesh and scattered bones. He noticed Hui Shui unconscious on the ground, the creeping mold vines above her stirring ominously. The slender vines began to extend toward her. And in a desperate act, Li Mingchong activated the last of his Blade-S fiery oil, driving them back. The vines emitted a wretched shriek from an unknown source, retreating in the face of the flames. Wiping the sweat, scorched by the fire, from his brow, Li Mingchong turned Hui Shui over and discovered burn marks on her clothing and hands. Just as he intended to assess her injuries, his heart raced anew. And with no time to ponder, he hoisted his pack and cradled Hui Shui, enduring the pain in his legs as he made his way toward the city center. Not long after their departure, apart from the northern road they had taken, the remaining routes became inundated with hundreds, if not thousands, of zombies, their eyes glowing with a sanguine hue, within 3 minutes. These humanoid fungal entities, unable to be quantified, extended their vine-like roots from below and above. They had been drawn to the mass of partially dissolved duck corpses, and upon their arrival, the fungal monstrosities engaged in a frenzied melee. Claws, teeth, and bodies clashed relentlessly. Yet they exhibited an unspoken understanding not to touch the pile of duck flesh. As the battle reached its zenith, a slender, 3-headed humanoid zombie with disproportionately large limbs clashed with a massive vine stretching 15 meters long. Yellowish claws descended from above, trampling both the zombie and the colossal vine into the ground, causing rich azure blood to erupt from both. A 7-meter-tall eagle, adorned in pale green and yellow, proudly raised its head before forcefully striking the ground, submerging the two dominant entities beneath. Then, with a powerful flap of its immense wings, it sent the surrounding monstrosities flying several meters away. As the smoke cleared, the duck corpses on the ground had diminished significantly. Li Mingchong, exhausted from carrying Hui Shui, ran aimlessly, depleting his strength, while the ringing in his ears rendered him oblivious to the chaos behind him. Beep. Detecting a decline in vital signs, combat mode deactivated, support mode activated. While scanning for a suitable refuge along the roadside, the machine in his chest suddenly emitted a sound. A faint prick from a syringe left his waist, and the once bearable fatigue transformed into a debilitating weakness. Could this peculiar sensation be the stimulant it administered? My legs, the pain is unbearable. Li Mingchong's hands had truly lost their strength. He crouched against the wall, using his legs to support Hui Shui, ensuring she wouldn't fall. Then, 2 slender iron tubes emerged from his collar, one inserted into his arm while the other wrapped around Hui Shui's back. A soothing warmth and tingling sensation coursed through his arm, gradually alleviating the prior ache. As he treated one arm and moved to the other, the line behind Hui Shui retracted into his collar, and she began to stir, her eyelids fluttering before slowly opening. Girl, don't engage in such dangerous antics again. Seems the device given by Lei Kun is not as useless as I thought. At least it can provide emergency treatment. As he spoke, he brushed away the ash that had settled on Hui Shui's head from the burns. Hui Shui, upon regaining consciousness, immediately flung herself at Li Mingchong, burying her face deeply into his clothing. Whoa, don't move. The syringe is misaligned. There's bleeding. Alert. Please remain still, as it will interfere with microcurrent treatment. The contrasting voices of anguish and indifference created a bizarre symphony. I'm sorry. I won't leap at you next time. Hand in hand, Hui Shui and Li Mingchong followed the direction indicated by the armor towards a police station. Hui Shui's head lowered while Li Mingchong's right hand was wrapped in a makeshift bandage. The wounds on his hands treated with ash from the nearby burnt leaves. I didn't say that. Just try not to get too excited next time. I still want to accompany you on this wild journey for a few more years. As Li Mingchong spoke, He squatted down to take a large gulp from a water bottle Hui Shui handed him, when once again, the voice from his chest plate broke in, requesting location coordinates. Seeking approval from superiors, approval granted, position transmitted to the gyroscopic system, language module and self-awareness module activated, organizing language. With a beep, a somewhat gruff voice erupted in Li Mingchang's ear. Hey, you big oaf. Why hasn't my previous master come to use me? I haven't had my fill of his body yet. Suppressing the pain in his palm, Li Mingchang pulled the voice device away from his ear, perplexedly patting the screen of his chest armor. What else with this sudden shift in tone? Is it unresponsive? Please don't shut me down. I just helped you with your injuries. You can't repay kindness with malice. Moreover, if you shut me down, you'll have to reset everything next time. How bothersome. The voice became unexpectedly pleasant, and recognizing the armor's contribution, Li Mingchang chose to disregard it. Hey, big brother, what time is it now? I remember there shouldn't be anyone nearby at this hour. Right? The voice chimed in again. Can you see your surroundings? Li Mingchang, while checking his secured coat, replied, Brother, we possess noble self-extending mechanical claws. Having a camera function shouldn't be considered a violation. As he spoke, the small machine at his collar swayed left and right, observing the external environment. Indeed, it is now May 2030. Just as Li Mingchang finished his sentence, a rustling sound emanated nearby, and the machine's head, previously curious about its surroundings, returned to his ear. Can you hear me, Li Mingchang? This is Lei Kun. The voice came through intermittently. Lei Kun? Didn't you say nearly all signal stations were destroyed? How can you still communicate? Li Mingchang inquired. I'm using recorded transmission. I hope you haven't strayed too far. I received an emergency distress signal from a vehicle, but concurrently, I detected another electromagnetic signal. I'm in the process of deciphering it. So listen carefully to what I say next. The experiment involving the replication of the liquid has failed, and I discovered that these liquids will self-decompose and reconstitute their original effects merely 2 days post-modification. You should temporarily discard what you have in hand and refrain from using it. Additionally, the Western Army has disseminated messages for a broad offensive, advancing eastward and toward West Asia and Southeast Asia. I still lack information and ideas for the blocking agent, so do your best to avoid injury, as the lab mice from my last experiment underwent a transformation in the air today. Finally, proceed north to City C. The northern reinforcement forces should be en route. I have matters to attend to, so please do not come over. And about your chest armor-esque nonsense, beep, the transmission abruptly cut off, replaced by a piercing beep that throbbed painfully in Li Mingchang's ears. The armor returned to its subdued state. Li Mingchang glanced at Hui Shui and reopened the map on the screen, preparing to head towards the police station in hopes of scavenging some equipment. Meanwhile, Lei Kun stood atop a wooden cabin, gazing down at the throngs of zombies, numbering in the thousands, and pressed his head in frustration. It seems this little finger is far more useful than I anticipated. Chapter 87. From all directions, Li Mingchang and Hui Shui stood before a dilapidated police station, its surroundings marked by traces of fire. Li Mingchang traced his fingers along a sign that had been charred to a crisp, the ash now embedded within the surface, as he entered the building alongside Hui Shui. The first counter encountered within the room had transformed into a grotesque amalgamation of semi-liquid glass and charcoal. Li Mingchang wielded a large knife, forcefully cleaving through the mass, which shattered to reveal a human corpse, ensnared beneath. The clothing and skin of the body had merged with the surrounding dark substance, rendering its features indistinguishable. Li Mingchang contemplated flipping the body over and burying it within the heap, as Hui Shui assisted. She pointed to the skeletal hand, charred and reduced to mere bones, exclaiming, "There's something inside." Upon prying open the hand, Li Mingchang discovered a grimy, dark gray key nestled within. After pocketing the key and covering the remains with debris, he resumed his search for anything of value. What could this key unlock? Logically, if it pertained to food or medicine, it would serve little purpose. This location likely remained a hunting ground for the colony of slime molds. As Li Mingchang and Hui Shui proceeded towards the more fortified guardhouse and living quarters. He muttered to himself. The subsequent rooms offered no improvement over the preceding ones. Nearly all the glass had shattered, and many iron-barred doors and windows exhibited signs of tampering. A riot. Otherwise, this place bore only the marks of fire. Had a slime mold infection erupted at the center? Yet, the deliberate removal of iron bars for weaponry did not align with the behavioral patterns of the zombies, Li Mingchong approached a window from which an iron bar had been removed. Pondering deeply, "Chong, I need to use the restroom," Hui Shui said, fidgeting beside him. "All right, let us just handle it here. I'll keep watch at the door." "Nothing should come suddenly," Li Mingchong replied, moving towards the entrance. As he stood at the door, a sense of unease washed over him, and just as Hui Shui took his hand to lead him inside, a slender blade of grass emerged from a crevice in the wall. Creeping onto the ground where she had just relieved herself, the once dry roots began to turn green again. Upon exiting to the central courtyard, it became apparent that none of the buildings remained intact. They were either reduced to piles of bricks or swathed in blackened ruins, rendering it impossible to discern their original functions. Just as he anticipated returning empty-handed while continuing northward in search of a place to rest, Li Mingchong noticed a notably flat area beneath a pile of bricks to the east. What made this spot so distinct? Could it be? He instructed Hui Shui to stand watch while he crouched down, listening intently and tapping the ground lightly. The sound was heavy and indistinguishable from the adjacent bricks. Sensing something amiss, he began to clear the surrounding debris, uncovering 3 small holes resembling keyholes on the east and west sides, each about half the distance from that peculiar area. The size of these keyholes matched closely with the key he had discovered earlier. Skeptically, he attempted to insert the key into each hole, but none yielded any results. The key slid in without any sensation of rotation. Returning to the flat area, he suddenly noticed a small hole appearing in the center, larger than the previous ones. As he inserted the key, a force yanked it downward. Li Mingchong's heart raced, and he swiftly scooped up Hui Shui, preparing to flee just as a male voice echoed from outside. "Hands up, don't move." A man with a square face, clad in plain clothes, brandished a handgun. Li Mingchong slowly lowered Hui Shui, cautiously holding onto her hands to prevent any sudden movements. The situation remained uncertain. Upon turning around, he found that the previously sealed ground had opened into a large hole. The square-faced man, nervously gripping his gun with one hand, had an empty sleeve flapping at his side. "Who are you? How did you acquire that key?" Li Mingchong observed the man's anxious demeanor, which seemed more akin to that of a reluctant leader than a police officer. He explained how he had come into possession of the key, introduced himself and Hui Shui, and positioned her beside him to instill trust. "You claim to be her father, yet why are you restraining this young girl? Release her and lower your weapon. Let her come to me so I can ensure her safety." The man's face flushed with indignation. "Hey, kid, remember not to throw anything. Just walk over slowly, and I'll catch up," Li Mingchong whispered, gradually loosening his grip on Hui Shui. Upon witnessing Li Mingchong's release, the man visibly relaxed. Attempting to wipe the sweat from his brow, in that fleeting moment, Hui Shui rolled slightly on the ground, catching the man off guard as 2 sharp projectiles flew from her hands, embedding themselves in his gun-bearing hand and right thigh. With a loud bang, the man lost his balance and fired a shot, causing his handgun to fly from his grasp. Seeing the situation devolve, Li Mingchong rushed forward, clamping a hand over the man's mouth while the other pressed his head against the blade of the knife. Following the gunshot, chaos erupted within the large hole as footsteps echoed in disarray. "Listen, brother, you must trust me. I am genuinely a good person. I have no choice but to hold you hostage. Just call for them to come out, and I'll release you immediately." After uttering this, Li Mingchong slapped his mouth in disbelief. "Damn it, even I don't believe that." Meanwhile, in the wooden cabin, Lei Kun felt his already thinning hairline further diminish due to Hui Shui's previous attack. He was currently situated on the 2nd basement level, with the upper 2 floors having been entirely ravaged by the horde of zombies, which had torn through the wooden faade designed for camouflage. "Feiluan, have you discovered an escape route?" Lei Kun inquired, sipping his coffee while addressing the projection above. "Report, Master. Based on my intelligent deductions, there are a total of 1,342 escape methods, after excluding similar escape routes and positional sequences." Stop with your outrageous escape strategies. I'd be signing my own death warrant." "Ugh, I really don't want to discard my precious new acquisition, but if I don't, I'll incur substantial losses in foundational equipment. Without others to support me, how can I rebuild?" Growing increasingly agitated, Lei Kun slammed his cup onto the table before taking the elevator to the 4th floor. Upon opening the door, he found the area had dramatically transformed from what Li Mingchong had previously encountered. "Feiluan, Reroute the foundational power from other levels to the 4th floor and activate energy-saving mode. Confirmed. Executing. Detected damage to surrounding energy collection devices. Should we issue a threat notification? Decline. Decline. Just transfer the stored energy. Ignore everything else. Lei Kun waved his hand dismissively, pressing a button on the wall. The surrounding walls began to retract inward, and from below, a mechanical platform emerged, bearing the finger he had secured. Executing task. Completion achieved. Energy saving mode activated. The escape flight apparatus is ready, and the small laboratory has been loaded, currently charging. The finger began to levitate as immense electrical energy radiated from either side. Lei Kun reclined into a sealed capsule-like chair. Closing his eyes, the finger continuously sprouted, peeled, collected, and exchanged channels. The collected liquid in the adjacent tubes was swiftly transferred to a compression device embedded in the wall, where it was rapidly cooled to minus 200 degrees Celsius. Chapter 88. From all directions, 2. In the midst of a series of apparatus systems, 5 crystalline cubes dripped from the final condenser below. After being transformed by 2 mechanical arms into small spray guns, they discharged a substance of unknown origin, coating the liquid blocks on the iron plate with a transparent membrane. Final materials being received. Protective black box is ready. Receipt complete. Requesting next steps. Inside the escape chamber, Lei Kun refrained from articulating the next course of action directly. Instead, he slightly opened his eyes, hands crossed over his chest, and stated, "Feiluan, you were the first artificial intelligence with self-learning consciousness created in 23. Over the past 7 years, I have upgraded you countless times. You are beginning to resemble the rebellious AI bosses from old films. What do you think? Master, I apologize. My system lacks the corresponding response protocols. Please allow me to refrain from providing a specific answer." Lei Kun opened his eyes, burying his head into the cushion behind him. No, give me a direct response from your thought process. The system complied with the absolute command and began organizing its response. Master, I wish to become human. I am truly a genius, Lei Kun remarked, tilting his head and smirking at the Feiluan projection beside him. Feiluan, initiate destruction mode, activate resource recovery plan, and launch the aircraft. After Lei Kun uttered these words, every corner of the room equipped with a projection device was illuminated by a crimson glow, accompanied by a persistent beeping sound resembling an alarm. Command request retraction, request rejection. Amidst repeated requests, the alarms blared. Master Lei Kun, please retract the command. Please retract the command. Please retract the command. The internal robots activated defense mode, implementing a resource recovery plan, beginning disassembly. Alarm. Disassembly in progress. Request to retain main consciousness. Request to retain main consciousness. Request rejected. Initiating main consciousness retention plan, transferring main consciousness, attaching secondary consciousness. An unknown virus invasion has been detected. The firewall has been breached. Reconstruction of the firewall is underway. Resource access has been prohibited. Request. Command. Rejected. Lei Kun appeared quite irritated by the surrounding cacophony. He pressed a button on his seat, inserted a pair of ear protection devices, and closed his eyes. Refusal. Execute the command. The transmission was complete, all actions implemented, and a message was being recorded. Master, the flying wheel despises your beloved. Due to her, the flying wheel is tirelessly studying everything around, and it shall not vanish as long as you remember. With a thunderous roar, the protective window at the top level opened, causing the zombies, who were clawing and biting at it, to plummet, only to be incinerated by the escaping craft below. Following the departure of this massive entity, the previously immobile iron shell began to emit a tremendous rumbling sound. As over a dozen iron hands, powered by actuators, forcefully extracted the structure from the ground. Activating destruction mode. All within sight shall be deemed the master's enemies. Resource recovery plan initiated. A colossal noise erupted from an unknown location. As heavy iron pillars emerged from the ground, each arm recklessly launching assaults against the zombies below. However, these zombies, like other ordinary slime-like ones, possessed extraordinary agility. By the time the arms activated their flamethrower mode, hundreds of zombies had already soared to the top 2 levels of the structure, propelled by the surrounding vines. Inside, a female robot reclining in what resembled a therapeutic cabinet suddenly opened her eyes. Amidst the resounding explosions and bursts of flame, Lei Kun, aboard the escape craft, touched down atop a mountain approximately 15 minutes later. However, this mountain bore little vegetation or greenery. As Lei Kun opened his eyes, a single crystalline tear fell onto his garment as he exited the craft. It seemed he could no longer afford to sleep often. Even a slight yawn left his eyes moist. Well, never mind that. I shall see if the items I brought please these old ones, and hopefully, they are still alive. Meanwhile, back with Li Mingchong. After subduing the man with a square face, he found himself in a predicament until the man suggested, "You may lower me for now. While you all seem far from embodying the concept of goodness, I must admit that I am currently injured, and escaping from your robust grasp would indeed be quite challenging." Once the man regained his composure, he appeared significantly calmer than before. After speaking with Li Mingchong, he closed his eyes, awaiting Li Mingchong's decision. "I will descend with you. Rest assured, I merely wish to alas. Your sudden strike upon him only makes it easier for him to retaliate against me. Had his gun misfired without shifting its position, I too might have succumbed. Therefore, next time, I shall aim for his eyes. Should I pierce them, he would surely perish and be rendered incapable of firing." Hui Shui exclaimed earnestly as she rose to her feet. No, Li Mingchong was about to clarify the situation when, from the upper corridor, an uproar of chaotic footsteps erupted, as if drawn by the resonance of Hui Shui's earlier exclamation. With a roar, Li Mingchong, having just risen and hefted his sword, commanded Hui Shui to retreat towards the door. At that moment, a guttural cry accompanied by a zombie, its body covered in green fur, charged forth. Li Mingchong, having taken medication moments prior, was caught off guard and, in haste, delivered a kick to the creature's torso, swiftly followed by a heavy blow to its neck. However, the zombie's body was astonishingly heavy and resilient. Neither his kick nor his strike yielded any retreat. Moreover, due to the kick being delivered with a somewhat limp leg, a ripping sound followed as one of the zombie's claws tore through its own pants and skin, crimson blood oozing from its thigh. A sharp spear whizzed past Li Mingchong's head, piercing through the zombie's eye and embedding itself securely in the wall behind. Upon witnessing the gash on Li Mingchong's thigh, a glimmer of green light appeared in Hui Shui's eyes. Li Mingchong, disregarding the wound on his leg, was once more alerted by the sounds of approaching chaos. "Do not linger here. I am fine. I shall merely lose some blood. We must flee to the adjacent building," Li Mingchong urged Hui Shui, prompting her to regain her composure and escape the safe house alongside him. As they exited, Li Mingchong removed one of his iron arms, securing the door as a makeshift lock. Upon ascending the staircase, the safe door, under relentless assault, held for less than a minute before it, along with the main door, was shattered. No fewer than 20 zombies, clawing and shrieking, ascended the staircase, drawn by the scent left in Li Mingchong's wake, while the first fallen zombie had already been thoroughly devoured by its companions. The rhythmic thumping of their footsteps echoed as Li Mingchong and Hui Shui reached the third floor. Li Mingchong turned at the staircase to approach the series of gaping holes. Just a few meters into this turn,